Chapter 1. Rebirth and Reluctance to Acknowledge Her as My Mentor in a vast expanse of the Eight Desolates. Within one of the three forbidden zones known as the Abyss of Demons, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and thunderous tribulations surged. Atop a crumbling peak, a blood-stained figure stood resolutely. I have ascended to prominence over a century and attained imperial status over a millennium. Yet, I never anticipated being driven to desperation by this group of fortunate ones. His laughter echoed, both derisive and sorrowful. Truly laughable. How utterly ridiculous. Wang Chen, his countenance wild, stood defiantly against the throng of fate's favored ones surrounding him, the fierce winds whipping through his tattered, blood-soaked golden robe, rendering him a pitiable sight. Had I known it would come to this, I would have taken a different path. You have succumbed to darkness, yet wield the celestial pearl, a weapon of immense destruction. You must be vanquished. A figure clad in white, with striking features, pointed a sword-like finger at Wang Chen, reciting incantations. Such sanctimonious pretense is truly revolting. Even in death, I swear you shall not find peace. Wang Chen's sightless eyes bled profusely, yet his spirit surged anew, his skin beginning to rupture with burgeoning energy. With a fierce grip, he crushed a golden pearl in his right hand, unleashing a tempest of destructive force. We must flee. He has just completed his tribulation, and the self-detonation of the celestial pearl is not to be underestimated. The multitude of fortunate ones, now gripped by terror, frantically employed their means of escape. As he felt his body swell with impending explosion, Wang Chen raised his head, his blind gaze fixed toward the heavens, a heavy sense of unwillingness coursing through him. Jiang Lingxian, if there is a next life, I shall shatter the bonds of mentor and disciple and relentlessly chastise you, the one who indirectly brought about my demise. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the Eight Desolates, drowning out Wang Chen's furious cry amidst the soaring flames. A millennium prior, on the Eight Desolates, in the profound night within the vast grounds of the Taishu immortal sect in the Imperial Desolation region, Wang Chen awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, his eyes jolting open. Just a narrow slit. What is happening? He lay bewildered, his vision blurred, enveloped in the warmth of the bedding, which was not only comforting but also incredibly soft. No, that cannot be right. Shouldn't I be dead? Panic gripped Wang Chen's heart as he sought to comprehend this reality. He needed to fully open his eyes. Yet, despite his utmost effort, he could barely discern the shapes around him. Unable to fully open his eyes to this moment, he felt as though he were being pinned down by a specter. He was conscious and could faintly perceive his surroundings, yet he remained immobile. Ding, 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 crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a series of stuttering sounds echoed in his mind, accompanied by a chaotic electric buzz system. Wang Chen, feeling utterly limp, was filled with exhilaration. He realized his savior had arrived. Ha ha ha. Host, please wait a moment. Crackle. This system has just restarted. Crackle. As the system spoke, its cold yet emotive mechanical voice gradually returned to normalcy. Host, we have actually been reborn. Wang Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by the resounding voice echoing in his mind, causing him to involuntarily close his left eye, his head buzzing. What? In his moment of overwhelming excitement, Wang Chen stumbled over his words in his mind. Had he truly been reborn after shouting out before his demise? After thorough examination, although I do not comprehend how this occurred, it is undoubtedly true. We have truly been reborn. Ha ha! The emotional mechanical voice of the system revealed that it was even more exhilarated than Wang Chen at this moment. After all, it had endured a lifetime of hardship alongside Wang Chen, ultimately facing demise alongside him against those favored by fate. Now, being reborn meant that in this lifetime, they possessed prophetic capabilities. How could one not be thrilled? Quick, quick, quick! Tell me, what is the time period of my rebirth? It surely isn't the day I turned 19 and was taken as a disciple by Jiang Lingxian in the mountains, right? Wang Chen was most concerned about the time he had been reborn into. In fact, for a fleeting moment, he even forgot the warm and fragrant feeling of his slumbering body. This, if the system had a human form, it would undoubtedly be nervously counting its fingers, wearing an awkward expression. What are you stuttering about? Hurry up and tell me. I know it's definitely not that. It can't be right. Wang Chen sensed something was amiss, but continued to lament and demand an answer. Host, perhaps you should first take a look at who is tightly embracing your body. Wang Chen paused upon hearing the system's gentle voice, feeling a soft and seemingly drugged body against him. Yet he still summoned his remaining strength to forcefully turn his head. Damn! No cultivation. Wang Chen cursed inwardly, yet he persisted with sheer willpower to move his head slightly. Finally, through his blurred vision, he saw her. He finally beheld her. Jiang Lingxian, at this moment, had her stunningly beautiful and ethereal face gently pressed against his cheek. Moreover, she seemed to somewhat relish the warmth of their bodies, tilting her head slightly in comfort. In the hazy gaps of his vision, as he caught sight of her exquisite face, Wang Chen was momentarily entranced and dazed, for the one holding him so tightly was none other than his former master from his past life. In his previous life, or rather, a millennium later, she became renowned as the Ice-Heart Empress. She was called the Ice-Heart Empress because her heart was as cold as ice, impervious to any warmth. Even Wang Chen, her only disciple, would find himself nearly frozen in her presence, under the gaze of her icy eyes. Now, as Wang Chen gradually regained his senses, a wave of astonishment surged within him. She. Wasn't she the one who despised men the most? Even a mere brush of her hand against him, her only disciple, would earn him a frigid glare. Yet now, she had drugged him, embracing him with her delicate arms, her lovely face pressed against his, the long legs draped under the hem of the blanket, belonging to the future. Ice-Heart Empress, Jiang Lingxian, were inexplicably resting upon him. Wang Chen was both astounded and helplessly reminded of his previous life, where he distinctly recalled that Jiang Lingxian was not like this at all. Yet, for him in this moment, these details were not the crux of the matter. What weighed heavily upon his mind was, why? Oh, why? I do not wish to take her as my master. I refuse. It was this enchanting yet perilous beauty who had led him to forge countless enmities with the fated sons of destiny in his past life. In the end, despite being invincible in the same realm and deserving of a life of leisure, he had been brutally slain by the combined might of thousands of those fated sons. Although part of this was due to his own arrogance, the root cause lay with Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 2. The First Embrace. Wang Chen felt a desperate urge to shout, yet it seemed he had been ensnared by some insidious potion. His body grew weak, rendering him incapable of even uttering a sound. Were it not for his rebirth, which allowed him to break free from the drug's hold and the chill within him, he would likely be sleeping as soundly as a corpse, perhaps even unaware of Jiang Lingxian's gentle ministrations. Wait a moment. Could it be that the exceptional quality of my sleep at the Taisu immortal sect in my past life was due to? Wang Chen appeared to have uncovered a monumental secret and hurriedly relayed this thought to the system within his mind. But system, you have always been beside me, did you not know? Or is it that you refuse to tell me? I truly did not know. Whenever you sleep, I too must succumb to slumber. Back then, when I requested an upgrade, you refused, claiming the 247 online feature was utterly useless. Wang Chen. It seemed he bore some responsibility for his own predicament, having refrained from upgrading the system to conserve his origin points. But do you not recall that you are the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body, a limited edition constitution of the system? And so what of it? Is this her justification for nightly tormenting me? How can a young man such as I possibly endure this? As for the torment, that is one thing, but she embraces me every night. Yet when I expressed my feelings for her in my previous life, I was always coldly rebuffed under the pretense of master and disciple. System. Could it be that Jiang Lingxian, being a 9 Yin cold divine body, has mistaken your constitution from Chaos 9 Yang divine body to the supreme furnace body of 9 Yang divine body? The Chaos 9 Yang divine body possesses all the merits of the 9 Yang divine body, infused with the essence of chaos, rendering it even stronger a true limited edition. Constitution. She requires the 9 Yang divine body to suppress the cold, Yin energy within her. Thus, it is only now, as she is destined to become an unparalleled empress a millennium. Hence, that she is willing to accept you as her disciple in the mountains. Curse it! Why is your analysis so astute that I find myself momentarily unable to refute it? After hearing this, Wang Chen gritted his teeth, wishing to raise his fist and pound the bed. But as he lifted his hand, he remembered he had been spellbound and drugged, rustling. As Wang Chen conversed with the system, Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly embracing him, seemed disturbed by the slightest sound. Was her perception so acute? Wang Chen was taken aback, hastily shutting his drowsy eyes that had barely opened a crack. He sought to regain his composure. At that moment, beside him, Jiang Lingxian, with her half-closed, enchanting eyes, first glanced at the small incense burner on the distant table, emanating a mesmerizing fragrance. Eventually, she slowly turned her beautiful gaze towards Wang Chen, who was drenched in sweat. "Are you sweating from the heat?" As Wang Chen listened to her soft, drowsy yet coolly melodious whisper, a surge of anger welled up within him. What does she mean by asking if he was sweating? He had just experienced a death, for heaven's sake. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen had already cursed her 100 times over in his heart, labeling her a wretched woman. Although they had been master and disciple in a past life, their interactions resembled those of familiar strangers. Thus, Wang Chen felt no psychological burden in berating her for being a troublesome mentor. After all, even in his previous life, he had often scolded her in silence. However, what Wang Chen failed to notice was the tenderness in Jiang Lingxian's gaze as she looked at him, her eyes reflecting an emotion that was subtle yet profound. It seemed to convey a sense of heartache, joy, and even a hint of relief. Finally, Jiang Lingxian gently retrieved a clean, delicately fragrant white cloth from her storage ring. With her slender, fair hand, she began to gently wipe away the sweat from Wang Chen's forehead. Her movements were meticulous, as if she feared that Wang Chen might suddenly vanish before her eyes. Even with his eyes closed, Wang Chen could sense Jiang Lingxian's apprehensive demeanor, as if she were terrified of disturbing his slumber. The tenderness of her actions, as she dabbed away the perspiration, inexplicably transported Wang Chen back to a time in his previous life when Jiang Lingxian, his troublesome mentor, had stayed by his side, caring for him while he was gravely injured. Host, this is the perfect moment to open your eyes and see if you can startle her. No, system, you fool. Do you not see that I am not as quick to die as I was in my past life? If she discovers I'm awake during this intimate, clandestine moment, won't she imprison me? Wang Chen was unaware of how many times Jiang Lingxian had utilized his suppressed cold energy during the depths of night in their previous life. Yet he understood that he was no longer the person who had once shared a rapport with Jiang Lingxian. If he were to open his eyes now, she might very well gouge out his eyes or cut out his tongue to prevent him from speaking recklessly. Nonetheless, Wang Chen was nearly certain that this was the first day since he had become Jiang Lingxian's disciple at the Taishu Immortal Sect. This meant that today marked the first night they had secretly grown close under the cover of darkness. Wang Chen had never anticipated that the aloof and distant Jiang Lingxian would embrace him at night. Although her intent was to suppress the cold energy within her, the two of them shared an undeniably intimate moment. Today is the first time the host and the future empress have shared such closeness. Remember it as a keepsake. Haha. According to the timeline of Blue Star, the current date should be February 2nd, 2222. Fool. By the way, system, shouldn't the furnace body cultivation be more elaborate? After cursing the system, Wang Chen followed up with the lingering questions in his mind. But why is she merely holding me now? Cough, cough. Dear system, please do not misunderstand, for I am not that kind of person. My curiosity merely piques. Wang Chen indulged in the delightful fragrance emanating from Jiang Lingxian beside him, while she gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Logically speaking, cultivating together with you, a divine body, would indeed yield superior results. However, it is likely that she remains unaware of such matters, or perhaps she simply does not wish to engage. Merely being close to you may be the extent of her tolerance. Reflecting on my previous life, even a clandestine embrace during moments of lucidity earned me her frosty glares for an eternity. Your words resonate with truth. Just as he reconciled with the system's insights, Jiang Lingxian nestled closer, resting beside him once more. Alas. Restrain yourself, maintain your vows of chastity. As Wang Chen felt her form press against him, particularly the soft touch against his arm, combined with her alluring scent, a wave of youthful yearning surged within him. In his past life, after becoming Jiang Lingxian's disciple, He had been blissfully unaware of such knightly privileges that in his recollections, she had always presented a demeanor of icy indifference towards everyone. A veritable ice block, impervious to warmth, to the extent that upon his rebirth, Wang Chen sought to avoid her tutelage altogether. He envisioned biding his time until he possessed the strength to confront her, the very one who had indirectly caused his demise in the previous life. Yet, despite his fluttering heart, Wang Chen's mind wandered to thoughts of escape come the morrow. But let it be tomorrow's troubles shall be addressed when the sun rises. For now, he chose to savor the beauty of the present moment. Must be said, Jiang Lingxian's delicate form exuded an enchanting aroma, a faint yet soothing fragrance that brought Wang Chen tranquility. Chapter 3. The Reborn Jiang Lingxian and the System Task. In a state of drowsiness induced by the intoxicating aroma, Wang Chen succumbed to the warmth of his surroundings, his eyes gently closing as his consciousness began to drift into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, mere moments after he succumbed to the allure of sleep, Jiang Lingxian's warm and delicate form nestled closer against his sturdy physique, her embrace tightening. Her breathtakingly beautiful face pressed softly against his chest, tears glistening in her eyes. "My disciple," she whispered, "in this life, I shall ensure that all those who bear a grudge against you are utterly eradicated." With that, she lifted her tear-stained gaze, her rosy eyes lingering on Wang Chen's face for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she once again leaned her cheek against his chest, listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat as her slender arms wrapped more firmly around his waist, as if she feared losing him once again. Wang Chen, however, was blissfully unaware of this poignant scene, lost in a deep sleep under the influence of the fragrant potion. "Disciple, after your death, I truly missed you." Jiang Lingxian's voice trembled with emotion. "This time, I will not allow you to leave me again, I promise." Her delicate arms clung tightly to Wang Chen's waist, yearning to absorb his warmth, seeking solace in his presence. Yet, in the darkness, her heart-wrenching vulnerability was palpable. It seemed as if she was terrified of losing Wang Chen once more. The next morning, Wang Chen awoke with a start, his eyes flying open as he sat up, repeatedly confirming that he had truly been reborn. To his dismay, he found that the person who had been by his side the previous night had already departed, leaving behind only the lingering sensations of weakness and the faint scent that had filled the air. It was as if the previous night had been nothing but a dream. Yet he was certain he was not dreaming. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, Wang Chen vaguely envisioned the layout of the Tai Suxian sect. Once he had devised a plan for his escape, he prepared to rise from his bed and stealthily slip away. However, just as he turned over, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Detection of a significant cause of the host's past life demise. Future Empress Jiang Lingxian. Beep. Task: eliminate the root cause. The host must immediately proceed to eradicate Jiang Lingxian. Reward: 1 Emperor Pill. Wang Chen, who was poised to leave, was taken aback. From my past life memories, Jiang Lingxian should currently be a formidable figure in the sacred soul realm, correct? And here I am, devoid of any cultivation, utterly at her mercy. How could I possibly succeed? Beep. Insufficient strength detected. Task has been updated. Beep. New task. Capture Jiang Lingxian and become her partner, to prevent a repeat of the past where you were left alone and besieged to death. Reward: instant breakthrough of 10 levels upon reaching the heavenly sovereign realm. What a clever system. As Wang Chen sat at the edge of his bed, contemplating the newly assigned task, he hesitated. In his previous life, he had harbored feelings for his aloof master and had pursued her relentlessly, despite her icy demeanor that was both breathtaking and intimidating. Although her sharp words sometimes left him feeling embarrassed, the allure was undeniable. Ultimately, however, his pursuits led to nothing but punishment, being confined and subjected to playful reprimands that left him with an indelible mark on his heart. Despite the pain, he continued to chase her, only to have his hopes dashed time and again. After all, her strikes were rarely more than a few gentle swats, as if she were holding back her true power, leaving him feeling oddly exhilarated rather than punished. Now, as the system's voice reverberated in his mind, Wang Chen found himself grappling with the remnants of his past affections. He furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, torn between decision and indecision. Yet he understood the arduous nature of ascending to the heavenly sovereign realm, a process fraught with challenges. If he followed the task's directive, capturing Jiang Lingxian would catapult him from the heavenly sovereign realm to the emperor realm in a single leap. Recalling how he had reached the sacred soul realm in merely 300 years, He was painfully aware of the 700 years it had taken him to ascend from the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm to the emperor realm. System. Display the attributes panel. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Mortal Realm. Technique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. None. Origin points. 0. Comprehensive evaluation. Human machine. System. Do you recommend that I stay? Gazing at his attributes panel, he couldn't help but feel a stark contrast to his past life. His resolve to leave wavered under the weight of the system's task. Recommendation. Given your temperament, it's likely that you would seek vengeance against those who wronged you in your past life after leaving. Thus, it would be wiser to capture Jiang Lingxian, the most formidable and influential future empress. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wang Chen's lips as the walls of his hesitation began to crumble. Don't even try to deny it. The moment you see your master, can you really resist falling for her again? Consider this, after pursuing her in your past life, you've reached a staggering 99% progress and now you wish to halt? Wouldn't that be frustrating? Now that you have been reborn, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. As long as you win her over, you can exert your influence over her. With both of you at the heavenly sovereign realm, you would be an unstoppable force in the vast expanse of the 8 desolates. Moreover, from my observations of your past interactions with Jiang Lingxian, you are the only man she has shared intimate moments with, the one who holds her heart. As the system's relentless persuasion echoed in his mind, Wang Chen's defenses crumbled until, at last, the final barrier shattered. All right, let us do this, Wang Chen declared resolutely, having weighed the benefits and consequences. As a disciple who had spent over a millennium with the enigmatic Jiang Lingxian, he understood her well. In summary, her knowledge of emotions was akin to a blank slate, devoid of any understanding beyond cultivation and basic principles. Moreover, it was painfully evident that she had lacked love throughout her childhood, a fact that Wang Chen was unaware of until he inadvertently broached the subject, causing her demeanor to shift abruptly, as if she were on the verge of an explosion. It is said that those who grow up deprived of affection often feel an acute sense of insecurity when they fall in love. There may even be some peculiar attributes, though their authenticity remains uncertain. Chapter 4. Calling the Master. All right, fairy sister, but does it truly matter whether it's real or not? In his previous life, he failed to win over Jiang Lingxian, and being her disciple led him to enmity with thousands of fated children. Ultimately, he was secretly besieged and killed by them. In this life, if he still fails to win over Jiang Lingxian, and, due to being her disciple, incurs the wrath of thousands of fated children, then what was the purpose of his rebirth? With this thought, Wang Chen suddenly sprang from his bed, clenched his fists above his head, and passionately declared, therefore, this time, I must win over Jiang. Creak. Just as he raised his fist to shout, the door swung open, freezing him in place. What was he about to say about Jiang? The figure of Jiang Lingxian appeared at the door, holding a Taoist robe and shoes from the Taishu immortal sect. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at Wang Chen. Jiang. Just Jiang? Yes, I want to win over Jiang, like making ginger tea. I seem to have caught a bit of a chill recently. Wang Chen awkwardly lowered his raised fist, wrapping his arms around himself and rubbing them as if he were genuinely cold. Jiang Lingxian raised her delicate brows at his words, her gaze towards Wang Chen becoming somewhat peculiar, yet she did not suspect anything. Could it be that last night I held him too tightly, and the chill from my 9 cold body inadvertently entered his? Has it caused his constitution to weaken, leading to his current chill? But according to my memories, with his 9 yang divine body, such a thing shouldn't happen. Moreover, I did not absorb his 9 yang energy last night to suppress my own coldness, unlike in my past life. Baffled, Jiang Lingxian was relieved when Wang Chen broke the silence. Fairy sister, is this outfit for me? He approached her cautiously. Watching her expression carefully, Wang Chen vaguely remembered that when he first crossed over and saw Jiang Lingxian, he had called her fairy sister. After all, she truly resembled a celestial being, leaving him awestruck during his initial moments in this world. Even now, the sight of her flawless face stirred something within his heart. Yes, and you should call me master from now on, Jiang Lingxian replied, entering the room and gently placing the robe and shoes on the table. She preferred to be addressed as master, regardless of the past or present. Oh, then fairy sister, I should be able to wear this outfit and shoes, right? Wang Chen intentionally phrased it that way, hoping to avoid being perpetually rejected by her under the title of master, as had happened in his previous life. The term master should not be used frequently, at least not for now. However, if Jiang Lingxian were to develop feelings for him in the future, He might gradually test the waters. The clothes and shoes are for. I already said you should call me master from now on. Jiang Lingxian initially did not register the statement, but upon realizing it, she frowned and coldly reminded him once more. Understood, Wang Chen agreed without pressing further, deciding it was better to comply for now and revisit the matter later. He then approached Jiang Lingxian, standing beside her as he began to remove the clothing he had arrived in from Blue Star. The rustling sounds prompted Jiang Lingxian to turn her head, only to be met with the sight of his patterned shorts. You, Jiang Lingxian stammered, swiftly turning her back and closing her eyes, her ears turning crimson in an instant. Whether in this life or the last, she had never seen Wang Chen act so boldly in her presence. Now, he had given her a substantial visual shock, even from behind his floral shorts. In all her millennia, it was the first time she had witnessed such an unrestrained display from him. Fairy sister, what's wrong? Wang Chen, seemingly unfazed, donned the robe he had just taken from the table. He even entertained a slight mischievous intent, seeking a small form of retribution against Jiang Lingxian. Although he aimed to retaliate against her past self, her current incarnation was nearly identical. After all, she was the same person. Observing Jiang Lingxian's flustered, angry silhouette, Wang Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Had it been her former self, she would likely have merely shot him a cold stare, her demeanor betraying no emotion whatsoever. Indeed, the most genuine feelings often blossom in the early stages of acquaintance. How can you so casually change your clothes in front of me? Jiang Lingxian, still facing away, struggled to suppress her embarrassment, yet her voice bore hints of indignation. There's nothing to worry about. If you saw, it's all fine, hee. Wang Chen stepped in front of Jiang Lingxian, flashing a charming smile as he met her gaze, his demeanor audacious. You are utterly unreasonable and shameless. If it weren't for your remarkable talent, I would surely cast you down the mountain. Hearing Wang Chen's bold declarations, Jiang Lingxian felt her resolve harden. Hidden behind her flowing white sleeves, her fists clenched tightly. Yet, she realized she could only express her ire verbally. If he truly disappeared, she would go mad. I apologize. Next time I change clothes in front of you, I will be more careful. Wang Chen lowered his head, hastily offering apologies, genuinely fearing he might push too far and be cast down the mountain. Jiang Lingxian paused, feeling a twinge of regret for having spoken too harshly. Wait, he wants there to be a next time. Suddenly, her thoughts shifted, furrowing her delicate brows. A mixture of embarrassment and anger settling in her gaze as she fixed her eyes on Wang Chen. All right, there won't be a next time. Wang Chen, feeling increasingly anxious under her penetrating stare, quickly reassured her, while inwardly muttering, but there will definitely be a next time. Enough, since you are dressed, come with me. Jiang Lingxian finally averted her gaze, tinged with a hint of languor, and spoke coldly. Where to? Although Wang Chen was well aware of their destination, he feigned ignorance, asking nonetheless. It was time for Jiang Lingxian to take him to the place where he would awaken his constitution. It was also there that he would encounter the first of the fated children, Qin Yafan. To awaken your constitution. Jiang Lingxian offered no further explanation, her demeanor icy as she began to stride towards the exit. On the way, Wang Chen seemed to act deliberately, lightly tugging on the sleeve of Jiang Lingxian's white robe as they passed by the gazes of Taishu immortal sect disciples. Jiang Lingxian felt her sleeve being pulled and instinctively drew back, wishing to maintain the proper distance between them. Having grown accustomed to keeping a subtle distance from her disciple, Jiang Lingxian's actions felt normal to Wang Chen, as she had always behaved this way throughout their previous life. Yet, Wang Chen remained undeterred, cautiously tugging at her sleeve again. Jiang Lingxian, sensing the pull, frowned slightly but remained silent as she retrieved her sleeve. After several exchanges, Jiang Lingxian finally turned to Wang Chen, her expression a mixture of anger and frustration. You, fairy sister, I have a bit of social anxiety. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Chen looked up at her with a pitiful expression, his handsome face softening the moment. Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to withstand Wang Chen's woeful appearance, her icy reprimand faltering. What do you mean by that? Jiang Lingxian frowned, her gaze softening slightly as she regarded Wang Chen's pitiful demeanor. Indeed. Why do they constantly gaze upon me? I feel somewhat apprehensive. After Wang Chen spoke, he cautiously observed Jiang Lingxian's reaction, eager to discern her next move. Claiming to be afraid must surely be false. In my past life, I faced the onslaught of thousands of celestial sovereigns, dozens of half-step emperors, and 2 emperors without a hint of fear. How could I possibly be intimidated by this? Chapter 5 Fairy Z, Protect Me. I am certainly unafraid. Wang Chen's expression dimmed slightly at these words, and with a faint, melancholico, he lowered his head, following along. Indeed, this cold, unyielding woman remained unchanged. Wang Chen vividly recalled that in his previous life, he experienced a similar feeling at this very moment. However, unlike that past existence, he now bore the weight of millennia of memories, rendering him somewhat fearful under the scrutinizing gazes of over 500 Tai Su disciples who were assessing a mere mortal like him on the path to the battlefield. Reflecting on those bygone days, Wang Chen could not help but feel a pang of sorrow mixed with an inexplicable urge to laugh, realizing how naive he had been. Suddenly, he heard a soft sigh from Fairy Jiangling, and as he raised his head in confusion, he was taken aback to see her, ethereal as a celestial being, slightly extending her white sleeve towards him. They exchanged glances, her long, beautiful eyelashes trembling silently. Seeing this, Wang Chen's spirits lifted, as if a fish had taken the bait. His heart warmed considerably. He grasped the fragrant sleeve of Jiangling tightly and straightened up, his earlier anxiety vanishing, as if he had found a pillar of support. Striding forward with newfound confidence. Is this how you banish your fears? Jiangling inquired, observing Wang Chen, who had transformed into a different person beside her. Tightly clutching her sleeve. Fairy Z, protect me. I am certainly unafraid. He sang back lightly, shaking his head playfully in response. Jiangling paused for a moment, her cool, beautiful eyes momentarily lost in thought as she regarded him, as if recalling something from the past. What is wrong? Wang Chen felt a bit bewildered under her gaze, tilting his head in inquiry. I have already instructed you to address me as master. Should you continue to call me otherwise, I shall have to discipline you according to the sect's rules, Jiangling said. Regaining her composure and suppressing the myriad emotions and memories that surged within her. Inwardly, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease and confusion. Why did this incarnation of Wang Chen refuse to call her master? Could it be that her rebirth had somehow altered his perceptions? Well, Wang Chen replied, as always, planning to continue referring to her as fairy sister next time. He intended to subtly reshape his image in her mind, distorting the notion of being merely her disciple. We are nearly there. Just ahead, Jiangling gently tugged at her sleeve to draw his attention forward. Buzzing. Heavenly forbidden divine body. A surge of golden light erupted from the awakening tablet, and a powerful voice resonated from it. Below the tablet, a frenzied youth gazed in astonishment at his hands and body. I did it. I have become immortal. I shall return to the ninth heaven and wreak havoc. The boy stood on the platform, staring up at the sky, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he shouted wildly. Yet, before he could revel in his joy, an elder on the platform kicked him off with a swift motion. Unfazed, Jiangling led Wang Chen towards the elder, her white gown billowing gracefully in the breeze. This sublime sight captured the attention of those behind them, halting their steps in awe. As the holy maiden of Tai Su, Jiangling had precedence, allowing her to pull Wang Chen forward. However, it was not long before the crowd's gaze shifted towards the handsome Wang Chen, whispering among themselves in envy and malice. Who is this man? How can he hold the sleeve of the holy maiden? Countless eyes scrutinized Wang Chen, filled with admiration, jealousy, and hostility, particularly from the male disciples who sought Jiangling's favor during sect competitions and special occasions. Although Wang Chen's appearance seemed compatible with Jiangling's, the disciples' resentment was palpable due to their unfamiliarity with him. Wang Chen sensed the weight of their gazes without surprise, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Qin Yafan, if I ever get the chance to kill you, you will surely meet your demise in this lifetime. Wang Chen's eyes, laced with intent, locked onto a jealous figure among the crowd. In his past life, the Qin Yafan at the awakening tablet had not yet become his adversary. Their enmity developed the following day when they were to select weapons in the battlefield. Qin Yafan, consumed by envy for being Jiangling's disciple, had openly provoked him, leading to a swift retaliation from Wang Chen, who struck him across the face. The two had then engaged in a fierce battle, with Wang Chen having only just begun his cultivation. Yet, thanks to the energy from the awakening tablet and the system, they managed to reach a stalemate, both sustaining serious injuries. Now, Qin Yafan noticed Wang Chen, furrowing his brow, returning the glare with defiance. Wang Chen's calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of menace, compelled many disciples to lower their heads, awed by the memory of his past exploits. Facing Qin Yafan, Wang Chen offered a mocking smile, inciting a furious flush across the latter's face. However, once they reached the elder, Jiangling discreetly pulled Wang Chen behind her with her sleeve. Taken aback by her gesture, Wang Chen begrudgingly averted his gaze from provoking Qin Yafan. Nonetheless, he felt that this incarnation of Jiangling, though still cold, exuded an inexplicable warmth. A tenderness that seemed to blossom within the chill. Is this merely my illusion, or is it because of last night's intimacy? As Wang Chen pondered, the elder addressed Jiangling with utmost respect. For the awakening of the divine body, I ask Elder Zhang to assign someone to guide us to a unique awakening tablet. Jiangling's voice was cool and distant, yet it possessed an unspoken allure that invited further listening. No need. I shall awaken right here. Wang Chen interjected hastily. Recalling that in his previous life, he had manifested the nine-yang divine body, yet the crucial term chaos had not appeared. Jiangling required his nine-yang divine body to suppress the cold energy within her, and thus, she would be reluctant to let him go. In that moment, Wang Chen was determined to instill in Jiangling a sense of urgency, a fear that he could be claimed by another woman at any time. Chapter 6. A strategist must immerse themselves in the game. A gamble on Lingxian. Ascend to the pinnacle of immortality. A strategist must immerse themselves in the game. A wager on Lingxian. If victorious, claim the grand bed as the arena and ascend to the immortal throne, celestial above, earthly below. Desire for immortality, yearning for transcendence. As for losing the gamble, it could lead to a retreat for Chun, a retreat that may last a lifetime. No, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing Wang Chen's words, her icy yet melodious voice urgently attempting to call him back. If Wang Chen were to awaken now, many elder women would undoubtedly rush to claim him. Moreover, if news of the Jiuyang divine body were to leak, other sects beyond the Taishu immortal sect might come to undermine him. But Wang Chen remained oblivious, intent on his thoughts. Suddenly, he released Jiang Lingxian's white sleeve and dashed towards the awakening steel, pressing his hand upon it. Jiang Lingxian, not holding his hand, momentarily failed to react in time to pull him back. In an instant, the awakening steel erupted in a dazzling brilliance before the countless disciples below, and a majestic voice resonated from within, a blinding red light shooting upward into the heavens. Jiuyang divine body. As the voice echoed from the steel, Wang Chen felt several streams of energy surge into his body. He did not resist, for this was a normal occurrence. The energy was the nurturing response from the steel after awakening. It was also the key that allowed him in his past life to contend with Qin Yefan, who was at the third level of the spirit-building realm, resulting in both sustaining severe injuries. With a series of crackling sounds, as these energies flooded into his body, Wang Chen felt his cultivation level soar rapidly. From the first layer of body refinement to the fifth, reaching the pinnacle of the ninth layer, his realm surged from zero to the apex of body refinement. Finally coming to a halt, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A euphoric sensation akin to a fitness enthusiast who has just completed an intense workout, veins bulging, acutely aware of their own strength. Once his objective was achieved, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feigning a look of guilt as he turned back towards Jiang Lingxian. However, the scene had already erupted into a cacophony of voices, with countless elder women rushing toward him. Without exception, all eyes were fixed upon Wang Chen, eager to have him as their disciple. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian's expression darkened, a cold shadow crossing her features as she observed the approaching elder women, a profound sense of crisis engulfing her heart. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his form suddenly lift, and everything around him faded into silence. They swiftly returned to the intimate chamber where they had shared warmth. At this moment, Wang Chen stood with his head bowed, while Jiang Lingxian stood before him, her icy gaze fixed upon him. That familiar sensation from his past life returned. And if he were not a man, he might have succumbed to a chill. Yet, after such a long time without experiencing this almost debilitating scrutiny, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Wang Chen stood silently, afraid to speak, while his mind buzzed with thoughts. Why did you act so recklessly? Jiang Lingxian's voice was frigid, laced with an intense pressure of anger. I didn't know I possessed such a constitution, Wang Chen replied, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing her wrath. Didn't the elders warn you? Why did you insist on touching the awakening steel? The Jiuyang divine body is a top-tier physique. Do you understand the trouble it brings? Jiang Lingxian's cold demeanor directed a furious tone at Wang Chen, her words deliberate and sharp. Feigning fear, Wang Chen timidly raised his head, taking a small step back, appearing genuinely frightened of her. Seeing him attempt to distance himself only fueled Jiang Lingxian's irritation, prompting her to step closer. Wang Chen continued to back away, and as Jiang Lingxian grew increasingly agitated, she cornered him against the wall, leaving him with no escape. Unable to endure the pressure any longer, Wang Chen feigned determination and began to propose. If it troubles you, why not let me seek another master? There is no need for you to bear the burden. He appeared considerate, yet it was a strategic retreat. Catching Jiang Lingxian off guard, Jiang Lingxian paused, her anger faltering, her icy countenance momentarily softening, the fury dissipating. Gazing at Wang Chen cornered against the wall, her eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears, her heart aching painfully. Realizing her own vulnerability, she quickly turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. At the moment he expressed a desire to seek another master, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Such a notion she could not permit. She turned her back to Wang Chen, her form trembling slightly, and without uttering another word, she left the room. With the door slamming shut behind her, Wang Chen remained in stunned silence. Did she cry? Leaning against the wall, he pondered whether their shared night had kindled feelings within her heart. Yet, that seemed implausible. According to his current thoughts, Jiang Lingxian should have coldly reprimanded him, but ultimately kept him close. Yet, if the Jiang Lingxian of his past life had heard him express a desire to seek another master, she might have indeed lost her composure. Surely she could not have also been reborn. That couldn't be. When I was besieged in the bone pit, she was still in seclusion. She must have survived. Standing there, Wang Chen felt utterly perplexed as his head began to itch, as if he were about to gain some enlightenment. Dear host, it seems your beloved fairy sister was genuinely on the verge of tears just now. Could it be the charm of this host is so immense that a single night's embrace has sown indelible feelings within her? The voice of the system echoed in Wang Chen's mind, seemingly pondering deeply, with a hand resting thoughtfully on its chin. Wang Chen found the situation quite strange. This was not how Jiang Lingxian should be acting. Regardless, let her reflect on why her disciple wishes to seek another master. Wang Chen dismissed the internal turmoil, moving to sit at the edge of the bed, conjuring two flames in his hands. However, these flames were unlike ordinary fire. They were chaotic, swirling in shades of black and white, imbued with an ethereal quality that seemed to influence the void itself. With a swift motion, Wang Chen grasped the chaotic flames, a smile spreading across his face. In this new life, he refused to believe his fate would mirror that of his past, ending in a joint demise after facing the tribulations of the emperor. At this moment, treasures such as the Xian Guang Precious Pagoda, Blood Dragon Tree, and Heavenly Dao Pearl had yet to emerge, their whereabouts still unknown. Wang Chen contemplated the artifacts he had acquired in his previous life. Were the fortuitous chances bestowed upon the child of destiny? Rest assured, host, I have documented the 10 most powerful treasures. Consuming source points will allow us to locate them. The system, seemingly attuned to Wang Chen's thoughts, provided its timely reminder. Excellent. In this life, we shall join forces to seize all those opportunities. By the way, the disciples who awaken their physiques tomorrow must visit the armory. We can conveniently claim the opportunities Qin Yafan has there. Having concluded his mental calculations, Wang Chen waved his hand, summoning the System S attribute panel. Wang Chen, physique, chaotic Jiuyang divine body. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Technique, chaotic Jiuyang divine method. Storage space, none. Origin point, 0. Comprehensive evaluation, a being at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. The system, is there any kind of item that can prevent being dazed? Otherwise, I fear I shall once again fall under Jiang Lingxian's control tonight. Wang Chen said as he opened the system shop, and instantly, 9 golden cards floated before him. The mechanism of the system mall is quite peculiar. Refreshing 9 golden cards daily for the host to unveil, revealing an array of random items. It is possible. I could secretly pilfer the source of the Tao and forge golden cards to place in the mall for you to unveil. But it would require a substantial amount of origin points. Is it possible to buy on credit? What do you think? That Jiang Lingxian would let you off easily. Chapter 7. Smoking enchantment and eating poisonous pills. Are you thinking about eating Jiang Lingxian's farts? Is that something you can actually say? Come on, just squeeze out some source points, and I'll pay you back double later. What do you say? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the system fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to extract some source points. Noticing the prolonged silence, Wang Chen decided to browse through the 9 golden cards in the system's shop. First item, Crow Flight Skill, price, 100 source points. Second item, Panga's Blood Essence, price, 999999999. Third item, Wooden Horse Sculpture, price. Damn, that ridiculous Pangu's Blood Essence again. It has been haunting me for 2 lifetimes. Spotting the illustration for Pangu's Blood Essence, Wang Chen couldn't help but curse vehemently. After refreshing the list down to the last 2 cards, Wang Chen had little hope left. He clicked on the 8th golden card, which playfully swayed before flipping over dramatically. 8th item, Smoke of Enchantment, poisonous pill for sweet treats, price, 1,000 source points. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of the item's name, furrowing his brow as he clicked on the description. Item, Smoke of Enchantment, poisonous pill for sweet treats. Description, a one-time use item that ignores all enchantments and poisons, but the effects will trigger immediate poisoning once it wears off. Duration, 12 hours. A one-time use item, and it triggers poisoning immediately after the effect fades. No wonder it's so inexpensive. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen decided to sweet-talk the system, biting the bullet to make the purchase. Based on last night's experience, he was certain that Jiang Lingxian's enchantments were harmless, so there was no need for concern. Although he would only have one night to enjoy that tantalizing closeness, he was still eager to buy it. Worst case, he could steal more weapons from the military tomb tomorrow to convert into source points to repay the system. All right. But you must return me 3,000 source points later. After a bit of coaxing, the system finally agreed. With the system's consent, Wang Chen's source points increased by 1,000, and the system quietly withdrew. 3,000 source points is nothing. I'll just snag more weapons from the military tomb tomorrow. Wang Chen used his 1,000 source points to buy the 8th item, muttering promises to the system about tripling the return. Once everything was settled, Wang Chen scanned his surroundings. The place was simple yet clean, furnished with a table, 3 chairs, a large bed, and bedding, all made of wood. This environment felt incredibly familiar. It had been nearly 900 years since he last returned to this room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen reminisced about the familiar surroundings before entering a meditative state, activating the Chaos 9 Suns divine art. In the body refinement stage, he could only attach spiritual energy to his body without being able to project it outward. In simpler terms, he lacked long-range attacks. Wang Chen now aimed to break through to the spirit-building stage before nightfall, allowing him to project his spiritual energy. System, remember to wake me up at night. I want to pretend to be asleep. You're such a ridiculous host, deceiving the innocent future Empress, Jiang Lingxian. And now you want to be a master to an apprentice. The system couldn't help but tease him with its cold, mechanical tone. Wang Chen, recalling the events of last night, smiled without replying and soon fell into a deep meditative state. He practiced until dusk, around 5 o'clock. Crack! A crisp sound erupted from within Wang Chen as spiritual energy began to gather frantically around him. Spirit building stage. Breakthrough. The barrier of his realm shattered. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his spirit felt invigorated. He kept his eyes closed, continuing to immerse himself in intense practice to enhance his strength and preparation for the next day's encounter with Qin Yafan, the fortunate son of the spirit-building 3rd layer, who aimed to seize his military tomb opportunity. After diligently practicing until around 10 o'clock at night, Wang Chen's aura had reached the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the spirit-building stage. This was the extraordinary power of the Chaos 9 Suns divine body. He had advanced 9 layers in mere half a day. Moreover, with the accompanying Chaos 9 Suns divine art, cultivating below the Spirit King stage was effortless. Host. Ding ding ding. The alarm is here to serve you. Ding ding ding. You scared me. Wang Chen was startled by the sudden noise in his mind and quickly opened his eyes. You told me to wake you up, didn't you? And yet you scold me, ungrateful host. All right, my bad. Wang Chen admitted defeat, glancing at the pitch-black environment before silently lying back down on the bed. He reached into the system's storage space, revealing a golden card inscribed with 10 characters, displaying a sugary smile. Use. Ding. Successfully used Smoke of Enchantment, poisonous pill for sweet treats card. Effect activated. Not feeling anything. Lying on the bed, Wang Chen stared at the ceiling in boredom, patiently awaiting the arrival of the one he longed for. Unbeknownst to him, an inconspicuous incense burner on the table had begun to emit a colorless and odorless enchanting fragrance. By the way, system, mask my cultivation to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage after awakening the stone tablet's energy. Otherwise, Jiang Lingxian hasn't even given me the technique, and I break through to the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the spirit building stage in a day. That would be quite suspicious. Okay. The realm masking function has been activated. Current debt is 4,000 source points. As the system's voice faded, Wang Chen's cultivation aura dropped to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage, while he was still actually at the spirit building stage. Thus, Wang Chen and the system exchanged banter, waiting for over half an hour when sounds finally emerged from outside. Tap tap. Soft footsteps approached the door, and Wang Chen's keen hearing allowed him to catch every sound clearly. Quickly, he turned to face away from the door, closing his eyes as he anxiously awaited the visitor. Dog host, I'm here. Your favorite little master is coming. Hee hee hee. The system gleefully reveled in this ambiguous nighttime interaction, almost bursting with laughter. Don't shout. I'm not deaf. Host only dares to pretend to sleep. Just shout, shout, ha ha ha. You, damn it. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse silently at the system until the footsteps suddenly paused beside the bed. Moments later, he felt a warm, delicate figure gently lie down beside him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. The person seemed to be cautious, as a gentle wave of chilly spiritual energy flowed into his body, causing him to grow soft and pliant. Damn it. While it's easy to dodge a direct attack, ambushes are hard to guard against. How can I escape Jiang Lingxian's ploy? Wang Chen could only feel his body gradually losing strength, ultimately becoming soft and yielding to Jiang Lingxian's whims. After completing these steps, the figure behind him carefully turned him over, her movements exceptionally gentle. Wang Chen dared not open his eyes, secretly feeling Jiang Lingxian's tender embrace as she gradually pulled him into her warm embrace. Chapter 8. No. How could she have been reborn too? His arms were gently wrapped around her delicate waist by Jiang Lingxian, tenderly embracing her soft form. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian tightened her grip as if fearing that Wang Chen might slip away from her. Hey, don't do that. It's a bit too tight. He exclaimed. Oh no, I can't breathe. Please, ease up a little. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian gradually relaxed her hold, allowing the seemingly unconscious Wang Chen a moment to catch his breath. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's long eyelashes fluttered, her crystalline gaze fixed on the slumbering Wang Chen. Her lips pressed tightly together as tears began to flow. Disciple. Master did not mean to act that way during the day. I was simply afraid someone might take you away. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Please do not consider taking another master, all right? Her voice carried a frail, pleading tone that starkly contrasted with her icy demeanor earlier. Disciple. It took Master so long to see you again. I beg you. I implore you not to leave me once more. As she spoke, she buried her face into Wang Chen's chest, and recalling his words from earlier, tears fell freely. Wang Chen felt the warmth of her tears soaking into his clothing, yet his heart was in turmoil. In his past life, Jiang Lingxian would have never cried in his embrace like this. What on earth was happening? And her repeated calls of disciple sparked a conjecture in Wang Chen's mind. Could it be that Jiang Lingxian had truly been reborn like him? Moreover, it seemed her rebirth occurred much earlier than his own. No. He needed to listen carefully. The probability of both of them having been reborn was exceedingly slim. Wang Chen allowed Jiang Lingxian to hold him closely as he feigned sleep, waiting to hear her next words. Disciple. Master is truly terrified, so very afraid that you might seek another master. Jiang Lingxian's voice grew choked with emotion, her once clear tone becoming muffled and forlorn. Wang Chen felt his heart melt at the sound. This was the first time in a millennium he had witnessed such vulnerability from Jiang Lingxian. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian began to apologize, leaving the feigning Wang Chen utterly bewildered. However, as she continued to speak, comprehension dawned on him, accompanied by a profound shock. In your previous life, you were surrounded and killed in the bone pit of the demon cave while Master was in seclusion. I truly did not know you were facing the Emperor Tribulation at that time. I'm so sorry. Disciple, I'm so sorry. Jiang Lingxian seemed to be expressing the grievances of the day, her normally taciturn nature giving way to a torrent of words. She feared to voice these sentiments while Wang Chen was awake, worried that she might frighten him, the version of him that had just come to know her in this life. Yet Jiang Lingxian had forgotten that even in her past life, after each of Wang Chen's confessions, she would only dare to hold him tightly in the dead of night, sharing thoughts that remained unspoken during their waking hours. She resembled a self-restrained individual, finding it difficult to let others into her dim, emotional world. No, how could she truly have been reborn? But in that instant, Wang Chen, overwhelmed by Jiang Lingxian's tearful confessions, found himself in a state of utter astonishment. He recalled how Jiang Lingxian had indeed been unaware of his impending emperor-level tribulation in their past life. He had been confident in his ability to overcome it, and thus had refrained from informing her, opting instead to enter the forbidden area and face the tribulation alone. In fact, he had successfully passed through the emperor tribulation, preparing for his departure when unexpectedly, he encountered a multitude of fateful adversaries lying in wait, determined to ambush him. From their perspective, it might have felt akin to a team of heroes confronting a formidable final boss. Though those adversaries had ultimately been vanquished by his master, the pain of losing Jiang Lingxian in his past life was insufferable. Disciple, in my past life, master could never find you again, no matter how hard I searched. Jiang Lingxian's melodious voice was now heavy with grief, tinged with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After sharing her thoughts, she held Wang Chen for quite some time, her soft breaths slightly labored and disordered. Yet, as she embraced him, memories of Wang Chen's earlier words gnawed at her heart, filling her with dread. She was terrified of losing Wang Chen once more, of him being taken away by someone else. She desperately wished to keep him by her side, never letting him go. But Jiang Lingxian constantly admonished herself, knowing such possessive behavior was deeply selfish, likely to frighten him away and produce the opposite effect. Regardless of past or present, she could only express her buried emotions while he slept, for she held a profound concern regarding the taboo of their master-disciple relationship. The root of her anxiety stemmed from a childhood filled with a lack of love. The trauma of her parents, who had once wished to devour her, instilled within her a fear of those closest to her. Jiang Lingxian feared that by breaking the master-disciple bond and transforming Wang Chen into her partner, she would lose the already fragile sense of security she held. The master-disciple dynamic allowed her a semblance of safety, ensuring he wouldn't abandon her. For over a millennium, this relationship had persisted, until Wang Chen's untimely demise prompted her to unleash her wrath upon the world, ultimately leading to her own tragic end. Tell me, if at this moment you were to open your eyes and admit that you too have been reborn, how would she react? Just as Wang Chen was engulfed in confusion, the system's astonished voice broke through his thoughts. Based on my comprehensive understanding of her, both physically and psychologically, she would likely be overjoyed. She might be incredibly relieved that I have also been reborn or panic, believing it to be an illusion. Yet inevitably, our relationship would gradually revert to the normal master-disciple dynamic of our past life. She would continue to refuse to cross boundaries under the guise of being a master, rendering your mission perpetually unattainable. Her childhood experiences with her parents have undoubtedly shaped her fears. It is not merely the breaking of our relationship she dreads. Rather, she is terrified that once I become her partner and obtain her all, I might betray her one day. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian all too well, his heart heavy with melancholy. Without hesitation, he responded to the system. He believed there was no one in the world who knew her better than he, who had remained by her side for a millennium. In his past life, he had yearned to transcend the master-disciple relationship, and in this life, he had no desire to repeat the same path. From the 100th year of his apprenticeship under Jiang Lingxian, his feelings for her had blossomed into deep affection. He pursued her for nearly 9 centuries, remaining unmarried and uninterested in any other woman. Yet, in the end, he was met with nothing but her cold rejections. Maintaining the distance that had become a painful norm, Wang Chen was inexplicably filled with melancholy. Enveloped by the delicate fragrance of the person in his arms and the soft murmur of their voice, his thoughts swirling in disarray. Chapter 9. The Nightmarish Dream of Jiang Lingxian Disciple. Do not leave your master. Do not depart. Do not. Jiang Lingxian seemed to cry herself into exhaustion, instinctively nestling her face into the warm neck of Wang Chen and drifting into slumber. Once Wang Chen sensed the stillness beside him, he cautiously opened his eyes and stole a glance, confirming that she had indeed fallen asleep. He swiftly opened his deep and expressive eyes, fixating his gaze upon Jiang Lingxian. As he felt the gentle yet pervasive chill of her spiritual energy enveloping him, he unleashed the chaotic flames within. It truly could dissolve. It appeared that Jiang Lingxian, fearing she might harm him, refrained from allowing too much of her icy energy to penetrate his being. With his body gradually regaining sensation and control, Wang Chen felt a tinge of joy as he fervently melted away the cold energy within. Finally, when he had completely restored his control, he turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage, his heart inexplicably stirred and exhilarated. For the first time across 2 lifetimes, he beheld Jiang Lingxian from such close proximity. Within arm's reach, he felt her nestled against his neck, their positions conveying an intimate embrace. Unable to resist, Wang Chen extended his hand, gently caressing her smooth, beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian appeared to be genuinely fatigued from her tears, or perhaps her heart was still wounded from the day's events. Now, Resting in the warmth of Wang Chen's embrace, she slept soundly, unresponsive. Noticing her stillness, Wang Chen gently wrapped his arm around her delicate form, pulling her closer. He then leaned down slightly, pressing his lips softly against her fair brow. Master, in this life, I no longer wish to be your disciple. After all, I vowed before my demise in the last life that if I were to be reborn, I would relentlessly spur you on. Wang Chen's voice, tinged with a magnetic gentleness, whispered these words in Jiang Lingxian's ear. He then reclined back, returning to their original position. That night, the seldom sleeping Jiang Lingxian once again found herself in a dream. In a pitch-black void, the Wang Chen from her past suddenly appeared before her, holding her tightly. He even kissed her forehead in the dream, yet she found herself unable to move, merely gazing wide-eyed. As his form began to dissipate, he imparted 2 phrases to her. Master, I no longer wish to be your disciple. After all, I vowed before my demise that if I were reborn, I would relentlessly spur you on. At the moment Jiang Lingxian heard Wang Chen's first statement in her dream, her immediate reaction was to think of their master-disciple relationship and the shadows lurking deep within her heart. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse him as she had in her previous life. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's second statement, her heart twisted in pain as she suddenly realized this was but a dream. As she became aware of this, Wang Chen's figure rapidly faded, her consciousness flowing back as the dream began to collapse. No, don't. Please don't. Just before dawn, Jiang Lingxian abruptly awakened in Wang Chen's embrace. Tears lingering in her eyes, her heart racing with confusion. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? Wang Chen, startled awake by Jiang Lingxian's sudden movements, managed to restrain himself from reacting too violently. Do not leave your master. No, do not. In that first moment of waking, upon seeing Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's panicked emotions eased slightly. Yet, she clung tightly to him, repeatedly murmuring as if she wished never to part from him. Only when she caught sight of the morning light outside did she reluctantly release her hold, though she remained in his embrace for a while longer. Within Wang Chen's perception, he felt her rise gently, beginning to erase the remnants of their shared moment. Creak. At last, when Jiang Lingxian departed, the door opened and closed with a final protest. After a moment, Wang Chen could no longer contain himself and sat up on the bed, struggling to regain his composure. He still had no intention of revealing to Jiang Lingxian that he too had been reborn, contemplating whether to disclose this once they became companions in the future. He was determined. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood Jiang Lingxian thoroughly. He had even inadvertently glimpsed her true form, one of the 4 most formidable divine beasts. He recalled the last life when, in his quest to understand her fully, he had been discovered and subsequently punished, hanging upside down from the dragon tree and receiving nearly 5,000 lashes. That had been the harshest punishment Jiang Lingxian had ever administered. The willow whip sparking as it struck, nearly sending him to meet Yama. Yet, Wang Chen felt no regret. That single glance had made him feel alive once more in his previous life. Thus, if in this life she continued to refuse him, he pondered whether he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. Since Jiang Lingxian was also reborn, it implied that she would be easier to pursue. How delightful. Ding ding ding. Host, while perusing my past memories, I suddenly recalled something. It appears that today, a fortuitous encounter awaits under a tree, claimed by another child of destiny. Quick, let us seize that opportunity before it slips away. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Time is of the essence. Let us go. Wang Chen hurriedly threw off the covers, donned the shoes Jiang Lingxian had given him the previous day, and dashed out. There were too many children of destiny in the cultivation world, and countless opportunities to be seized. Wang Chen could not possibly remember every location. Thus, the system's ability to access memories was crucial for treasure hunting. Once he acquired a treasure hunting pet, coupled with the system's guidance, it would surely become easier to seize those opportunities. Now, while Jiang Lingxian had yet to arrive to lead him to the military tomb, he had a precious window of time to dig, without a source point to activate positioning. I can only provide you with a rough location. It seems to be a peach blossom grove. A peach blossom grove? As Wang Chen stepped outside, he suddenly heard the system's voice, and an image began to materialize in his mind. The Taishu peach blossom forest of the Taishu immortal sect. It was a place he frequently visited in his past life. He was intimately familiar with it. In his previous life, after gifting Jiang Lingxian a blooming peach blossom, he noticed her fondness for the delicate pink flowers. Consequently, he often returned to gather them, hoping to win her favor. Wang Chen's mind began to instinctively plot a route. his peak strength in the spirit-building realm allowing him to move with remarkable swiftness. Ignoring the curious gazes of the surrounding disciples, he raced towards the grove filled with blossoming peach trees. However, he knew that by now, his name had surely spread throughout the Taishu immortal sect. In his past life, the revelation of the 9-yang divine body had not reached the public, but as Jiang Lingxian's disciple, rumors had circulated. Now, he was not only the 9-yang divine body, but also openly recognized as Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Chapter 10. The Child of Wasted Fortune. Not long after his rapid advance, Wang Chen executed a sudden halt, his heels digging into the earth, carving a trench through the mud adorned with blooming peach blossoms. At last, before him lay a breathtaking expanse of peach trees in full bloom, a scene of utmost beauty. This enchanting peach grove, cultivated with care by the grand sect, flourished year-round. Scattered among the trees were a few female disciples engaged in the delicate art of peach blossom harvesting, preparing to brew peach blossom wine, along with several male disciples who had come for a leisurely respite. Among them, one man appeared to be searching for something. Yi Qing. Wang Chen recognized him instantly, a surge of murderous intent flaring in his eyes, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The disciples within the grove, attuned to the fluctuations of aura, felt a jolt of alarm and turned their gazes toward Wang Chen. Yi Qing did the same. However, to them, Wang Chen seemed to have shifted his focus, delicately plucking a particularly exquisite blossom. Once the disciples returned their scrutiny to their own affairs, Wang Chen's gaze drifted back toward Yi Qing, who was intently determining the position of the peach trees. At last, Yi Qing appeared to have pinpointed a suitable target, a smile breaking across his face as he swiftly crouched down to begin digging. How audacious! In broad daylight, he dared to uproot an entire peach tree. Alarmed, Wang Chen sprang forth, pointing at Yi Qing and shouting as if he were apprehending a thief. Startled, Yi Qing withdrew his hand, casting a cold glare at Wang Chen. Wang Chen had forgotten the exact moment in his past life when Yi Qing had become his adversary, yet the reasons for their enmity seemed twofold. Firstly, it appeared Yi Qing harbored jealousy over Wang Chen being the disciple of the illustrious Jiang Ling, believing Wang Chen unworthy of being the apprentice to the esteemed saintess. Secondly, upon attaining a modicum of power, Wang Chen had chosen to suppress all those who coveted his stunning master, with Yi Qing being one among them. In his previous life, Wang Chen had been akin to a formidable villain, having beaten Yi Qing to the point where he could scarcely lift his head. During the battle that ultimately led to Wang Chen's ambush, Yi Qing had been the one brandishing a sword, hypocritically challenging him. Wang Chen could recall the faces of thousands of fortunate children with clarity, for in this life, they all must perish. I did not. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, hurriedly explaining to the surrounding disciples, eager to dispel the accusation against him. But what is that in your hand? Wang Chen retorted, pointing at the small shovel in Yi Qing's grasp, his expression one of condescension. You, a mere furnace body, are nothing but a plaything for women. Why should your actions concern me? Yi Qing, seemingly unable to tolerate the insult, glared at Wang Chen, mocking his physique. The scene mirrored that of their past life. Yet in the previous encounter, Yi Qing had pushed Wang Chen while hurling insults, ultimately leading to a confrontation. A furnace body is still a top-tier physique. Far superior to you, a worthless wretch who has made no progress in 3 years. Wang Chen shot back, a smirk of derision on his lips as he casually inspected the ring adorning Yi Qing's finger. Damn it, I will snatch it from you and tear it to shreds. You'll seek death. Yi Qing could not ABI Chapter 11. The troubled Chun and her anger. At this moment, Wang Chen felt as though he had been transported back to a prior life, searching for the blooming peach blossoms high in the branches, gently plucking them once more for the one he cherished. Wang Chen meticulously gathered the peach blossoms and began to sprint back, disregarding the petals that fell upon his head. However, before he could return indoors, he caught sight of Jiang Lingxian, her exquisite face cold and resolute as she strode quickly out. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's enchanting visage bore no resemblance to the tender and pitiful expression she had worn the previous night. Instead, she radiated the icy demeanor reminiscent of the ice-hearted empress from Wang Chen's former life, captivating yet frigid. The contrast between Jiang Lingxian during the day and the depth of night was strikingly stark. Upon glimpsing her distant, ethereal figure, Wang Chen quickened his pace, hastily approaching her with his hands behind his back. "Fairy sister, I was just about to seek you out," he exclaimed playfully, the few petals of peach blossoms atop his head dancing as he flashed a charming smile, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Jiang Lingxian, whose previously anxious steps had finally halted at the sight of Wang Chen, felt her heart, long held in suspense, finally ease with a sigh of relief. She had been intending to request the presence of each elder within the sect, but unexpectedly, Wang Chen had appeared on his own. Yet, her gaze toward him grew increasingly frigid, causing even Wang Chen to feel a chill from her penetrating stare. "Where did you go just now?" Jiang Lingxuan's voice was icy, laced with an unmistakable hint of discontent. It was evident that she was indeed upset, and perhaps even more so than he had anticipated. Wang Chen's heart raced, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he beheld her chillingly beautiful countenance. I, he stammered, hastily adopting a fearful expression, his hands gripping the peach blossoms tightly behind his back. "What are you hiding behind you?" Jiang Lingxian noticed his demeanor, her delicate brows knitting together as her voice turned even colder, echoing with a subtle note of urgency. I. Wang Chen silently crushed the blossoms in his hands, lowering his gaze and unable to muster the courage to speak. At that moment, he embodied the very essence of a green tea, fragrant and intoxicating, yet fraught with anxiety. "I will only say this once. Reveal it," she commanded, an unsettling sense of dread rising within her, particularly afraid that Wang Chen held bribes from the female elders attempting to sway him. She had also noticed the scattered petals on his head. Yet, how could he possibly have found his way to the peach grove alone? It was likely someone had guided him there. Wang Chen trembled slightly, no longer feigning his fear. This was an instinctual response ingrained from his past life. Presenting an innocent expression, he finally extended his hands, still tightly clutching the blossoms, unwilling to release them. "Open your hands." Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore into him, her aura as a sacred soul realm cultivator inadvertently emanating a powerful presence. Even the ground beneath them began to freeze, sending a shiver down Wang Chen's spine. As Jiang Lingxian's energy threatened to spiral out of control, Wang Chen reluctantly loosened his grip, revealing the blossoms in his palms. Jiang Lingxian paused, her breath catching upon seeing the delicate flowers, which, despite their inherent beauty, appeared disheveled and crumpled as though they had been scolded by their beloved. Stirring a tumult within her heart, memories of their past interactions flashed vividly in Jiang Lingxian's mind. "Master, do you think this peach blossom is beautiful? I present it to you." The first memory unfolded with her seated in a pristine, cold chamber, engrossed in ancient texts, when suddenly, Wang Chen stealthily entered, presenting her with a peach blossom while grinning mischievously. "Master, you adore peach blossoms the most. Please don't be angry." A second scene emerged, revealing Jiang Lingxian beneath a towering dragon-shaped tree, her exquisite features set in silence, seemingly vexed by Wang Chen, who cautiously offered her a handful of blossoms to alleviate her displeasure. "Master, I truly admire you. What if we sever our master-disciple ties and become companions instead?" The final memory depicted Wang Chen adorning an entire room with blooming peach blossoms, playfully confessing his feelings amidst a cascade of petals. As these recollections flooded her mind, reality snapped back as Wang Chen's timid voice broke the silence. "I was familiarizing myself with the sect's layout and stumbled upon a grove of peach blossoms. I thought to gather the loveliest ones for you, fairy sister. I didn't anticipate your anger, and I apologize." After his stuttering apology, Wang Chen averted his gaze, unable to meet Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes. The silence between them lingered for a tense 10 seconds before she finally stirred. Jiang Lingxian did not accept the frail blossoms that resembled her own heart, slightly crushed in his hands. Instead, she forced her trembling hands beneath her white sleeves to remain steady, her voice returning coldly. "I will now take you to the armory." Her tone bore an almost imperceptible tremor, and with that, she swiftly moved forward. "Host, your poise is remarkable. Every movement seems meticulously choreographed. I truly adore it." "Shut up," Wang Chen muttered in response to the voice in his mind, then silently followed Jiang Lingxian's lead. Their journey was steeped in silence, an eerie semblance of normalcy cloaked in an undercurrent of strangeness. Wang Chen clutched the slightly crumpled blossoms tightly, refusing to abandon them on the ground. For they represented his genuine feelings, and even if Jiang Lingxian rejected them, he could not bear to cast them aside. The Taisu immortal sect sprawled magnificently, with various branches lining the path like countless stars. Wang Chen's abode was a private sanctuary belonging to Jiang Lingxian, nestled deep within the sect. Now, she guided him through the throngs of disciples toward the armory. Along the way, Wang Chen felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Yet he had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. After all, in his previous life, standing beside the enchanting Jiang Lingxian, had drawn countless eyes upon him. Before long, they arrived at the bustling entrance of the armory, a cavernous edifice nestled within the mountain range of Taisu. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding, leading into the shadowy depths within. Chapter 12. The discrepancy between words and heart at the moment when Jiang Lingshan and Wang Chen arrived. The gaze of the hundreds of disciples from both the inner and outer sects of Tai Su converged upon them. Is this truly the disciple of the saintess? The one who awakened the 9-yang divine body yesterday? It seems so. A cacophony of mixed voices erupted, merging into an indistinguishable din. Jiang Lingshan paid no heed to the discussions among the Tai Su disciples. Instead, she deliberately slowed her pace for Wang Chen to catch up. As Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingshan, who was now walking alongside him, he felt an inexplicable warmth within. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed her sleeve subtly inching closer to him, as if to convey, if you feel as anxious as yesterday, just hold on. Regardless of her intentions, Wang Chen extended his hand and gently tugged at the white sleeve of her gown. Jiang Lingshan, visibly startled for a moment, cast a fleeting glance at him from her cold, piercing eyes. Wang Chen, noticing this, cautiously met her gaze and then glanced at the crowd observing them. Jiang Lingshan's profound eyes flickered slightly, yet she uttered no words, allowing Wang Chen to hold onto her sleeve. Oh, the reincarnated Jiang Lingshan is far more gentle than the one I met in my past life. Wang Chen mused cheerfully, the faint fragrance emanating from her enveloping him, soothing his spirit. Saintess, might you relinquish him to me? I am in dire need of such a disciple. Rest assured, I am willing to offer you 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and a breaking respect pill, and I promise to treat him as my own. Just as Jiang Lingshan was about to lead Wang Chen toward the entrance of the armory, a figure clad in purple, an inner sect elder, suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Lingshan's heart quivered slightly, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Leave, she commanded, her tone icy and authoritative, directed at the elder blocking their path. In Wang Chen's memory, Jiang Lingshan's current realm should be between the 1st and 6th layers of the Saint Soul realm, while the elders of the inner sect ranged from the 1st layer of the Saint Soul realm to the 6th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Above the 6th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign realm lies the 7th layer, belonging to the sect leader, and beyond that, the 2 ancestral elders at the 9th layer. Yet, in this moment, Jiang Lingshan showed no fear, her icy gaze unwaveringly fixed on the elder. The elder's expression darkened at her words, but she dared not utter a sound, turning away instead. This was due to Jiang Lingshan's master being one of the 2 ancestral elders at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. The scene of Jiang Lingshan fiercely protecting Wang Chen did not go unnoticed by the other eager elders. They were compelled to stifle their impulses, planning to later jointly petition the Tai Su sect leader for Wang Chen. After all, who would not desire a disciple with the 9-yang divine body? Even the male elders yearned to take him as their apprentice. After repelling the inner sect elder, Jiang Lingshan's cold gaze inadvertently flitted toward Wang Chen, causing him to feel somewhat guilty, as this was his attempt to create a sense of urgency for her. However, it seemed to have succeeded splendidly with the reincarnated Jiang Lingshan. When they reached the entrance of the armory, they both instinctively halted and looked at each other. Just as Wang Chen expected Jiang Lingshan to allow him entry as she had in his previous life, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. I will enter with you. I need to retrieve something from within the armory. You're going to get an egg, Wang Chen thought, recalling how he had clashed with Qin Yefan in the armory, resulting in severe injuries. With a hint of skepticism, he gazed at Jiang Lingshan, feeling an urge to shy away. Yet she indeed seemed to fear that this disciple would end up being carried out of the armory as he had in his past life. Really? Does that mean I can spend the whole day with the saintess? Wang Chen exclaimed, displaying a somewhat naive and youthful demeanor as he raised his hand, joyfully clutching a peach blossom petal. Do not address me so, I have told you to call me master. Jiang Lingshan replied, slightly exasperated yet oddly anxious, longing to hear him call her master once more. Since we are going in, you may discard these peach blossoms. Just hand them to me, and I will dispose of them later. Jiang Lingshan suddenly noticed the peach blossoms clutched in Wang Chen's palm, extending her hand with a cool, natural grace. Are you really going to throw them away? Well, since the petals are a bit tattered, it would be reasonable to discard them. Wang Chen reluctantly opened his palm, a look of disappointment evident in his expression as he released the blossoms into Jiang Lingshan's delicate hands. Seeing this, Jiang Lingshan's lips moved slightly, yet she ultimately said nothing, choosing to remain silent. Once Wang Chen had placed all the blossoms into her pale hand, Jiang Lingshan quietly withdrew her palm, unbeknownst to anyone. The moment Jiang Lingshan clasped the blossoms and retracted her hand, they vanished. Let us proceed. Once inside the armory, select a weapon that best suits you. Jiang Lingshan instructed after retracting her hand, leading Wang Chen into the dimly lit armory. The surrounding disciples, upon entering the armory, instinctively parted to create a path, respectfully addressing Jiang Lingshan as the saintess. She paid them no mind, guiding Wang Chen, who held onto her sleeve, into the somewhat shadowy depths of the armory. As they entered the mountain body of Tai Su's rear, the environment gradually darkened and the crowd thinned. Ahead lay a pitch-black tunnel, the number of people dwindling significantly, and visibility reduced to nothingness. At that moment, Wang Chen, possessing the cultivation of the spirit-building realm, would normally have no trouble seeing clearly in such darkness. Yet, within the tunnel, he accidentally tripped over his own feet and stumbled forward towards Jiang Lingshan. Hey, Wang Chen exclaimed as he fell towards her, hastily releasing her sleeve and reaching for her delicate right hand. Jiang Lingshan, caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden action, instinctively reached out to steady him in the dark. Their hands met perfectly. Wang Chen's left hand firmly grasped Jiang Lingshan's right hand, the sensation soft and cool, remarkably pleasant, due to her 9-in cold divine body. Jiang Lingshan was often sensitive to temperature, and now, being held by Wang Chen's warm and substantial hand, she felt distinctly out of her element. After steadying Wang Chen, she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Wang Chen was not inclined to relinquish her grasp, intertwining their fingers tightly. He was no longer the naive disciple who blindly obeyed Jiang Lingshan in his past life. In this moment, she could sense his flustered and helpless grip on her hand amidst the darkness. Chapter 13. The best assist of the match. The elder of the inner sect. Let go. Jiang Lingshan's heart fluttered, her hand tightly grasped by a warm palm. However, in the dark tunnel, she still managed to utter a soft protest. Even in her past life, she had seldom experienced such a firm grip from Wang Chen, leaving her feeling quite unaccustomed. Wang Chen, noticing her discomfort, resolved to help her adjust to this new reality. Sister Fairy, I fear the dark. Wang Chen recalled how, before reaching the spirit-building stage in his previous life, darkness had appeared as an indistinct, murky void. To enhance the authenticity of their act, he feigned panic in the darkness, clutching Jiang Lingshan closely. Fortunately, he had previously masked his aura to resemble that of a 9th-layer body refinement, so Jiang Lingshan would likely remain oblivious. I am your master. You must release my hand. I shall lead you onward. Jiang Lingshan paused at his words, biting her lip. After a moment's hesitation, she instinctively attempted to retract her hand. With her cultivation level, she could see clearly in the dark, yet she was still unaccustomed to holding Wang Chen's hand. System, you see. I did not admit to being reborn, correct? Even now, she still addresses me as her master. Upon hearing the host's words, I nodded vigorously, exclaiming, absolutely correct. Wang Chen's expression was one of feigned panic, but internally, he felt a bitter taste. Yet, what did it matter? In this life, he was determined to be the rebellious disciple. Sister Fairy, I truly fear the dark. With my current cultivation, I can only see vague outlines. Wang Chen remembered how he had indeed been afraid of the dark in his past life, and Jiang Lingshan was aware of this, prompting her to persist. I understand your fear, but you must let go. I will use my spiritual power to guide you. All right, fine. Realizing Jiang Lingshan was resolute, Wang Chen reluctantly began to release his grip in the darkness. Little brother, since you won't, allow me to take your hand. I am not so desperate for hers. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the strongest assist emerged from the dark tunnel, a female elder from the inner sect, extending her hand. In an instant, Wang Chen's hand, which he had intended to retract, was suddenly gripped tightly once more. He was startled by Jiang Lingshan's unexpected response, her grasp causing him pain, nearly prompting a cry of discomfort. Release him. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingshan glared at the smiling elder, resembling a fierce cat protecting its territory. Oh, yet your actions suggest you are unwilling to fulfill even his modest request. Besides, has he not always called you Sister Fairy? When did he become your disciple? The elder had originally accompanied her direct disciple to select weapons, but she had not anticipated witnessing this scene. This was a prime opportunity for her to exploit. With the 9-yang divine body, she could undoubtedly break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Lingshan locked eyes with the elder's violet orbs, feeling suffocated by her words. For in this life, it seemed that the elder's statement struck a chord within her. Yet Jiang Lingxian forced herself to maintain composure, her icy gaze fixed on the elder. A chilling aura saturating the dark tunnel. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the escalating tension, hastily retreated, with some fleeing towards the weapon tomb in a panic. Within moments, only Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and the elder remained in the dark tunnel. Little brother, why not come with me? If you pledge yourself to my tutelage, I will not only provide you with the finest cultivation resources, but I can also entertain your more extravagant requests. The elder's violet eyes glimmered with a seductive allure as she gazed at Wang Chen, her voice laced with temptation. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her heart race. Her grip on Wang Chen tightening as she trembled slightly. She clutched his hand as if fearing he might be whisked away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Chen finally succumbed to the pain, exclaiming in distress. It was clear that Jiang Lingxian, now at the Saint Soul realm, was gripping far too tightly. Sensing her loss of composure, Jiang Lingxian quickly eased her grip, yet she did not release Wang Chen's hand. Instead, she held on firmly as they moved toward the weapon tomb's end. However, Wang Chen could distinctly feel Jiang Lingxian's trembling hand, betraying her fear that he might acquiesce to the elder's proposition. Little brother, I look forward to our next meeting. Do remember to consider my offer. The elder did not pursue them further, but called out with a playful tone, her voice echoing behind them. As Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen away, he did not dare to glance back, for he noticed that with every step she took, a thin layer of ice formed beneath her feet, indicating her near loss of control. She was so intent on forcibly dragging him away that she disregarded any response he might have for the elder. Wang Chen remained silent, simply intertwining his fingers with Jiang Lingxian's, following her towards the weapon tomb. As she felt the reassuring warmth of his hand, her almost uncontrollable emotions gradually began to settle. Emerging from the dark tunnel, they were finally greeted by light, revealing an array of magnificent weapons before them. Various peculiar and extraordinary weapons adorned the walls, seemingly awaiting their rightful owners. The weapon tomb's interior was vast, at least several times larger than a standard soccer field, brimming with weapons to the point of overwhelming the senses. Sister Fairy, are you angry? Wang Chen inquired cautiously, his eyes innocent and unassuming. No, Jiang Lingxian's emotions rarely manifested on her face, yet Wang Chen had come to understand her well over time. He was certain that she was indeed upset. Really? Yet, Jiang Lingxian's response contradicted her actions. Her grip on Wang Chen's hand remained tense, her stubbornness evident. Oh, do you think I should agree to her? Wang Chen lowered his head, tentatively voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's expression momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes narrowing as they fixed on Wang Chen. In that instant, he perceived her slight tremor, as if she could no longer bear the tension. Wait here, I will fetch something and return to find you. Do not wander off. Jiang Lingxian maintained her composure, speaking in a cold tone, suppressing any signs of her earlier distress. Without waiting for Wang Chen to respond, she released her tight grip and turned back towards the dark tunnel. Hey, Sister Fairy, isn't what you need inside the weapon tomb? Wang Chen called out in confusion as he watched her retreat into the darkness once more. Chapter 14. Entering the secret room of the small soldier's tomb to defeat the child of destiny yet, Jiang Lingxian, adorned in her exquisite white dress, did not respond to him and gradually vanished into the dark passage. Indeed, she must be seeking trouble with that inner sect elder. By the way, host, Jiang Lingxian is no longer at the Sacred Soul realm but has ascended to the Celestial Sovereign realm. However, it appears she has been concealing her cultivation level, as the fluctuations she exhibited were only that of the Sacred Soul realm. Had she not been utterly enraged just now, revealing a trace of Celestial Sovereign aura, I would not have sensed it at all. Wang Chen. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen stood there, gazing blankly at Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, lost in thought. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian's rebirth occurred many years before his own. Otherwise, she could not have cultivated to the Celestial Sovereign realm so swiftly at this moment. Her rapid advancement must surely be attributed to her past life as cultivation experience. So, it is possible Jiang Lingxian has been waiting on that mountain you traversed for countless years? Never mind. Let us seize Qin Yefan's opportunity first. Pondering further is futile. Wang Chen shook off his chaotic thoughts, but as he made his way to Qin Yefan's location, he remained somewhat distracted. As for Jiang Lingxian's warning not to wander, Wang Chen had long since forgotten it. After all, if he did not leave this place, how could he confront that foolish Qin Yefan and seize his fortune? Guided by his somewhat hazy memories and the system's indications, Wang Chen soon arrived at the entrance of a secluded small soldier's tomb within the Grand Mountain Tomb. The Great Void Tomb is divided into a large public section and numerous private small soldiers' tombs. The weapons in the public section are mostly chaotic and unrefined, while those within the private small tombs, though fewer in variety, boast exceptional quality. Surveying the various entrances of the private small soldiers' tombs bustling with disciples, Wang Chen smirked. He finally stepped toward the small soldier's tomb indicated by the system in his mind. After traversing a 3-meter-long, dark passage suitable for only a single person, Wang Chen's vision soon broadened. He beheld 6 individuals within the small soldier's tomb, engrossed in selecting weapons. The weapons here possessed a degree of sentience, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to extricate them from the walls. This explains why most disciples of the Great Void choose the miscellaneous weapons from the public tombs. Upon entering, Wang Chen caught sight of Qin Yefan nearby, grasping the hilt of a sword and slowly pulling it from the wall. Observing this scene, Wang Chen realized he had arrived slightly earlier in this life. He recalled that in his previous life, he had entered this small soldier's tomb just as Qin Yefan and the others were preparing to depart. The opportunity from that life had clearly been seized, whereas in this life, Qin Yefan seemed to be in the midst of obtaining it. Wang Chen's sudden arrival naturally attracted the attention of all 6 individuals in the small soldier's tomb, including Qin Yefan. At this moment, Qin Yefan appeared to have just awakened a certain supreme physique and had become a disciple of a female elder in the inner sect. While feigning to select weapons from the wall, Wang Chen contemplated the current state of Qin Yefan's fortune. Just then, he inadvertently grasped the hilt of a spear embedded in the wall, causing it to tremble slightly. An unexpected gain, haha. Wang Chen felt the spear loosening within the wall and yanked it out with force. System, what is the grade of this spear? Ding. Yellow grade exquisite, silver spear. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's attention was immediately captivated by the silver spear in his hand, momentarily forgetting about Qin Yefan. Fellow cultivator, this spear seems fated to be mine. Might you bestow it upon me? Wang Chen's concentration was interrupted by the voice of an approaching individual. Raising his head, he frowned upon realizing that it was not Qin Yefan but a foolish youth. Disappointment washed over him. After all, the moment the other party uttered the mocking phrase fellow cultivator, Wang Chen felt an urge to retaliate. Step aside. Can't you pull it out yourself? Or perhaps you have nothing to draw from? Wang Chen displayed an expression of displeasure, storing the silver spear in his spatial storage and mocking the young man. The young man's face darkened. He had clearly grasped the implications behind Wang Chen's words. In an instant, aside from Qin Yefan, who was struggling to extract the sword, the remaining 4 individuals regarded the exchange with keen interest. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire small soldier's tomb trembled, and all eyes turned toward Qin Yefan, who was now holding a broken sword radiating a faint golden light, his expression one of sheer delight. Not only was Qin Yefan elated, but Wang Chen also felt a surge of joy, for after a moment of jubilation, Qin Yefan began to stride toward Wang Chen, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. Here he comes. He is finally approaching. As long as he provokes me, I can seize the opportunity to take from him. Wang Chen's heart swelled with anticipation. With his millennia of combat experience from his previous life, he could undoubtedly engage in battles beyond his rank within the spirit-building realm. Move aside. Why bother reasoning with someone who can only be a plaything? Qin Yefan pushed aside the young man standing in front of Wang Chen, proudly brandishing the faint golden broken sword. Yesterday, you glared at me on the awakening platform. Now, you shall give me the silver spear, and we can consider this matter settled. Alternatively, you could help me connect with your master, and we could bury the hatchet, possibly even become good brothers. As Qin Yefan spoke, a playful smile graced his lips, and he brandished the broken sword in a flourish, attempting to appear impressive. However, Wang Chen could not contain himself any longer. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as the silver spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. Die! Wang Chen wasted no words, leaping into action, raising the spear high above his head, and bringing it down with the force of creation itself toward Qin Yefan's head. With a lethal strike, he held nothing back. Qin Yefan's eyes widened in terror as he hastily unleashed his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm, raising the broken sword to defend himself. Bang! The silver spear struck the broken sword with tremendous force, causing sparks to fly and driving Qin Yefan's feet into the ground. Earth technique. Iron Mountain crash. Wang Chen suddenly relinquished the spear, swiftly assuming a stance and crashing his body into Qin Yefan's chest. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Qin Yefan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, a piercing pain radiating from his chest. In an instant, the broken sword slipped from his grasp, and he was propelled backward, crashing into the wall. Bang! The Child of Destiny lived up to his title. Amidst the wall's myriad weapons, he somehow collided with an empty area. Yet, that was enough to incapacitate him. Within the horrified eyes of the other onlookers in the small soldier's tomb, the wall bore the marks of the impact. The entire sequence of attacks transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving no room for Qin Yefan to react. Wang Chen picked up the golden broken sword and the silver spear, but his gaze remained warily fixed on Qin Yefan. He knew that within Qin Yefan lay a terrifying remnant of a demonic sovereign, which had once guided him in the early stages. Yet, the outcome of the remnant's parasitism upon the Child of Destiny would ultimately lead to its failure, culminating in its own consumption. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Yefan's expression grew increasingly deranged. Kill him! Kill him! Let me take control of this body. I will help you slay him. Qin Yefan gazed at Wang Chen, the unprincipled assailant, his eyes gleaming with the murderous intent instigated by the remnant of the demonic sovereign within him. Kill him for me. Qin Yefan clutched his chest, seething with rage, and let out a furious shout, though it was unclear to whom he was addressing. After his outburst, Qin Yefan appeared to transform entirely, his expression becoming frigid, emanating an enigmatic aura that was both subtle and unsettling. Chapter 15. The Invincible Backstrike. The remaining 5 individuals in the small soldier tomb were utterly terrified and had retreated into a corner upon witnessing the unfolding scene. They contemplated fleeing, but fate had conspired against them. Wang Chen's figure was perfectly positioned at the entrance of the cave, blocking their escape. Quickly, come help me. He's gone mad. If we don't act now, we'll all be slaughtered. Wang Chen shouted at the 5 huddled in the corner, hoping to conserve energy for the imminent confrontation. But how can we fight? Our master is outside, and I am the only one here at the 2nd level of spirit building. He is at the 3rd level. The youth who had previously glared at Wang Chen was now trembling in fear, clinging to the others. Wang Chen observed the remnant soul of the demon lord, which had possessed Qin Yefan, gripping a long sword with fierce intent. Without regard for the sword's will, it forcefully drew it from the wall, performing a flourish. Would you prefer to let him strike first, or shall we take the initiative and subdue him together? Wang Chen exclaimed, attempting to rally them once more as he moved toward their position. The 5, exchanging alarmed glances, ultimately steeled themselves, closed their eyes, and drew their weapons. Let us work together to capture him, declared the young man wielding a large blade, his voice ringing with determination as he pointed at Qin Yefan. A smile of silent paternal pride spread across Wang Chen's face as he witnessed the 5 charging towards Qin Yefan. He then sheathed his golden broken sword and silver spear, pivoted sharply, and dashed toward the cave's exit. The opportunity had presented itself, and the necessity of combat diminished. The prudent course was to escape. Hold your ground. I will fetch reinforcements. Wang Chen shouted as he sprinted into the dark tunnel, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, Wang Chen burst forth from the cave's entrance, leaving the 6, including the bewildered Qin Yefan, behind. You fool! He heard the angry shouts from within the small soldier tomb. The sounds of battle erupted behind him, followed by the crashing of objects against the walls. After flinging the 5 away, Qin Yefan charged toward the dark tunnel exit, his steps causing the ground to tremble. The 9 Suns' divine body. If I can absorb his soul, I will regain a 1/3 of my power. The demon lord's remnant soul was filled with avarice, almost lunging to embrace Wang Chen directly. At this moment, Wang Chen was no longer contending with the true Qin Yefan, but with the remnant soul of the long-dead demon lord. Listening to the approaching footsteps from within the tomb, Wang Chen swiftly concealed himself to the left of the entrance. He then retrieved his silver spear from his storage space. Breathing heavily as a wicked smile crept across his face, Wang Chen poised himself, charging energy into the spear, and anticipation bubbled within him at the thought of what he was about to do. The footsteps drew near, and with a grin, he sprang into action. Ha! Demon spawn! Take this, old one strike. Hiding to the left of the entrance, he raised the silver spear and struck down fiercely as Qin Yefan emerged. A resounding thwack echoed as the blow connected with Qin Yefan's head, producing a sharp sound of impact. To Wang Chen's astonishment, he had somehow withstood the blow. Dumbfounded, Wang Chen couldn't fathom how the possessed Qin Yefan had managed to endure such an assault. As Qin Yefan slowly turned his head, slightly bent from the force of the strike, a greedy glint filled his eyes. The 9 Suns' divine body. With that, Qin Yefan raised the high-grade yellow-tier sword he had drawn in the tomb and lunged at Wang Chen with ferocity. Get lost, perverse fiend. Wang Chen shuddered at the sight, blocking the attack with his spear and retreating rapidly while cursing under his breath. Wang Chen swiftly stowed the silver spear and began shouting for help to the disciples milling about. Help? Murder. There's a murder. He rushed towards the communal soldier tomb, tossing weapons from the walls behind him in a desperate attempt to hinder Qin Yefan's pursuit. As he flung weapons, he also frantically stuffed more into his storage space, knowing these were vital resources. Suddenly, the golden broken sword in his storage space began to resonate, vibrating with urgency. Let me out. I shall come to your aid. Wang Chen heard an ancient voice echo in his mind as he felt the oppressive killing intent drawing near. Without hesitation, he retrieved the golden broken sword. Clang! A resounding crash erupted behind him as the sword met an incoming strike. By the heavens! The invincible backstrike! Wang Chen was astonished as he held the golden broken sword behind him to deflect the incoming long sword. The possessed Qin Yefan was equally shocked, clearly unprepared for the counterattack. Abruptly, Wang Chen felt his right hand, guided by the golden sword, thrust backward with force. He hurriedly turned to follow the rhythm of the sword, executing unfamiliar sword techniques. Around them, a throng of disciples had gathered, watching the fierce battle unfold with bated breath. Hesitant to intervene for fear of being caught in the fray, they were not concerned about fatalities, believing the elders guarding the tomb would soon intervene. In the span of mere seconds, Wang Chen and Qin Yefan exchanged over 100 strikes. As the light emanating from the golden sword began to dim, Wang Chen sensed the guiding force lessening. Kid, you keep playing. I'm tired and need to rest. Suddenly, the guiding force vanished completely, disrupting Wang Chen's battle rhythm. Thud! What had once been an advantageous position quickly turned precarious, resulting in a sudden spray of blood. Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and the golden sword slipped from his grasp. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped the air, rapidly freezing the walls and floor. In an instant, Qin Yefan was lifted off the ground, his face flushed with rage as he dangled in the air. Sensing danger, the remnant soul of the demon lord hastily relinquished control, retreating back into Qin Yefan's consciousness. All the benefits were derived from the demon lord's essence, yet it was Qin Yefan who bore the consequences. Feeling the familiar chill, Wang Chen clutched his bleeding arm, finally able to relax his anxious heart. Damn it, this old sword is too ancient. It just conks out. Wang Chen, feeling the pain in his arm, bent down to retrieve the fallen sword, unable to suppress his irritation. As he stowed the dimming golden sword away, he glanced at his heavily wounded arm. His heart jolted as he noticed a dark mist seeping into the wound. Chapter 16. In the presence of others, despite his injuries. Wang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. You ghost. Always trying to sneak into my body, get lost. He could no longer care for his wounds. His left hand quickly ignited with chaotic flames as he struck his right arm fiercely. Bang! Crack! The chaotic black and white flames engulfed his right arm, instantly evaporating the dark energy that had intruded. However, the cost of this action was a fractured right arm and a deepening sword wound that extended from his shoulder to the back of his hand. Hiss! This young man is indeed terrifying. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock at Wang Chen's sudden self-inflicted brutality. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Lingxian appeared beside him, her pupils constricting upon witnessing his tragic state. Sister Fairy, it hurts. Wang Chen's previously irate expression transformed into one of pure agony upon her arrival. Due to excessive blood loss and the recent strike, his face had turned pale, devoid of color. Seeing his condition, Jiang Lingxian's composure faltered as she hurriedly retrieved various healing elixirs from her jade bottles. Quick, open your mouth. She poured several pills into her palm, her usually serene face now revealing a hint of urgency. Ah! Wang Chen, suppressing the pain from his arm, pitifully raised his head and opened his mouth. Without hesitation, Jiang Lingxian carefully fed him the elixirs. As he felt her cool palm on his lips, he instinctively nibbled on her delicate hand. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, taken aback by his gentle bite. Once she ensured the pills were ingested, she swiftly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back. As the pills melted in his mouth, their healing essence spread through his body. Wang Chen immediately felt warmth enveloping him, and the bleeding from his arm ceased as the medicinal power began to heal his wounds. Sensing that Wang Chen had stabilized, Jiang Lingxian positioned herself protectively behind him, her cold gaze fixed upon the airborne Qin Yefan. Her beautiful yet icy eyes instilled fear in those around her. Saintus, It seems he might be dead. A cautious voice from the crowd pointed toward Qin Yefan, who was suspended in midair by a chilling force. Jiang Lingxuan's eyes were calm as water, yet a violent surge of murderous intent brewed beneath her tranquil exterior. Touch Wang Chen. You shall die. Anger ignited within Jiang Lingxian as she glared at Qin Yefan, and the cold energy binding him erupted violently. Crack. Bang. Suddenly, a protective jade pendant around Qin Yefan's neck shattered, barely preserving his life. Nonetheless, under Jiang Lingxuan's wrath, his spine snapped in two. Whoosh. A gust of wind dispersed the chilling energy threatening to crush Qin Yefan. Saintess, he is my disciple. Why do you attack him? A woman in a red robe appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura, her enchanting features unmistakable. She was none other than Wang Chen's former master and one of Qin Yefan's harem members. Upon recognizing her, Jiang Lingxian's brows furrowed, realizing that Qin Yefan's life had been spared. I demand to see his right arm tomorrow. If I do not, I will personally end his life. Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze remained fixed on the red-robed woman, her voice icy and resolute. My disciple has already faced punishment. He nearly perished. Is the saintess truly unwilling to show him any mercy? You are unworthy. Jiang Lingxuan's expression remained calm as she regarded the red-robed woman and Qin Yefan, uttering 3 words with indifference. She then turned her back on the woman's darkening expression, her gaze filled with concern for Wang Chen. Wang Chen, who had been a mere spectator, feigned pain once more upon seeing Jiang Lingxian facing him. The onlooking disciples of Tai Su could barely contain their thoughts. Wang Chen had appeared composed and unscathed when alone, yet his expression turned pitifully pale upon Jiang Lingxian's arrival. What truly envious and resentful feelings arose among the disciples as they witnessed Jiang Lingxian's concern for Wang Chen's suffering. We must leave. Seeing Wang Chen's distress, Jiang Lingxian finally set aside her aloof demeanor, gently supporting his left arm. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a rift in the void suddenly tore open before them. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, quietly guiding Wang Chen as they stepped into the rift. Once their figures disappeared, the rift, torn apart by icy power, gradually closed. The red-robed woman, anxious for her disciple, swiftly cradled the injured Qin Yefan and vanished within the battlefield. The saintess has already mastered the art of rending the void, a formidable presence in the sacred soul realm, truly terrifying. The disciples within the battlefield began to discuss the recent events animatedly. Goodness, the disciple brought back by the saintess will surely stir unrest within the Tai Su sect. Indeed, deep within the Tai Su sect, in the chamber of the Tai Su saintess, a sudden fluctuation of space echoed as a rift violently tore open. Emerging from the void, Wang Chen leaned heavily against Jiang Lingxian, utterly exhausted. His eyes fluttered shut, fatigue overtaking him, not the kind that signified death, but genuine weariness. Sister Fairy, am I going to die? In his dazed state, Wang Chen began to mumble nonsensically, hoping to elicit a reaction from Jiang Lingxian. However, upon hearing the word die, her emotions visibly shifted, and she quickened her pace. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly carried him, swiftly exiting the rift and gently placing him onto a soft bed. Startled by her sudden embrace, Wang Chen's fatigue evaporated in an instant. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his right arm's garment being tugged at gently. Ah, it hurts. The long sleeves of his Tai Su robe had adhered to his wounded flesh, and as they were pulled away, the pain intensified. Hold on. I will tend to your wounds. Jiang Lingxuan's expression revealed an unusual fluster as she unleashed gentle icy spiritual energy upon his injury. Ah, cold, cold, cold. The dual sensations of pain and frost caused Wang Chen's face to flush, invigorating his spirit. Jiang Lingyan, why does your healing process still lack experience just like in my past life? Wang Chen's inner voice screamed in frustration, recalling how Jiang Lingxian had treated his injuries similarly in his previous existence. Haha, this is hilarious. Do you not feel a sense of returning to your past life, host? What are you talking about? Chapter 17, The Hesitant Lingxian, as a mere host, I shall assist you in recalling your past memories. Yet, you still scold me. You deserve the pain you feel. If I were to perish, you would surely be discontent. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the increasingly numbing pain in his right arm, as he furiously responded to the system within his mind. Fair is fair, after all. The insignificant host cannot die just yet, though it is indeed a bit painful. That detestable little demon system, always referring to me as insignificant. What a perverse creature you are. Go play elsewhere. Wang Chen chose to ignore the incessant barking of the system in his mind, casting a pale gaze at the tense and focused face of Jiang Lingxian beside him. The sight of Jiang Lingxin's familiar and captivating beauty brought him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious to Wang Chen's gaze, diligently administering medicine to treat his injuries. Your arm bones are completely shattered. I must align them with the medicinal properties. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it. Jiang Lingxian spoke in a cool voice before suddenly looking up, her beautiful eyes meeting Wang Chen's. Both were momentarily taken aback, their deep gazes locking onto one another, emotion swirling within their pupils. Wang Chen could even discern the lingering worry in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, a palpable fear that something might happen to him. As he continued to gaze, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It seemed Jiang Lingxian perceived him as the person he was in his past life. I shall do my utmost to endure. Wang Chen could not help but shy away from her gaze, tightly shutting his eyes and turning his head, gently responding with a slight movement of his right arm. However, Jiang Lingxian seemed to remain unaware, her gaze still fixed on the side of Wang Chen's turned face. In that moment, she felt as though she had seen the familiar disciple from her past life in their shared gaze. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian involuntarily uttered the word, her heart yearning for Wang Chen to respond as he once did in their former existence. Yet, Wang Chen dared not reply, continuing to keep his eyes shut, pretending not to see or hear. Sister Fairy, it hurts so much. Please hurry. Despite his reluctance, Wang Chen called out, his numb and painful right hand feigning a weak fist clench. After his words, silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. All right. Jiang Lingxian's glimmer of hope dimmed once more as she lowered her lovely face. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his entire right arm growing colder, as if all sensation had been stripped away. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the sensation of shattered bones within his arm moving and reattaching piece by piece. It felt akin to undergoing surgery, a peculiar mix of pain and numbness. The sound of bones shifting within flesh echoed softly as Jiang Lingxian's hands became stained with blood, diligently reattaching the bones. During this process, Wang Chen, lost in a haze of pain and numbness, unknowingly drifted into slumber. A night passed. When Wang Chen awoke once more, he shifted slightly and immediately felt a profound soreness throughout his body, as if he had been used as a pillow for the night, leaving his muscles achy and tender. Is Jiang Lingxian truly so unreasonable? I am injured, yet she held me so tightly. Wang Chen lamented silently, rolling his neck, which felt as though it had been embraced throughout the night. Upon recalling his injury, he quickly glanced at his arm. To his surprise, he found his right arm wrapped in a bandage imbued with spiritual energy, radiating warmth and alleviating much of the pain. Truly a miraculous healer, Dr. Jiang, he thought, lying on the soft, fragrant bed, raising his bandaged arm with delight. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open with a crisp sound, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Your injury has healed. Do not move your arm too much, Jiang Lingxian said, her left hand carrying a bamboo basket, swiftly coming to Wang Chen's side and gently placing his arm back on the bed. Oh, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's sudden movement, realizing it only after a beat. Sister Fairy, is that food you are carrying? The enticing aroma wafting from the bamboo basket piqued his curiosity. Yes. Since your cultivation has not yet reached the returning origin stage and you cannot fast, I prepared some meals. What? You can cook? Wang Chen nearly leaped from the bed, his voice rising several octaves upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's admission. Jiang Lingxian stood by the bed, furrowing her brows at Wang Chen's sudden movement. Is my ability to cook such a surprise? She regarded him with a peculiar look, as if evaluating his reaction. And no, I am merely astonished that not only are you highly skilled, but also exceptionally beautiful, and now you reveal you can cook as well, he stammered, his face beaming. Yet his heart was filled with mischief. In their previous life, Wang Chen had always been the one to prepare meals, with Jiang Lingxian, who had long practiced fasting, eventually sharing meals with him out of habit. He had asked her countless times to cook for him, only to be met with the same response, I cannot. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes shifted back to Wang Chen, who was gazing at her eagerly. Come, let us eat. This time, Jiang Lingxian did not assist Wang Chen in rising, as his injury did not incapacitate him entirely. Wang Chen observed her retreating figure towards the center of the room, resignedly moving to get out of bed. Ouch, why does my body feel so sore, as though I had been held while sleeping? He muttered, his expression shifting to one of bemusement, as if he were speaking to himself deliberately. Jiang Lingxian, standing by the table, paused slightly in her actions upon hearing his words. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued setting the dishes, though she felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps the soreness is due to your arm injury. Be cautious and do not move your right arm too much, she advised softly, noticing Wang Chen's gaze fixed on the food. Oh, I see. Standing opposite Jiang Lingxian, who dared not meet his gaze, Wang Chen could hardly contain his laughter. When one feels guilty, they often act overly busy, and Jiang Lingxian's demeanor reflected just that. Wang Chen found it amusing to tease her, regardless of whether it was in this life or the last. Chapter 18. Lingxian. Embarrassed to the core, the only distinction was that in the previous life, their relationship was more familiar. After teasing her master, Jiang Lingxian, one would be chased and beaten. Now, pretending not to know each other allowed for a bold approach, as Jiang Lingxian dared not retaliate, likely fearing her actions might drive him away. Wang Chen observed that Jiang Lingxian had already retrieved the plate filled with food, so he ceased his teasing and took his seat. How fortunate I am to savor the culinary creations of the fairy sister. Alas, after this meal, I might never have such an opportunity again. Sitting at the table, he gazed at the vibrant dishes that exuded a subtle fragrance, and he couldn't help but speak up. Why did he say that? Jiang Lingxian, sitting across from him, felt a pang of anxiety, her sensitive heart quickly conjuring the image of Wang Chen's departing figure. The fairy sister might not continue to prepare meals for me in the future. After speaking, Wang Chen raised his left hand to grasp the chopsticks Jiang Lingxian had set out, deftly picking up a piece of cabbage and bringing it to his mouth. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's tense heart finally settled, understanding the teasing undertone in Wang Chen's remark. However, her relief was short-lived as Wang Chen chewed the cabbage for a moment, only to suddenly furrow his brows, his expression turning increasingly peculiar. Cough, cough. Wang Chen couldn't suppress himself and coughed a couple of times before hastily putting down his chopsticks and covering his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned and filled with concern. Had his injuries flared up again? She stood up, intending to approach Wang Chen, but he raised a hand to stop her. Chew. Chew, crunch, gulp. Wang Chen fought through the excessively salty cabbage, forcing himself to chew a few more times before taking a deep breath and swallowing. No, it's nothing. I just choked on a piece of cabbage. He didn't speak the truth, but instead subtly pressed his lips together, feigning a look of delight as if the dish had left him wanting more. How could it be? The colors and aromas of the dishes appeared completely normal. Yet upon tasting, they were overwhelmingly salty. At this moment, Wang Chen finally believed the words of Jiang Lingxian from his past life, that she truly could not cook. This is delicious. Fairy sister, you must try some. Wang Chen beamed, lifting the largest piece of cabbage from the plate and presenting it to Jiang Lingxian. I want to eat it. If it's good, you should eat more. It was made for you. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, her delicate face tilting back a fraction, as if reluctant to share a pair of chopsticks with Wang Chen. However, this was understandable, for their relationship had yet to reach such intimate levels. Wang Chen's expression stiffened at her reaction. He lowered his head slightly, as if feeling rejected and hurt. But, it's really delicious. Fairy sister. Just have a piece, please. His voice was somewhat muffled as he slowly sat back down, a bitter expression crossing his face as he placed the cabbage into his own bowl. Jiang Lingxian fell silent at his words, and an inexplicable stillness enveloped the room, until a pair of chopsticks slowly extended into Wang Chen's downcast gaze, gently lifting the cabbage from his bowl. Jiang Lingxian, being considerate of Wang Chen's feelings, chose not to take from the plate but rather from his bowl. At that moment, Wang Chen's deep-set eyes seemed to spark with light as he quickly raised his gaze to meet hers. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a mischievous glint in his smile. Jiang Lingxian ate with grace, her left hand lightly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she brought the cabbage to her slightly parted lips. But the next instant, her brow furrowed in confusion. Something was amiss. It was overwhelmingly off, almost entirely wrong. Yet, recalling Wang Chen's earlier exclamation of delight, she stubbornly chewed a few more bites. Then, she quietly lowered her exquisitely beautiful face, suppressing her disgust as she discreetly spat the cabbage onto the table. You tricked me. Jiang Lingxian raised her furrowed brow, glaring at Wang Chen with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Her adorable expression, slightly pouted and seemingly aggrieved, was utterly charming. Wang Chen, taken aback by her reaction, quickly regained his composure. Fairy sister, this was your dish. Did you not taste the saltiness while cooking? Or did you just keep adding it in recklessly? Did you perhaps take a piece, find it bland, and then add a spoonful of salt to the pot? Did you continue this cycle until the pot's contents were nearly burnt, prompting you to serve it immediately? Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned by his words. her lovely face warming with a tinge of embarrassment. I. For a moment, she was left speechless, overwhelmed by shame. Wishing to vanish into the ground, Wang Chen's remarks triggered memories of her cooking process, and she realized that she had indeed followed that very sequence. Being naturally reticent, she found herself at a loss for words in front of Wang Chen, stammering and unable to form a coherent explanation. Only after recollecting her actions did she begin to silently chastise herself for her earlier folly. Alas, perhaps I should try this meat instead, surely. I cannot make the same mistake twice. Wang Chen lifted his chopsticks once more, slowly bringing another dish to his mouth. Outside the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, several plates of food were unceremoniously discarded by Jiang Lingxian into a nearby water pool, vanishing upon contact with the surface. Watching the dishes disappear beneath the water, Jiang Lingxian pouted in displeasure, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. Her disciple, who had been reluctant to call her master, would surely think less of her now. Would he truly consider seeking out one of the inner sect's female elders as a teacher? In the solitude of the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingxian found herself conjuring images of Wang Chen leaving with some inner sect elder. No, absolutely not. A sudden wave of anger surged within her, and upon realizing her thoughts, she felt a chill run down her spine. Since her disciple's demise in the previous life and her subsequent rebirth, Jiang Lingxian had noticed her emotions becoming increasingly sensitive. She was certain that if her disciple were to leave her side again in this lifetime, she would undoubtedly lose herself in despair. Even if he simply found solace in another woman's embrace, she would still be consumed by madness. As her thoughts spiraled, her heart raced more frantically, prompting her to hurriedly sit by the pool's edge and begin her cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Taishu Sacred Maiden Hall, Wang Chen merrily organized various weapons and resources in his storage space. Unbeknownst to him, in this life, his imperial master's possessiveness had reached unparalleled heights. Chapter 19. The Celestial Grade Dragon Source Pearl. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Peak of Spirit Building Realm. First layer, disguised as 9th layer of body refinement. Technique. Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. 1 low-grade Xian class Void Severing Sword. 1 blind box obtained from the Peach Blossom Grove. 1 high-grade yellow class Silver Spear. 12 low-grade yellow class weapons. Origin points, 7458. Overall evaluation, a being at the peak of Spirit Building Realm, first layer. Wang Chen scrutinized the system panel, his uninjured left hand forming a checkmark as he gently stroked his chin in contemplation. System, calculate how many origin points can be converted from the remaining resources, excluding the Void Severing Sword and the blind box. Beep. Calculating. Complete. A total of 11,458 origin points can be converted. Host, hurry and convert. You still owe me 4,000 origin points. Stop yelling. As Wang Chen thought of repaying the 4,000 origin points, a headache ensued, causing him to feel a pang of regret. Convert. I'll pay you back, dear system. Nevertheless, Wang Chen converted all the useless weapons into origin points, first paying off his debt to the system. After settling the system's account, Wang Chen stared at the remaining 7,458 origin points, pondering for a moment. System, can you provide that golden card for the fragrant smoke and poisonous pills? 10,000. What do you mean, 10,000? Origin points. Forget it. As a person of integrity, I shan't covet such dubious items. With a grand gesture, Wang Chen exuded an air of scholarly dignity, and then, ouch, creak. I told you not to move your right arm recklessly. Just then, the door swung open, and Jiang Lingxian entered, her demeanor cool yet tinged with concern as she furrowed her brow and quickly approached the bedside. She then supported Wang Chen's right arm, which had been inadvertently pulled by his earlier movement, her gaze somewhat frosty. Wang Chen was aware that Jiang Lingxian was concerned for him, and in his guilty silence, he lowered his head. Why was it that earlier in the morning he felt warm and numb, yet now even the slightest motion caused pain? But as he buried his head, a sense of confusion arose within him. Had the effects of the anesthetic finally worn off? The cold energy within your arm has nearly dissipated. Naturally, you can now feel the pain. Jiang Lingxian seemed to perceive Wang Chen's confusion as she deftly unwrapped the spiritual energy bandages while speaking in her cool tone. Sister Fairy, could you inject a bit more energy into me? A significant amount, please. Wang Chen raised his eyes to Jiang Lingxian, making his request with the intent of minimizing his suffering. If so, your injuries will take longer to heal. Do you wish to live with this injury indefinitely? Jiang Lingxian shot a cold glance at Wang Chen, but her hands remained focused on rewrapping his arm with new spiritual energy bandages. Oh, fine then. Wang Chen could only respond with resignation, smiling at Jiang Lingxian, who was diligently applying medicine and wrapping his arm. You should return to your own quarters to recuperate. Try not to use your right arm for the next few days, and you will heal swiftly. Once Jiang Lingxian had tended to Wang Chen's injuries, she stood and picked up the bloodied bandages from the floor. Wang Chen leaned back against the headboard, pulling the fragrant quilt close to himself. The scent of the quilt was familiar. It was the calming fragrance from a few days prior when Jiang Lingxian had held him in her sleep. This room is quite nice. May I recuperate here? Wang Chen, feigning ignorance of the fact that this was her private chamber, inquired as Jiang Lingxian began to prepare for a visit. Noticing the quilt covering Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, yet she ultimately did not protest. This is my sleeping quarters. After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Lingxian coldly revealed the truth to Wang Chen. It's fine. I can sleep on the floor. No. It is inappropriate for a lone man and woman to share a room, especially since I am your master. Upon hearing Wang Chen's reply, Jiang Lingxian suddenly felt as though her disciple had developed a certain fondness for her. Otherwise, why would he express a willingness to sleep on the floor upon learning this was her room? Sister Fairy, you always as Chapter 20, breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, 9th layer. Listening to the system's playful voice, Wang Chen furrowed his brows. Deciding to disregard it for the moment, he turned his attention to the 9 new golden cards in his mind, and with a thought, he clicked to flip the cards. As the golden cards rotated, the images printed upon them gradually emerged into view. First item, Heavenly Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl, priced at 200,000 source points. System, I'm up early. Deduct a full 100,000 source points from me. Unable to contain himself, Wang Chen vented his frustration at the artificial intelligence within his mind. Hiki, you and your hiki. Forget it, I want to hold it against you. Suppressing his anger, Wang Chen reminded himself that it was not worth getting upset over the foolish system, and then he flipped the card again. Second item, Extra Large Adhesive Liquid Wipes, priced at 666 source points. Third item, Pangu Essence. Ninth item, 3 years of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner, priced at 5,000 source points. This 9th item is excellent. It's rare to come across such a thing in my past life. Seeing the 9th item, Wang Chen immediately resolved to purchase it, having bought similar cultivation opportunities in his previous life. Upon confirming the purchase, his source points instantly dwindled to 458. In his storage space, a delicate golden card radiating a faint spiritual aura appeared. Gazing at the golden card in his storage and the Dragon Source Pearl in his palm, Wang Chen decided to use the Dragon Source Pearl to elevate his cultivation first. As he placed the 2-centimeter-sized Dragon Source Pearl into his mouth and bit down, a surge of dragon energy burst forth. System, activate the Ordinary Practitioner 3 years of cultivation card. Also, enable the shielding function for cultivation breakthrough fluctuations. Ding. Ordinary Practitioner 3 years of cultivation card activated successfully. Ding. Shielding function for cultivation breakthrough fluctuations activated, deducting 2,000 source points. Using the Heavenly Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl alongside the Ordinary Practitioner 3 years of cultivation, Wang Chen suddenly felt an intense heat enveloping him. So hot. Quickly lifting the covers, he descended from the bed to sit cross-legged on the floor, swiftly channeling the accompanying cultivation technique, the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Countless strands of spiritual energy began to flood into the room, and Wang Chen became like a vortex, absorbing it all. Only moments after he had closed his eyes in concentrated meditation, the barrier within his body shattered instantly. Pop. Spirit Building Realm, 2nd layer. Pop. 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 Spirit Building Realm, 3rd layer. Spirit Building Realm, 4th layer. Spirit Building Realm, 5th layer. When he reached the 6th layer of the Spirit Building Realm, the overwhelming aura surrounding Wang Chen slightly diminished. He understood that this was the effect of the Ordinary Practitioner 3 years of cultivation card wearing off. So he hurriedly absorbed the remaining dragon energy within him. In that moment, the gradually fading momentum surged once more. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from within Wang Chen, propelling his realm directly to the 7th layer of the Spirit Building Realm. Meanwhile, high above the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, as a vortex of chaotic flames slowly tore through space, swirling above. 9 dragon-shaped phantoms, gleaming in pure gold yet enveloped in black and white chaotic flames, danced around a chaotic cauldron, intertwining and soaring. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the world of cultivation. The chaotic 9 dragons surrounding the flame cauldron, if seen by others. The various powers in the cultivation world would undoubtedly spare no effort to seize Wang Chen from the Taishu immortal sect. Such a scenario would undoubtedly bring countless troubles to Wang Chen. Fortunately, he had activated the shielding function. At this moment, far away on the Taishu sword-red peak, Jiang Lingxian stood in the sky, coldly observing Qin Yefan as he endured and severed his right arm. Saintus, my disciple has already severed his right arm. Are you satisfied now? The woman in the red robe confronted Jiang Lingxian, suppressing her urge to act, her voice chilling. Beside her, the pained Qin Yefan lay with his severed arm on the ground, surrounded by blood. Jiang Lingxian shifted her icy gaze towards the red-robed woman and Qin Yefan, concealing the cold, killing intent in her eyes. Unfortunately, matters could not escalate too much within the Taishu immortal sect. Otherwise, she would have already dealt with both of them. Although Qin Yefan would not die now, he must die, and he must. This was a firm belief in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Everyone who bore a grudge against Wang Chen must perish. Jiang Lingxian stood high above, her right hand slowly extending as she fiercely grasped at the right arm that had fallen to the ground. Crack, crack, boom. The severed right arm rapidly froze, ultimately shattering into countless ice crystals with a loud explosion. This is what you deserve. You harmed him, and I shall sever your arm in return. If you dare act again, I will kill you. A chill radiated from Jiang Lingxian, causing even the clouds around her to freeze into thin ice, coldly warning the two. Having suffered setbacks with Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian finally vented some of her pent-up frustration. Ignoring the resentful glares from Qin Yefan and Mu Hong, Jiang Lingxian focused her thoughts, and the space before her immediately tore open a rift. She quickly pinpointed the location of her Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, and her figure vanished into the void. Once Jiang Lingxian's figure departed, Qin Yefan, with a pale complexion, gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes gradually darkening with fury. Let us hurry back. I will heal your wounds. Qin Yefan's consciousness was pulled back by Mu Hong, the signs of his impending madness swiftly dissipating, forcing him to suppress his inner killing intent. In his heart, he believed that as long as he could rise, Wang Chen would surely die. And as for Jiang Lingxian, little did he know that Wang Chen would not grant him that opportunity. Once he broke through to a higher realm, he would be the first to eliminate him. Time flew by, and soon the sunset painted the entire sky in hues of red, creating a breathtaking view from the highest point of the Taishu immortal sect. However, the scene within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace was discordant, with continuous extraordinary phenomena, and the sound of dragon roars echoed clearly from Wang Chen's body. Yet, all these various anomalies were enveloped in a silent energy, invisible and inaudible to anyone but Wang Chen. From Jiang Lingxian's perspective, Wang Chen merely sat quietly on the floor, seemingly engaged in tranquil meditation. This was also why Jiang Lingxian, after thousands of years of interaction with Wang Chen in her past life, had failed to realize that he was not entirely a furnace body. At this moment, as the unseen phenomena within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace gradually faded, Wang Chen slowly awakened from his cultivation. He had reached the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, 9th layer. Wang Chen felt the surging energy within him, believing that he could strike down 100 spirit-building realm demon bulls with a single punch. Filled with joy, Wang Chen threw his head back and laughed heartily, slowly opening his eyes, exuding an air of invincibility. However, just as he let out a second laugh, he suddenly noticed Jiang Lingxian observing him from a short distance away, causing his laughter to abruptly freeze. Were you just cultivating? Seated in her chair, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes held a hint of skepticism as she curiously inquired. She distinctly remembered that in this lifetime, she had not yet provided Wang Chen with any cultivation techniques, had she? Jiang Lingxian had left not only to avenge Wang Chen, but also to search the Taishu Treasure Pavilion for a suitable sacred-level cultivation technique for him. However, she had not yet had the chance to present it to him when she unexpectedly witnessed him sitting quietly on the ground as if he were cultivating. Chapter 21. However, what I desire has never been your techniques or resources. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's inquiry, his thoughts drifting as he pondered how to fabricate an explanation. Yes, what is the matter? After a brief contemplation, Wang Chen decided to candidly confess. I have yet to provide you with any techniques. How could you possibly cultivate? Jiang Lingxian's gaze remained fixed on Wang Chen, as if she sought to discern something from his familiar visage. I never claimed I was cultivating using techniques. Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly, adopting an expression of innocent bewilderment, before continuing to elaborate. After you departed, I suddenly felt a profound warmth in my abdomen and a surge of hunger, prompting me to attempt sitting in meditation to see if I could cultivate resistance. Unfortunately, Wang Chen's voice trailed off, a hint of regret evident as he sat dejectedly, his spirits clearly dampened. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Lingxian found herself uncertain of the veracity of his words. Ever since she glimpsed a fragment of Wang Chen's past life in their last exchange, she often pondered whether he might have also been reborn. Yet, each time, she dismissed the notion. Her own rebirth was already astonishing. The probability of a double reincarnation seemed more improbable than attaining immortality. System, could you please make my belly rumble? Wang Chen, noticing Jiang Lingxian's skeptical expression, hastily communicated with the system in his mind. Yet, despite his words, he genuinely felt a pang of hunger. Ding. Deducting 100 source points, let the host's belly rumble. Gurgle. Gurgle. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from his stomach, Wang Chen quickly feigned embarrassment, bowing his head and clutching his belly. Host, quickly tell Jiang Lingxian, my belly rumbled. I'm so hungry. I need my fairy sister to feed me. Shut up. Just be quiet. Listening to the system's cold, mechanical yet emotionally tinged voice, Wang Chen's face flushed crimson as he kept his head down. Mere trash. Having the ambition without the courage. Never mind. I understand you're hungry. I happened to pass by the sex dining hall around noon and brought you some food. Jiang Lingxian's voice coincided with the system's, but Wang Chen chose to ignore the latter, directing his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, she had approached the table and, like in the morning, produced a bamboo basket. She began to retrieve various dishes filled with exquisite delicacies. This time, however, they were not dishes she had prepared herself, but an assortment of delicacies from spiritual beasts. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your fairy sister is so generous, providing you with such an abundance of spiritual food. I wonder how many spirit stones that cost. Moreover, it's evident she personally selected these from the Taisu dining hall, yet she claims it was just a casual pick. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the system, dismissing it entirely as he rose to take a seat at the table. At last, Wang Chen savored his first hearty meal since his reincarnation, his left hand eagerly shoveling food into his mouth. The ethereal essence of the dishes invigorated him with each bite, a delightful sensation coursing through him. Although his injuries had long since healed with his cultivation, he intended to maintain the pretense for a few more days. Fairy sister, why aren't you eating? As he feasted, Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian quietly observing him from across the table, her silence akin to that of a beautiful specter. I don't particularly enjoy food prepared by others. Jiang Lingxian's calm voice broke the quiet, and she soon realized that dusk had fallen, casting the room into shadow. With a mere thought, she summoned her spiritual energy to illuminate the lamps adorning the walls and ceiling. Then who would you prefer to cook for you? Wang Chen, aware that Jiang Lingxian had only ever eaten his cooking in her past life, inquired while continuing to eat. You. Wang Chen fell silent, choosing not to respond, instead focusing solely on his meal, as if he had not heard her. Jiang Lingxian, noticing his reaction, bit her lip and, with a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes, gazed at Wang Chen. Why are you so reluctant to take me as your master? I can offer you the finest techniques and resources, as long as you agree to be my disciple. As she spoke, a tome of sacred techniques and a top-tier storage ring appeared in her hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen halted his eating, slowly placing his chopsticks down, and met Jiang Lingxian's gaze with unwavering clarity. However, what I truly desire has never been your techniques or resources. Then what do you wish for? Jiang Lingxian's brow furrowed slightly as she placed the tome and storage ring on the table, her heart racing with anticipation for his answer. As you just responded, it's you. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chen replied, continuing to feign an air of seriousness as he elaborated. When I was trapped in the mountains, you were the first to appear before me, as beautiful as a fairy. I do not believe in love at first sight. Yet I confess I was drawn to you from the moment I laid eyes on you. Though Wang Chen feigned this demeanor, his sincerity was palpable in those two sentences. In his previous life, he had admired Jiang Lingxian from a distance, enduring for over a century before finally pursuing her. Thus, upon being reborn, expressing these sentiments felt entirely genuine. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It merely accelerated the process of attraction that had taken a century to develop. Having lived alongside Jiang Lingxian for over a millennium in his past life, He had cultivated genuine feelings, transforming mere attraction into a profound affection. Jiang Lingxian sat across from Wang Chen, visibly stunned by his words. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed at him in astonishment, her lips parting as she struggled to articulate a response. For over 10 seconds, Jiang Lingxian's mind was in a state of shock, attempting to reboot. No, I cannot agree to this. Once she regained her composure, she hastily interjected, her once cool voice now tinged with vulnerability. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She merely wished to maintain a master-disciple relationship with Wang Chen. Yet, why did he persistently profess his affection for her, both in this life and the last? From her childhood, when her parents had sought to consume her, Jiang Lingxian instinctively recoiled from those closest to her. While she did not resent Wang Chen's affection, there were times when a flicker of delight would surface within her, for it ensured that her disciple would not abandon her. Nevertheless, she could not bear to elevate him to the status of her husband, unable to overcome the psychological hurdles that haunted her. Jiang Lingxian recognized her own selfishness. She could only offer Wang Chen endless cultivation resources as compensation. Yet, she withheld her heart, addressing him solely in the guise of a master, which she knew was selfish. However, she simply did not wish for Wang Chen to leave her. If that was indeed selfish, then so be it. Chapter 22. The Million Exquisite Spirit Stones of Jiang Lingxian. It is nothing. I am merely recounting the truth. You need not respond to me now, nor should you feel any psychological burden. Wang Chen, having satiated his hunger, set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth as the conversation gradually approached its conclusion. Why? Why does the current disciple differ so greatly from the one in my memories? Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her delicate face. Reminiscing about the contrast between Wang Chen from her past life and the present, her heart heavy with sorrow. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly somber, and Wang Chen, gazing at Jiang Lingxian, hesitated to speak recklessly. Here, take this cultivation method and the resources. Even if you do not wish to acknowledge me as your master, it matters not. Jiang Lingxian stood slowly, her eyes slightly reddened, extending her hand to push the cultivation method and storage ring toward Wang Chen. She then turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, fearing that his words had struck too deep a chord with Jiang Lingxian, and that she might now wish to distance herself from him. Creak. Unfortunately, Jiang Lingxian did not respond, merely opening the door and exiting, which then closed seamlessly as if by the wind. Based on my observations, she is undoubtedly heartbroken now. The majority of your current actions bear no resemblance to the Wang Chen she first knew in your past life. In your previous existence, you were still obedient, calling her master in a sweet, childish voice. Could you not use such an endearing descriptor? It was perfectly normal. Yet, as Wang Chen contemplated his past life, he realized the accuracy of this observation. After all, he had been reborn. He could not possibly adhere to the original trajectory. System. What if I subtly hint to her next time, to demonstrate that I too have been reborn, perhaps to sweeten the deal? When she confronts me, I could feign ignorance, appearing entirely innocent. Given her familiarity with me, she would surely deduce that I have been pretending all along, aiming to shatter the master-disciple relationship. If this continues without providing her with some reassuring information, I genuinely fear she may become lost and despondent. Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the remnants of the meal on the table, while his mind was preoccupied with pondering what course of action to take. From the numerous times Jiang Lingxian had held him close at night, weeping and pleading for him not to leave, it was evident that she felt as if her very existence hinged on his presence. Wang Chen felt a twinge of fear. If this persisted, would Jiang Lingxian devolve into a possessive obsession? Host, you are truly cunning. But are you certain you wish to reveal your rebirth? I will first hint at it, allowing her to draw her own conclusions, and later, when the moment is right, I shall confess my rebirth. Wang Chen understood that for someone as insecure as Jiang Lingxian, only a sufficiently high level of strategy could truly reach her heart. Once his thoughts were settled, he surveyed the room, which exuded a chilling solitude. There was only a bed, a table, a chair, and a bookshelf. Even the walls were stark white. This, Jiang Lingxian, even after living another life, remained unchanged. The only difference appeared to be her attitude toward him. Noticing that the sky had darkened, Wang Chen gathered the cultivation method and storage ring from the table and sat upon the bed. Ding! The yin-yang sacred art, a high-grade sacred cultivation technique, can be exchanged for 10,000,000 origin points. 10 million origin points? Wang Chen refrained from exchanging it, choosing instead to store the technique within his spatial ring. He could not bear to part with the method Jiang Lingxian had given him. In his previous life, she had gifted him a royal-grade technique, and in this life, it was uncertain how she had acquired a sacred grade one. However, these were naturally inferior to his innate cultivation method, the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. It should be noted that the system had previously stated that the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art had no upper limit, and its grade was undoubtedly exceedingly high. Cultivation technique grades: Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Sacred, Immortal. System: calculate the value of the exquisite spirit stones within the storage ring. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wang Chen delved his consciousness into the storage ring, stunned by the mountain of exquisite spirit stones. Ding! A total of 1,536,487 exquisite spirit stones, each valued at 10,000, bringing the total value to 15,364,870,000 origin points. Over 15 billion origin points. This is the entirety of your previous life. My dear host, moreover, with such a substantial sum, did Jiang Lingxian truly give me all the exquisite spirit stones she had saved throughout this life? Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's commentary, staring blankly at the lengthy string of numbers displayed before him. Has Jiang Lingxian gone mad? Bestowing upon me such a vast fortune of exquisite spirit stones. Once Wang Chen regained his composure, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had never encountered such an abundance of exquisite spirit stones in his past life. It is only natural. She likely fears you might be enticed by the various offers presented by the intersect's female elders. Thus, she has probably emptied her coffers to secure your presence. My dear host, would you like to convert these into origin points? You could acquire numerous items with them. Get lost. I shall not convert them. Wang Chen, who had initially felt quite composed, now found himself slightly agitated upon witnessing the sheer volume of exquisite spirit stones. He donned the storage ring on his ring finger and then threw himself onto the bed, enveloped in the familiar, cool fragrance, pulling the quilt over his head. Inhaling the comforting scent of the quilt, Wang Chen's heart settled significantly, and memories of his past life surfaced vividly. In this tranquil environment, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. His eyes gently closing, the room remained quiet for an extended period. Creak. As the night wore on, a soft sound of the door opening broke the stillness. However, Wang Chen seemed to have succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue, sleeping soundly, entirely unaware. When dawn arrived, Wang Chen abruptly sat up, scanning the empty room with trepidation. Damn. In my restless state last night, I actually fell asleep. I wonder if Jiang Lingxian came by. Wang Chen scratched his head in frustration, feeling a twinge of annoyance in the silent room. System, are there any opportunities to seize the fate of a chosen one at this moment? Wang Chen, feeling somewhat vexed about his relationship with Jiang Lingxian, resolved to divert his attention by pursuing the fortunes of a destined individual. There are indeed many, but they are all located elsewhere. There are none within the Taishu realm. You cannot simply leave the sect, can you? Thus, it would be best for you to rest and prepare over the next few days. A significant event will unfold within the Taishu Immortal sect in 7 days. At that time, you will encounter those fated individuals from your previous life, which ultimately led to the conflicts with Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen suddenly recalled a crucial event from his past life that had resulted in numerous conflicts with those fated individuals. Chapter 23. This is love. Chen, nonsense. Alas, it seems Jiang Lingxian has vanished without a trace. Remaining here serves no purpose. I shall return to my own quarters. Wang Chen gazed at his right hand, which was wrapped in energy-infused bandages, and promptly decided to unravel and stow them away. His intention to stay here was solely due to Jiang Lingxian's presence, and with her absence, he saw no reason to maintain the pretense. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the door, contemplating the need to return and prepare some hot water for a cleansing bath. The state of his attire, marred by blood where Jiang Lingxian had cut it, necessitated a change. Therefore, he intended to heat water for a bath and change into fresh garments. Later, he could fetch the bedding to avoid any inconvenience for Jiang Lingxian should she decide to seek him out in the night. Alas, I am far too considerate. Despite her nightly torment, I still worry about her having to traverse a distance. Wang Chen chuckled softly at this thought and reached for the door handle, only to find the door suddenly swing open, leaving him frozen in place with his hands raised. He had just removed the bandages, and now Jiang Lingxian had returned. What a twist of fate. Where are you going? Jiang Lingxian stood at the threshold, her expression composed yet her brows slightly furrowed. Her gaze coolly fixed on Wang Chen. I'm I'm heading back. I noticed you didn't return last night, and I feared I might be a bother. So I decided not to intrude further, he replied, his tone awkward and revealing. Heading back? Have your injuries healed so soon? Did you not say you intended to rest here? Jiang Lingxian's gaze shifted to Wang Chen's right arm, her words faltering. A profound silence enveloped both of them, stretching into an uncomfortable stillness. Indeed, my wounds have healed. I practiced the techniques you provided yesterday and recovered swiftly. By the way, please take this ring back. Wang Chen removed the storage ring from his left hand's ring finger and extended it toward Jiang Lingxian. He felt unworthy of the precious spirit stones contained within, fearing that accepting them would create a sense of indebtedness. However, Jiang Lingxian did not reach out to take it. Instead, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Wang Chen could almost feel the temperature drop several degrees around him. She was like a living air conditioner. Is this truly how you wish to sever ties with me? Jiang Lingxian's gaze pierced through Wang Chen, her voice laced with coldness, tinged with a hint of gravity. A dangerous emotion flickered in her eyes, as if she were poised to consume him entirely. And no, please don't be angry. I will wear it. I will. Wang Chen stammered, hastily slipping the storage ring back onto his finger, anxious to avoid further provoking her. Goodness. Now he understood. Jiang Lingxian had undeniably developed a unique disposition in this lifetime. I will be sleeping here tonight. If you wish to leave, then do so, she declared icily, brushing past Wang Chen without a backward glance, her tone haughty and laden with unspoken implications. Oh, very well then, my fairy sister, I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen seemed oblivious to her insinuations and turned to exit, as he had always planned to return with bedding later, regardless of her current statements. Wait. Just as he was about to depart, Jiang Lingxian called out, halting him in his tracks. What is it? I need to examine your injuries to ensure they have truly healed, lest they leave lingering issues. Wang Chen furrowed his brow at her insistence, reluctantly stepping backward across the threshold and re-entering the room. With your level of cultivation, you could ascertain my arm is completely healed with just a glance. Is it really necessary to come closer? Alas, let her have her way. Wang Chen silently criticized her transparent ruse while slowly extending his right arm towards her. Wait a moment. If that were the case, did Jiang Lingxian already deduce yesterday that his injury had healed? Wang Chen's heart raced as he realized that while Jiang Lingxian's scheme was evident, so was his own. Lost in thought, he turned to face Jiang Lingxian, who was quietly observing his right arm, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. Wang Chen, stealing glances at her profile, found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Her complexion a delicate blend of white and pink. According to his logic, he could have recovered entirely without her teachings yesterday. She was aware of his charade, yet why did she not expose him? At that moment, a system notification appeared before Wang Chen, presenting a large emoticon accompanied by sound effects. This is love. Nonsense. With her millennia of experience, it is likely Jiang Lingxian began to speculate on my identity after she left yesterday. She must have been confirming whether I too had been reborn. Or perhaps she was investigating whether her own rebirth altered her memories of me. Oh, I understand. It's akin to Jiang Lingxian believing she has transitioned to a parallel universe. And what of you, foolish host? Why has your intelligence suddenly returned? Damn. I truly was absent-minded these past few days. How could I pretend not to know someone I've spent over a millennium with? After all, others are not devoid of intellect or reasoning. Wang Chen wished to slap himself awake, hastily retracting his arm from Jiang Lingxian's view. That's enough. My injuries are truly fine now. I'll be on my way. His expression stiffened as clarity dawned upon him. He desperately wished for a place to hide. With the sound of his departing footsteps echoing, Jiang Lingxian remained in the room, her gaze deep and contemplative as she watched him leave. Upon closer inspection, her eyes reflected a blend of scrutiny and uncertainty as she observed his retreating figure. At the Taisu Stin sect, amidst the bustling pathways, Wang Chen walked towards his quarters, his mind occupied with strategies to deal with Jiang Lingxian. Furthermore, he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate that Qin Yefan and refine the remnants of the demon lord's soul within him. Otherwise, the powerful factions associated with his harem would inevitably come seeking him. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this reality, after all. The children of destiny are never lacking in the influence of their entourages. You villain, you caused my little junior sister Qin to lose an arm. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Wang Chen, frowning as they shouted at him. Chapter 24. The troublesome fate of the luckbringer, Jiang Yuaning. The moment Wang Chen heard those words, He could easily deduce that someone from Qin Yifan's entourage had come to cause trouble. Just as he was contemplating this, one of Qin Yifan's women rushed over, leaving Wang Chen speechless. What? Do you intend to defend him? Wang Chen gazed at the woman blocking his path. A frown etching his brow as murderous intent flickered in his eyes, his hands subtly tensing. The intruder was none other than Jiang Yuaning, one of the participants in the ambush against Wang Chen in his past life. She could be regarded as the embodiment of luck. Holding the position of Qin Yifan's senior sister, Wang Chen discreetly assessed her aura, noting that her cultivation level was approximately at the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm. How ridiculous! With your mere body of a furnace, reliant solely on women for survival, how dare you regard me with such disdain? Jiang Yuaning, hands on her hips, glared at Wang Chen with an air of arrogance. Her eyes filled with contempt for his furnace physique. In a brief moment, the hurried disciples around them slowed their pace, silently observing from a distance. I shall grant you a chance. Crawl beneath me and break your right arm, and I will let you go. Otherwise, when I strike, it will not be a simple matter. Jiang Yuaning, with a somewhat naive yet haughty demeanor, coldly regarded Wang Chen, gesturing toward her own waist. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning still possessed the temperament of a young lady. Wang Chen remembered that it was only later that Qin Yifan had managed to temper her. Ah, I nearly forgot to mention, while others may fear the saneness of the Taishu immortal sect, my Jiang family is powerful enough not to be intimidated. Thus, you should kneel and crawl beneath me, recognizing your true identity as a furnace. After delivering her preceding remarks, Jiang Yuaning, observing Wang Chen's calm demeanor, seemed to recall something and added further. The surrounding disciples, vaguely hearing her words, began to whisper amongst themselves. It seemed the saintess's disciple was in quite the predicament. Once she stepped outside the sect, she would likely face the ire of the influential Jiang family. Indeed, didn't you notice? Jiang's senior sister actually commanded him to crawl beneath her, and she's wearing a skirt. Is there any chance I could have that privilege? They say a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Step aside. I'm a cripple. I would be better suited. The whispers among the disciples grew increasingly animated, though most conversations were hushed. Have you finished your speech? Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yuaning's, his right foot and hand quietly gathering strength, enveloped in a layer of chaos. Aye. Jiang Yuaning locked eyes with Wang Chen's icy stare, and for a moment, a sense of trepidation arose within her. However, as she regained her composure, she glared back in indignation, even reaching out to claw at Wang Chen's eyes. How dare you? Wang Chen's right hand erupted with chaotic spiritual light, striking out with lightning speed, producing a resounding crack in the air. Smack! Wang Chen's hand, imbued with killing intent, instantly marred Jiang Yuaning's delicate left cheek, leaving it bloodied and bruised. Jiang Yuaning barely registered Wang Chen's movement, her consciousness spinning in disarray. Wang Chen, dealing with Jiang Yuaning, who lacked combat experience and only focused on cultivation, found it akin to striking a dog. To her, he appeared as a 9th-layer cultivator, but in truth, he was at the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm. Moreover, this strike was an underhanded sneak attack, guaranteed to hit its mark. Principally, Wang Chen refrained from striking women. Yet principles are but lifeless constructs. The living must act. Step aside. At that moment, Wang Chen's right foot completed its charge, a burst of chaotic flames igniting as he swung it outward. Crack. Yet that attempt was unexpectedly intercepted by an old man who appeared out of nowhere, who seized it with one hand and forcefully sent it back. You've crossed the line. The elder frowned, observing the staggering Wang Chen with disapproval for his blatant aggression against Jiang Yuaning. And who might you be? Wang Chen, after regaining his footing, straightened himself and glared at the old man, displeasure evident in his expression. I am an elder of the Taishu outer sect. What? Do you think you are someone of great importance? An outer sect elder dares to meddle? My master is the saintess of the Taishu immortal sect. Do you believe I cannot have my master deal with you? Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock as he took a few steps closer, furiously pointing toward the direction of the Taishu saintess's hall. Wang Chen, already vexed by his romantic entanglements with Jiang Lingxian, found an outlet for his frustrations in Jiang Yuaning's provocations. It was not he who instigated the conflict, it was Jiang Yuaning who sought trouble. And if he did not retaliate, should he simply endure? What? The elder, sporting a tuft of white beard, was momentarily rendered speechless by Wang Chen's words, his beard trembling in response. Recently emerging from seclusion, he was entirely unaware of Wang Chen's reputation. Hearing Wang Chen mention the saintess of the Taishu immortal sect left him bewildered. No wonder so many disciples from both inner and outer sects were watching. Yet none stepped forward to deter this individual. The elder began to feel apprehensive, realizing that he had inadvertently provoked someone of significant stature. If the saintess truly wished to retaliate, it could be as simple as a single word, capable of displacing his position within the outer sect. After all, in both the realm of cultivation and the Taishu immortal sect, power and lineage reigned supreme. Jiang Lingxian, in terms of both strength and background, was immensely powerful within the Taishu immortal sect. Do not think I am denying you a chance. Simply compensate me for the mental anguish and time lost. Wang Chen shook his somewhat numb right hand and crossed his arms, quietly observing the two. At this time, Jiang Yuaning, having stumbled backward, her face streaming with blood, gradually regained her senses. Her eyes, filled with grievance and resentment, shot daggers at Wang Chen, and then suddenly, What was me? Jiang Yuaning's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, dashing toward the Taishu sword-red peak, wiping her tears as she went. In that moment, the disciples lining the path of the Taishu immortal sect hastily parted, falling into an eerie silence. Wang Chen had initially presumed that upon regaining her composure, she would unleash her hidden talents in a reckless bid for vengeance. Yet, this was the outcome. No. Is this appropriate behavior? Not only was Wang Chen taken aback, but even the elder who had been protecting her was bewildered, scanning the surroundings anxiously. However, those who met his gaze instinctively stepped back, fearful of being mistaken for accomplices. After all, the title of saintess held significant weight in the Taishu immortal sect, second only to that of the sect leader, with the protection of a revered ancestor. By normal standards, the saintess was a disciple of the revered elder Han, thus equating her status to that of half an ancestor. And Wang Chen, being a disciple of the saintess, could similarly be considered half a saintess. The disciples conferred amongst themselves, and with further rounding, it could be concluded that Wang Chen held a status akin to half an ancestor. Thus, which disciple within the Taishu immortal sect would dare to provoke this young patriarch? At that moment, the outer sect elder, witnessing Jiang Yuaning's hasty retreat, found himself utterly isolated. Those who managed to attain the moderately influential position of an outer sect elder were shrewd individuals, and now, frightened, he began to ingratiate himself with Wang Chen. Ahem. Young brother, I must admit my earlier transgression. Here, I possess some royal-grade pills that I had previously saved for emergencies. Wang Chen regarded the suddenly obsequious elder with raised brows, feeling somewhat exasperated as he silently opened his robe. Alas, why has this royal-grade elixir suddenly recognized its master? Sigh. It appears that it truly does not belong to me. Ultimately, it is not mine. Chapter 25. The hidden opportunities of the Taishu soldiers' tomb. The outer elder, Lu, had indeed become rather indulgent, forcefully stuffing a medicinal vial into Wang Chen's attire, insisting that the elixir had recognized its master. This was my most treasured possession. And given that the saintess was often preoccupied, I implored you not to trouble her any further. Sigh, very well. Wang Chen observed the elder, who leaned in close and spoke in hushed tones that only they could hear, and waved his hand dismissively. At this, the outer elder finally breathed a sigh of relief, though internally he felt an immense pang of regret. Yet, he dared not betray his true feelings and feigned a joyful demeanor, swiftly directing his gaze towards the surrounding disciples. All right, disperse. The outer elder's face flushed crimson, feeling as if the gazes of the disciples and a few other elders were piercing him like needles. After today, it seemed the authority he had established in the outer sect would dissipate like smoke. Such disgrace. Standing nearby, Wang Chen quietly tucked the Wang-level elixir into his robe and turned to leave. As Wang Chen departed, rumors of his transgressions within the Taishu immortal sect spread quickly, and no one dared to confront him on his way back. First, he went to the Taishu treasure guard pavilion, where he respectfully accepted several Taishu robes from the disciples. Subsequently, he returned to the room he had just reincarnated into and entered the bathroom for a refreshing bath. When he emerged, his hairstyle had transformed into that of a celestial figure, reminiscent of his former self during the Emperor's realm, exuding an ancient charm and elegance. After spending over a millennium in the realm of cultivation, he had developed a fondness for the long, flowing hair of celestial beings, especially since he had been an admirer of ancient fantasy aesthetics back on Blue Star. As for how Jiang Lingxian would react to his familiar appearance, Wang Chen had no intention of considering that. Whatever will be, will be. He was somewhat tired, and it served as an alternative signal to Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen approached the bed, preparing to tidy up the bedding, when suddenly he sensed a reaction from his storage space. Little one, You have survived facing that ancient demon lord. Impressive. The voice of the dimly glowing golden broken sword from his storage space echoed, sounding like an obstinate old man. Oh. If you hadn't spoken, I might have completely forgotten about you. Wang Chen stood by the bed, exclaiming in surprise as he quickly retrieved the golden broken sword. Then, he hurled it to the ground and stomped on it vigorously. Hey, do you have no morals? Show some respect for your elders. The voice of the golden broken sword reverberated through the room, retaining its irreverent tone as if it felt no pain at all. Alas, he almost forgot that striking the sword's spirit required a soul-type attack to be effective. Listening to its unfazed demeanor, Wang Chen's anger flared. Had it not been for its unexpected slumber during their last encounter, which caused him to lose control and sustain injuries, he would not have found himself in this predicament and might have even harmed the soul of Qin Yefan possessed by the demon lord. With his right foot enveloped in a layer of pale golden chaotic spiritual energy, he prepared to unleash another strike. The golden broken sword. Sensing Wang Chen's intent to attack his soul, immediately stood upright. The sword, about a foot long, stood straight up from the ground and swiftly soared towards the ceiling. My friend, I truly did not mean it last time. I had just awakened from the tomb and was overwhelmed with fatigue. The golden broken sword circled the ceiling twice before gracefully descending. It was not that it wished to land, but rather its energy could not sustain its flight. Wang Chen rushed forward, picking it up instead of trampling it. Ah, now that's more like it. Young people should uphold martial virtues and communicate respectfully. Smack, smack, smack. Ah, the youth lacks martial virtue. Taking advantage of my unguarded moment to launch a sneak attack, Wang Chen indeed refrained from stepping on it, instead placing his right hand over the chaotic soul flame and delivering a series of rapid strikes to the sword body. Ah, stop. I can reveal an opportunity within the tomb. At these words, Wang Chen paused his actions, furrowing his brow as he pondered the possibility of hidden opportunities in the Taishu soldier's tomb from his past life. However, after much contemplation, even the system had no recollection of such an opportunity. It could very well be that the hidden chance belonged to Qin Yefan, which he had simply overlooked in his previous life. Speak, and when I reap the benefits, I shall ensure you partake as well. Wang Chen, though not exerting much force, was gradually drawn into the conversation by the golden broken sword. However, you must first take me to meet someone before we discuss further. Wang Chen, observing this, raised his hand again, closing his left eye and aiming with his right, preparing to execute his aerial slap plan. Wait, I will speak. The golden broken sword, sensing Wang Chen's readiness to strike, hastily protested, for being struck by his soul attack was quite painful. I have been in slumber within the tomb for many years, during which I distinctly sensed a place known as the Crimson Refining Golden Spring. If you take me, I can soak in it to elevate my rank, and you can also use it to refine your body. Listening to the golden broken sword's words, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a figure appearing in his mind. In his previous life, Yi Qing had seemingly ventured out for a task after the grand competition 7 days later. Upon his return to the Taishu immortal sect, not only had his cultivation surged to the returning origin realm, but he had also acquired a ground-level long sword. Ultimately, it appeared he had obtained the Crimson Refining Golden Spring from somewhere within the Taishu immortal sect, which had enabled his weapon to ascend to the heavenly tier. Wang Chen pondered this, realizing that the Crimson Refining Golden Spring Yi Qing had obtained must have originated from the Taishu soldier's tomb. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Shouldn't this opportunity belong to Qin Yefan? After all, this golden broken sword had been in his possession during his previous life. Never mind. If it's unclear, it's better to take what opportunities one can seize. If the chance arises, I shall strike decisively. Take me there in a few days, and I shall assist you in advancing, just in time to deal with the demons and monsters in 7 days. Wang Chen gazed at the golden broken sword in his hand, recalling the various enemies he had made during that grand competition in his previous life, and a smile crept onto his face. What a pathetic bunch of luckless souls, be they from the mortal, genius, or any other faction. All of them merely a collection of waste. In his previous life, each and every one had been suppressed to the point where they could not lift their heads, ultimately resorting to colluding in a joint ambush against him. Demons and monsters? Do you intend to venture out of the Taishu immortal sect to slay them? The soul of the old man within the golden broken sword was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with curiosity. Chapter 26. The Lottery. Yet, Wang Chen did not respond. He merely cast it back into his storage space, effectively severing the connection. However, when it came to leaving the Taishu Shinzong, Wang Chen indeed planned to embark on a grand venture after the great competition in 7 days. After the tumult caused by the golden broken sword, he momentarily forgot to tidy his bedding and simply collapsed onto his bed. System, convert that royal grade elixir into source points, for it serves no purpose for me at present. Ding. Royal grade low tier Spirit King elixir converted, totaling 250,000 source points. Wang Chen gazed at the additional 250,000 source points on the panel, feeling a modicum of relief. As for the million exquisite spirit stones from Jiang Lingxian, unless it pertained to her directly, he had no intention of utilizing them. After all, the fact that she could relinquish her entire fortune to him underscored his significance in her eyes. It would be rather ungrateful to indulge in her assets while she considered him her utmost priority. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this, and the notion that he would feel an inexplicable discomfort if he were to consume everything she had was not lost on him. Sigh. Let us regard it as her prudent management of finances, temporarily storing her wealth here with her husband. Thinking of Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen sighed internally, for he still held certain fundamental principles. Hence, not all of the fortunate sons or daughters he befriended were adversaries. However, apart from Jiang Lingxian, those acquaintances would only begin to reveal themselves during the upcoming competition in 7 days. Wang Chen first instructed the system to store the million exquisite spirit stones from his storage ring into his storage space, leaving behind an empty ring on his left ring finger to reassure Jiang Lingxian. This would ensure greater safety. Ding. Detected that the host's source points have exceeded 100,000. Would you like to activate the lottery function? Wang Chen suddenly heard the system's prompt, momentarily dazed. He then recalled that aside from the marketplace, there were numerous functions that required a certain number of source points to unlock. Gambling leads to misfortune. Hee, but I have died once already. So bring on the rewards. As he declared bring on the rewards, Wang Chen waved his hand dramatically, directly opening the lottery interface. Instantly, 9 spherical prize orbs of varying colors, each the size of a fist, appeared before him in a grid formation: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, black, and rainbow. However, since this was a lottery interface requiring 1,000 source points, the last 6 orbs were locked by interwoven chains, leaving only the first 3 available for selection. He decided to test his luck with 1,000 source points, a fitting opportunity to gauge his fortune. Without further ado, initiate a 10 consecutive draw. Let it ride. Wang Chen directed his consciousness to the 10 consecutive draw button and pressed it decisively, causing a frame to pulsate among the white, green, and blue options. Skip the lottery page. This incessant thudding sound is unbearable. Unable to endure the repetitive thudding resonating in his mind, Wang Chen frowned and shouted at the system. Ding. White. A complete set of modern women's intimate apparel. Ding. White. A set of fresh, stylish clothing. Ding. White. A self-draping white robe. Ding. Green. A replenishing yang type elixir. Ding. Green. A lasting type elixir. Ding. Green. An acceleration type elixir. Ding. White. A large pack of specialized wipes for sticky substances. Ding. Green. 2 decorative couple necklaces. Ding. White. A pair of refreshing flip-flops. Ding. Blue. Conceptual light intoxication fruit wine. System, come out and explain. What do the 4 associated prizes in the center signify? Wang Chen stared at the list before him, his gaze fixating on the 4 elixirs prominently displayed in the center. This has nothing to do with the system. It is entirely a matter of the host's character, ha 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 ha. Get lost. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and slap the system. Was his character solely represented by such items? A yang replenishing elixir, a lasting elixir, an acceleration elixir, and specialized wipes for sticky substances. What nonsense was this? Oh, but he had indeed drawn a blue item. Cursing under his breath, Wang Chen suddenly noticed the blue object. Conceptual light intoxication fruit wine? Conceptual. He paused, taken aback, for the term conceptual was often associated with exceptional items that ignored all limitations, delivering effects as promised. He clicked for an introduction. Conceptual light intoxication fruit wine. Effect: 1 sip guarantees light intoxication within 3 seconds. Ideal for relaxation during moments of sorrow, and can also be enjoyed with a lovely companion. Note: light intoxication does not equate to drunkenness. Memories remain intact upon sobriety. As he read the description, particularly the part about enjoying it with a lovely companion, Wang Chen inexplicably thought of Jiang Lingxian. Imagining her usually aloof and proud visage, blushing softly after a sip of the wine. He couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement, a foolish smile gradually spreading across his face. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door pulled Wang Chen back to reality. He had initially intended to try his luck with the 10,000 source point lottery, but now he had no choice but to cease and answer the door. Regaining his composure as he descended from the bed, he realized that night had fallen, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Creaking open the door in the dim light, Jiang Lingxian's delicate face, illuminated by the moonlight, came into view. Jiang Lingxian was about to question the events from earlier in the sect, but upon noticing Wang Chen's appearance, she was momentarily struck dumb. The Wang Chen before her was no longer the short-haired figure who had arrived from Blue Star. He now possessed long, flowing hair reminiscent of ancient times, exuding handsomeness akin to a previous life. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, standing frozen as if time had paused. Yet, beneath her calm exterior lay tumultuous waves of disbelief, her eyes fixated on him. "Sister Fairy, what is the matter?" Wang Chen furrowed his brow, regarding Jiang Lingxian outside the door with curiosity. "No. Nothing. I have something to discuss with you. Follow me." Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, her demeanor unexpectedly serene, as she spoke in a cool, measured tone. "Oi, wait a moment. Let me tidy up." Wang Chen, sensing Jiang Lingxian's dawning realization, quickly called out to her before turning to organize his bedding. At this moment, he felt no anxiety. Her reaction was entirely within his expectations. Jiang Lingxian likely sought to lure him into her quarters and lock the door for a more private discussion. As Wang Chen stored the bedding in his space, he followed Jiang Lingxian into the Taishu Saintess Hall. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Chen entered the room ahead of Jiang Lingxian and approached a chair by the table, ready to sit down. As anticipated, the moment he did, Jiang Lingxian abruptly shut the door with both hands, causing it to protest with a crisp sound. In the next instant, before Wang Chen could react, several formations sealed the room tightly. Chapter 27, Interrogation: The Unruly Lingxian. Wang Chen stood gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who faced away from him in front of the closed door, her slender hands poised as if locking the door. "Sister Fairy, what are you planning to do?" Despite the gravity of the situation, Wang Chen still hesitated to address her as his master, instead voicing his query while fixated on her silhouette. Jiang Lingxian remained motionless, though she seemed to tense slightly, as if suppressing some powerful emotion. "Goodness, the host isn't about to suffer a breakdown, is she? You must be cautious. She might bind you with chains like a dog." The system's voice suddenly broke the silence, jolting the still-dazed Wang Chen back to reality. "Impossible. Based on my understanding of her, she could never be so twisted. That's the hallmark of a Yandere." Although Wang Chen responded this way, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. After standing there for a while, Jiang Lingxian gradually turned around, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. It was evident that she was struggling to contain a surge of anger as she fixed her gaze upon Wang Chen, her emotions churning beneath the surface. "You have also been reborn, haven't you?" Dressed in a flowing white gown like a celestial being, her red-rimmed eyes locked onto Wang Chen, her voice heavy and restrained. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere grew tense. Perhaps Wang Chen did not refute Jiang Lingxian this time. Instead, he averted his gaze to the table beside him. He understood that escape was impossible today. No matter how he feigned innocence, the truth would be extracted in various forms. He chose not to feign surprise at Jiang Lingxian's rebirth, despite her never having disclosed this to him openly. However, given the stark contrast in their interactions this lifetime, Wang Chen could easily deduce her rebirth. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, the certainty she had only felt to be about 80% was now confirmed, in her once dead. Icy eyes glimmered faintly. Yet, soon after, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her heart, a tangle of emotions wrapping around it like vines, threatening to suffocate her. The atmosphere in the room plunged to a freezing point. Wang Chen, feeling guilty, stared at the table, while Jiang Lingxian fixed her gaze on him. Step, step, step. The light footsteps, though delicate, sent beads of sweat down Wang Chen's back, causing his heart to race. In that instant, he envisioned countless scenarios of how Jiang Lingxian might exact her vengeance upon him. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Jiang Lingxian simply walked over and sat down across from him. At that moment, it felt as though time stood still, reminiscent of their past lives as they sat together in the room, sipping tea and chatting. In their previous life, Wang Chen would have laughed and chatted incessantly, while Jiang Lingxian would occasionally respond with a simple or no. Yet, now, after a lifetime apart, The two sat together in a silence that felt as heavy as death, devoid of the ease they once shared. What? Listening to Jiang Lingxian's cold yet somewhat aggrieved voice, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. There's no reason. I just vowed before my death in the last life that if I were to be reborn, I would not wish to call you my master again. Wang Chen attempted to keep his tone light, yet he instinctively tensed in Jiang Lingxian's presence. Jiang Lingxian sought to inquire further, but upon hearing Wang Chen's reluctance to acknowledge her as his master, her heart ached. You know, I am not asking about that. Jiang Lingxian struggled to contain her emotions, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, her voice both cold and heavy. Forgive me, but I truly do not know what you wish to ask. Wang Chen's eyes, filled with guilt, dared not meet Jiang Lingxian's gaze, and he began to regret coming here. Although he had anticipated this scenario, the reality of it was overwhelming, making him yearn to flee the battlefield. This was the endless pressure his icy Empress Master had always exerted upon him in their past life. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Lingxian could no longer restrain herself. The entire room began to freeze, emanating a chilling aura from beneath her feet. Before Wang Chen could lift his feet, he suddenly felt the icy layer binding him, rendering him immobile. In panic, he instinctively recoiled, fearing her loss of control. After a millennium of interactions, he knew all too well how terrifying Jiang Lingxian could be in such moments. However, when Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen's fearful reaction, her exquisite face momentarily froze. She realized she had lost her composure, and as she saw Wang Chen retreat from her, tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. In their past life, whenever she was sad or angry, Wang Chen would always adopt a gentle demeanor to cheer her up. But now, Wang Chen was at a loss. For Jiang Lingxian had never displayed such overt signs of distress in his presence while he was conscious. Yet, witnessing Jiang Lingxian's pitiful struggle to keep her tears at bay stirred a sense of compassion within him. Jiang Lingxian, in this life, I am not your disciple. Nor do I wish to be. Despite having pursued her countless times in the past, she had always rejected him under the guise of being his master. I am truly weary. You may interpret it as your 1,000-year disciple beginning to rebel. Wang Chen had made his situation abundantly clear. Jiang Lingxian could not possibly misunderstand his intent. With that, Wang Chen closed his eyes, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if to say, whatever will be, will be. The ice within the room began to dissipate swiftly, transforming into spiritual energy that vanished into thin air. Wang Chen soon felt his feet could move again. Yet he dared not stir, opting instead to remain silent. But, when you faced those disciples at the Tai Su Xian sect, you were clearly not. Saying this, Jiang Lingxian suppressed her tumultuous emotions, unwilling to harm Wang Chen or instill fear in him. Oh no. Wang Chen's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. This, that. He awkwardly opened his eyes, finding himself at a loss for words before the restrained Jiang Lingxian. Deep down, you still acknowledge me as your master, do you not? As Jiang Lingxian uttered these words, a glimmer of expectation flickered in her eyes as she gazed into Wang Chen's cold, desolate gaze. How on earth am I supposed to respond to that? Wang Chen stammered, knowing he could not admit that he merely sought to use her title to quell the disciples. Such admissions would likely lead to dire consequences. At this point, silence reigned. The endless quiet stretched on, dimming the flickering hope in Jiang Lingxian's eyes. You said, silence implies consent. Your lack of response is inconsequential now. Jiang Lingxian fought against her urge to press Wang Chen further, fearing that she might never obtain the answer she sought. Thus, she could only resort to self-deception, seeking solace in the last remnants of her comfort. Chapter 28. Confinement. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what? Is there no salt left? In his previous life, some minor techniques he had used against Jiang Lingxian ultimately returned to him like a boomerang in this incarnation. Little host, your sister Jiang Lingxian has truly managed to comfort herself, hasn't she? In an attempt to find a glimmer of hope amid the endless despair, she resorts to self-psychological consolation. Wang Chen chose to disregard the system, opting not to shatter the last thread of self-reassurance Jiang Lingxian clung to, and instead observed her in silence. Jiang Lingxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Chen before rising, her demeanor somewhat disheveled. You can have the bed tonight. I will meditate on the floor, she announced, her voice cold and detached, suppressing the tremor within. Her words bore no trace of inquiry. They resembled more of a notification directed at Wang Chen. Furthermore, she had not dismantled the formation surrounding the room. seemingly fearful that Wang Chen might seize an opportunity to escape once the truth was unveiled. No need, fortunately, I had prepared in advance. I brought a mattress, bedding, and a pillow, Wang Chen replied, swiftly rising to the side and, in an instant, laying out his makeshift bed on the floor. Jiang Lingxian stood still, her slightly reddened eyes watching Wang Chen's remarkable speed, momentarily taken aback. Given the circumstances, let us sleep for now, Wang Chen declared. He tossed the bedding aside and leaped into his makeshift bed, promptly closing his eyes to sleep. The bedding that floated in the air gently settled over him, enveloping his form. Though Wang Chen appeared carefree on the surface, he could not shake off the oppressive gaze directed at him, which weighed heavily on his heart. Noticing Wang Chen's unwillingness to even face her, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, fearing that she might annoy him and cause him to resent her. Eventually, she silently made her way to her own bed, foregoing meditation. Removing her shoes, she lay down, turning her back to Wang Chen. Yet, mere seconds after closing her eyes, her restrained emotions surged forth, and she found herself biting her lip, tears streaming down and soaking her pillow. Jiang Lingxian chose not to unleash her suppressed emotions before Wang Chen. Instead, she wept silently, her back turned to him. She did not wish for the one person of utmost importance to witness her vulnerable state, preserving her last semblance of dignity. The ambience of the night was undeniably stifling, and Wang Chen dared not sleep, secretly peeking at Jiang Lingxian. Nonetheless, she remained still, her form trembling slightly, but otherwise exhibiting no significant movement. The entire night passed with Wang Chen unable to sleep, fixated on Jiang Lingxian's silhouette until dawn broke. It was evident that she, too, was not in the mood for any fragrant distractions, burdened by her own distress. As the afternoon approached, Wang Chen could no longer endure the situation. He gently lifted the bedding, stealthily rising to his feet. "Where do you think you're going?" The sudden, chilling voice startled Wang Chen, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Upon focusing, he realized that Jiang Lingxian had turned to face him on the bed in the brief moment he had stood. This girl, she appears almost ghostly, beautiful yet cold. With an air of eeriness, Wang Chen's gaze met Jiang Lingxian's strikingly beautiful yet slightly aggrieved eyes, and he inwardly scoffed. I am a bit hungry." After a moment of thought, he crafted a flimsy excuse, hoping to persuade Jiang Lingxian to allow him to venture out for food. "I'll go fetch you a meal," she replied, her delicate hand propping herself up as she began to put on shoes for her exposed, fair feet. Things are heating up. The master and disciple are entering a confinement mode. Haha. System, do you delight in stirring up trouble? Get lost. Wang Chen cursed the system inwardly as he listened to its nonsensical banter. No need. I can manage on my own. How could I let a lady fetch me food? Haha. He waved dismissively, signaling that Jiang Lingxian need not trouble herself, and proceeded toward the door. He pulled the handle twice. It didn't budge. With a sense of helplessness, he turned to face Jiang Lingxian, who remained seated on the bed, her icy gaze fixed on him. After a prolonged silence, he finally relented. Fine. Though his words suggested compliance, his heart was far from it. I'll just stand here. Since you wish to leave, you must open the door. Once you do, I'll dash out. Buzzing. Before Wang Chen could finish his thought, a rift in the void tore open before Jiang Lingxian, and she stepped through it. Swish. In an instant, as she crossed the threshold, the rift vanished, leaving Wang Chen staring blankly behind. The door was merely a formality. It doesn't imply she needed to open it to leave. Listening to the system's mocking laughter, Wang Chen felt a few lines of annoyance surface on his forehead. By the way, I do like to ask, does the system have a function for assistance? Who do you want to target? Someone who shares my existence and is a complete fool. Wang Chen approached the bed and lay down on the fragrant mattress, responding with exasperation to the ridiculous system in his mind. 666. Ignoring the system's incessant complaints, he pulled the bedding over himself. It still bore warmth and a delightful scent, as if he could never inhale enough of it. The bedding exuded a calming fragrance. Instinctively, Wang Chen took a gentle sniff, but, recalling Jiang Lingxian's current act of confinement, he couldn't help but strike the bedding a few times. He wondered how many days she intended to keep him imprisoned, hoping he would be released in time for the grand competition in 6 days. Wang Chen silently prayed, fearing that the crimson refining golden spring in the Void Soldier's tomb might fall into Yu Qing's hands. System. Set my realm suppression to the 6th layer of spirit building. Lying on the bed beneath the soft, fragrant bedding, Wang Chen called out to the system. Ding. Realm suppression function adjusted to the 6th layer of spirit building, deducting 5,000 source points. Damn, this is getting increasingly expensive. Wang Chen could not help but vent his frustration, then closed his eyes, choosing to cultivate and escape the unpleasantness. At this moment, rather than true cultivation, he was more focused on restoring his strength. He was determined to seize all the fateful opportunities in this life, alongside the myriad hidden chances within the realm of cultivation. Bolstered by his millennium of experience from his previous life, Wang Chen was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could once again attain the status of a great emperor. As darkness enveloped him, Wang Chen eventually awakened from his cultivation, first sensing his imminent breakthrough to the return to origin realm. Then, he lifted his gaze to observe the pitch-black, empty surroundings. Why hasn't Jiang Lingxian returned yet? Wang Chen frowned. In this situation, if he were to grow hungry during the day, would she bring him food? Or would he starve? Swish. The void within the room split open again, and a figure stepped through the rift, announcing Jiang Lingxian's return. Chapter 29. The limited return of the master title. The moment the enchanting figure stepped out, the room was suddenly illuminated, and the surroundings became markedly clearer. Upon her return, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor was frigid, prompting Wang Chen to lie back on the bed and discreetly close his eyes once more. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian had come to address the mess from yesterday's events, followed by a confrontation with Elder Mu Hong from the inner sect. While the outer sect elders held a certain respect for the saintess, the inner sect elders, though slightly intimidated, were not truly afraid of her. However, if Jiang Lingxian were to unleash her concealed celestial realm power for the grand scheme she had orchestrated for this lifetime, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. After all, it was a prodigious feat to reach the celestial realm in merely 2 centuries, positioning her almost on par with the supreme leader of the Taisu sect, if not even possessing greater influence. It is worth noting that the supreme leader took over 3,000 years to attain the first level of the celestial realm. At this moment, having emerged from the void, Jiang Lingxian said nothing, simply gazing calmly at Wang Chen sleeping in the bed she had once shared. I have returned late. Her voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of apology, drifted as she approached the table and retrieved a bamboo basket of food from her soul space. Let us eat. After placing the meal on the table, she addressed the still pretending Wang Chen with a serene, gentle tone. Hearing her, Wang Chen gently lifted the covers and sat up, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of Jiang Lingxian once again cleaning up after him. After we eat, may I go for a walk? He asked cautiously, his eyes filled with expectation as they rested on Jiang Lingxian, who sat across from him. However, she merely lifted her gaze, the coldness in her eyes unmistakable, silently locking eyes with him. Wang Chen, recognizing the familiar expression on her face, understood her unspoken reply. No. Having been granted a second chance at life, do you intend to keep me confined without allowing me to seize any opportunities for cultivation? Wang Chen's brows furrowed as confusion mingled with frustration in his gaze directed at Jiang Lingxian. She lowered her eyes in contemplation, seemingly pondering her next course of action. Ultimately, unable to devise an effective solution, she picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected some dishes. Eat first if you are hungry, she said. Placing a piece of meat in Wang Chen's hand, her voice melodious yet devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Wang Chen thought to himself, very well, your prowess is formidable. And I cannot believe you can keep me confined for a lifetime. Host, you could use the conceptual fruity wine to intoxicate her and then entice her into opening the formation. Frog fun. What a splendid idea. As Wang Chen sulked, he remembered he had a bottle of conceptual fruity wine. Alas, like a caged bird, when will I ever take flight? If you refuse to let me out, so be it. Since you wish for me to be your canary, I shall comply. After all, a canary's fate is as such. Feeling a sense of hopelessness, Wang Chen retrieved a beautifully crafted glass jar of fruit wine from his pocket. To his delight, it was strawberry-flavored, Jiang Lingxian's favorite. He noticed the ancient characters inscribed on the jar, which triggered a memory from his past life of her fondness for strawberries. System, do you have strawberries? Please refresh 2 boxes in the marketplace. Wang Chen whispered to the system while discreetly glancing at Jiang Lingxian, who was focused on him. Ding. Deducted 10,000 source points. The 3rd card has been refreshed, and ordinary fruits can be purchased indefinitely. Really? You charge me 10,000 for mere, ordinary items. Wang Chen cursed internally as he held the jar of fruit wine and browsed the marketplace for a few boxes of strawberries. With a soft thud, he placed the fruity strawberry wine on the table and pulled out 3 boxes of large strawberries. Here, I know how much you adore these. I brought them back unexpectedly from my previous life. He opened the boxes one by one, placing them before Jiang Lingxian, his displeasure evident in his voice. The strawberries sold by the system were immaculate, each exquisitely beautiful, adorned with 4 green leaves at the base. Upon seeing the strawberries Wang Chen presented, Jiang Lingxian paused, her cold gaze flickering with a hint of warmth. With a pop, Wang Chen uncorked the fruity wine, the sound reminiscent of sparkling soda. He refrained from drinking immediately, opting instead to feign interest in a few bites of spirit rice, instantly feeling invigorated. After a few bites, he glanced up to find Jiang Lingxian still staring at the strawberries, lost in thought. In that moment, memories from her past life surged within Jiang Lingxian as she gazed at the strawberries before her. Master, quickly open your mouth. It's urgent. What? Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were unexpectedly sealed by a strawberry, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Lingxian's soft, alluring lips gently wrapped around the strawberry tip. And upon regaining her composure, she directed her gaze at Wang Chen. In this life, Wang Chen held the strawberry by its leafy stem, gently pressing the tip against her lips. The sweet aroma of the fruit wafted into her senses, leaving her a bit bewildered as she stared at him. Delicious, love it. Eat more? Open wide. Ah. Wang Chen unabashedly smiled at her across the table, playfully coaxing her as if she were a child. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, but slightly parted her lips to accept the strawberry, then raised her hand to swat Wang Chen's hand away. I knew you would love it. See, I even specially made juice from this fruit. Unfazed by her gesture, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to pour 2 cups of fruity wine. Just a sip should not count as a full drink, right? Let us see. If it tastes like wine, I'll be exposed. I can't let you catch on. He pondered for a moment, took a small sip, and discovered a delightful blend of sweet and tangy with the unique fragrance of strawberries. Far from the strong taste of alcohol, it was quite enjoyable. Yet, 3 seconds later, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable warmth spreading across his cheeks, though he dismissed it, thinking it was just a minor issue. After all, it was merely a small sip. He should not lose his composure over it. Your face, why is it red? After taking a small bite of the strawberry, Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen's gradually reddening complexion with a hint of confusion. You need not concern yourself. I am simply invigorated. Wang Chen replied with his charming smile, the faint blush enhancing his already handsome visage. Master, this is something I brewed for quite some time. You must try it. It's truly delightful. Wang Chen raised another cup of fruity wine, and, moving his chair closer to Jiang Lingxian, instinctively spoke as his face flushed. However, his words caused Jiang Lingxian to freeze momentarily, her eyes seemingly sparkling with realization. Master, he finally calls me master. A wave of joy surged within her, yet she sensed something was amiss with Wang Chen's condition. I will not drink. Jiang Lingxian had begun to suspect the fruit juice in Wang Chen's hand might be the cause, and responded with a frown. Master, please just have a little. It took me so long to prepare. Wang Chen insisted, his cheeks flushed, feeling a bit peculiar, and instinctively believing he should address Jiang Lingxian as master. Thus, after calling out to his master numerous times, Wang Chen remained oblivious to any irregularities, a manifestation of subconscious behavior. Chapter 30, Lingxian No. Wang Chen, if that's the case, then I shall accept. So, are you willing to take me as your master now? To take you as my master? Wait. No way. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's mind suddenly jolted, and he looked at Jiang Lingxian with a sudden realization, instinctively rejecting her once more. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip, her heart feeling as though it had been twisted. Forget it. It's not worth it. My previous life was already filled with suffering. In this life, I certainly want to take you as my master. The mere mention of becoming a disciple caused Wang Chen to instinctively reject Jiang Lingxian. Blushing slightly, he returned to his seat and began to indulge in food and drink, his eyes half closed, appearing both tipsy and not. Disciple, then can you call me master a couple more times? Jiang Lingxian, seeing this, no longer hoped for Wang Chen to acknowledge her as his master again. She merely wished to hear those familiar words of affection. Not calling you. You didn't even drink my fruit wine, so I want to call you. You're not my master in this life anyway. Wang Chen, with a flushed face, instinctively rejected Jiang Lingxian once more. So it was the wine. No wonder. If you call me master, I will drink. How does that sound? Upon hearing it was about the wine, Jiang Lingxian felt relieved. Since it was just wine, she could dissipate its effects with her spiritual energy. This foolish host. I instructed you to intoxicate Jiang Lingxian, yet you merely took a small sip and ended up slightly tipsy yourself. However, Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's words, as all his attention was drawn to Jiang Lingxian. Master, Wang Chen glanced sideways at Jiang Lingxian and hesitantly called out, as if to verify the truth of her words. Upon hearing the title master, Jiang Lingxian's usually cold demeanor softened slightly. She then fulfilled her promise by lifting the wine cup from the table, taking a gentle sip, discovering that it truly tasted like fruit juice. Master, master, master. I really like you, master. Will you drink it all, master? Wang Chen returned to Jiang Lingxian's side, suddenly wrapping his arm around her delicate, fair arm, acting like a charming young man. Jiang Lingxian paused in her sipping of the fruit wine, a subtle feeling of joy blossoming within her, and she decided to go along with Wang Chen's affections. 3 minutes later, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, unbeknownst to them, had transitioned from the table to lying on the bed, embracing in an ambiguous position. Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian, resting his face against her chest, his lips slightly parted as he listened to her heartbeat in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian's slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at him. Disciple, master truly misses you. What do you miss me for? I'm right here. At Wang Chen's words, he lifted his slightly flushed face, furrowing his brow, and questioned with a hint of confusion in his voice. Yet, when he saw Jiang Lingxian's slightly blushing, beautiful face and her dreamy eyes, he found himself momentarily captivated by her beauty. You are indeed here, but do you know that in this life, I have waited for you? For over 100 years, Woo-woo. Jiang Lingxian's dreamy eyes began to glisten with tears as she spoke, and she could not help but embrace Wang Chen, softly weeping. Wang Chen, still holding Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist, was momentarily stunned by her tears. He had only taken a small sip earlier, and now, surprised, he gradually regained his senses. Goodness! This fruit wine, it truly is lethal. Its potency is unlike any other. Wang Chen, upon regaining his composure, recalled the shameful actions of holding Jiang Lingxian's arm and cursed inwardly. However, when he suddenly saw Jiang Lingxian's tear-streaked face staring up at him, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. 100 years? She waited for 100 years. Regaining his composure, Wang Chen slightly propped himself up to gaze at the dazed Jiang Lingxian, his mind reflecting on her earlier words. Don't go. The moment Wang Chen lifted himself, Jiang Lingxian was startled and immediately pulled him back by the neck. Hey, woo! Wang Chen, caught off guard, buried his face between her soft arms, struggling helplessly. Disciple, no. Jiang Lingxian, sensing his inappropriate behavior, froze momentarily, instinctively attempting to push Wang Chen away. Yet, she couldn't bear to part with him, and a look of indecision clouded her beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes, hazy and dreamy, held a hint of pleading as she clung to Wang Chen, her flushed cheeks adorably conflicted. You don't want to? Then let go of me. Wang Chen struggled to lift his face slightly, addressing the blushing and dazed Jiang Lingxian. I don't want to. You do. Don't. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian stubbornly refused to let go, even tightening her embrace, leaving Wang Chen trapped in a cycle of comfort and discomfort. If you continue like this, then I shall accept. Wang Chen, his hands resting on her waist, made a move as if to remove Jiang Lingxian's clothing, or perhaps to reach beneath her skirt. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jiang Lingxian reacted precisely as Wang Chen had anticipated. No, don't. This is not allowed. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily flustered, quickly pushed Wang Chen away, her stunning face flushed with both drunkenness and embarrassment. Wang Chen found himself unexpectedly shoved back onto the bed, his mind spinning from the impact. I'm sorry. Jiang Lingxian, her mind muddled from the slight intoxication, looked at the dazed Wang Chen, pouting her lips as she apologetically expressed her regret. Once Wang Chen regained some clarity, he helplessly stood up, wishing to leave the bed to collect his thoughts. However, the moment he rose, a sudden tug at his waist pulled him back down uncontrollably. Don't go, disciple. Please, just stay here and sleep with me. Jiang Lingxian clung tightly to Wang Chen once more, this time around his waist, her dreamy eyes filled with pleading. After a few seconds of hesitation, Wang Chen, his face slightly flushed, feeling a heat rising within him, settled back into Jiang Lingxian's embrace. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up. Rather, he felt a profound lack of security from Jiang Lingxian at that moment, and she pulled him back into her arms. Although her words were a plea for him not to leave, her grip was unwaveringly firm. Since resistance was futile, he decided to surrender to the moment. Although Jiang Lingxian's hold was not particularly strong, he could have broken free if he wished, yet he chose to savor the experience. Wang Chen resigned himself, resting on Jiang Lingxian as he quietly gazed at her beautiful face, flushed with a rosy hue. Especially captivating was her dreamy expression, her head slightly swaying, with traces of tears on her cheeks as she murmured softly. She resembled a pitiful little flower cat, wagging its tail and pleading with its master, Wang Chen, not to leave. In that instant, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat, and instinctively, he leaned a little closer to her. As he beheld Jiang Lingxian's delicate, rosy lips, a longing to steal a kiss blossomed in his mind, growing ever stronger. Chapter 31. Tipsy aggrieved, pleading. Pathetically beautiful Lingxian, why not take this opportunity to steal a kiss? Just a kiss, a kiss, a kiss. As this thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, it echoed like a multitude of enchanting whispers within his head. Slightly lost in thought, his face drew nearer to the slightly flushed and tipsy visage of Jiang Lingxian. They could even begin to discern each other's breath, warm and fervent, gently mingling in the air. Gulp. Gazing at the dazed yet stunningly beautiful Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen felt an involuntary movement in his throat. With slender hands wrapped around his waist, Jiang Lingxian seemed to sense the heated atmosphere as well. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, she mustered the strength to slightly open her eyes, locking onto Wang Chen's gaze. Jiang Lingxian's eyes, slightly ajar, observed Wang Chen's handsome face inching closer. Momentarily caught in contemplation, it appeared she was pondering Wang Chen's intentions, but her muddled thoughts interrupted her reasoning, leaving her in a daze. Thus, even as Wang Chen's handsome visage approached her, Jiang Lingxian remained lost in her reverie. As their faces grew ever closer, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's heartbeats quickened, an inexplicable tension enveloping them. Resolute, Wang Chen leaned in to kiss her lips. However, upon witnessing his advance, Jiang Lingxian instinctively turned her blushing face away. In that instant, despite her hazy mind, she seemed to grasp Wang Chen's intention. How could her disciple dare to kiss her, his master? Such audacity! Wang Chen, caught off guard by Jiang Lingxian's sudden movement, found his lips pressed against her delicate, rosy cheek. Jiang Lingxian, still somewhat dazed, did not react much to the kiss. Her gaze fixated vacantly on the wall to her left. How could he be so cruel as to reject me at this moment? Wang Chen, undeterred, pursued her again, as if he had vowed not to relent until he had captured her lips. Yet, each time she turned her cheek, refusing to grant him the kiss. His lips only found the soft blush of her face. In an instant, Jiang Lingxian's already rosy cheeks became even more flushed from Wang Chen's relentless affection, transforming her into a vision of captivating beauty. Yet, it appeared that she was genuinely reaching her limit. Her delicate brows furrowed in a pout of grievance as she gazed at Wang Chen. Please, can we not kiss anymore? We are master and disciple. This is not appropriate. Jiang Lingxian's voice softened, her breath quickening, imbued with a tone of desperation. Wang Chen, initially intent on continuing his pursuit, froze upon seeing her tearful expression, momentarily taken aback. All right, I won't tease you anymore, my dear. After a brief pause, he could no longer withstand the sight of her pitiable demeanor and acquiesced. After all, he had struggled to reach her lips, kissing her cheeks instead. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having kissed her fair, tender face numerous times, a privilege he had longed for. In the past, even a mere touch would have been met with a frosty glare. Now, he could almost sense the lingering cool fragrance on his lips, instinctively pressing them together. Observing the soft, vulnerable figure of Jiang Lingxian before him, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of affection. In a past life that spanned a millennium, Jiang Lingxian, this gifted talent, had finally revealed such a side to him. Previously, she had exuded an icy dominance, her words often laced with commands that carried an undercurrent of displeasure. Yet now, as he kissed her cheek, she merely pleaded for him to cease, her voice tinged with regret. Reflecting on this, Wang Chen tentatively brushed his fingers through her hair. Jiang Lingxian offered a hint of resistance but ultimately did not pull away. Disciple, shall we sleep now? Don't leave your master, please. Jiang Lingxian's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, looked up at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression. Her forlorn demeanor made him feel that if he rejected her, tears would surely follow. Wang Chen understood that she was a sensitive girl, especially one who had not experienced love, rendering her even more susceptible. I won't go anywhere, he murmured softly, gently stroking her hair, hoping to soothe her. From now on, you must not leave, no matter what, please. Jiang Lingxian's voice was tender, devoid of its usual coldness. As she clung to him tighter, her murmurs becoming more insistent. Seeing this, Wang Chen could only comfort her while embracing her. He then shifted them to lie on the inner side of the bed, mindful not to burden her. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Lingxian remained closely attached to him, her arms wrapped around his waist, nearly draping herself over him entirely. As they settled into a comfortable position, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously leaned into Wang Chen's warm body. Seeking solace, he could distinctly feel her heated cheek nestled against his neck. Alas, what kind of master-disciple relationship allowed such intimacy? Why must she always reject him under the guise of being a master? Wang Chen tenderly caressed Jiang Lingxian's head, sighing inwardly, puzzled by her thoughts. But then again, wasn't his initial intention to intoxicate her and lure her into unveiling the array within the room? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he jolted back to reality, recalling his original purpose. Lingxian, are you asleep? He asked gently, lowering his face to inquire softly at her nestled position against his neck. Jiang Lingxian seemed to have drifted off, yet she murmured a response in her sleep. Realizing her state, Wang Chen decided it would be best to let her rest. Uncertain of what might transpire when she awoke, he wrapped his arms around her, gently securing her waist with one leg, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment. Tomorrow's concerns could wait. He had merely coaxed her into a drunken slumber. Surely nothing catastrophic would arise, perhaps just a few lashes with a willow branch. Yet, the thought of their current closeness, and that it was indeed her wish, filled Wang Chen with delight. He pulled the blanket over them, gradually allowing his consciousness to fade as he drifted into slumber. In their shared thoughts, another day of loving Jiang Lingxian, but today, he received a response. She was especially adorable. I truly cherish this. Another day of loving my disciple, yet today, she seemed to possess a wild desire to rebel against her master. He was particularly mischievous. I, truly, cherish this. Chapter 32, A Delicate Dance of Deception at Dawn. Golden sunlight bathed the lands beyond the Tai Su immortal sect. Deep within its undisturbed sanctum, within the sacred halls of the Tai Su Saintess, two figures lay entwined beneath silken covers, lingering in tender embrace. The lingering haze of the intoxicating fruit wine had dissipated. Jiang Lingxian stirred slightly. Her delicate face nestled against Wang Chen's neck, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The faint blush that had graced her cheeks had vanished, restoring her usual visage, serene, regal, and untouchable. Yet, within moments, warmth surged through her once more, her fair skin flushing crimson. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind with crystalline clarity. A wave of unbearable shame crept over her, stiffening her limbs. That disciple-s wine, it was certainly tampered with. And worse, he had sought to claim her lips. He must have deceived me deliberately. Yet, even as frustration and humiliation coiled within her, she remained motionless, ensnared not by force, but by choice. Though her celestial cultivation far surpassed his meager foundation realm, she feigned helplessness, indulging in the warmth of his embrace. Wretched disciple. Had this been our past life, I would have lashed him thrice over. Still, she could not deny the comfort she found in his arms. With great care, she attempted to shift, only to find his limbs coiled around her like possessive vines. A quiet sigh escaped her. Very well. Since this is his first transgression in this life, I shall spare him the whip. But she resolved inwardly, never again shall I accept anything he offers. Yet unbidden, her cheek brushed lightly against his neck, her lips curving into an unconscious smile. Realizing her lapse, she stiffened, forcing stillness lest she rouse him. This was different from the nights before, when he had lain unconscious beside her. Now, the thrill of stolen intimacy sent her pulse racing, both exhilarating and terrifying. They lingered thus until noon, when Wang Chen finally stirred. Sensing his awakening, Jiang Lingxian swiftly feigned slumber. Wang Chen blinked drowsily, his fingers brushing against something impossibly soft, her cheek. His breath hitched. Memories of the previous night crashed over him. I'm doomed. The wine had promised no memory loss. Yet here he was, tangled in consequences. Visions of his past life, of Jiang Lingxian chasing him with a whip, flashed before him. If I'm to be punished anyway. His gaze dropped to her lips. Before reason could intervene, he leaned closer, only to freeze when her lashes fluttered. Her eyes opened, drowsy yet piercing. She awake. He was going to kiss me. A stunned silence stretched between them. You. Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, a wintry aura radiating from her. Wang Chen scrambled backward, tumbling gracelessly from the bed in his haste to flee. Yet, as his warmth left her, an inexplicable emptiness gripped her. They stood now at opposite ends of the chamber, one feigning fury, the other genuine fear. Explain yourself, she demanded, though the tips of her ears burned scarlet. I was drunk too, he stammered, seizing the excuse. Her lips parted, but words failed her. Finally, she hissed, shameless. Wang Chen edged toward the door. Should I leave? Jiang Lingxian hesitated, her delicate brows knitting together in silent conflict. Chapter 33, Shields and Protective Pants. Are you truly unable to recall what transpired last night? After a moment of silence, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Wang Chen, but instead furrowed her brow and questioned him again, her concern palpable. I genuinely forgot. That bottle of wine was brewed in my previous life. It is quite potent. And even someone at the sacred soul realm could not withstand half a cup. Thus, with my current cultivation, I only sampled a little and lost all consciousness. Upon waking, I discovered. Wang Chen leaned against the door, his expression a mixture of confusion and helplessness, responding truthfully to Jiang Lingxian's inquiry. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Everything suddenly made sense. Their intimacy from the previous day must have been forgotten by her inebriated disciple. After all, with the changes he underwent after his rebirth, how could he possibly call her master again, and with such fervor? Master, master, master. The sound of Wang Chen's voice echoed in Jiang Lingxian's mind, momentarily lifting her spirits. So can I leave now? Wang Chen gestured once more towards the door behind him, fixated on the notion of departing. The Chilean Jinxiu within the void armory awaited him. The sooner he could acquire it, the better. Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen, her dark eyes filled with an unspoken sorrow. He had promised her last night that he would not leave her. I need to attend to some matters. Jiang Lingxian stood up, her white dress slightly disheveled from sleep, and spoke coolly. Hey. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian tore through the rift in space, wishing to stop her. But the rift had already closed. Jiang Lingyan, you are truly incorrigible. Wang Chen clenched his fists and struck the air a couple of times, filled with frustration. Do not be angry. Did you not benefit from last night? At least you grazed the edge of the cabbage. The system's voice surfaced softly to console him, easing his irritation somewhat. Hey, foolish system. Go away. Are you indirectly calling me a pig? Wang Chen cursed in exasperation, then stood up and began tidying the untidy table. This delightful fruit wine is truly something, and I must pack this strawberry as well to save for her later. Wang Chen retrieved the wooden cork from the glass bottle and firmly sealed it back in place, gathering the uneaten strawberries. If only she could be like last night every day. As Wang Chen cleaned the table, he found himself smiling, chuckling softly to himself. Fool, get lost. After finishing the tidying, confined to his quarters, Wang Chen sat on the bed, idly examining his personal panel. Wang Chen, Constitution, Chaos 9 Suns Divine Body. Realm, peak of the 9th layer of Spirit Foundation, disguised as 6th layer of Spirit Foundation, can break through to the origin realm, foundationally shallow. Techniques, Chaos 9 Suns Divine Art. Storage space, 1 million top-tier spirit stones, a complete set of women's intimate garments, a fresh and vibrant clothing set, a self-drying white robe, a large pack of absorbent paper towels, 2 decorative couple necklaces, and 1 pair of refreshing flip-flops. Origin points, 225358. Overall evaluation, a human at the 9th layer of Spirit Foundation. Wang Chen scrutinized his realm on the panel and sensed his own condition. Indeed, he needed to solidify his foundation further. He then examined his storage space, his gaze automatically bypassing the various potent elixirs. A complete set of women's intimate garments? Wang Chen delved into his storage space with his consciousness, eventually retrieving a delicately packaged set of clothing. Since it was an entire set, it consisted of many pieces. The upper garment was a shield, and the lower one was protective pants, 3 in pure white, light yellow, and pale pink, offering a variety for wear. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing them. Both the shield and the protective pants were quite ordinary, yet their designs were perfectly suited for her. The sides of the 3 pairs of protective pants featured exquisite small strings, and the overall design was adorned with charming pink strawberry motifs. This was quite normal. As Wang Chen had encountered such items while shopping online in his previous life, they were undeniably cute. The 3 protective shields were equally unremarkable, presented in pure white, light yellow, and pale pink. However, the white one displayed 2 rabbit patterns, the yellow featured 2 panda designs, and the pink showcased 2 large strawberry motifs, all exceedingly adorable. Ahem. Even though Wang Chen was alone, he felt compelled to make some noise to dissipate the awkward atmosphere as he examined the garments in his hands. He refrained from unboxing them, knowing that each item from the system was impeccably clean, and he feared soiling them with his hands. He wondered if they would suit her. Perhaps he would gift them to her when the time was right. Nevertheless, based on the deep understanding he had of her in his past life, he felt they would indeed be quite fitting. Wang Chen carefully returned the unopened garments to the storage space, murmuring to himself. As for whether Jiang Lingxian would accept them, he had never worried about that. He had his ways to persuade her, but whether she would wear them, he could not say, as he could not see her. Let me try on this self-drying white robe. Wang Chen stood and changed out of his clothes, donning the imposing long white robe from his storage space. So handsome, so much more handsome than the golden robe I wore in my previous life. Host, when you retrieve that treasure, the golden robe, I can merge the two garments together. Wang Chen nodded at the system's mechanical, yet somewhat infatuated voice, reminiscing about the holy-grade treasure, the golden robe. He then examined the fresh and vibrant clothing, the decorative couple necklaces, and the refreshing flip-flops. As for the details, I shall refrain from elaborating further. As I noticed it seemed to be raining outside, the sound of gentle droplets pattering against the ground. Finally, Wang Chen tried on the black flip-flops and placed them beneath the bed, intending to wear them whenever he pleased. Since he could not go outside, he would focus on stabilizing his foundation and begin his cultivation here. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in the black flip-flops, Wang Chen gently closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation. The soothing sound of rain outside soon lulled him into deep concentration, his foundation gradually solidifying. Thus, he continued to cultivate into the deep of the night, achieving an exceptionally firm foundation within a single day. In this lifetime, Wang Chen never viewed his efforts as mere cultivation. Rather, he felt he was swiftly restoring his former prowess. As he sensed his foundation fully stabilized, he gradually drifted into slumber, his form becoming increasingly askew. Chapter 34. Who dares to touch him? I shall kill them. At last, Wang Chen settled onto his bed, pulling over a nearby quilt that exuded a cool and delicate fragrance. Engaging in cultivation could never rival the comfort and relaxation of sleep. Thus, during moments of ease and devoid of pressure, most cultivators in the realm of immortality preferred to slumber, allowing their bodies and minds to unwind. Just as Wang Chen was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a beautifully crafted box of strawberries appeared on the meticulously arranged table. One of the 3 boxes he had put away. Accompanying it was a small note in Wang Chen's handwriting, which read, "Especially saved for you. Remember to eat." In the aftermath, the room fell into darkness and silence at the heart of the Taishu immortal sect, within the grand hall of discussions. The enchanting beauty of Jiang Lingxian was marred by a frown as she gazed at the inner gate elder, Mu Hong, who was currently lodging complaints. "Sectmaster, she severed my little disciple's arm, and I bore it. Her disciple then slapped my eldest disciple, and I endured that too. But now, she has gone too far, attempting to cleave my injured little disciple in half when I was distracted. Do you realize the extent of the harm that sword inflicted upon him?" Mu Hong's delicate face was cold as ice, glaring at the sect master while her anger flared. He should not exist in this world. Allowing the remnant soul of the demon lord to reside within him, he ought to be slain. Jiang Lingxian remained calm and composed, her expression icy as she stood silently, her lips barely parting to utter, "Indeed, the presence of the demon lord's remnant soul is undeniable. But my primary desire is to annihilate all foes who bear animosity towards Wang Chen. My little disciple has stated that he was completely unaware of the remnant soul within him. It was merely an accident. Moreover, the remnant soul can be eradicated. So why did you take it upon yourself to attempt to slay my disciple?" A flicker of jealousy sparked within Mu Hong as she observed Jiang Lingxian's tranquil demeanor, nearly causing her to spit blood in frustration. "If I were to wield my sword and attempt to cleave your disciple in half, how would you feel?" Mu Hong's brows knitted together as she glared at Jiang Lingxian, brandishing a crimson sword, her imposing presence suggesting she was ready to act. "You dare." Jiang Lingxian summoned her own cold sword, the aura of the holy soul realm erupting throughout the hall as she raised her weapon and struck. The vast void was torn apart, and the flash of cold light vanished in an instant. A colossal wave of sword energy surged towards Mu Hong, who was startled into raising her sword in defense. In Jiang Lingxian's belief, anyone who wished for Wang Chen's demise would ultimately meet their own end first. She found no desire to understand others, nor did she wish to. In this life, all she desired was for her disciple, Wang Chen, to remain safely by her side. Enough of this ruckus. What is this madness? The sect master of Taishu, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's fervor, hastily raised his hand to extinguish the murderous sword energy. At this moment, Mu Hong finally quieted, realizing her bluster had gone too far. Not expecting the saintess to be so fierce. Mu Hong, return now. The expenses for your disciple's treatment can be taken from the sect's treasures. However, should I discover any trace of demonic energy within him, I shall personally slay him. Seeing the unyielding killing intent emanating from Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze, the sect master quickly ushered her away. Though filled with anger, Mu Hong complied and swiftly vanished from the hall. What are you truly trying to achieve? All for a newly acquired disciple. The Taishu sect master, an elder with a weathered yet kind visage, gazed at Jiang Lingxian with a look of deep concern. Once Mu Hong had departed, and the grand hall was left with only the two of them, Jiang Lingxian sheathed her cold sword, her aura gradually retracting. As for her chilling words, who dares to touch him, I shall kill them. They resonated with an icy finality. The sect master, momentarily taken aback, rubbed his brow, his expression transforming into one of helpless resignation. Very well, return. Your master has recently failed to break through to the Emperor realm. She should be emerging soon. Seated in the grand hall, the elderly sect master, with his head crowned in white hair, massaged his brow, feeling quite vexed by his rarely seen junior sister. Indeed, he too was a disciple of the cold sovereign matriarch, having pledged fealty to her from birth. In contrast, Jiang Lingxian was brought to him after 3 millennia of cultivation. A frigid junior sister introduced by the matriarch herself. Typically, Jiang Lingxian was a source of ease, as she rarely engaged with others, remaining cold and focused solely on her cultivation. Even he, her elder brother, had not seen her more than a handful of times. They rarely communicated unless significant matters arose. However, it was surprising that now Jiang Lingxian would cause such turmoil within the entire Taishu immortal sect for the sake of her disciple. Alas, in the end, it seems this elder brother, who has barely seen you, must deal with the chaos. The benevolent sect master sat in the main seat of the hall, observing Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Though they seldom communicated, he bore the brunt of the fallout whenever issues arose, and as sect master, he had to acquiesce. Yet, if he were to evaluate Jiang Lingxian from the perspective of the Taishu sect master, he held great admiration for her. In just over 200 years, she had ascended to the 8th layer of the Holy Soul realm, truly a prodigious talent. It seemed prudent to keep a watchful eye on her disciple, for he likely represented her lifeline, and he must ensure no harm befell him. For if anything were to happen to her disciple, Jiang Lingxian's earlier demeanor suggested that it could very well topple the entire Taishu sect. The sect master sat in contemplation at the main seat of the hall, secretly plotting to find an opportunity to discreetly familiarize himself with Wang Chen. Unbeknownst to him, although he did not know Wang Chen was well aware of this cantankerous old man. After all, in their previous lives, they shared an extraordinarily close bond, to the extent of drunkenly sharing the same trousers. Wang Chen had slipped into one pant leg while the old man had taken the other, and one could not deny the remarkable quality of those trousers. During a certain period in their past life, the two were regarded as two lunatics wandering throughout the 8 desolate continent by the cultivators. This matter concluded deep within the Taishu sect. In the completely sealed Taishu Saintess Palace, familiar fluctuations of the void ruptured the air as Jiang Lingxian emerged. With a hint of fatigue gracing her exquisite features, she felt a wave of relief upon seeing the person resting on the bed. My sleeping disciple, how utterly adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whose face was slightly puffed from the pillow, and the corners of her icy countenance unconsciously lifted in a soft smile. Chapter 35. The joyful Lingxian, she subsequently retrieved a small incense burner, placing it upon the table, from which a colorless, odorless, and harmless yet beneficial vapor gently wafted. Jiang Lingxian did not hasten towards the bed. Instead, she intended to allow Wang Chen to fall into a deeper slumber, so she decided to linger a while longer. Just as she prepared to sit down, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly in curiosity. On the table lay a beautifully crafted glass box containing pristine strawberries, accompanied by a small note resembling a sticky note. Especially left for you. Remember to eat it. Upon reading the note, Jiang Lingxian noticed a charming little emoticon at the end. In that moment, the icy walls surrounding her heart began to thaw, and the weariness of the day seemed to dissipate entirely. Setting the note aside, she felt an inexplicable joy swell within her, as her crystalline gaze turned towards the strawberries on the table. Surely, these strawberries would be safe to consume, wouldn't they? Suddenly recalling the previous night, Her delicate hand hesitated momentarily. Yet, after a brief pause, she reached out, plucking a strawberry and bringing it to her lips, where she gently bit into it. Even if it bore something within, she was willing to partake, as it was a gift from her disciple. Jiang Lingxian smoothed her skirt as she settled down, waiting for Wang Chen to drift a little deeper into sleep while savoring the strawberries with a hint of delight. Once she felt it was time, she meticulously stored the remaining strawberries, treating them as treasures, and placed them into her spiritual space. Afterward, she approached the bed, gently lifting the covers, shedding her shoes, and slipping her bare feet beneath the warm blankets. As she embraced Wang Chen's warm form, the emptiness that had lingered since her separation from him began to fill. At that moment, inhaling the faint warmth emanating from his body, she felt completeness wash over her. Instinctively, Jiang Lingxian buried her delicate face into the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, nuzzling against him like a small cat. She was unsure when this habit had developed, but she found solace in this gesture whenever weariness overtook her. Reflecting upon her past life, it seemed that this inclination had begun over a century ago when she first embraced him during slumber. Initially, in her previous life, Jiang Lingxian had taken Wang Chen as her disciple solely to utilize him in harmonizing the cold energy within her. However, after gaining complete control over that chill, she had repeatedly admonished herself not to hold him during the night. Yet, she soon realized that whenever she could not feel his warmth in the dead of night, even her cultivation would become irksome. Though she had mastered the cold energy within her, she found herself unable to sever her attachment to Wang Chen. During her seclusion, striving to break through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the absence of Wang Chen made her breath feel constricted. Upon finally emerging, her heart raced with urgency to see him, only to be met with the devastating news of his demise in the forbidden grounds, plunging her into despair. With her cold sword, she ravaged the 8 desolations, transforming even the most fervent lands into realms of ice. Disciple, in a few days, your master can set you free, but I implore you, do not abandon me and depart secretly. Nestled within Wang Chen's embrace, Jiang Lingxian's melodious, icy voice softly murmured, laced with a sense of pleading. She was genuinely fearful, terrified that he would forsake her, while finding him again would be comforting. The thought of losing him sent chills through her. In this vast 8 desolation continent, it seemed that a scene reminiscent of her past life, where the entire land succumbed to a frozen apocalypse, could very well reoccur. Chapter 36. Lingxian finally released. Days passed by in this manner until the morning of the 6th day of Wang Chen's confinement. Within the sacred Hall of the Void, a silent wave of breakthrough surged from Wang Chen's body. The pinnacle of the return to origin realm, broken, under the system's realm breakthrough shielding function. An abundance of chaotic spiritual energy began to surge and converge within him. Eventually, it slowly coalesced into a chaotic-colored primordial pill at his dantian, surrounded by 9 chaotic flame dragons that spiraled continuously. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jiang Lingxian seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. However, upon glancing at Wang Chen, who was seated on the ground not far away, she found nothing amiss, as if it were merely an illusion. System. Elevate my disguised realm to the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, 9th level. Ding. Your realm concealment has been adjusted to the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, 9th level. 88 origin points deducted. Wang Chen had long anticipated the system's deductions and felt little disturbance in his heart, merely responding with a casual remark. System. You rascal. 666. Host of the machine. If you wish to leave, then go. I shall no longer confine you. Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen's swift breakthrough to the 9th level of the spirit-building realm and confirmed that her previous sensations were not mistaken. Feeling that the time was about right, she calmly addressed Wang Chen, who was gradually calming his energy. Jiang Lingxian initially intended to refer to herself as master, but considering Wang Chen's disinclination for such titles, she ultimately stifled the word master. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen momentarily froze, quickly opening his eyes to gaze at Jiang Lingxian, unable to conceal his joy. He had been confined for so many days and felt quite anxious. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had been there to alleviate his boredom. However, you must return by noon tomorrow. Without me needing to say it, you should already be aware of what will transpire among the various sects of the 8 desolations after noon tomorrow. A hint of barely perceptible disappointment flickered in Jiang Lingxian's eyes as she softly responded. All right, I shall definitely return by noon tomorrow, Wang Chen assured Jiang Lingxian, then rose and strode toward the door, reaching out to pull it open. Yet, As with the last time, after pulling once, the door remained shut. He could only turn back helplessly to Jiang Lingxian. Make sure to return. Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her gaze, and the final words she spoke seemed to carry an emotion that appeared somewhat heavy. Certainly, Wang Chen, captivated by the haunting emotion in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, nodded in a daze, offering no refusal. The moment his words fell, the formation of the entire room suddenly contracted, returning everything to the state it had been in 6 days prior. Creak. Wang Chen opened the door and stepped outside. Just as he turned to close the door, he exchanged a final glance with Jiang Lingxian, who appeared somewhat aggrieved inside. Clap. As the door closed, Wang Chen stood outside in a daze. Was it an illusion? Why did it seem as though she pouted, as if she were on the verge of tears? Wang Chen stood outside. Reflecting on that last glance he shared with Jiang Lingxian through the door, feeling bewildered. Creak. Unable to resist, Wang Chen pushed the door open again. But Jiang Lingxian's figure had already vanished, clearly having left. Perhaps he had misjudged. How could she possibly display such emotions while he was conscious? Wang Chen chuckled at himself, then carefully secured the door before turning and swiftly heading toward the Void Armory. On the path to the Void Immortal sect, every disciple who saw Wang Chen hurriedly made way, as though they had encountered a ghost. Wasn't this fellow rumored to have died several days ago? How could he appear again? Hey? I heard he was likely imprisoned. This version is too ludicrous. As the disciples of the Void discussed Wang Chen's hurried silhouette in hushed tones, their conversation continued. Regardless, tomorrow in the 8 Desolations 28 domains, the 36 great sects will hold a grand competition. We must prepare. Where will it be held? Right outside our Void Immortal sect, in that Void Spirit Battle realm. I've heard that the top 3 in each realm's competition will receive extraordinary rewards. Wang Chen had already dashed out of sight. These words reached his ears only in fragments. However, he paid them no heed, for he had long memorized the rewards and even the list of participants. This time around, he was exceptionally content with the grand competition that arose from the quarrels among the 36 sections. His satisfaction did not stem from the rewards, but rather from the stipulation that a life and death contract must be signed on the battlefield, regardless of life or death. There would be no responsibility. In his previous life, he had been able to suppress or eliminate many even at the spirit-building realm. How much more so now? Wang Chen had meticulously planned for this life. Once he suppressed or eliminated all the trash within the spirit-building realm, he would then participate in the Return to Origin realm competition. As Wang Chen soared along the sect's path, memories from his previous life ignited an inexplicable fury within him. In his past life, he had been targeted solely because he was the disciple of the most beautiful person in the 8 Desolations, the Holy Maiden of the Void Immortal sect, one of the 4 great powers. During the spirit-building realm competition in the Void Spirit Battle realm, 90% of the spirit-building realm cultivators from various sects had taken turns challenging him, seemingly eager to showcase their prowess. They believed that by defeating Wang Chen, the disciple, Jiang Lingxian, would admire them, ultimately discarding Wang Chen and accepting them as her disciples. After all, in the cultivation world, strength was revered, and most lived for their own interests. It was undeniable that many cultivators harbored such thoughts. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian in his past life was not oblivious to this issue and had provided him with numerous powerful treasures for self-preservation. Though ultimately, the spirit-building realm disciples of the 8 Desolations, many of whom were still unformed prodigies, were all suppressed or forced to concede through arduous efforts with the aid of his treasures. However, he had sustained severe injuries in the process, accruing enmity. In the end, his injuries were gradually healed by Jiang Lingxian's torturous healing method, saving his nearly ruined foundation. In this life, there will be no suppression, only total annihilation. Wang Chen resolved firmly within himself, then abruptly halted, slowly raising his gaze toward the dark entrance of the Void Armory before him. At this moment, the number of people at the entrance of the Void Armory had noticeably dwindled, leaving only a grumpy old man stationed there. You, come here. The old man called out to Wang Chen, waving his fan in invitation. Wang Chen looked around, noticing no one else nearby. Stop looking. It's you, come over here. The old man waved his fan again, and Wang Chen, somewhat perplexed, approached. Even though you are a disciple of the Holy Maiden of the Void, you recently took away dozens of... Whoosh. A gust of wind whipped up the old man's white hair, rendering his eyes unable to open for a moment. When his floating white hair gradually settled and he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Chen's back charging into the armory. The old man, with his fan in hand, stood at the entrance of the Void Armory, a look of bewilderment on his face, clearly stunned. Chapter 37. The heavily injured prodigy Yi Qing acquires his grandfather's ring. Is this truly the disciple of the old hag, Hanzun? To unleash the speed of the return to origin realm with the cultivation of a 9th-tier spirit-building realm is indeed intriguing. The old man chuckled to himself, observing Wang Chen sprinting like the wind into the void armory, fanning himself thoughtfully. He made no attempt to pursue, instead conjuring a recliner with a wave of his hand and leisurely reclining at the entrance of the void armory. Eventually, he covered his somewhat amused visage with his fan and drifted off into a deep slumber. Within the void armory, in an unknown location, the surroundings were enveloped in earthen walls, the ambience illuminated by a dim, golden light. After running for what felt like an eternity, Wang Chen abruptly halted, his heels digging into the ground, leaving a deep trench in his wake. He had suspected that the treasures within the void armory could not be easily pilfered, undoubtedly monitored or recorded by powerful entities. Thankfully, that old man did not follow him inside. Wang Chen felt a rush of exhilaration and relief. He had exerted nearly all of his speed and footwork in this endeavor. After a brief respite, Wang Chen retrieved from his storage space a golden broken sword, barely half a hand's length. However, the sword remained eerily silent until he invoked a spell cloaked in chaotic spiritual energy, infused with a soul attack. Crack! Crack! Oh my heavens! Who on earth is so wicked? The clear sounds of the golden sword striking echoed, and the remnant soul within it began to wail. Stop your noise. I shall assist you in advancing. Ah, you little rascal. Oh fine, that sounds splendid. Advancing is excellent. The irate voice of the sword's spirit transformed upon hearing the promise of enhancement. Now that we are within the void armory, lead me to the location you spoke of. Wang Chen grasped the dim golden sword, urging it to guide him towards the red refining golden spring. Let me calculate for a moment. Moments later. Not good. The spirit of the golden sword exclaimed, causing Wang Chen's heart to skip a beat. What is it? I was in the midst of sensing when suddenly, my hand cramped. You fool. How can a soul have a cramp? Wang Chen retorted, his mood swinging with frustration at the absurdity of the situation. Hey, don't be angry. I'm merely jesting. Let me continue my calculations. After the sword spirit's teasing remark, it fell silent once more. Not good. The sword spirit exclaimed again, but Wang Chen merely raised his palm, enveloped in spiritual energy. This truly is dire. Someone has broken through the wall, and the red refining golden spring is now in turmoil. The sword spirit cried out in alarm, clearly anxious. Quick, take me there. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Wang Chen hastily raised the golden sword to allow it to lead the way. Without needing further instruction, the eager sword spirit exerted a force, pulling Wang Chen through the dim environment at a rapid pace. They raced from the public armory to a nearby small armory adorned with numerous dark openings. Then, the golden sword led Wang Chen to a particularly concealed entrance, swiftly darting inside. Upon entering the small armory, Wang Chen immediately spotted a large hole in the wall. Peering inside, he beheld a radiant golden light, unmistakably emanating from the red refining golden spring. Standing near the spring was a man, shedding his garments in preparation to enter the water. Do not contaminate the red refining golden spring. Allow me. Wang Chen recognized Yi Qing at once and hurled the golden sword with force. Thud. The sword pierced through Yi Qing's right shoulder, blood spraying forth. As Yi Qing recoiled in shock, Wang Chen's heavy footsteps approached, launching into a flying kick. Bang! Yi Qing clutched his bleeding shoulder, his waist bent from the impact, about to be propelled backward. After that flying kick, here comes my Thomas spin kick. Yet Wang Chen, being of the return to origin realm, was swifter. After the kick, he executed a graceful spin in midair, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! Another sharp sound resonated as the kick struck Yi Qing's back with tremendous force. Boom! Yi Qing, unable to react, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Wang Chen showed no mercy to his adversary. He could feel the certainty of Yi Qing's spine fracturing. But to Wang Chen's astonishment, Yi Qing glared fiercely at him, his pupils gradually whitening. Master, aid me. With a furious roar, Yi Qing unleashed his third-tier spirit-building realm power, igniting his form with black flames. Pop, pop, pop. In that instant, Yi Qing's cultivation soared from the third tier of spirit building to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, eventually stabilizing. Now possessed, Yi Qing gazed at Wang Chen with fervor, a crooked smile adorning his face. You two are at the 9th tier of spirit building? How interesting. Yi Qing flicked his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones, regarding Wang Chen with disdain. Oh, you wish to play with flames? Competing in realms? Boom. Just as Wang Chen spoke, his own power erupted, revealing the return to origin realm, chaotic flames enveloping his form. Two spectral chaotic flame dragons coiled around his shoulders, their fierce eyes fixated on Yi Qing. This was not even Wang Chen's full strength, as he had not yet released all 9 chaotic flame dragons. The possessed Yi Qing's smile faltered, unable to maintain its facade. Die. Wang Chen was not one for lengthy monologues. He surged forward, delivering a devastating punch. Bang! Crack! Yi Qing barely raised his arms in defense, only to have them shatter in a grotesque manner. Why can a worthless body be this strong? Yi Qing's pupils widened, swirling with black flames, as he instinctively attempted to retreat. Dragon transformation claw. But Wang Chen would not allow it. He raised his hand, transforming his fingers into chaotic flame dragon claws, seizing Yi Qing's head. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Yi Qing's head was crushed, akin to a watermelon under Wang Chen's grip. Is this truly the end? Wait. In 3 years, I shall surely kill you. Before Wang Chen could fully process the situation, he heard Yi Qing's familiar roar and the sound of fleeing footsteps. Finally, Wang Chen glanced at his hand, realizing he was grasping a wooden puppet's head, continuously consumed by chaotic flames. Such a wretched existence. The prodigy of fate is indeed difficult to eliminate. No wonder he was one of the 2 emperors who hunted me in my past life. Wang Chen released the spectral chaotic flame dragon claws, swiftly incinerating the entire puppet. At that moment, Wang Chen's gaze fixed upon a dull ring on the ground, a smile creeping across his face. You sacrificed yourself to protect your disciple. I admire you, but alas, we are foes. Wang Chen picked up the ring and swiftly sealed it within a box. In the end, he cast it into the deepest recesses of the storage space, sealing it away with the intention of revisiting it later. Within the confines of the system's storage space, time remains utterly suspended. Alas, it is incapable of containing living beings. Wang Chen harbored a firm confidence in this aspect of the system's storage space. As long as he chose not to retrieve it, Yi Qing's golden-fingered elder would forever remain imprisoned. However, the ring undoubtedly housed treasures besides the old man, and Wang Chen planned to seize them all at an opportune moment. He had not forgotten that in his previous life, the old man within the ring, once reincarnated by Yi Qing, had been a significant accomplice in the attempt to ambush him. Chapter 38. Anxious Lingxian supplementing emotional energy. Wang Chen stood within the fractured golden wall, the chaotic dragon flames surrounding him gradually dissipating. Once the 2 magnificent chaotic flame dragons that rested upon his shoulders retreated to his back and vanished completely, tranquility returned. Only then did Wang Chen approach the distant wall and extract the golden broken sword that had been stuck there, muttering curses under his breath. Once I ascend to a terrestrial-grade weapon, I shall sense where my other half lies. The spirit within the golden sword let out a strange laugh, eagerly pulling Wang Chen toward the crimson refinement spring. Hurry, boy. Let us soak together, for the crimson refinement spring offers formidable enhancement effects for those with a domineering constitution. The spirit urged Wang Chen to discard his garments and join him in the bath, even tossing the sword into the spring. Without hesitation, Wang Chen shed his clothing until he was left only in his undergarments. Grasping the golden sword, he leaped into the spring, which was just large enough to accommodate 1 person. He tossed the sword aside, settled into a meditative position, and began to concentrate, feeling the flow of energy as it surged into his body from the spring, refining his blood and skin. The crimson refinement spring, a royal-grade spirit spring, radiated an intense heat, and Wang Chen could distinctly feel his cultivation level rising. Within a short span of time, he sensed the boundaries of his realm beginning to loosen. With a resounding crack, he did not allow the system to shield his breakthrough this time. The water of the spring swelled violently in response to the explosion of energy within him. Meanwhile, the golden sword remained submerged in the spring, gradually falling silent. Wang Chen, while cultivating, deliberately extended his consciousness to guard against any nearby intrusions. However, for reasons unknown, there was no one within a kilometer radius of him. This allowed him to focus entirely on his cultivation in the royal-grade crimson refinement spring. Time passed slowly, and soon it was midday on the 2nd day. Wang Chen remained engrossed in the now dimming waters of the spring, continuously enhancing his cultivation, which had elevated to the 4th layer of the returning origin realm within just 1 day. It felt as effortless as drinking water, a pace he had anticipated, as he possessed absolute confidence in his capabilities. As he sensed the nearly depleted energy of the crimson refinement spring, a sudden realization jolted him awake. He was struck by an inexplicable pang of anxiety, a feeling that he had forgotten something crucial, and it intensified with each passing moment. What could it be? Wang Chen's brow furrowed in confusion as he sat in the now dim spring, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. After contemplating for a while, a shiver ran through him, and he inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad." In an instant, he snatched the golden sword from the spring and hastily rose. Casting a quick glance at the radiant sword, he disregarded its protests and swiftly stowed it away in his storage space. With a resounding thud, Wang Chen propelled himself off the bottom of the spring, the water erupting in a splash as it transformed from the crimson refinement spring into a steamy pool. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Void Saintess, Jiang Lingxian sat coldly on her bed, her gaze fixed on the door, awaiting the arrival of a certain figure. The time they had agreed upon had come and gone, yet the person she awaited had not yet appeared. As she glanced out at the blazing sun overhead, a chill radiated from her, spreading through the room. Another quarter of an hour passed, just a moment longer. Jiang Lingxian's breathing became increasingly labored, her heart counting down the seconds. If Wang Chen did not show up within this brief span, it was likely that the entire Void Immortal sect would feel her wrath. 38, 39, 40, 41. With each tick of the clock, the suppressed coldness within her grew more uncontrollable, frost beginning to form on the floor. Yet, she remained fixated on the door, her heart sinking deeper into despair. In her mind, she feared that Wang Chen had fled the Void Immortal sect, unwilling to face her after the revelation of his resurrection. But he promised he would return. Jiang Lingxian snapped herself from her internal countdown, rising from the icy chamber that was once her room, her breath becoming increasingly strained. In this moment, her eyes shone with a dangerous glint, a wave of fury swelling within her. He deceived me. He lied to me, claiming he would return at noon. Yet now it was well past the appointed time. As she stood, her body trembled slightly, her breath quickening, her heart feeling as though it were being squeezed. Just as Jiang Lingxian prepared to scour the entire Void Immortal sect for Wang Chen, the door burst open with a violent crash. A shadow shot through the entrance like a rocket, unable to halt its momentum as it hurtled toward her. Hey, hug me, Wang Chen, enveloped in the icy atmosphere of the chamber, soared toward Jiang Lingxian, his eyes wide with urgency. He couldn't stop. There was no time. Having witnessed the Hall of the Void Saintess transform into a palace of ice, Wang Chen had exerted all his strength to dash over from 100 meters away. In his haste, he had miscalculated his speed and found himself unable to stop just before reaching the door. As he flew toward Jiang Lingxian, time seemed to slow, allowing him to appreciate her bewildered beauty, cold yet enchanting. However, as a being of the celestial realm, Jiang Lingxian quickly regained her composure. With a resounding thud, the two collided forcefully, their hands instinctively reaching out to protect each other. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian midair, attempting to use himself as a cushion. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian reacted swiftly, unleashing her power to soften their descent onto the bed. Nonetheless, the force of inertia caused Wang Chen to land atop the frost-covered bed, gracing it with a soft thud. Thanks to Jiang Lingxian's protective magic, their collision felt as gentle as if Wang Chen had merely lain down. In that moment, they found themselves entangled upon the bed, Wang Chen's cheek brushing against Jiang Lingxian's. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. How smooth and cool. So tender and fragrant, how comforting. Wang Chen, reassured that all was well, chose not to rise, instead pressing his face against Jiang Lingxian's smooth cheek. In turn, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen's waist, drawing warmth from his body, the acute sense of security she had previously lacked gradually returning. For a time, they remained in silent harmony, each providing the other with the emotional sustenance they craved. To be honest, Jiang Lingxian had no desire to rise. Embracing Wang Chen tightly, she closed her eyes, as if this closeness could fill the void within her heart. Chapter 39. Lingxian's delicate anger. However, outside the Tai Su Xian sect, a grand competition was underway, and she could not reveal her peculiar possessiveness and emotions in front of her disciple. Thus, it was evident that the two could not remain in such an embrace indefinitely. In the end, Jiang Lingxian suppressed her reluctance and discreetly wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes due to her anxious fear of not seeing Wang Chen. She made an effort to restore her original expression and then slowly released Wang Chen, rising to her feet. At the very moment she stood, the chilling air in the room began to dissipate swiftly, yet the residual cold did not dampen the surroundings. Despite Jiang Lingxian's attempts to disguise her emotions after standing, a faint blush remained on her delicate face. "I'm sorry for being late," she murmured. Wang Chen understood that Jiang Lingxian despised deceit. So whenever he was in the wrong, he would immediately confess, never daring to mislead her. Her words struck a chord within Jiang Lingxian, causing her breath to grow heavier as she quietly observed the guilty Wang Chen. Gradually, her expression turned colder, and she furrowed her brow slightly. Turning away toward the open door, Lingxian thought, I almost believed my disciple would deceive me again. How vexing. I don't wish to speak to him anymore. Humph. Dog system, go away. Wang Chen muttered, feeling exasperated by the strange voice in his mind, promptly severing their connection. However, the system's words were indeed accurate. Jiang Lingxian's indignant demeanor clearly indicated she was sulking after feeling hurt. Having spent millennia together, Wang Chen was well aware that when she was angry, she preferred to be alone to process her feelings. Ultimately, it would either be her who comforted herself or Wang Chen who soothed her. Fortunately, comforting her was relatively easy. Wang Chen felt he had a surefire way to cheer her up and countless methods with a high probability of success. As he watched Jiang Lingxian, her exquisite face marred by anger as she exited, he halted his steps, pondering her delicate temperament. This girl indeed seemed to be cautious even in her anger. Likely fearing that he might be frightened away, Wang Chen realized that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness towards him was particularly intense, reminiscent of a cold yet delicate flower. Yet, her behavior was not overly extreme. She simply wished for him to stay, which brought him comfort. With hurried steps, Wang Chen leaped out of bed, carefully jogging to join her, standing silently beside her with his head bowed. This approach had proven effective countless times, as Jiang Lingxian secretly cherished his meek demeanor after making mistakes. Upon sensing Wang Chen had finally caught up, she gradually began to walk again. Wang Chen quickly closed the door behind them, following her side by side. You are angry, aren't you? He asked cautiously, trailing beside her. The path of the sect was now deserted, as most had already left. No, Jiang Lingxian replied, striding ahead with her usual haughty demeanor, responding with a curt no. I was delayed because I was refining the crimson refining spring. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Wang Chen said, attempting to explain, but Jiang Lingxian continued on her way, seemingly forgetting that she could simply teleport them out of the sect together. Oh, this woman is so contradictory, yet I find myself fond of the sulking, silent demeanor of hers, Wang Chen mused. He then conjured a circular necklace of icy hues, featuring a hollow moon, and presented it to her. Here, a gift for you, my fairy sister. Please don't be angry anymore. He jogged ahead, turning to walk backward as he held the icy moon necklace aloft. Upon hearing the term fairy sister, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, lifting her beautiful gaze from the ground to look at him. Since she could not accept the title of master, this appellation seemed acceptable. Given her name contained Xian. I don't need it, she replied after a brief contemplation. Are you sure? He asked, bemused. Well, I suppose I'll be meeting some female friends in the Tai Su Ling War Realm shortly. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a void in his hand, and everything around him swayed violently. When Wang Chen regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a throng of cultivators in a bustling world. However, he and Jiang Lingxian stood on the highest platform, a grand stage. Tai Su Saintus. It is an honor to meet you. Jiang Lingxian's icy moon necklace vanished without a sound as she nodded in acknowledgement to the dozens of powerful figures welcoming her. Wang Chen, captivated by the scene around him, quickly came to terms with his circumstances. We have arrived at the Tai Su Ling War Realm, he thought, momentarily forgetting about the necklace that Jiang Lingxian had taken. At that moment, he observed representatives from the 8 desolations and 28 domains, each representing various sects. A flicker of disdain rising within him, especially upon noticing the disciples standing behind some of the powerful figures, a barely perceptible killing intent welled up in his eyes. Among them were several emerging talents, still in their infancy, who had once sought to suppress him in the past, aiming to draw attention to themselves. Some foolish individuals even asked Jiang Lingxian if they could take him as a disciple after defeating Wang Chen in the arena. As he watched their gazes fixated on Jiang Lingxian, who was gracefully taking her seat, Wang Chen silently positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from their scrutiny. He contemplated the fate of these emerging talents. In his previous life, they had merely surrendered to him, but in this life, they would all perish. By stepping forward, he had maximized his presence, as nearly all gazes were fixed upon Jiang Lingxian's beauty. Ah, this must be the infamous troublemaker. The disciple of the Tai Su Saintus, isn't it? Chuckled a middle-aged man among the seated powerful figures, stroking his beard with a mocking smile. Well, who would have thought it would be Elder Qinghe from the Qingwei sect? I've heard rumors that while you appear to dote on your sect master's wife, you have a clandestine affair with 18 mistresses. Wang Chen emphasized the number 18, his tone laden with incredulity. Realizing his own indiscretion, he quickly covered his mouth, feigning regret. "Oh dear, I seem to have let slip some unintentional words. My apologies," he added cheerfully. By sheer coincidence, Wang Chen remembered Elder Qinghe from his past life. Having witnessed the scandalous affairs of this elder who, despite having a sect masteress wife, was brazen enough to maintain 18 mistresses, all of whom knew each other. Given such circumstances, the elder's behavior was all too predictable. After the revelation of the incident involving the former immortal, Qinghe Laobi, it became a timeless classic of jest within the realm of cultivation. Chapter 40. You have not spared him either. After Wang Chen concluded his remarks, the entire assembly of cultivators on the square platform cast peculiar glances at Elder Qinghe. "You utter nonsense," speaking without a shred of truth. Elder Qinghe, upon noticing the gaze of the sect leader's wife beside him, was instantly taken aback, losing his composure. With a resounding clap of his hand against the armrest of his chair, he rose, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a gentle tug at his waist, as Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled him behind her. The colossal square platform of the Taishu Spirit War realm resembled a grand viewing box, allowing spectators to observe the external Taishu spirit battlefield, with dimensions stretching hundreds of meters. It could accommodate 1,000 individuals. However, every cultivator present held a distinguished status or possessed exceptional talent, warranting their presence among the esteemed. The powerful figures and disciples on the platform formed 2 rows, with a central walkway. Jiang Lingxian sat near the end of the left side, her cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Elder Qinghe. For reasons unknown, a profound silence enveloped the vast platform, an invisible aura spreading throughout. "I must apologize on behalf of Elder Qinghe for any offense caused," spoke the graceful matron, sect leader Qingwei, as she rose and raised her hand in contrition. Jiang Lingxian, observing the seemingly sincere apology from the matron, gradually softened her icy demeanor. "Do not speak of the private affairs of other sects in public," Jiang Lingxian admonished, her gaze shifting slightly towards Wang Chen, her lips curving upwards as if reproaching him for his earlier words. Wang Chen, captivated by the beauty of her cold eyes, obediently nodded, lowering his head in submission. "You have not spared him either. Ha ha ha." Wang Chen's heart nearly erupted with laughter, finding Jiang Lingxian's subtle maneuver exceedingly clever. In an instant, the apologetic matron, sect leader Qingwei, turned her skeptical gaze toward Elder Qinghe. If the words of the Taishu Saintess' disciple were credible only to a degree, then the statements of the Taishu Saintess herself carried even greater weight. Now that both the Taishu Saintess and her disciple had spoken, it amounted to a complete endorsement. The assembled cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malicious glee, all directed towards sect leader Qingwei and Elder Qinghe. Except for a few junior cultivators, the remaining attendees were all high-ranking members of various sects, with the least among them being at the 7th level of the Sacred Soul Realm. Some powerful figures even chuckled, unafraid of any potential retaliation from sect leader Qingwei. "Enough. Since everyone is present, let us commence," declared one of the 4 formidable beings at the end of the platform, unable to tolerate the farce any longer. It was one of the ancestors of the Taishu Immortal Sect, Elder Han. Wang Chen raised his gaze slightly, immediately recognizing the white-haired woman who had interrupted the commotion. Elder Han was not an elderly crone, but rather a strikingly beautiful woman whose white hair accentuated her cold and ethereal presence. Wang Chen's acquaintance with Jiang Lingxian's master was limited. They had met only a few times in the past, maintaining a neutral relationship. At the end of the grand platform, besides Elder Han, 3 other ancestral representatives from different sects were present. The reason for only 4 was that some ancestors were absent or in seclusion, disinterested in participating in such affairs. The 4 individuals seated in the main position, 2 men and 2 women, represented the 4 major immortal sects of the 8 desolations. In addition to the enchanting Elder Han in her blue dress, there was a youthful man in black, an elderly figure in green, and a woman in purple. The 2 male elders leisurely sipped tea from their seats, while the female elder scanned the assembly below with a composed demeanor. "I have spoken. It is now your turn. Esteemed elders," Elder Han remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 men, her brow furrowing in annoyance. Subsequently, she gracefully returned to her seat, unfazed by the trivialities around her. "Go ahead. You appear older and more authoritative," one of the elders, the handsome youth with a youthful countenance, suggested to the elderly man beside him after a brief exchange of glances. The older man, with a resigned sigh, set down his teacup and stood, donning his azure robe as he ascended into the air, surveying the crowd below. This grand competition accommodates participants from the spirit-building realm to the sacred soul realm, each with their respective battle arenas. You may choose your battlefield according to your capabilities. Furthermore, there are no designated opponents. You may challenge any individual present or enter the arena to confront others. Should a battle continue until no one challenges for a duration of incense, the last person standing will be deemed victorious. The first victor will exit, and subsequent contenders may vie for the second place. As for the rewards for the top 3 in each realm, they will be announced once the Taishu Spirit War realm is activated. The Elder's deep, resonant voice, emanating from his 9th level of the Heavenly Sovereign realm, ensured that every individual present could hear him clearly. Lastly, a word of caution: weapons are indiscriminate. Once you enter the Spirit War realm, rely on your own abilities. Should any casualties occur, no one shall bear responsibility. As the Elder's grand pronouncement concluded, the crowd erupted into a fervor. Just as he returned to his seat on the grand platform, his gaze fell upon Jiang Lingxian with an expression of surprise. Before her, a rift in the void materialized, beckoning Wang Chen to enter. "Where are you headed?" Elder Han, seated at the main position, furrowed her brow in confusion, addressing Jiang Lingxian. While those not on the grand platform could leave at will, those present represented the dignity of their respective sections. "We shall return within a minute. We will not delay," Jiang Lingxian respectfully assured, and upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the beautiful Elder Han, she led Wang Chen into the void rift. This was a secluded space that Jiang Lingxian had independently established, where visibility remained normal, yet everything around them was entirely blank. "Take this, and this too, and this." Jiang Lingxian stood within the expanse, continuously producing treasures and placing them into Wang Chen's hands, an array of protective weapons and talismans, each more valuable than the last: the Royal Tier Protective Sword and Tint, the Imperial Tier Protective Jade Plate, the Sacred Tier Protective Talismans, and more. "That is enough. Truly, it is sufficient," Wang Chen exclaimed, watching as Jiang Lingxian produced yet another stack of Imperial Tier Fire Explosive Talismans. "Silence and take them," Jiang Lingxian retorted coldly, her gaze sharp as she commanded him. Wang Chen, with a resigned sigh and a hint of reluctance, accepted the multitude of talismans, silently acquiescing to her wishes. Just as he thought Jiang Lingxian had exhausted her supply, he was taken aback when she revealed 9 sacred tier talismans, each representing a distinct attribute among the 9 lines. Hiss! The system's astonished gasp echoed in Wang Chen's mind, underscoring the exceptional rarity of these talismans. Chapter 41. The battle commences. The 9 lines of talismans drawn by the 9 Imperial Realm Talismancers had seemingly vanished without a trace before, yet now they have been collected by Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen was equally astonished. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he embraced Jiang Lingxian before even receiving the talisman paper. With a soft thud, Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden embrace. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, her figure momentarily stiffening. At that moment, she felt Wang Chen's gentle touch against her neck and cheek, sending a shiver through her. Previously, she had been the one to treat Wang Chen this way at night. But now, experiencing it from him left her feeling perplexed, perhaps even sensitive. "Why you?" As Jiang Lingxian regained her composure, her breath quickened and she was about to gently push Wang Chen away, but he released her first. "Why you?" Her beautiful features displayed a hint of rigidity as she gazed at Wang Chen, uttering another "you," laced with a touch of reluctance. "Enough with the "you." Aren't you also heading to battle those old geezers in the Saint Soul realm? You can keep this for your protection. It's unnecessary for me, as I want to need it in the spirit building realm." Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's startled expression after being embraced, and then swiftly released and declined her kind offer. To be treated so importantly by Jiang Lingxian warmed Wang Chen's heart, deeply moving him. It felt akin to a beloved girl understanding your plight and unhesitatingly offering all her savings to assist you. Moreover, given the current situation in the Void Spirit battlefield, it hardly constituted a predicament for Wang Chen. No. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Lingxian remained unconvinced and attempted to press the 9 talisman papers into Wang Chen's palm. Wang Chen's expression grew serious. He furrowed his brow and stared at Jiang Lingxian for a moment, then turned away from her, unwilling to accept. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly as she watched Wang Chen's back, ultimately relenting and reluctantly stowing away the talisman papers. "Since you are unwilling, very well." Jiang Lingxian's cool voice drifted from behind, prompting Wang Chen to slowly turn around to face her. "Let us go." With Jiang Lingxian's calm words, the void before them parted, allowing them to step through. When they returned to the massive arena, Barely 2 minutes had passed, just as the Void Spirit battlefield was activated by Han Zun. Whoosh! The 6 arenas, previously shrouded by a barrier, now opened. Simultaneously, colossal golden characters materialized above each of the 6 arenas, representing realms from spirit building to Saint Soul. Wang Chen lifted his gaze to the characters above the spirit building arena, which were inscribed in the script of the 8 desolate continent. First prize, Heavenly Grade Superior Spirit Gathering Flag. Second prize, Heavenly Grade Upper Tier Soul Pill. Third prize, Heavenly Grade Lower Tier Spiritual Source. Wang Chen focused solely on the spirit building realm, for it was no surprise that someone had already issued a challenge to him. Whoosh! As soon as the barriers of the 6 arenas vanished, a figure leaped onto each platform. Who dares to fight me? Who's coming? You disciples of the Qingwei sect are so arrogant outside. Come and face me. Standing beside the Saintess of the Void was a disciple who also hailed from the 9th level of spirit building. Are you brave enough to come up and fight me? The initial shouts came from other high-level arenas, while Wang Chen's attention was fixed on the challenger in the spirit building arena. The individual was somewhat familiar to Wang Chen, the disciple who had stood behind Elder Qinghe earlier. It seemed he had come to avenge Elder Qinghe, but unfortunately for him, he would be the first to fall. Wang Chen revealed a wicked smile, and, within Jiang Lingxian's view, he took a step towards the spirit building arena. As 2 participants ascended onto each of the 6 arenas, a transparent barrier swiftly reformed to prevent any accidental injuries to the spectators. The outer area surrounding the 6 arenas was already densely packed with onlookers, both in the air and on the ground. Countless cultivators eagerly watched each arena, particularly the Saint Soul Realm spectators, who were keen to witness any thrilling battles unfolding. In the Void Spirit battlefield, on the arena, Qingwei sect, Lu Bao, I challenge you. Bang! Before he could finish his challenge, his head exploded, and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Who are you challenging? You can't even see my attack, you worthless fool. Lu Bao, I suppose you've met your end. Wang Chen scratched his ear with his pinky, looking disdainfully at the headless corpse, flicking away the earwax. As one side of the arena faced death, a transparent barrier emerged, enveloping the body to remove it from the platform. As the transparent barrier slowly dissipated, the arena awaited the next challenger. The moment the barrier vanished, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd, filled with excitement. I'm here. A muscular man suddenly soared onto the arena, furrowing his brow as he regarded Wang Chen. Unlike Lu Bao, the muscular man wasted no time with formalities. As he leapt onto the platform, he coalesced his right hand into a claw and charged at Wang Chen. With a soft thud, Wang Chen, clad in white, stood his ground, raising his right hand to block the assault, his eyes unleashing a beam of chaotic flame. Puff! Bang! The sound of the chaotic flame embedding into flesh resonated as it detonated upon impact. The muscular man had no chance to react, being flung backward and crashing against the half-formed barrier, falling silent. Hiss! This boy is ferocious. The barrier of the arena barely had time to rise before it swiftly receded, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. His cultivation clearly stood at the 9th level of spirit building. How could his attack rival that of a 2nd-level returning essence cultivator? The powerful figures atop the massive platform, observing the spirit building arena, expressed their surprise at this scene. This is just bullying the weak. Hurry up and eliminate those fortunate ones from my past life who challenged me. Then let us have a real match. Wang Chen, feeling somewhat bored, lifted his gaze to the throng of spectators and suddenly shouted, Are all of you in the spirit building realm worthless? If you can't manage, just request Han Zun and let everyone come at me. Wang Chen's gaze swept over each individual, encompassing all present in the spirit-building realm, exuding in extreme arrogance. Those favored by fortune despise such brazenly arrogant antagonists. Yet Wang Chen embodied this very essence of hubris. As expected, challengers began to flock onto the platform, and astonishingly, the barrier of the arena remained unsealed. Countless cultivators from the spirit-building realm, recognizing Han Zun's tacit approval of this conduct, surged onto the arena, glaring at Wang Chen. In that moment, the audience below hastily retreated, fearing collateral damage, distancing themselves by several dozen meters. High above, Han Zun coldly observed the unfolding scene, disregarding Jiang Lingxian's concerned gaze directed at her. Since Wang Chen wished to challenge the entire spirit-building realm, she was eager to see what capabilities her disciple possessed. Jiang Lingxian observed her master for a moment, then sighed inwardly, hoping Wang Chen could manage. Though she had great faith in Wang Chen, her eyes remained fixed on the horde of over 100 challengers in the spirit-building arena. Finally, I've got you now. Wang Chen stood at the center of the 100-meter arena, his gaze locking onto 7 or 8 figures among the crowd, his momentum steadily rising. Chapter 42. The Forceful Annihilation of the Child of Fortune. As Wang Chen's aura surged, 2 phantoms of chaotic flame dragons gradually emerged behind him, their eyes icy cold. The mutated 9-yang divine body. Sitting atop the massive platform, the cold sovereign was momentarily taken aback, observing Wang Chen's black and white flames with evident astonishment. No wonder Xian cherishes her disciple so dearly. In that moment, the cold sovereign seemed to grasp why Jiang Lingxian was so determined to protect Wang Chen. It was indeed due to the mutated 9-yang divine body. Awakening the 9-yang divine body was already a feat in itself, let alone a mutated one. The only uncertainty lay in the nature of its transformation. Yet, the cold sovereign was unaware that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian cared little for Wang Chen's physique. All she desired was him. Jiang Lingxian's gaze rippled slightly, showing no surprise at Wang Chen's mutated 9-yang divine body. Aside from those from the Taishu immortal sect, many were oblivious to Wang Chen's unique constitution, believing it to be merely a form of powerful flame body. Even in her past life, since Jiang Lingxian had not disclosed Wang Chen's physical attributes, the individuals from the Taishu immortal sect had similarly assumed the same. Thus, in this life, the attention Wang Chen garnered was predominantly from the members of the Taishu immortal sect, their expressions filled with shock. The female elders of the inner sect seated on the massive platform could no longer remain composed. They stood up, fixated on Wang Chen. He must be seized. Such a disciple must be claimed. As they rose, Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze shifted towards them, her hand instinctively tightening within her sleeve. Despite her usual calm demeanor, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within her, making her quite anxious. She truly wished to confine this group of women who dared to covet her disciple. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the Taishu spirit battle realm, as another 4 chaotic flame dragons emerged from Wang Chen. These 4 flame dragons soared into the sky, forming a square formation in the 4 cardinal directions, their immense chaotic fire captivating the attention of all present. In an instant, even those focused on the sacred soul realm combat turned their curious gazes towards the spectacle. Roar. 6 chaotic flame dragons burst forth from Wang Chen's body, their forms enlarging, and once more, a resonant dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. The flame dragons above suddenly transformed into a chaotic barrier, encasing the hundreds of participants on the spirit-building arena. When you step onto the stage, you must contemplate whether you might perish. This was your own choice. With that, Wang Chen's aura surged violently, his body igniting within the chaotic barrier as he charged towards the crowd on the arena. Crack, crack, crack. Just before plunging into the fray, to prevent the lucky child of fortune from escaping, Wang Chen unleashed his full power, employing every means at his disposal. Quickly, combined forces to eliminate him. However, the participants stepping onto the stage were not novices. Though slightly flustered, they quickly coalesced their various intense and spiritual techniques. Rumble. Observing from the outside, the scene within the chaotic barrier was shrouded in mystery, with only the sounds of chaos and screams escaping. The chaotic barrier enveloped the entire arena, making it difficult for many to discern what was transpiring inside. Only those of higher cultivation than the Danxi realm could perceive the events clearly. Most could only hear the cries of anguish within. Moments later, the elders and sect leaders atop the massive platform could no longer remain passive, unable to watch their disciples being slaughtered. For esteemed figures, our sect's disciples concede. I implore you to release them. One representative from the 36 sect stood, bowing in request to the 4 sovereigns at the end of the platform. However, before he could finish, several guardians charged recklessly towards the spirit-building arena. These were guardians of the spirit-building realm as prodigies, all-powerful figures of the sacred soul realm, who tore through the chaotic barrier with ease. As the barrier was rent asunder, visibility gradually returned. Wang Chen's right hand manifested a claw of a chaotic flame dragon, gripping the necks of 1 male and 1 female, lifting them high. Cough. Cough. Wang Chen, forcibly torn from the barrier by the sacred soul realm experts, felt his dragon might diminish, causing him to spit blood. Yet, recalling the child of fortune who had besieged him in his past life, his murderous intent radiated palpably, struggling against the backlash from the barrier's destruction. Wang Chen's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as the domineering chaotic flames continued to surge forth. You worthless beings! If it weren't for following that pack of beasts, you wouldn't even qualify to encircle me. Wang Chen gazed steadily at the nearly lifeless children of fortune in his grasp, his words dripping with murderous intent. Yet, he did not divulge the truth of his rebirth. Others merely assumed his wrath stemmed from being besieged by a group. For reasons unknown, Wang Chen could distinctly sense that this world seemed to reject him. Many children of fortune, or rather youthful prodigies, inexplicably harbored enmity towards him. The most absurd were those who, driven mad by infatuation, sought Jiang Lingxian's favor, thus directing their hostility first towards Wang Chen, who stood closest to her. At this moment, the child of fortune in Wang Chen's grasp was not as formidable as Qin Yefan or Yi Qing, nor were they akin to those top-tier children of fortune yet to emerge in this life. Their fortunes were not particularly high, which led Wang Chen to label them as lesser children of fortune. However, while they were currently easy to eliminate, should they be allowed to escape, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. In his previous life, as he suppressed them, they had suddenly produced life-saving artifacts and cried for mercy, preserving their lives. This subsequently allowed them to grow into children of fortune at the sovereign realm, later joining forces with top-tier figures like Yi Qing to encircle him. At this moment, the other spirit-building realm cultivators on the Taishu platform were already terrified, witnessing the chaotic barrier being torn apart and quickly fleeing from the arena. Wang Chen paid little attention to the rabble. Instead, his eyes blazed with chaotic flames as he beheld the 8 children of fortune that had dwindled to just the 2 in his grip. Stop. At that moment, he heard several furious shouts from outside the arena, yet he paid them no mind, swiftly twisting his hands. Wang Chen had never considered himself a benevolent individual. Anyone who posed a threat to him would be dealt with by any means necessary. Crack. With 2 distinct sounds of neck snapping, Wang Chen discarded the corpses and swiftly retrieved 2 stacks of imperial-grade explosive talismans. Explode. Wang Chen flung his hands towards the incoming elders, unleashing a blinding blaze. Boom. The explosive power of dozens of imperial-grade talismans was nearly enough to engulf half of the Taishu spirit battle realm, sending countless individuals fleeing in terror. This act effectively halted the advance of the several sacred soul realm elders, allowing them to pause in their rush towards the arena. What in the world are you doing? Disregarding the lives of others? A voice, filled with terror, cried out, while chaotic footsteps echoed incessantly around. Countless figures ascended into the sky in flight. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated might of the imperial-grade explosive talisman did not descend upon them. Instead, it was deftly intercepted by the young venerable who stood beside the cold sovereign, who had merely raised his hand to diminish its power. Cold sovereign, your disciple is quite audacious, remarked the young venerable beside him, chuckling as he slowly withdrew his hand in a teasing manner. The cold sovereign offered no reply, merely gazing at the soaring figure of Jiang Lingxian, his expression composed and evidently acquiescent to her actions. Chapter 43. Lingxian's mental craving strikes again. At this moment, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had appeared before him, and instinctively cowered behind her, peering out timidly. They were violating the rules. A group of elder cultivators were attempting to ascend the stage to confront him. Sister Fairy, how should they be punished? Wang Chen clutched the sleeve of Jiang Lingxian's white dress. His previous domineering demeanor dissipated, leaving only a look of utter grievance on his face. The countless cultivators present observed this scene, their thoughts echoing. You were not so meek when you brazenly tossed dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans just moments ago. Jiang Lingxian said nothing, but upon noticing the blood trickling from Wang Chen's lips, a powerful wave of fury began to swell within her. Subsequently, her right hand summoned a chilling sword, which she twirled gracefully before launching it with ferocity. Instantly, several beams of crimson light erupted in the sky. The expressions of the low-level Saint Soul elders above morphed into sheer terror as they clutched their bleeding necks, plummeting from the heavens. Wah! Wang Chen shivered in fright, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's swift and lethal response. Did she not fear a war with those major sects and the Taisucian sect? Holy Maiden of Taisu, do you not fear a coalition of sects declaring war on your Taisucian sect for this? Atop the massive platform, another figure stood, evidently one of the slain elders' sect members. If you wish to seek revenge, you are always welcome. This declaration did not come from Jiang Lingxian, but from the cold and imposing Han Zun at the end of the large platform. As Jiang Lingxian protected Wang Chen as her disciple, Han Zun, as her mentor, naturally stood to protect her. The challenger was momentarily taken aback. His anger swiftly quelled as he resignedly returned to his seat. Oh dear, Sister Han Zun, how domineering. I simply adore it. The woman in purple garb seated beside Han Zun gazed at her with adoration, her eyes filled with affection. If one misbehaves, they should return to their own sect. Hanzun, with her enchanting beauty, rolled her eyes at the woman beside her, her tone cold yet laced with a hint of exasperation. Humph. The purple-clad woman, undeterred by the reprimand, pouted playfully, her alluring countenance adding a charming mischief to her demeanor, taking advantage of someone's affection to bully them. Sister Hanzun is truly wicked. Upon hearing the words of the purple-clad elder, the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment. The implications were overwhelming. This year's Tai Su spirit battle was unprecedentedly chaotic, and following this grand competition, such events would surely resonate throughout the entire 8 Desolation continent. The events at Tai Su spirit battle had thrown the spirit realm and the onlookers into utter disarray. Yet, at this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious to the chaos, locked in a gaze. Wang Chen then turned his attention to the stage of the returning Yuan realm, and Jiang Lingxian instantly discerned his intentions. Return with me first. Her voice was imbued with a chilly tone, evidently irked by Wang Chen's reckless challenge to the returning Yuan stage. Most importantly, his disregard for his own safety had led to a backlash after he had forcibly killed those cultivators, resulting in his current state. Without further ado, Jiang Lingxian enveloped Wang Chen in her spirit energy and tore through the void, forcibly pulling him along. Hey. I haven't T even stood for a full incense stick, and I haven't T secured first place yet. Whoosh. Just as the rift in space began to close, Wang Chen voiced his reluctance, but the fissure sealed shut. Even after Wang Chen's departure, the returning Yuan stage fell silent, with no one daring to step forward again. Since no one dares to take the stage, first place is determined. You may now vie for second place. An elder seated at the end of the massive platform gestured to his disciple, who promptly shouted. Outside the Tai Su spirit battle, in a city of cultivation, Jiang Lingxian exuded a faint chill as she followed the innkeeper to a room. Cough, cough. Wang Chen could not suppress a couple of coughs. The blood at the corner of his lips had been wiped away, leaving a faint trace. The innkeeper led them to the door and, after a nod, departed without a word. Jiang Lingxian swiftly pushed the door open, pulling Wang Chen inside and guiding him to the edge of the bed. Thud. As they entered, the door to the premium suite of the inn slammed shut, and protective formations activated to gather and shield spiritual energy. Lie down. Jiang Lingxian fixed a cold gaze on Wang Chen, gently pushing him onto the bed, regardless of his willingness. No. Is this really how we are to proceed with our injuries? Wang Chen lay on the bed, uneasily questioning, causing Jiang Lingxian to momentarily pause in surprise. You. Do not speak. After regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian reacted to his words with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, sealing his mouth with her spirit energy. Close your eyes and cultivate. I will heal you. Woo-woo. Unable to voice his protests, Wang Chen let out muffled sounds until a pinch to his cheek from Jiang Lingxian finally silenced him. Resignedly, he followed her instructions, shutting his eyes and channeling his energy. However, after a short while, Wang Chen inexplicably felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, startling him. Come on, system. Quickly buy that. That thing. Which one? The one that prevents drowsiness. Use it immediately. Ding. The fragrant smoke was inhaled, the antidote consumed. The action was successful, costing 2,000 source points due to the urgency. At that moment, Wang Chen felt his mind clearing. Though still drowsy, he resisted the urge to sleep. The cunning Jiang Lingxian was attempting to sedate him under the guise of healing. While Wang Chen's thoughts were racing, he suddenly sensed a gentle coldness seeping into his body. Guided by Jiang Lingxian, the chaotic flames of his essence began to intertwine with the chill, merging within him. As the two energies mingled within him, a delightful tingling sensation overwhelmed Wang Chen, prompting an involuntary sigh to escape his lips. He noticed Jiang Lingxian's hand on his chest momentarily pause. Wang Chen quickly stifled the sensations coursing through him, closing his eyes and falling silent. A quarter of an hour later. Are you okay? Jiang Lingxian cautiously inquired, her cool voice barely above a whisper as she observed the tranquil form of Wang Chen. Yet, he offered no reply, silently enduring the delightful tingling within him. How could it be this hot and this tantalizing? It was unbearable. Wang Chen felt the intertwining coldness and chaotic flames battling within him, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vocalize his discomfort. Had Jiang Lingxian embraced him as she had in previous days, he was certain he would have succumbed to the urge to moan. However, it seemed that the more one feared something, the closer it drew. Noticing Wang Chen's silence, Jiang Lingxian waited patiently. At last, her gaze softened as she looked upon his handsome face, her breath quickening and her feelings of reliance deepening. Recalling the glances the elder women had cast at Wang Chen during the day, Jiang Lingshan's heart raced with anxiety and excitement. Since that day, she had even begun contemplating the idea of taking Wang Chen away from the Tai Suxian sect. At last, Jiang Lingxian could no longer restrain herself. She gently slipped off her shoes and slowly reclined on the inner side of the bed, gradually extending her hands. Just as the 9 Yin divine body harmonizes with the 9 Yang divine body, their energies, once intertwined, could assist her disciple in healing. Jiang Lingxian silently reassured herself that her actions were solely to aid her disciple's recovery, yet her body drew ever closer to Wang Chen. No, it was already intoxicatingly warm. If you continue like this, I shall be unable to withstand it. Chapter 44. Chen, extremely uncomfortable under Lingshan's care. Please, no. I'm already feeling tingling and warmth. I cannot endure this. Wang Chen felt his form on the bed being gently lifted, and then he found himself enveloped within a warm, delicate body. He could distinctly sense the warm breath of the person in his embrace as Jiang Lingxian softly pressed her cheek against his chest. As always, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen's slender arms tighter, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. The thought of the elder women's gazes weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with unease. She was genuinely terrified that Wang Chen might be taken away. Although he was right beside her, it was not the intruders she feared, but rather the covetous thoughts of others. Wang Chen had initially been reluctant to take her as his master, and now, with so many women vying for his attention, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip unconsciously, feeling somewhat comforted by the warmth radiating from Wang Chen. During this interval, she did not forget to gradually release the gentle cold air from her body, guiding the chaotic yang energy within Wang Chen. Their contrasting energies intertwined, slowly healing the internal injuries caused by the backlash. At that moment, the previously pent-up sensations of cold and warmth within Wang Chen erupted entirely. Unable to suppress himself any longer, Wang Chen slightly tensed, closing his eyes and furrowing his brow in muffled discomfort. Jiang Lingxian, startled by the sudden sound, realized he was not asleep as she had expected. Why hasn't he, my disciple, succumbed to slumber? She thought, quickly lifting her delicate face, her beautiful eyes anxiously focusing on Wang Chen as she gently covered his eyes with her hand. After a while, seeing that Wang Chen had not awakened, she sighed in relief, allowing herself to relax slightly. Wang Chen, feeling the coolness of her palm over his eyes, decided to cooperate, enduring the uncomfortable sensations in silence. Yet, after a brief moment of stillness, the discomfort surged once more within him. With a nightmarish struggle, he instinctively sought to distance himself from Jiang Lingxian. This time, he genuinely wanted to move away from her, as their intertwined energies caused an unbearable sensation of both cold and warmth that was truly overwhelming. It felt as though he desperately needed her to either release him and retract the cold energy entwined within him, or to fully disengage from her to alleviate the discomfort. Alternatively, he could endure until the energies dissipated and the healing concluded. Disciple, Jiang Lingxian called out softly, observing Wang Chen's slight struggles in her embrace. Feeling quite anxious, after a moment of watching him, she noticed he did not respond, merely writhing in discomfort, trying to free himself from her grasp. Could it be the intertwining of our energies that causes him such distress during his slumber? Jiang Lingxian pondered, pressing her cheek against his warm chest as she witnessed his struggles. To confirm her suspicion, she slowly retracted the cold energy entwined with him. In that instant, it was as if Wang Chen had found liberation. He no longer needed to endure the discomfort that could only be resolved through their union. As he perspired lightly, he breathed heavily, still keeping his eyes closed, feigning that the discomfort had induced nightmarish visions. This sensation is akin to having been drugged. Though his eyes remained shut, his heart raced at the memory of the earlier sensations. While he felt some pain from the backlash, it was far more bearable than the previous overwhelming sensations. Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen gradually calming down, her heart understanding, as she nestled her face gently into his warm neck. Yet she recalled that in her past life, after putting Wang Chen into a deep slumber, he never exhibited such reactions during his healing. Contemplating for a moment, Jiang Lingxian decided to send forth an intangible consciousness, quietly probing into Wang Chen's mind. Host, Lingxian seems to have discovered that you might be feigning sleep. Now your beloved little master is probing your soul. Then protect me. 20,000, please. Another 20,000. Give it to me, and when we return to the arena, I will borrow more resources to replenish. And that young noble who ruined my royal explosive talismans, I will surely extort him. Wang Chen recalled the numerous royal explosive talismans he had wasted earlier, mentally noting the debt owed to the young noble. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian withdrew her consciousness from Wang Chen's mind, her lovely face displaying an unusual expression. It seemed that the rebirth had granted him some resistance to her sacred stage enchantment. In her exploration, it appeared he was asleep, yet somehow not entirely so. It was as if his conscious mind slumbered while his subconscious remained active, instinctively resisting the various discomforts plaguing him. With this realization, Jiang Lingxian pressed her cheek against Wang Chen's chest, a subtle smile curving her lips. Unbeknownst to her, a gentle sense of joy blossomed within her as she released her cold energy once more. Much of it flowed toward the rear of the sideline Wang Chen, while a small portion resumed its healing efforts. Wait, not again. What is happening? Wang Chen felt the cold energy once more intertwining with his chaotic yang energy to heal the backlash, filling him with dread. No. Why the dual assault? He not only felt the tingling discomfort throughout his body, but also the increasing chill at his back. Oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's intentions, he could only keep his eyes closed. Enduring the discomfort, his breathing growing increasingly rapid as he feigned sleep. Having learned from his previous experience, he refrained from making any sounds this time, merely furrowing his brow in discomfort. Since Jiang Lingxian was unaware of his pretense, it indicated that his defenses against her probing consciousness had succeeded. Yet he remained oblivious to her thoughts and motives behind her actions. If only I had been knocked out beforehand. Now I've wasted my origin points and must endure this suffering. Haha, the host is truly pitiful. Wang Chen suppressed the restlessness within him, silently lamenting while the system's mocking voice echoed in his mind. Disciple, would you embrace your master? Embracing your master will keep you warm. Feigning sleep, Wang Chen thought. What? The system, still mocking the host, responded. What? Jiang Lingxian leaned closer to Wang Chen's ear, her clear voice softening with affection, guiding him as one would a child. Chapter 45, Steamed Buns. Warm steamed buns. Wang Chen could feel Jiang Lingxian's heated breath gently brushing against his ear, an inexplicable sensation of ticklish warmth enveloping him. Host, I comprehend now. She likely believes that your subconscious will instinctively resist external forces while you are in slumber. Thus, she deliberately surrounds you with an abundance of cold air from behind, intending for you to embrace her as a source of comforting warmth. 666. She doesn't even attempt to disguise it. Wang Chen marveled at Jiang Lingxian's audacity, as she was frigid during the day yet playful with him, her disciple, at night. All he had to do was embrace his master, and soon, he would be warm again. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms cradled the back of Wang Chen's head, gently encircling his neck, her lips whispering soft words beside his ear. As her warm breath reached him, the internal chill and the coldness from behind made him shudder involuntarily. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, but merely assumed Wang Chen could not endure the cold. And no, it's fine, holding on to my master. Holding on to my master will keep me warm. Jiang Lingxian grasped Wang Chen's hands, placing them delicately at her waist, her tone cool yet gentle. Wang Chen found it unbearable. Jiang Lingxian had practically delivered herself into his embrace. How could he not take advantage of such an opportunity? It felt as though he had finally discovered a source of warmth amidst the frigid winter landscape, and he tightened his grip around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form. Cold. So cold, oh. Feigning unconsciousness, he nestled closer to Jiang Lingxian, pretending to be unable to bear the cold in his dreams. Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's embrace, momentarily stiffened, then lowered her beautiful gaze to him. And no, it's fine. I'll warm up soon, she softly comforted, caressing Wang Chen's head, her voice a gentle murmur to the one sleeping in her arms. Yet unbeknownst to her, she unconsciously intensified the chill enveloping Wang Chen's back. Jiang Lingxian found the sensation of being held by Wang Chen peculiar, tinged with an inexplicable mix of shame and satisfaction. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming reluctance, releasing more cold air, wishing that Wang Chen would hold her throughout the night. Soon, Jiang Lingxian, whether out of embarrassment or something else, felt her cheeks gradually warm, a flush of heat spreading across her face. Gazing at Wang Chen nestled in her embrace, a rare tenderness began to surface in her icy eyes. At that moment, she felt a sense of security flooding her heart, her eyes slightly glazing over. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian felt a warm caress against her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. Wang Chen had buried his face in her neck, gently rubbing against it, just as she had done days prior. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft hum of comfort, finally realizing she could not allow this to continue, and quickly attempted to push him away. But Wang Chen, shivering from the cold, sleepily murmured, Buns, Warm buns. Oh, I can't. I can't eat those. The following morning, Wang Chen awoke in the inn, shaking off the fog in his head, particularly at the back of it. He remembered dreaming of eating buns on a cold day. But in his dream, Jiang Lingxian had denied him, pushing him away with force. All he could recall was the sound of his head colliding with the wall, followed by Jiang Lingxian's panicked voice, before he gradually lost consciousness. What was wrong with wanting to eat a warm bun on such a cold day? Jiang Lingxian even sought to stop him. Awake? Jiang Lingxian was seated at the elegant table in the center of the room, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed coldly at Wang Chen. Yes, thank you for healing me yesterday. Aside from a slight dizziness, I am otherwise well, Wang Chen replied, feigning concern as he touched the back of his head and spoke softly. Dizziness is normal. I discovered you had suffered some backlash to your soul while healing you yesterday. This caused you to fall into a deep slumber as soon as you closed your eyes to meditate, Jiang Lingxian responded, her face slightly flushed, her heart racing. Yet her tone remained composed. Oh, I see. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which dared not meet his, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he chose not to expose her. Hey, what's with this crack in the wall? After acknowledging her, he casually glanced around, suddenly noticing a small dent in the white wall beside the bed. I also don't know how that happened. Jiang Lingxian's voice tightened, and as she struggled to concoct an explanation, she simply admitted her ignorance. This silly girl, still incapable of lying as always. Wang Chen shook his head in exasperation as he rose from the bed and approached the blushing Jiang Lingxian. Oh, then let us depart. Since your injuries have healed, we should return to the Tai Su Ling War realm, he said, passing by Jiang Lingxian, who was seated in the central chair, and stepped toward the door, opening it with a creak. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen's retreating figure, recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks warming once more. Realizing this, she quickly channeled her spiritual energy to suppress the heat rising to her face. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Jiang Lingxian stood, her white skirt swaying slightly, feeling a strange sense of relief as she followed Wang Chen's lead. They descended to the inn's lobby, and after settling the payment, they prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon a woman entering the inn, his brow furrowing slightly as he locked eyes with her. Chu Yao? The woman in a black dress who entered exuded an alluring charm, her beauty captivating. Noticing the two gazing at her, Chu Yao instinctively lifted her gaze. In an instant, a delicate smile graced her lips, but upon seeing Jiang Lingxian, her eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Chu Yao considered herself a beauty among cultivators. Yet in the presence of the Tai Su Saintess, she felt overshadowed. The Saintess possessed a purity and aloofness that was strikingly different from her own. The Tai Su Saintess. And yet, Chu Yao offered a slight bow to Jiang Lingxian, then turned her attention to Wang Chen, unsure of how to address him since she did not know his name. Wan. As Wang Chen prepared to respond politely to his old acquaintance, he suddenly felt a chill in his throat. Well then, disciple, let us go. Jiang Lingxian's icy voice broke the moment, and she nodded slightly to Chu Yao in acknowledgement. With that, she summoned an invisible chill, compelling Wang Chen to move alongside her as they exited the inn. Chu Yao watched the retreating figures of the two, her brows slightly furrowing. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within her. Why did the Tai Su Saintess harbor such animosity towards her when they had only just met? Chapter 46. Oh no, they are coming for us. Outside the realm of the Great Void Spirit War, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen emerged slowly from the fissure in the void, their expressions tinged with a hint of chill. They came to a halt at the entrance of the Great Void Spirit War, standing together at the corner of the massive gate that loomed 100 meters tall. Why won't you let me greet her? She lent me many cultivation resources in the past. Wang Chen furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian. The term past naturally referred to his previous life. When he was outside, he never mentioned his past life directly, using other terms instead. However, he was certain Jiang Lingxian would comprehend. What did she lend you? Jiang Lingxian's slight tension was palpable as she inadvertently bit her lower lip, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Wang Chen was bewildered by her response. Hadn't he merely borrowed some cultivation resources from Chu Yao in his previous life? What was the issue? He recalled that she had indeed assisted him, but the Chu family had perished, and she had lost her life as well. Thus, he felt he still owed her a debt of gratitude, even if he no longer did so in the present. He replaced past life with previous and, observing Jiang Lingxian's icy demeanor, spoke candidly. During my previous period of seclusion, did you often meet with her? Not really. While you were in seclusion, I was busy gathering treasures for the tribulation, and I only encountered her a few times by chance. Wang Chen stroked his chin as he rifled through his memories before meeting Jiang Lingxian's unwavering gaze. For some unknown reason, Wang Chen sensed a slight relaxation in Jiang Lingxian's breath after he finished speaking. Let us proceed inside. Based on my previous experiences, the timing of my entrance should be just right. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Jiang Lingxian mimicked Wang Chen, substituting past life with previous. All right. Wang Chen nodded gently at Jiang Lingxian, though there were unspoken thoughts in his heart. In his previous life, Xu Yao had gradually developed feelings for him after their interactions. But he had consistently rejected her. Wang Chen had never harbored any affection for her, or rather, for anyone aside from Jiang Lingxian. Throughout his past life and into the present, many women had sought his affection, yet he had never succumbed to their advances. During his time on Blue Star, he had always been alone, and it was Jiang Lingxian who had taken him in and protected him upon his arrival in the cultivation realm. In truth, Wang Chen had long yearned for love, having been raised on the kindness of others, though he concealed this longing deeply. When he first traversed into the cultivation realm, he had been in a state of utter chaos, but it was Jiang Lingxian, descending like a celestial maiden, who comforted and sheltered him. Without her, he might not have survived even the most formidable of mountains, having already witnessed the harshness of the cultivation world in his previous life. Wang Chen was profoundly grateful to Jiang Lingxian, and his feelings for her were intense, an unparalleled affection. If one were to employ modern internet vernacular from his previous life, they might simply be regarded as two souls yearning for love, he mused bitterly to himself, as Wang Chen followed Jiang Lingxian into the great void spirit war. These thoughts lingered in his mind, and he let out a soft, bitter laugh. They navigated through a sea of curious gazes, both clad in flowing white robes, until they reached a colossal platform. "Siener, bring your disciple over here," came the cold voice of the Ice Sovereign as they ascended the steps of the grand platform. Without a word, Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen, who wore an expression of innocence, before leading him forward. They stood before the four sovereigns, with the ongoing battles of cultivators serving as a dramatic backdrop. The Ice Sovereign scrutinized Wang Chen with a detached gaze and gave a slight nod. "Your aptitude and strength are commendable. Although you possess the 9-yang divine body, which is somewhat of a furnace body, fortunate for you, your physique has undergone a mutation, granting you the 9-yang dragon might. You may be a promising candidate. I should be regarded as your ancestral master. Here is a token of our first meeting. Accept it." With that, the Ice Sovereign produced a small jade vial filled with a crimson liquid, tossing it gently towards Wang Chen. "Little host, this is a supreme-grade flame essence. Your current master is exceedingly generous. I recall that in the previous life, she merely provided you with a modicum of resources, not even reaching the royal grade. In my past life, she only witnessed my chaotic flames and was unaware of my 9-yang divine body. Moreover, I had not yet condensed my dragon might." Wang Chen internally responded to the system, recalling how, in his previous life, his 9-yang divine body had remained undisclosed. The Ice Sovereign, having lived for millennia, had seen countless wonders and naturally regarded Wang Chen, who was perceived merely as a flame prodigy, with indifference. However, now that his 9-yang divine body was known, and an altered one at that, his treatment would be markedly different. As the vial of flame essence floated before him, Wang Chen quickly extended his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, ancestor." He performed a respectful gesture, genuinely pleased to address her as such, admiring the vial in his grasp. The Ice Sovereign's voice, distinct from Jiang Lingxian's, held a cool elegance with a touch of dominance. Jiang Lingxian's voice, sweet and melodious, had a refreshing chill that Wang Chen favored, particularly when she confided her insecurities in the dead of night, seeking solace in his embrace. At that moment, as the Ice Sovereign acknowledged him, her gaze shifted to the 3 other sovereigns seated beside her. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, in unison, turned their attention to the remaining 3 sovereigns, their demeanor calm and serene. As the 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, the atmosphere on the grand platform grew noticeably still. Ahem. The youthful sovereign cleared his throat, producing a rectangular box from his hands, unsure of its purpose. "Ah, Siener, it has been quite some time since we last met. Here's a small gift for our reunion." The Ice Sovereign cast a casual glance at Jiang Lingxian before producing another small jade vial containing pills, which she gently released towards her. "Thank you, master." Jiang Lingxian's expression remained serene as she blinked her beautiful eyes twice, gracefully accepting the vial that floated towards her. "Oh no, they're coming for us." The 3 sovereigns seated beside the Ice Sovereign felt a jolt of anxiety as they exchanged glances. inwardly cursing her 100 times over. The reason for two of them feeling this way was that, in the mind of the third sovereign clad in purple, the Ice Sovereign's situation appeared particularly dire. Chapter 47. The appearance of Ling Xie and Wang Chen's departure. The young venerable sat on the far left of the main seat, flanked by the elder venerable, Han venerable, and Zichang venerable. The young venerable held a rectangular box in his hands, unsure whether to present it or not, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ahem. Yes, it has been a long time since we last met. This is my gift to you, a token of our reunion. At this moment, the elder venerable spoke first, producing two exquisite black and red boxes and tossing them gently. All right. Since Han venerable and the old man have already given their gifts here, Zichang venerable, a strikingly beautiful woman, followed suit, conjuring two medium-sized boxes and tossing them as well. With the exchange of gifts concluded, the gazes of the five individuals gradually turned to the young venerable, who still held onto the rectangular box. Not only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, but also the hundreds of high-ranking members from various sects atop the massive platform gazed at him intently. The young venerable, feeling the pressure, silently put away the rectangular box and exchanged it for another too. Wang Chen observed this and inwardly mused that the contents of the box were surely not of good quality. He realized that the young venerable was likely concerned that his offerings might be of inferior quality compared to those of the others, thus prompting the exchange. As the 8 items were finally placed into the spatial realms of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, the gift-giving segment came to an end. I regret having to part with those royal-level explosive talismans yesterday. Such a waste. After accepting the gifts, Wang Chen turned to follow Jiang Lingxian, but as he did, he murmured softly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the crowd's attention shifted back to the young venerable, their gazes flitting between Wang Chen and him. Wait a moment. What is the matter? Upon hearing the young venerable's call to halt, Wang Chen quickly turned around, causing the expressions of the 4 venerables seated at the main table to shift slightly, to compensate for the royal-level explosive talismans you wasted yesterday. This item within the box is considered your recompense. The young venerable's lips twitched slightly, suppressing his pain as he retrieved the rectangular box and tossed it gently. Well, since you were so gracious, I shall accept it. Wang Chen feigned a look of embarrassment, scratching his head before swiftly storing it away. After turning back, he surveyed the hundreds of individuals present, but ultimately decided against making further demands. One should not be overly greedy, lest it backfire. Wang Chen's narrowed gaze lingered on the crowd atop the massive platform for a moment before he silently returned to his seat beside Jiang Lingxian. For some inexplicable reason, at the moment Wang Chen averted his gaze, the platform seemed to echo with many sighs of relief. I must go on stage now. You stay here. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed the combat on the Holy Soul Realm arena. Upon witnessing her opponent concede, she turned to Wang Chen and spoke. Without waiting for a response, she vanished from her seat in an instant, leaving a bewildered Wang Chen behind. Ding. Task issued. Eliminate Qin Yafan. Seize opportunities to prevent him from regaining his strength after recovering his severed arm. Reward. Divine treasure. Ding. To locate Qin Yafan's current position, 10,000 source points are required. Just as Jiang Lingxian departed, Wang Chen, still in a daze, was suddenly prompted by the system's task notification echoing in his mind. He gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was now in the Holy Soul Realm arena, brandishing her cold sword, momentarily stunned by the system's voice. This battle, which he recalled from his previous life, lasted a total of 9 days, with the Holy Soul Realm battles being the most prolonged. After contemplating the system's task, Wang Chen finally directed his gaze toward Han Venerable at the main seat. Master, I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Wang Chen inclined his head slightly, and upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement, he swiftly descended from the massive platform and into the crowd. Wang Chen soared through the throng beneath the massive platform, darting toward the great gate of the Void Spirit Battle Realm. System. Locate Qin Yafan's current position. Wang Chen called out to the system while soaring through the sky, filled with cultivators. He could momentarily set aside the lesser fortunate children of fate, but for someone like Qin Yafan, he would seize any opportunity to eliminate him. Ding. 10,000 source points deducted, locating Qin Yafan's position. Map displayed. The system's cold, mechanical voice concluded, and before Wang Chen appeared a golden-framed quantum virtual map, suspended in midair and following his movements. The quantum map displayed a small green dot and a distant red dot. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen swiftly exited the 100-meter Grand Gate of the Void Spirit Battle Realm and changed direction to accelerate forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, still deeply engrossed in her battle on the Holy Soul Realm arena, remained oblivious to Wang Chen's departure, focused on her fight. She knew that once cultivators reached the 6th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, killing them became exceedingly difficult. The opponents she had previously dispatched were all at most at the 4th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, a vast disparity in levels, allowing her to dispatch them with a single strike. Now, however, she was engaged in combat with a peak-level elder in the 9th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, whose attacks were both vicious and swift. This left Jiang Lingxian with no opportunity to glance at the massive platform, and she had not anticipated Wang Chen's sudden exit. Poor Wang Chen was unaware of Jiang Lingxian's true possessiveness and thought he could simply explain everything to her upon his return. In a certain secluded forest outside the Void Immortal sect, Wang Chen stood high in the air, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the mountain cave ahead. Checking the map once more, it seemed this was the place. After scrutinizing the quantum map for a moment, he slowly descended toward the entrance of the cave. Peering into the pitch-black cave, Wang Chen was astonished to find that he could not discern anything within. This indicated that the cave was no ordinary one, as the darkness within was not merely commonplace. To ensure his safety, he summoned a holy-level teleportation talisman, tightly binding it around his wrist with chaotic spiritual energy. Next, he retrieved a royal-grade protective jade disc from his storage space and donned it around his neck, applied a mid-grade protective talisman to the inner side of his chest, gently held a top-grade protective sword intent in his mouth, donned a top-grade protective bracelet, and secured a top-grade protective waist pendant around his waist. Lastly, he placed the Soul Holy Level top-grade Divine Soul Attack and Defense Integrated Soul Source, gifted by Jiang Lingxian, gently into his consciousness. With his preparations complete, Wang Chen surveyed the pitch-black cave, where visibility was utterly obscured, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. With a confident and alluring smile, Wang Chen stepped forward, his feet treading upon the earthen floor as he gradually entered the dark tunnel. As his figure, dressed in a white robe and adorned with protective treasures, faded from view, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Happy New Year, dear readers. Hee. Chapter 48, Blast into Smithereens. In the pitch-black tunnel, Wang Chen produced a luminous gem, barely illuminating a radius of 2 or 3 meters. After traversing an unknown distance, he inadvertently passed through a thin barrier of formation. Soon, he began to sense the atmosphere around him becoming increasingly oppressive and irritable. This is demonic energy. Wang Chen felt a flicker of astonishment within, promptly conjuring a layer of faint chaotic flames to shield himself against the invading demonic force. Gradually, the tumultuous agitation within him subsided, and clarity returned to his demeanor. It seemed that the remnant soul of the demon sovereign within Qin Yi Fan could no longer remain idle upon witnessing his grievous injuries. Raising the radiant gem in his right hand, Wang Chen couldn't help but ponder the presence of the demon sovereign's remnant soul. However, he was perplexed as to why such potent demonic energy had gone undetected so close to the Taisu Immortal sect. Could this be a manifestation of the prodigious fortune that the favored child of destiny possesses? Regardless of his musings, Wang Chen tightened his grip on the gem as he felt the demonic energy intensifying around him. His visible range had diminished to less than 2 meters, and without the gem, he would likely struggle to discern the path ahead. Rustling. Suddenly, sounds emanated from above in the dark tunnel, prompting Wang Chen to lift his gaze. The chaotic Nine-Yang Dragonite. Feeling a twinge of panic, he activated the eye technique, and his pupils gradually transformed into vertical slits. A flicker of chaotic flames appeared in his dragon eye, granting him a clear view in the darkness. What on earth? So many bloodbats of the shadow demon. Wang Chen stared at the multitude of crimson bats, each the size of an adult cat, densely hanging from the ceiling of the tunnel, their grotesque wings enveloping their bodies. They were packed tightly together, with only a small portion of their horrifying heads protruding, enough to trigger a phobia in anyone susceptible to such sights. Each bat ranged from the 1st to the 9th level of the spirit-building realm, implying that among them, there was surely a bat king at the returning origin realm. As for why Wang Chen hadn't employed the dragon eye technique earlier, it was due to the considerable spiritual energy it consumed. Suddenly, a task prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Task: eliminate Qin Yi Fan's beast companion, Shadow Demon Bloodbat King, and acquire its Shadow Blood Demon Core. Reward: Yang Blood Demon Core. In that moment of silent astonishment, Wang Chen was taken aback by the system notification. Qin Yi Fan's beast companion is a demonic creature? Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the display of characters in his mind, feeling a wave of shock wash over him. Qin Yifan had indeed succumbed to demonic corruption. It was only natural for him to eliminate him now, and he could even return for a reward. This thought brought a smile to Wang Chen's face as he quietly summoned 10 top-tier thunder explosive talismans into his right hand. Host. The Shadow Blood Demon Core and Young Blood Demon Core can be fused. This is a rare treasure. Although the grade of the Yin and Yang Demon Cores you currently possess is low, feeding them to a Beast Companion can enhance its bloodline purity. Beast Companion? Where would I acquire a Beast Companion? Truly absurd. Listening to the system, Wang Chen responded with a hint of melancholy. He had never possessed a Beast Companion in his past life. I recall that within the opportunities one recorded from my past life, there were dragon eggs and phoenix eggs, along with several divine beast eggs or cubs. Hiss. I'll deal with Qin Yifan first, but perhaps in this life, I could consider raising a pet. As Wang Chen absorbed the system's dialogue, he inhaled sharply and cautiously continued deeper into the tunnel. The shadow demon bloodbats seemed to be asleep, and his footsteps were quiet enough not to disturb them. The further he ventured into the cave, the more he sensed an unusual wave of formation energy, heightening his vigilance. Feeling that he had a third of his chaotic flame spiritual energy remaining, Wang Chen silently deactivated the Dragon Eye technique. How deep could this place be? It felt as though he was descending further and further. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, he realized he had not reached the end. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Wang Chen distinctly sensed something amiss and quickly reopened the Dragon Eye technique. Damn, why am I still in the same place? Gazing at the densely packed shadow demon bloodbats above and the eerily familiar surroundings, Wang Chen let out an exclamation of frustration. I can't take this anymore. With a loud shout, he tossed the luminous gem into his spatial pocket, summoning dozens of thunder explosive talismans into both hands. Caw-caw. His furious cry startled all the shadow demon bloodbats in the cave, causing them to flutter and swiftly lock onto him. Wang Chen felt thousands of crimson, frenzied gazes upon him, accompanied by the sound of countless wings flapping. Give it to me. Explode. Wang Chen, eyes ablaze with chaotic flames, unleashed the talismans with a powerful flick of his wrist. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The thunder explosive talismans detonated upon release, unleashing a torrent of blinding lightning that erupted violently. Caw-caw-caw. The anguished cries of the shadow demon bloodbats echoed throughout the cave as Wang Chen enveloped himself in a layer of chaotic spiritual flames for protection against any assaults. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As anticipated, some overlooked bats lunged to gnaw at him, but they were all incinerated by the chaotic flames or repelled by his protective artifacts, meeting their demise in an instant. Gradually, the acrid scent of charred demonic energy filled the cave, nearly causing Wang Chen to retch as he hurriedly stifled his breath. Boom. Feeling the tunnel tremble violently, Wang Chen surged deeper into the abyss, his figure ablaze with chaotic flames. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Shadow Blood Demon Cave, where the secret chamber had only just been opened, Qin Yifan abruptly opened his eyes, filled with darkness. The Nine Yang Divine Body. Again. It's the Nine Yang Divine Body. It must be him. This time I will surely kill him. Ha. Qin Yifan's countenance displayed a distinctly frenzied look as he sprang to his feet from his seated position, dashing towards the dark tunnel. His severed arm had already regrown halfway, his eyes shrouded in darkness, and a manic grin stretched across his face, clearly indicating his half-demonic, half-human state. Not long after, swish, Wang Chen, using his dragon eye to scan ahead, spotted a shadow hurtling toward him like a merman, spinning wildly in a frenzy. He swiftly dodged. Bang! The shadow's head collided violently with the tunnel wall, causing the entire surface to explode as if struck by a missile. Frog Fun. Iron Head Technique of the Demon Path. Wang Chen sensed the violent demonic energy and blood force that had forcibly elevated Qin Yifan to the returning origin realm. Exclaiming in surprise, it appears this fellow has been slaughtering numerous mortals while the Taisu immortal sect was unguarded. A child of destiny with dark luck? Quite intriguing indeed. Wang Chen met Qin Yifan's blood-black gaze not far away, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tear his mouth apart from me. Qin Yifan, upon witnessing the hint of mockery in Wang Chen's smile, felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his heart, and he shouted furiously. In the very moment of his furious outcry, the sound of countless wings flapping erupted from behind him as a swarm of shadow demon bloodbats surged forth. Seeing this, Wang Chen scattered over 100 thunder explosive talismans into the sky, skillfully controlling his spiritual energy to suspend them all in midair. Blast into smithereens. Chapter 49. The frantic pursuit of Qin Yifan. Zhang Lingxian discovers her departed disciple. With a furious shout, Wang Chen mimicked Qin Yifan, raising his right hand high and forcefully swinging it. In the midst of Qin Yifan's shocked expression, hundreds of thunderstorm talismans shot forth, prompting him to unleash his demonic energy and flee in a frenzy. Wang Chen too dashed in the opposite direction, knowing that once the thunderstorm talismans detonated, the cave would undoubtedly collapse. As the scene shifted to the mountains outside, a colossal mountain, towering thousands of meters high, suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated for miles around, as the entire mountain exploded, sending earth and trees soaring into the clouds, a truly magnificent sight. As the debris rained down, the surrounding environment fell momentarily silent. Moments later, a disheveled figure emerged from the now-leveled mountain, gasping for breath. Qin Yifan, staring at his severed right arm, hovered in the air, consumed by a frenzy of demonic energy, his black eyes bleeding. Wang Chen also burst through the soil, standing majestically in the air like a celestial being, exuding an air of ease, adorned with various treasures glowing softly at his neck, wrists, waist, and chest, all providing protection. At that moment, four nearby cultivators, drawn by the explosive sound and light, arrived. "Fellow cultivator, what is happening?" one of them asked, squinting at Wang Chen, who resembled a celestial descending from the heavens, enthralled by his overwhelming aura. "Quick!" Wang Chen exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of Qin Yifan, who was gradually succumbing to the remnants of the demonic lord's spirit. He intended to warn the unsuspecting cultivators to flee. Blood! Blood! However, before Wang Chen could finish his warning, the frenzied Qin Yifan lunged at the four. Their cultivation levels ranged from the first to the second layer of the returning origin realm, but at that moment, they could not even react to Qin Yifan's speed. With a sickening sound, Qin Yifan's left hand pierced through the flesh of a female cultivator, leaving Wang Chen and the other three in a state of terrified disbelief as they watched her throat being impaled. Just as one crisis seemed to pass, another emerged. Qin Yifan's teeth transformed into razor-sharp fangs, his mouth widening as he viciously bit down on the head of the female cultivator. "It's back. That familiar sensation." Qin Yifan, no, Qin Mo, reveled in the taste of flesh, laughing maniacally, blood spilling from his mouth. With each bite, his body radiated blood and demonic energy, and his realm unexpectedly surged, breaking through. How infuriating. How did these foolish cultivators suddenly appear to provide him with energy? Wang Chen cursed inwardly, realizing he could not simply stand by and watch as Qin Yifan continued to grow stronger. Laughing at you. Wang Chen retrieved the last few king-tier thunderstorm talismans from his storage space and charged at Qin Mo, his fiery dragon eyes flaring. As he hurled the final thunderstorm talismans, Qin Mo immediately dashed towards him, clearly intent on inflicting mutual harm. Boom! At the moment of the thunderstorm talisman's explosion, both Wang Chen and Qin Mo were flung back through the air. Once they regained their footing and activated their defenses, Qin Mo, heavily injured, remained suspended in the air, locking eyes with Wang Chen, who wore a grin, his waist pendant glowing and forming a protective azure barrier around him. Qin Mo, witnessing this, was driven nearly to madness, utterly shocked at the vast disparity in resources between himself and the sect's saintest disciple. It was a stark contrast between the scattered practitioners of the lower realms and the celestial prodigies of the heavenly sections. Enraged, Qin Mo unfurled a pair of shadowy bloodbat wings from his back, with the emblem of the Shadow Bloodbat King appearing on his forehead. It was clear that the Shadow Bloodbat King was residing within him, explaining why Wang Chen had not heard the completion prompt earlier. Though you possess treasures for protection, you surely lack the thunderstorm talismans and other means of attack now. Qin Mo spread his wings, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, whether from the female cultivator or due to his own injuries, grinning ominously. "Now it's my turn." Just as he began to gloat, terror suddenly crossed his face, and he turned to flee. "I'll blow you to pieces," Wang Chen shouted, brandishing dozens of Emperor-tier explosive talismans left from the previous battle in the Void Spirit War realm, pursuing the panicked Qin Mo. The three cultivators hiding below looked up at the sky, witnessing a scene both comical and terrifying. It was as if fireworks were being set off, with explosions resonating and fiery mushroom clouds ascending into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chen relentlessly pursued Qin Yifan, each detonation of the Emperor-tier explosive talismans leveling mountains in their wake. Fortunately, adorned with numerous treasures, he remained unharmed. Wang Chen had lost track of time and the landscape around him became increasingly unfamiliar. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that this son of fortune was proving exceedingly difficult to kill, even after being blasted into a mere husk. Qin Yifan managed to cling to consciousness and continued to flee, leaving Wang Chen no choice but to pursue him relentlessly. At one point, Qin Mo suddenly launched an attack, lunging at Wang Chen, his dismembered body opening its massive jaws in an attempt to bite his head off. To his surprise, Wang Chen laughed heartily, unleashing a chilling sword intent that pierced through half of Qin Mo's skull. Yet, even so, Qin Mo did not perish. His tenacity was astonishing. Sustained by an unknown force, Wang Chen stared in disbelief as he watched Qin Mo, gritting his teeth, writhing on the ground like a worm, moving with incredible speed. Brother, can't you just stop running? Just die already. Isn't it exhausting to live like this? Wang Chen exclaimed, his body engulfed in chaotic flame energy. Chasing after the writhing Qin Yifan, utterly exasperated. And so they continued their relentless chase, unaware of how long they had been at it. Only realizing that darkness had fallen. Meanwhile, in the void spirit war realm, Jiang Lingxian swung her cold sword skyward, propelling herself upwards, instantly encasing everything in ice. The cold radiated beyond the arena's barrier, startling countless spectators. Like a frost fairy, Jiang Lingxian soared into the air, seizing the sword hilt and forcefully swinging it. The elderly woman at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sacred soul realm, who lay bleeding on the ground, was now utterly incapable of movement. Boom. Crack. A tremendous sound echoed as the arena's barrier emitted a cracking noise, fracturing before the astonished gazes of the crowd. Though the crack was small and quickly mended, many stood in shock, staring at her. No, sister. The 4 elders atop the platform and the hundreds of high-ranking sect members were jolted from their seats, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was well known that the sacred soul realm arena of the void spirit war realm could only be shattered by those at the 3rd layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. Yet, Jiang Lingxian, with her apparent cultivation at the 9th layer of the sacred soul realm, had managed to inflict damage upon the barrier. Though it was merely a small crack, it was sufficient to prove that Jiang Lingxian possessed the capability to contend with those at the 1st layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Lingxian felt a slight mental fatigue. It was no small feat to conceal her heavenly sovereign realm power while battling at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sacred soul realm. Jiang Lingxian felt that she still possessed 7 layers of spiritual power. Slowly, she lowered the cold sword to the ground. Her heart filled with the memory of that gentle figure. Disciple, the mere thought of Wang Chen dissipated much of her fatigue. Her clear, beautiful eyes turned towards the enormous platform. Where is my disciple? Jiang Lingxian glanced around, and upon realizing she could not find Wang Chen, her demeanor grew slightly anxious as she hurriedly flew towards the giant platform. Chapter 50. Annihilation of Qin Yifan, eliminating a major threat. In the starry night sky, as the lanterns illuminated the Taisu spirit battle realm as bright as day, Jiang Lingxian descended from the colossal platform, hastening towards Han Zun, her eyes betraying a sense of inexplicable anxiety. Master, where is my disciple? Jiang Lingxian scanned the vast platform once more, confirming that Wang Chen's figure had indeed vanished. And she quickly inquired. Han Zun regarded Jiang Lingxian with a mix of admiration and slight confusion. He found it puzzling why she was so anxious over Wang Chen's brief absence. He had mentioned earlier that he needed to attend to some matters and would likely return. Furrowing his brows slightly, Han Zun remained seated in his principal position, reassuring Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing that Wang Chen had informed Han Zun of his departure, Jiang Lingxian felt a modicum of relief. Please take your seat. You were destined to claim the first place in this sacred soul realm competition, Han Zun remarked. Glancing at Jiang Lingxian, and then at the empty competition stage, his tone indifferent. However, Jiang Lingxian appeared oblivious to his words, her head bowed slightly, only returning to her seat when Han Zun called her name again. Yet, her mind was consumed by thoughts of Wang Chen, her gaze lost in her skirt as she drifted into reverie. He should. No, he will definitely return, she reassured herself. But doubts crept in. Could he be meeting with Xu Yao? After all, they were friends in their past lives. Would they share any intimate moments? Would it be like when he kissed me that day? Ugh, no. I mustn't let my imagination run wild. My disciple is certainly not that kind of person. He would never seek out those wild women, let alone engage in such acts. No. As these thoughts occupied her mind, her cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to shake her head gently to dispel the confusion. Yet, with Wang Chen absent, a growing heaviness settled in her heart as she sat, lost in her thoughts. Xian, is something troubling you? Han Zun noticed her demeanor and inquired with a furrowed brow. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some matters that require my attention tomorrow, Jiang Lingxian replied, forcing a calm facade as she lifted her head to respond to Han Zun. Should he be delayed from returning, I shall collect your prize on your behalf. Just remember to retrieve it later, Han Zun stated, as if seeing through Jiang Lingxian's thoughts. His voice remained cool. Jiang Lingxian fell silent, contemplating her next steps should Wang Chen not return by the morrow. She understood that she could not always restrict Wang Chen's freedom. He was a person, not her possession. Meanwhile, the Taishu sect's elder, seated quietly to the right of Han Zun, observed the exchange with growing concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had been occupied at the Taishu immortal sect throughout the day and only arrived at the battle realm at midnight. He knew how much Jiang Lingxian cherished her disciple, a truth he could not overlook. As Jiang Lingxian sat in a daze, her beauty caught the eyes of several onlookers, though she remained indifferent. Tomorrow, just tomorrow. As her thoughts echoed, 8 days swiftly passed. Outside an unnamed city. Let us see if you can survive this. Wang Chen's right hand plunged through Qin Yefan's heart, his expression cold and merciless as he stared at the now helpless Qin Yefan. Who are you? Why are you killing here? Such cruelty. Release him, surrender your treasures, and I may spare your life. An elder soared from the city, eyes wide with fury. Wang Chen lifted his gaze, utilizing the system's capabilities to assess the elder floating majestically in the sky, a 9th-level spirit king. Of course, at critical moments, there will always be fools attempting to rescue these favored ones, Wang Chen thought, feeling a flicker of caution as he withdrew his hand from Qin Yefan's heart. Fixating on the elder above, contemplating the 8 royal-grade explosive talismans remaining in his spatial storage, he concluded they would suffice. The favored are difficult to kill. But can this old fool pose a challenge? Emboldened by the treasures adorning him, Wang Chen felt no fear of the elder, knowing he could always escape using a teleportation talisman. Moreover, the elder's hesitation to attack suggested he was wary of Wang Chen's armaments. With that thought, Wang Chen's confidence surged as he swiftly pivoted, summoning his strength to strike down upon Qin Yefan's head. Boom! With a resounding crash, Qin Yefan's skull shattered like a watermelon, rendering him utterly lifeless. Bold. Ignoring the words of this spirit king, you shall meet your demise. The elder's heart surged with joy at the sight, seizing a legitimate excuse to claim the treasures. With a swift motion, the elder appeared before Wang Chen, raising his palm to strike at his head. Wang Chen, caught off guard, found his body enveloped in a sudden azure barrier. Slap. The elder's palm impacted the protective barrier encasing Wang Chen, momentarily freezing him in place. Now's my chance. Charge. Wang Chen seized the opportunity, producing 3 royal-grade explosive talismans, yanking down the elder's pants and stuffing them inside. Boom. An enormous explosion erupted, launching Wang Chen and the terrified elder high into the air. Crack. Crack. The azure barrier around Wang Chen began to weaken, shattering into a myriad of cracks as the blinding flames dissipated. In an unseen corner, Qin Yefan's blasted corpse stirred slightly, slowly rising. As the dust settled, Wang Chen's gaze swept his surroundings, his heart sinking as he realized the truth. From his vantage point, he first spotted the elderly man sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, and the quietly writhing mass of flesh. The protective jade pendant at Wang Chen's waist shattered, the barrier that had previously shielded him now rendered ineffective. Yet he paid it no mind, his focus entirely on the writhing Qin Yefan, captivated by the grotesque movements. Almost let you escape. Wang Chen dashed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he approached the mass of flesh with a sly grin. As he crouched down and extended his hand, he retrieved a wooden barrel, gathering the remnants of flesh into it. Once he was certain nothing was overlooked, he revealed a gleeful smile. Wang Chen then rifled through the corpse of the Spirit King Elder, removing the storage ring before gradually retreating. Upon reaching a large stone in the forest, he placed the wooden barrel on the ground, unleashing a merciless chaotic flame. Boom! A torrent of chaotic fire erupted, reducing Qin Yefan dash. A wretched scream echoing from the remnants of flesh. Ding! Mission accomplished. Annihilate Qin Yefan. Seize opportunities to prevent his regained strength post-recovery. Reward. Divine treasures have been dispensed. Chapter 51. He truly is with Chu Yao. Beep. Task completed. Eliminate Qin Yefan's beast pet, Shadow Demon Bloodbat King. Acquire its inner Shadow Blood Demon Pill. Reward. Young Blood Demon Pill. Simultaneously, 2 notifications from the system resounded softly, and 2 items suddenly materialized within Wang Chen's storage space. In the realm of reality, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Chen's face as he observed the remnants of Qin Yefan's flesh vaporizing, revealing several items on the ground. The Shadow Blood Demon Pill, a storage ring, a black jade pendant, and lastly, a small 3-legged cauldron, albeit covered in dirt, clearly in a dormant state without activated consciousness. Host. This is the Imperial Xian Cauldron, a treasure that ranks among the top 100 in the realm of cultivation. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's voice, gradually awakening to the realization and immense delight. He never anticipated that he would acquire the Imperial Xian Cauldron, capable of alchemy, defense, and offense, an amalgamation of 3 attributes. In his past life, this cauldron was cherished by the Danyang Emperor, one of the 7 great emperors, apart from himself and Jiang Lingxian. It was well known that the 3-legged Imperial Xian Cauldron was treated as a precious relic by the Danyang Emperor, seldom even revealed to others. Although Wang Chen was unsure why it was in Qin Yafan's possession at this moment, it mattered little. It now belonged to him. Despite the considerable wastage of treasures and talismans, acquiring this dormant Imperial Xian Cauldron had essentially recouped his losses. Wang Chen thought that he could exchange it with the individual who had yet to become the Danyang Emperor for countless royal-grade explosive talismans. Home, home. To the warm embrace of my beloved. He chuckled with glee, his steps light as he hummed a nonsensical tune, heading toward the city he had just observed. Envisioning Jiang Lingxian's gentle embrace, Wang Chen planned to utilize the teleportation array in that city to transport himself to the city outside the Taisu Spirit War realm, thus making his way home. Upon reflection, he realized it was already the 9th day in the Taisu Spirit War realm. Hee. Just in time to collect the ranking rewards from the Taisu Spirit War realm, Wang Chen soared through the air, joyfully descending at the entrance of a large city known as Night Fairy City, striding inside. At that moment, a figure in a black dress swiftly approached, walking shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chen, a faint smile adorning her face. Long time no see, Wang Wu. Chu Yao gazed at Wang Chen's handsome visage, greeting him like a normal friend, lightly raising her hand in a wave. Huh? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Chu Yao's slightly alluring and playful features come into view. Sis, wait for me. At that moment, a young lad burst forth from behind, laden with items. Struggling to keep up, Chu Yan? Wang Chen recognized him, as in his past life. He had first met Chu Yan, who later introduced him to Chu Yao. In this life, however, the order was reversed. Are you here in Night Fairy City for something? Do you need my sister's help? Chu Yao observed Wang Chen's dazed expression, disregarding her brother's calls, and inquired playfully with a charming smile. No need. I'm heading back to Taisu Xian sect. My wife is waiting for me. By the way, my name is Wang Chen, not Wang Wu. Wang Chen, not one to disregard a friendly face, returned her smile and corrected her. In this lifetime, he intended to maintain a distance from Chu Yao, irrespective of Jiang Lingxian's stance. He simply preferred it that way. Thus, he mentioned having a wife, his mind inexplicably drifting to Jiang Lingxian's proud and icy demeanor. However, when the crisis of the Chu family arose, Wang Chen contemplated that it would be time to repay the debt of gratitude from his past life. Wife? You got married. Chu Yao looked at Wang Chen in slight surprise. In this life, she had not yet developed feelings for him, merely covering her lips in astonishment. It's complicated. I need to head back to the Taisu Spirit War realm. See you next time. What do you mean? See you next time. I'm also heading to the Taisu Spirit War realm. Let's go together. We can share the teleportation array. Wang Chen. Listening to Chu Yao's words, Wang Chen felt a tinge of annoyance. In this life, Chu Yao remained as stingy as ever, despite the formidable power of the Chu family. She still insisted on sharing the cost of the teleportation array. Fine, let's go. Wang Chen glanced at Chu Yu before shifting his gaze to her grinning brother, Chu Yin, and gave a subtle nod. Is this your brother? He's quite handsome. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Wang Chen, aware yet feigning ignorance, posed the question. However, there was a thought he refrained from voicing. He was handsome indeed, but a touch foolish. Chu Yin was indeed quite handsome, exuding a youthful vigor and a certain carefree charm, albeit with a hint of naivety. Of course, I'm universally appealing. Even the holy maiden of Taisu might fall for me. Thud. Chu Yao, upon hearing this, smacked his head fiercely, causing him to stumble backward, laden with his belongings. Hey. Thud. Wang Chen watched in disbelief as Chu Yin tumbled to the ground, his lips twitching in amusement. Shut up, you fool. The holy maiden of Taisu is your master. With that, Chu Yao released a surge of spiritual power to help him up, followed by another sharp smack to his head. Thud. Chu Yin, once upright, received yet another smack, leaving him cradling his head, a look of grievance on his face. His eyes apologetically directed at Wang Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was just boasting. I had no idea the holy maiden of Taisu was your master. The 18-year-old Chu Yin hurriedly stepped forward to bow in apology, his straightforward nature revealing a commendable character. Enough. The teleportation array is just ahead. Let's go. Wang Chen pulled up the apologetic Chu Yin, and the trio approached the teleportation array's overseer, exchanging a few words before stepping inside the array. The distance to the city on the other side of the Taisu Spirit War realm was unknown, yet it required 10 mid-grade spirit stones. However, despite the agreement to share the cost, it was ultimately Chu Yao who paid, for Wang Chen had no mid-grade spirit stones. In the end, Wang Chen offered her a medicinal pill of equivalent value, which Chu Yu politely declined. Wang Chen silently returned it to his storage space. Chu Yu. Whoosh. As the three figures vanished within the teleportation array, a ripple emanated from the teleportation array outside Taisu Xian sect. Whoosh. Among the numerous teleportation arrays in Taisu Xian City, one illuminated with a shimmering barrier, culminating in the appearance of Wang Chen and his companions. The instant they materialized, Wang Chen's vision cleared, only to be met with a throng of individuals surging toward them. What are they doing here? Is there a notable figure or a renowned beauty arriving? Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, murmuring in confusion, eliciting headshakes from both Chu Yao and Chu Yan, indicating their lack of knowledge. It was only when Wang Chen noticed that the crowd converged upon him that he realized, wait, the focus is on me. Just as Wang Chen was taken aback, a figure exuding an icy aura appeared before him. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen and his companions, radiating an almost imperceptible chill. She gazed at Wang Chen for a prolonged moment, her eyes inexplicably reflecting a hint of grievance and anger. However, upon noticing Chu Yao beside Wang Chen, the fury in her eyes dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of grievance. A wave of panic washed over Jiang Lingxian, her heart tightening with anxiety, even causing her breath to feel constricted. At this moment, Jiang Lingmiao appeared as though she had discerned another feline essence emanating from Wang Chen, her eyes brimming with a suppressed sense of grievance. He had indeed spent so many days in the company of Chu Yao. Chapter 52. The aggrieved, the fearful, the emotionally unstable Lingxian. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose expression was shrouded in a somber chill, and felt a moment of bewilderment. Even if he were a fool, he could discern that Jiang Lingxian was evidently angry at that moment. They maintained eye contact for a brief moment, separated by a meter or two, before she extended her slightly trembling right hand. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian struggled to suppress the tremors in her arm, cautiously reaching out to grasp Wang Chen's left wrist. A profound fear gripped her heart. She dreaded the thought that he might withdraw his hand from her grasp. Throughout this exchange, Wang Chen remained in a daze, silently observing as Jiang Lingxian gently took hold of his wrist. Even Chu Yao, Chu Yan, and the surrounding onlookers were equally bewildered, watching the scene unfold. Everyone present could sense the faint, chilling aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian, prompting a slight shiver among them. As Jiang Lingxian's palm gradually enveloped Wang Chen's wrist, a sense of relief washed over her, and she lifted her gaze ever so slightly. Disciple, will you come with me, please? Her eyes brimmed with boundless grievance and cautious yearning as she uttered these words, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Yao. The sight of Chu Yao's enchanting beauty filled Jiang Lingxian with trepidation. She feared that Wang Chen might develop feelings for her and eventually leave her side. Holy Maiden of Taishu, what is this? Chu Yao, noticing the discordant emotions in Jiang Lingxian, furrowed her brows in confusion. She felt an unsettling intensity in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, as if she might strike at any moment. At that moment, Chu Yao did not harbor any feelings for Wang Chen, so she did not entertain thoughts of rivalry between the two women for his affections. However, witnessing Jiang Lingxian's glances between her and Wang Chen, an odd notion crept into Chu Yao's mind. Could the Holy Maiden be feeling jealous? But isn't she Wang Chen's mentor? And has Wang Chen declared that he already has a wife? Unperturbed by Chu Yao's curious yet alluring voice, Jiang Lingxian remained fixated on Wang Chen. If her disciple chose to accompany her, it would signify that he willingly wished to remain by her side. Conversely, if he refused to follow her, she would be left with no choice but to. All right. Wang Chen, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's expectant yet pitiful demeanor, could only respond in a daze. Then we shall take our leave for now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. Just as Wang Chen was about to be led away by Jiang Lingxian, he turned back to wave goodbye to Chu Yao and Chu Yan. As he spoke those words, he suddenly felt a force gripping his wrist, causing his bones to ache. Yet, upon hearing his gasp, Jiang Lingxian quickly released her grip. In an instant, she did not even tear through the void but simply pulled Wang Chen along, and they vanished in a flash. Chu Yao and Chu Yan exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. They've gone back to the Taishu spirit battle realm. Sister, you still haven't claimed your reward for being first in the Danhai realm. Finally, it was Chu Yan burdened with a large pack, who broke the silence, leading Chu Yao through the crowd. At the entrance of the Taishu Immortal sect, the door creaked open. Jiang Lingxian, feeling cold all over, pulled Wang Chen inside, her heart heavy with grievance. With a soft thud, the door swung shut behind them, locking with a series of intricate formations that sealed the room. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. This is bad. His heart sank as he realized Jiang Lingxian was once again resorting to such measures. Host of the trivial fish, you're doomed now. It appears you might truly be chained like a dog this time. The system's mocking voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, gradually snapping him back to reality. Why? Why did you leave secretly, and why go to find her? Jiang Lingxian pressed Wang Chen against the wall, interrupting his words. Her eyes reddening as her voice trembled uncontrollably. She had searched for 8 long days, scouring the entire Taishu Immortal sect, the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, and the surrounding areas for miles. Yet, in the end, Wang Chen had truly gone to meet Chu Yao, and they had lingered together for an unknown duration. It was only because Chu Yao was a friend from Wang Chen's past life that she had barely restrained the urge to strike out at her. Jiang Lingxian feared that if she harmed Chu Yao, Wang Chen would come to despise her, to recoil from her. She did not want that. She yearned to possess Wang Chen, but only if he willingly chose to be hers, not through coercion. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, pinned against the wall, her red lips quivering in grievance. Did you leave 8 days ago just to see her? No. Wang Chen began to explain but was cut off by Jiang Lingxian's next words. But you only owe her a favor, not a person. You could have simply told me that you wished to repay her. You could have told me that I could have eliminated all of Chu's enemies at any moment. Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand pressed firmly against Wang Chen's chest, pinning him to the wall as her voice quivered, tears pooling in her eyes. After uttering those words, she fell silent, gazing at him with a heart full of grievance, filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Jiang Lingxian feared that her disciple might be taken away by someone else. She was uncertain why she felt this way, but she could not quell her fears when it came to matters concerning her disciple. I truly did not go to see her. I merely encountered her while teleporting back. We happened to return together. We only met for a brief moment over these 8 days, for less than an hour. It is not as you imagine. Wang Chen, seeing Jiang Lingxian on the verge of tears, hastily sought to explain. Attempting to gently wrap his left arm around her waist while his right hand cradled the back of her head, he carefully drew her into his embrace, soothing her panic and fear. Having never witnessed Jiang Lingxian in such a state throughout his previous life, Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss. He recalled that even during months of separation from her in his past life, she had only inquired a few times, never reacting this way. Chapter 53 Master. May I kiss your lips? Yet, why in this lifetime? Could it be due to the fact that I have experienced death once? As the saying goes, one only learns to cherish what they have after losing it. Jiang Lingxian was embraced by Wang Chen, her body momentarily stiffening, instinctively struggling gently for a moment. However, Wang Chen held her tightly, and as Jiang Lingxian felt his warmth, she gradually calmed down. Finally, Wang Chen cradled the back of her head, gently pressing her cheek against his chest. After explaining, he buried his face in her silky hair. With Wang Chen holding her delicate form, the atmosphere in the room slowly descended into silence. This ambience lingered for an unknown duration, feeling the reassuring aura emanating from him. Jiang Lingxian's emotions, which had been on the verge of breaking down due to a mix of grievance and fear, gradually stabilized. Yet, the tears at the corners of her eyes dampened the white fabric of Wang Chen's attire as she slowly raised her strikingly beautiful face. Is it true? In Wang Chen's embrace, she tilted her face slightly upwards, her red, pitiful eyes gazing up at him. At that moment, she no longer cared whether Wang Chen's words were true or false. She believed him unconditionally. Even if he were deceiving her, she would willingly accept it. Indeed, I would never lie to you, Wang Chen replied, gazing at her exquisite face, gently stroking her hair with his right hand. It's all right. It's over now. I won't leave. He softly comforted her, burying his cheek against her ear. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, closing her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as a sense of security gradually enveloped her entire being. Suddenly, she felt a soft touch against her cheek, causing her body to tense slightly. That sensation was familiar. It seemed her disciple was kissing her cheek again. However, Jiang Lingxian remained silent, merely tightening her embrace around Wang Chen's reassuring form, allowing him to continue. Master, may I kiss your lips? For the first time in a state of clarity, Wang Chen called out to Jiang Lingxian with a long-lost title, prompting her to lift her face once more. The depths of their eyes met, their gazes shimmering slightly without uttering a word. Wang Chen attempted to lean down, his nose gently brushing against Jiang Lingxian's delicate one, creating a tender connection. Jiang Lingxian, with tears lingering in her eyes and a pitiful look, was undeniably irresistible to cherish. As Wang Chen's lips lightly touched Jiang Lingxian's soft ones, just as he prepared to deepen the kiss, she murmured, "No, I can't." Feeling her body weaken slightly, she turned her cheek away, her voice muffled in rejection. Consequently, Wang Chen's kiss landed at the corner of her lips, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly in his embrace. Slowly withdrawing his face, Wang Chen's disappointment was palpable as he hung his head in silence. An oppressive silence filled the room for a moment. Jiang Lingxian turned to see Wang Chen's forlorn face, and her heart ached. If only she had not moved away. At that moment, she regretted her actions, unsure of how to console the dejected Wang Chen. "Oh dear, the host's tea-making skills have truly advanced. Go away, I'm genuinely heartbroken. We nearly kissed." And she still turned her face. Wang Chen, irritated and speechless, silently cursed the voice in his mind. Just then, kissing is not allowed, but is this okay? Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her lips from Wang Chen's face, her voice soothing as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Wang Chen, momentarily halted in his thoughts, raised his eyes to meet Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks and sorrowful expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. Feeling his gaze, Jiang Lingxian grew somewhat uncomfortable, her ears and cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. At that moment, she sensed something within her breaking slightly, replaced by something different. Although Wang Chen's plan to alter their master-disciple relationship did not unfold as he had anticipated, it nonetheless progressed further than he had expected. "I didn't feel it just now." "Could you kiss me again?" Wang Chen leaned closer, but Jiang Lingxian remained frozen in embarrassment, seemingly unable to hear him. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, startling both of them as they turned to look. "It's my master." Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of panic, akin to being caught in a secret rendezvous with Wang Chen by her parents. Observing this, Wang Chen reluctantly released his hold on Jiang Lingxian, deciding it was better for him to do so first since she would have to let go soon anyway. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen for a moment, then suppressed her overwhelming reluctance. She swiftly turned around, producing a white handkerchief to dab at her eyes before composing herself. Once she felt her expression had returned to a semblance of normalcy, she adjusted her disheveled attire and stepped towards the door. With a series of formations activated, the door creaked open as Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled it ajar. The moment the door swung open, Hanzun's icy gaze fell upon Wang Chen standing inside. "It's good that you've returned," Hanzun remarked coldly, casting a few disapproving glances at the restless Wang Chen before addressing Jiang Lingxian with indifference. "Also, recently within the sect." Afterward, Hanzun imparted various instructions to Jiang Lingxian, to which she responded with a simple, subdued acknowledgement. "I will take my leave now. Remember to keep a close watch on him. He can't be trusted." "Understood." Jiang Lingxian bowed her head slightly, her tone cool as she replied. With a soft click, the door shut, and the formations activated once more, as if determined to confine Wang Chen. As Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, she silently approached a chair and sat down. Reflecting on her intimate behavior with her disciple, she felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. It was as if she had lost her mind, solely focused on soothing Wang Chen's despondency, leading to, "It's nothing. Just a kiss on the cheek. As long as it doesn't cross any boundaries." Jiang Lingxian sat in the chair, exchanging glances with Wang Chen while continuously reassuring herself, striving to find solace. Little did she know, this would become a recurring theme, one that would lead her to be gradually consumed by Wang Chen. Chapter 54. One desires to capture, the other to resist. Both individuals reflected upon the recent events, and for a fleeting moment, the room was enveloped in silence. Wang Chen understood that he would likely be confined for 10 days to half a month, only to be released once Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness was satiated. He had developed a considerable understanding of her possessive tendencies, which had evidently taken on a somewhat obsessive quality. From their recent nocturnal encounters, it was clear that he served as her antidote. Her peace of mind seemed to hinge upon his presence. With this realization, Wang Chen lifted his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the central chair, occasionally stealing glances at him. He then slowly advanced, each step echoing softly on the floorboards. Though he acknowledged that his cultivation was inferior to hers, he was confident that his methods of enticing her were equally effective. His approach felt like a series of heavy blows, subtly impacting Jiang Lingxian's heart. As he approached, Jiang Lingxian, seated with a hint of tension, subtly shifted her position. turning slightly away from him. To his surprise, as Wang Chen reached her side, he noticed she had turned her back to him, her hands demurely resting on her knees, her feet shuffling adorably. The sight elicited a smile from him. An opportunity had presented itself. "Come here, let me hold you," he thought. As he crouched down and extended his arms to gently encircle her waist, Jiang Lingxian immediately stiffened, her panic evident as she grasped his hands in an attempt to pry them away, rising swiftly to her feet. Wang Chen, feeling the force of her struggle, nearly lost his grip, almost allowing her to escape. As she stood, he instinctively embraced her from behind, his body pressing against hers. "No hugs. Let go. Let go." Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her face glowing as she squirmed in his hold, tugging at his hands. "Very well. If you manage to free yourself, I promise not to hold you again," Wang Chen murmured, feeling her grip loosening. He tightened his embrace slightly, leaning in to whisper in her ear. His hold relaxed, allowing her the freedom to escape should she choose to. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained momentarily frozen, her hands gradually ceasing their symbolic struggle. After a brief silence, she spoke softly, "I suppose I can only accept this once." Her voice was cool yet laced with a hint of embarrassment, rendering it melodious. "All right, I assure you I won't embrace you again next time," Wang Chen replied, resting his cheek gently on her shoulder, his lips brushing against her warm ear as he spoke softly. "No, that is not acceptable." Jiang Lingxian's heart raced at his words, her mind swirling in confusion, utterly flustered. "Then what do you want? Do you wish for me to hold you often, or not at all?" Wang Chen inquired, leaning closer to her ear, inhaling her faint, refreshing scent, and teasing her emotions further. Jiang Lingxian felt as if her mind was ablaze, at a loss for words in response to his advances. Not receiving an answer, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hands, distancing himself from her, employing his strategy of feigned retreat to its utmost potential. However, even after he completely released her, she merely stood there, still facing away, offering no reply. "Oh no, I've messed this up. I should have just held her and gone to sleep." Wang Chen lamented internally, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's enchanting silhouette, wishing he could scold himself. "Enough is enough. I've already embraced her. My plan to stir her emotions has succeeded. I must not be greedy," he consoled himself. Yet the mocking laughter of the system suddenly reverberated in his mind. "Haha, you foolish host, your strategy has backfired." "Shut up," Wang Chen retorted, his previously calm demeanor igniting with irritation as he mentally berated the system. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, a sudden gust of wind enveloped him, and he felt a delicate figure pressing against him. "Wait, don't hold me," Jiang Lingxian murmured, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her flushed face nestled against his ear, her stammering voice betraying the depth of her resolve. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected action, feeling a rush of confusion. As he began to gather his senses and prepare to return the embrace, Jiang Lingxian abruptly released him. Overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, she ached to escape the situation. Wang Chen barely registered her retreat, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before she vanished from the room. "Hey, don't go," he called out to the empty air, grasping at nothingness as she disappeared, leaving him alone in the seemingly vacant room, as if the entire encounter had been a mere figment of his imagination. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Her teasing skills far surpass yours. She leaves you yearning for more." The system chimed in again, its tone dripping with derision for its hapless host. "Get lost," Wang Chen shot back, removing his slippers and collapsing onto Jiang Lingxian's bed, his body still ablaze with warmth. He focused on calming his breathing, waiting for his heart to settle before finally opening his eyes. "You wicked woman, teasing me and then fleeing, utterly irresponsible. I shall forego sleep tonight. You can keep watch outside." He was aware that Jiang Lingxian would likely return later in the night, so he turned his attention to examining his own status panel. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Peak of the 4th layer of the returning origin realm. Cultivation technique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones from Lingxian. A complete set of new women's intimate apparel. The Taishu Broken Sword. The Remnant Soul Token. The Grandfather Ring. The Storage Ring. Yin Blood Demon Dan Yuan. Yang Blood Demon Dan Yuan. The Three-Legged Emperor Xian Ding. And Treasures of Divine Nature. Origin points. 114, 523. Comprehensive evaluation. A being of the 4th layer of the returning origin realm. Wang Chen first examined his storage space, separating the various items. Among them, the protective treasures were the most numerous, all bestowed upon him by Jiang Lingxian. making him feel as if he were a small, beautiful heiress. Chapter 55, The Sage of Heavenly Secrets. By the way, I wonder how the situation in the Void Spirit battle realm is progressing. Facing 100 adversaries alone. I should logically be ranked first. Yet, since I did not establish a presence there, I am uncertain if it will be counted. It seems I must inquire with Jiang Lingxian tomorrow. Wang Chen gazed at the treasures within his storage space and was suddenly reminded of the ranking rewards from the Void Spirit battle realm. He pondered for a moment. System. What is the value of these items below the king rank in terms of origin points? Subsequently, Wang Chen organized the treasures he didn't need and mentally questioned the system. Beep. 7 yellow rank items, 13 mysterious rank items, 8 earth rank items, 3 heaven rank items, totaling 880,000 origin points. However, this system, feeling sympathetic, will round it up to 1 million origin points for you. You? Confess honestly, how much have you consumed? Beep. The current inquiry from the host involves classified information of a divine level, and this system cannot respond, huh? Alright. So this is how we're playing it. Wang Chen watched as the system, unable to contain itself, let out a chuckle, and inwardly expressed his frustration 3 times with alright. Nevertheless, he did not genuinely wish to blame the system, for it had been his companion for a millennium, and they had developed a bond. Moreover, during his past life, when he was besieged by countless foes, the system had exerted itself tirelessly in attempts to save him. Alas, it was simply not enough origin points. Are you going to convert or not? If converted, the host can draw from the million origin point lottery, which contains many splendid items. Convert. Hurry up. Listening to the system's enticing mechanical voice, Wang Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and chose to proceed with the conversion. Watching his origin points transform into a million, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In the end, after some contemplation, Wang Chen realized he had 2 king-rank treasures and 2 emperor-rank treasures remaining. Additionally, there was the supreme holy rank soul source within his consciousness, which combined defense and offense for the divine soul at the heavenly sovereign level. Originally, he possessed 3 emperor-rank treasures, but one of the waist pendants had shattered, causing its divine essence to dissipate. He could only hope for a chance to repair it in the future. Once he had organized these items, Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the black jade pendant and the old man's ring within his storage space. The old man's ring was acquired from Yu Qing, while the black jade pendant was obtained after vanquishing Qin Yafan. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen retrieved the black jade pendant. Whoosh! As Wang Chen extracted the black jade pendant of the demonic lord's residual soul, a powerful demonic aura surged towards his brow. Then, it violently collided with the heavenly sovereign level soul source provided by Jiang Lingxian, instantly obliterating it. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in his mind, causing Wang Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. Fool! Wang Chen looked at the obliterated demonic lord's residual soul in his consciousness, and cursed in unison with the system. Wang Chen fiddled with the black jade pendant, discovering that aside from the engraving of a character for demon, it bore no other significance. However, it might prove useful when traversing the demon wasteland in the 8th Desolation continent. After some thought, he quietly stowed it away and then directed his attention to the old man's ring, which bore a concept similar to that of the demonic lord's residual soul. Wang Chen carefully extracted the silent storage ring, cautiously extending a wisp of his divine soul into it. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Chen found himself in an entirely different realm, surrounded by an expanse of blankness, with a small pavilion nearby. It resembled the small world Jiang Lingxian had previously created, but this one was filled with numerous items, books, techniques, treasures, and ultimately, a remarkably transparent residual soul of a bearded old man. You have arrived. The transparent old man's residual soul sat within the small pavilion in this blank realm, his voice imbued with a sense of antiquity. Boom, boom, boom. The old man with white whiskers produced a teapot and quietly began to brew tea, eventually pouring 2 cups. Wang Chen, sensing that the other party lacked even the cultivation of the spirit-building realm, felt somewhat reassured and stepped forward. Sit. I have lived for over 20,000 years, enduring a life of solitude. Before my demise, having someone to accompany me is a form of fulfillment. The transparent old man's residual soul, with white hair and a face lined with weariness, no longer possessed worldly desires in his eyes. Old man, logically speaking, your soul should not be this insubstantial. Wang Chen sat at the pavilion, his fingers brushing the teacup, and he furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed at him. Indeed. It was so just a few days ago, but I anticipated my impending demise and, driven by curiosity, exerted all my effort to divine your fate. You are an otherworldly demon, bound to encounter enmity from many foes akin to Yi Qing due to the rejection from this realm's heavenly principles. However, when I attempted to divine further, I was met with a powerful sense of impending death, forcing me to halt. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man laughed heartily, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Astonishingly, the tea was indeed consumed. Detection complete. This is joyful heart tea, which has a calming effect on the soul and shows no abnormalities. Wang Chen, upon hearing the system's words, revealed a smile and lifted his teacup to drink as well. Oh, you are not afraid of poison. The white-bearded old man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light as he looked at Wang Chen. Not afraid. Sage of heavenly secrets, you can divine heaven and earth, and even predict the actions of immortals. I have heard of your name and your character. Wang Chen set down his teacup, offering a smile to the white-bearded old man. The sudden trust he displayed left the old man momentarily stunned. They were indeed adversaries, yet at this moment, the sage of heavenly secrets did not expect such trust from someone who merely knew his name. In that instant, a ray of sunlight seemed to blossom in the heart of the sage of heavenly secrets. If only they were not adversaries. I never expected that there would still be someone in this world who remembers my existence. The white-bearded old man, regaining his composure, burst into laughter. However, as he laughed, his transparent soul grew increasingly ethereal. Drip drop. Amidst the laughter, tears of his soul unconsciously fell onto the table, and his essence gradually dissipated. Young man, beneath the table lies a celestial technique. Should you need it, take it. No need for repayment, only a desire for its legacy. This technique I have never imparted to anyone. You need not worry. With those final words from the sage of heavenly secrets' residual soul, it had completely vanished. With no hope of return, Wang Chen sat silently in his chair, gazing at the dissipating soul, and quietly rose to his feet. From our perspectives, neither of us is at fault. A grudge is a grudge. However, I, Wang Chen, salute you, sage of heavenly secrets, for your unburdened demeanor before death. Wang Chen poured another cup of tea, slightly bowed, and placed it on the tea table before him, his eyes reflecting respect. Finally, Wang Chen gathered all the items in this realm and stored them away, retrieving the technique hidden beneath the table. Sage of heavenly secrets. The ancient tome bore the inscription of 4 characters, signifying the legacy of the sage of heavenly secrets from 20,000 years ago. This also confirmed that the greatest fortune of Yi Qing's life had been bestowed upon Wang Chen. Chapter 56. The results of the celestial calculation. After Wang Chen's soul exited the old man's ring, the storage ring on his hand gradually transformed into a flow of light, dissipating into the cosmos. Gazing at the modest collection of resources below the royal tier that had appeared in his storage space, Wang Chen turned his attention to the Celestial Calculation Sutra. As an ancient tome manifested in his hands, he settled cross-legged on his bed and began to peruse the sutra diligently. The Celestial Calculation Sutra, as its name suggests, enables one to calculate the heavens and the earth, and when cultivated to perfection, it can even decipher the fates of celestial beings. However, its efficacy depends on one's cultivation level and proficiency with the technique. Otherwise, one might suffer severe backlash. The example of the Celestial Master serves as a cautionary tale. In an attempt to calculate Wang Chen, who was shielded by a system, the Master inadvertently rendered his once solid soul transparent. Wang Chen did not immediately begin his cultivation of the celestial calculation, but instead meticulously organized the vital items in his storage space. The yin and yang blood demon pearls were fused with the system's assistance into a substantial yin-yang blood demon pearl. However, as he currently possessed no beast companion, he could do nothing but store it away, unable to utilize it. Subsequently, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the unactivated 3-legged Emperor Xianding and the treasure's divine essence. The latter was a small orb of light hovering within the storage space, yet to find its vessel. Fortuitously, it could be bound to the Emperor Xianding. With a thought, Wang Chen seized the floating divine essence and forcefully merged it with the Emperor Xianding within the storage space. With a resounding pop, a dazzling light erupted, and the 3-legged Emperor Xianding levitated, radiating spiritual brilliance. Observing the merging of the Emperor Xianding and the divine essence in midair, Wang Chen silently withdrew his soul and returned to consciousness. System, I require the anti-dizziness item. I shall forego sleep tonight, and must ensure she faces the consequences of her flirtation. Ding. A fee of 10,000 source points has been deducted for the purchase of scented smoke and poison pills, totaling 10,000 source points. Ding. The card for scented smoke and poison pills has been used. Duration, 12 hours. As the system's response echoed, the room was enveloped in the sound of Wang Chen turning the pages of the ancient tome. Beneath the bed, a small stove exuded a colorless, odorless gas that soothed the mind. In the courtyard outside the palace of the Great Void Holy Maiden, within a small pavilion, Jiang Lingxian sensed the lingering aura of the unretired presence within the palace, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Just a little longer. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of impatience, yet as she sensed the unresolved presence, she could only suppress her feelings of emptiness. Sitting in the pavilion, her thoughts drifted back to her apprentice's warm embrace during the day, and a flicker of joy blossomed in her heart. Her apprentice's form, so fragrant and warm. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the palace of the Great Void Holy Maiden, an involuntary smile gracing her lips, her delicate face flushing slightly, a gentle satisfaction blooming within her. Yet, as time passed, the subtle curve of her smile gradually returned to a cool demeanor. What? Hasn't my apprentice succumbed to slumber yet? Jiang Lingxian felt her resolve wavering. She longed to embrace her apprentice once more. But the unmistakable warmth radiating from within the palace indicated that Wang Chen was still awake. The sensation of being acutely aware of Wang Chen's every action, yet unable to approach him, was becoming unbearable for Jiang Lingxian. After a moment, she composed herself, lightly brushing her elegant fingers across her cheek to ensure her composure remained untainted. Then, she rose gracefully from her seat in the pavilion. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of wind, Jiang Lingxian vanished from the pavilion. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, engrossed in his study of the tome, remained blissfully unaware of her silent arrival. If Jiang Lingxian, at the celestial sovereign level, truly wished to remain undetected, Wang Chen would have no chance of perceiving her presence unless he lifted his gaze. Jiang Lingxian approached quietly, exercising caution as she positioned herself near Wang Chen. At that moment, he was still intently focused on the Celestial Calculation Sutra in his right hand, while his left hand moved deftly as he calculated. With the book in his right hand and his left hand gesturing in concentration, he appeared remarkably like a youthful celestial lord, assessing the current state of the universe. Jiang Lingxian leaned in slightly, her heart settling as she sensed Wang Chen's aura. Her apprentice's earnest demeanor was indeed strikingly handsome. Standing quietly beside him, her eyes glimmered with affection, deepening with every glance. Yet, with each wave of affection, an insatiable desire for possession surged within her. When one is deeply engrossed, the surrounding environment often fades away. Such was Wang Chen's state, as his left hand continued to calculate the myriad events of past and present. Within just a few hours, he had grasped the fundamentals of the calculations, delving into his past life. If the Celestial Master were to witness this, he would likely be envious to the point of despair. It is worth noting that the Celestial Master required over a decade to reach the initial stages of mastery, followed by over 10,000 years to achieve full proficiency. Now, the first inquiry Wang Chen sought to unravel was, how exactly did Jiang Lingxian come to be reborn? As he hastened his calculations, they suddenly hit a snag at a particular juncture. Feeling his thumb forcibly caught, Wang Chen paused, his mind racing with the results of his calculations. He discerned that, years hence, a certain emperor would perish, and the empress would witness his demise firsthand, descending into madness. Following this, the calculations revealed a surge of sword energy sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 26 domains, engulfing the entire continent in a chilling frost. The landscape and surrounding seas would remain ensnared in a tempest of snow and ice, leaving myriad beings struggling for survival. Yet, it was here that Wang Chen's inexperience became apparent. His calculations faltered, and he found himself unable to progress further. No, this cannot be right. I distinctly remember Jiang Lingxian not being present in my former life. Was she not in seclusion? Could it be that she arrived at the scene just after my self-destruction, witnessing my demise firsthand? But this may not necessarily be accurate, for I am still unskilled in the celestial calculation and could very well have erred. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating the blockage in his calculations, a sense of irritation gradually rising within him. Ugh, this is infuriating. Wang Chen cast the Celestial Calculation Sutra onto the bed, massaging his fatigued head from the strain of the calculations. Just as he was grappling with his frustration and lifted his gaze, he was startled to see Jiang Lingxian's cool, perplexed visage framed by a slight frown. Wang Chen jumped, his hand instinctively gathering chaotic flames, nearly unleashing them in reflex before he managed to regain his composure. Ouch! What are you doing? Wang Chen slowly retracted the instinctive offensive gesture, still shaken as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian. I noticed you seemed to be calculating something, so I refrained from interrupting, not anticipating it would startle you. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen, her gaze momentarily lowered, her icy tone softened by a hint of apology. Chapter 57. Hooray! Let us sleep together. It's nothing. I just finished calculating some matters and feel a bit fatigued. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, rubbing his temples before putting away the celestial calculation technique from the bed. Let us sleep then. Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened slightly, inexplicably filled with a faint sense of anticipation, which caught Wang Chen's attention. They exchanged glances for a moment, and Jiang Lingxian soon realized her lapse in composure, hastily suppressing her bubbling excitement. I don't want to sleep, unless what? Hearing Wang Chen's sudden pause, Jiang Lingxian's gaze became as focused as a cat drawn to a dangling toy. Unless you sleep with me. Wang Chen subtly raised a mischievous smile, relishing Jiang Lingxian's gradually stiffening expression, his heart filled with delight. In this life, Wang Chen had gradually mastered the art of teasing Jiang Lingxian, using himself as leverage. As the saying goes, a strategist must immerse himself in the situation. Of course, this was only applicable in this lifetime. In a previous one, Jiang Lingxian would have merely shot him a cold glance, perhaps even rolling her eyes at him. Is that really okay? I'm exhausted, and I can only fall asleep with you by my side. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's dazed expression and seized the moment to press on, his tone laced with longing and expectation. After a brief moment of stupor, Jiang Lingxian gradually fell silent. It seemed she wanted to say something, but the words felt shameful, rendering her speechless. Fine. If you refuse, I'll just sleep on the floor and continue my cultivation. After all, cultivating can restore my spirit too. Wang Chen's voice carried a hint of disappointment and helplessness as he stood up from the bed, preparing to head for the floor. Just as he brushed past Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly felt his sleeve tugged tightly. What is the matter? Wang Chen struggled to suppress the corner of his mouth from curling up, frowning in confusion as he turned back. Jiang Lingxian, with her natural beauty accentuated by a hint of blush, nervously bit her lip. After a moment of silent exchange, she seemed to muster a resolve. I agree to your request. But don't misunderstand. I'm only considering your exhaustion from the calculations. So I'm reluctantly agreeing. Jiang Lingxian's melodious voice dwindled as she spoke, realizing that even she began to doubt her own words. Had she not discovered that the alluring fragrance of the night would be ineffective, she certainly wouldn't have acquiesced to Wang Chen's request. Really? Wang Chen stared intently at her, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tension. He asked softly, filled with curiosity. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the warmth flooding her cheeks, forcing herself to respond in a voice that was both cool and gentle. Thank you ever so much, my dear fairy sister. Wang Chen, intrigued by her overwhelming shyness, leaned in closer to her face. Jiang Lingxian felt a surge of embarrassment as Wang Chen approached, instinctively taking a small step back. Hooray, let us sleep together, hee. Wang Chen, unperturbed, swiftly removed his flip-flops and leapt onto the bed, pulling the blankets over himself. He settled on the inner side of the bed, propping up the covers with his left hand while patting the space beside him with his right, beckoning her over. You go ahead and sleep first. Jiang Lingxian, appearing somewhat bashful, softly suggested as the room dimmed. She pondered for a moment, planning to lull Wang Chen to sleep first before joining him on the bed, ensuring he was truly asleep so she could embrace her disciple as usual without hesitation. No, I can't sleep like that. Come up here. I want to touch you, just lying beside you. Wang Chen's voice was filled with earnestness in the dark, as he gently grasped Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool hand. Caught off guard, Jiang Lingxian flinched at the sudden contact, quickly retracting her hand in the darkness. All right. Fine. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian ultimately succumbed to Wang Chen's persistence, gently removing her shoes and slowly sitting on the bed. Finally, Wang Chen felt a wicked smile spreading across his face as he sensed her delicate figure sitting beside him, gradually lying down. As Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her heart raced uncontrollably, feeling Wang Chen tenderly cover her with the blanket. Just endure this moment. Once he falls asleep, everything will be fine. Jiang Lingxian silently reassured herself, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Gradually, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence, and Jiang Lingxian attentively sensed his increasingly rapid breathing. Wait a minute. Rapid. Jiang Lingxian was taken aback, just as she turned to look at Wang Chen. She suddenly felt him embrace her waist tightly. What are you doing? Panic surged within her as she instinctively struggled, twisting her body. You said during the day that I must hold you, didn't you? I'm just giving you a gentle hug. Why the strong reaction? Wang Chen tightened his hold on her, questioning her with a frown. I. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily at a loss for words. Caught in his embrace, gazing into his eyes in the darkness, stammering. If you truly don't want me to hold you, then you should break free from my arms right now. Wang Chen, misinterpreting her hesitation, spoke with a tone of deep disappointment. After saying this, he loosened his grip, allowing Jiang Lingxian to escape his embrace. However, this only caused her to gradually cease her struggles, relishing the comforting warmth of his body. This is the last time. Next time, you must not hold me without my consent. Jiang Lingxian felt her cheeks inexplicably heat up in the darkness, her tone softening as if she were coaxing Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen's face lit up with joy, pulling her closer into his embrace. Jiang Lingxian instinctively made a soft sound, feeling a strange sense of dazedness from the sudden closeness. Thus, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian in his arms, and they slept peacefully until the early hours of the morning. Just when Jiang Lingxian, blushing, believed Wang Chen had finally fallen asleep, she slowly reached out her hands to wrap around his waist. However, just as she intended to bury her face in his neck, she suddenly felt a hand sneaking under her skirt. No, don't pinch. Chapter 58. Two individuals who both regret their actions. The following morning, within the sacred hall of the Taishu Sanctus, Wang Chen lay on his side in bed. His left hand pressed against the distinct mark left by Jiang Lingxian, a handprint. The imprint on his left cheek was crimson yet unpuffed, presenting a sight that was both handsome and amusing. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian sat nearby, her expression frigid, her striking gaze fixed upon him. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Wang Chen dared to meet her eyes momentarily before lowering his head, too intimidated to speak. The slap he had received in the dead of night had not been immediate. It was a culmination of Jiang Lingxian's inability to endure his advances that had led to her unleashing her formidable power. Last night, as he had begun to explore her delicate form, she had gradually lost the will to resist, becoming soft and pliable. Seizing that moment, Wang Chen had hastily gauged her waist, just as he intended to measure her for a protective shield within his storage space. The weakened Jiang Lingxian had unexpectedly reacted, her strength surging forth. He only remembered the sharp crack and the searing sensation on his left cheek, after which he promptly ceased his actions. Had he known the consequences, he would have refrained from being so audacious. Now, cocooned in his blankets, he furtively cast glances at the cold-faced Jiang Lingxian, overwhelmed with regret. The atmosphere remained silent for an extended period, with Wang Chen occasionally stealing glances at her. His guilty demeanor was endearing, yet he resolved never to allow her to embrace him again. It was he who should be holding her. Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen, who stole glances at her intermittently, her heart melting at his innocent display of guilt. Simultaneously, she resolved internally that it would be she who embraced him from now on, never allowing him to take her in his arms again. After a brief period of watching, Wang Chen concluded that Jiang Lingxian was still upset and decided against further glances. It was best to let her cool down, as the fault did not lie with him. Reflecting on this, he turned away from her, burying himself deeper into the blankets, retreating into solitude. With no other options, he could either meditate, sleep, or tease Jiang Lingxian. With his back to her, he closed his eyes, his mind flooded with memories of her bashful and delicate demeanor from the previous night. Disciple, why have you ceased to look at me? Jiang Lingxian, initially maintaining her frosty expression, noticed that Wang Chen had stopped glancing at her, causing her brow to furrow slightly in concern. Is he truly upset with me for ignoring him? Regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian's mind raced as she pondered how to mend their relationship. After much contemplation, she stood gracefully, donned in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading to her waist, and walked toward the bed. As she approached, Wang Chen's heart raced with trepidation. No, she wouldn't intend to slap me again. Would she? He could hear her footsteps drawing near, causing him to instinctively pull the covers over his face, anxious that she might find his left cheek uneven and deliver another slap to his right cheek. However, the sight of him hiding under the covers caused Jiang Lingxian to pause momentarily, her heart tightening. Yes, truly angry I shouldn't have struck him last night. Had I known, I would have simply pushed him away. But upon reflection, she recalled that she had already pushed him away, and in a moment of desperation, had resorted to striking him. What to do standing beside the bed, her gaze flickered as she observed the secluded Wang Chen, anxiety surging within her. Ultimately, after an extended period of deliberation, Jiang Lingxian extended her slender hand and gently poked the covers. Disciple, wait, don't. Wang Chen, startled, threw off the covers and clasped his face, hurriedly confessing his faults. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by his reaction, staring at his concealed face in bewilderment for several moments. After a couple of seconds, she began to comprehend the situation. Her disciple also believed he was at fault, which meant she need not apologize herself. It's fine. You must not behave so recklessly in the future. All right. Whatever you say. Wang Chen beamed with joy, relieved that Jiang Lingxian did not hold a grudge against him. The sting from her handprint, imbued with her restraint power, was a sensation he could not easily dismiss. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing the joy of Wang Chen despite her chastisement, felt a tug at her heart. Sit up. I shall tend to the mark on your face. She gracefully adjusted her gown and seated herself elegantly on the edge of the bed, her voice cool and composed. Wang Chen complied without hesitation, but as he rose, he accidentally tangled himself in the blanket. Oh no, he exclaimed, lurching toward Jiang Lingxian, arms instinctively reaching for her neck. Yet, a chilling aura enveloped him, preventing him from advancing any further. Do not be mischievous. You shall not embrace me again. Jiang Lingxian extended her slender finger, gently pressing against his forehead, guiding him back down. I merely stumbled. That is all, Wang Chen replied awkwardly, attempting to appear nonchalant to mask his embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, her gaze unwavering as she scrutinized him, then gradually leaned closer, her alluring visage and lips drawing near. Wang Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly realized and leaned in gently, his lips pursed slightly. What are you doing? Jiang Lingxian inquired, seizing his unblemished right cheek, her brow furrowing in confusion. In nothing, merely my lips were a bit itchy, so I pursed them, he stammered, feeling a rush of embarrassment under her scrutiny. Chapter 59. The sound of love, the silence of love. Stay still. Do not entertain any mischievous thoughts. Jiang Lingxian offered no reply, softly murmuring before extending her right palm towards Wang Chen's left cheek, poised to make contact. Startled by her sudden approach, Wang Chen flinched, his left eye twitching uncontrollably. A soft chuckle escaped Jiang Lingxian's lips at Wang Chen's adorably fearful reaction, but she quickly stifled her laughter, regaining her composure. I wish to see you smile again. Captivated by her smile, Wang Chen yearned for more after it faded. No, you must be mistaken. Stay still. Wang Chen's words were interrupted as Jiang Lingxian, with a serious expression, began to release a gentle chill to heal his wounds. Wang Chen felt the chaotic flame energy within him stir, gradually flowing towards her palm, resting on his cheek. That familiar sensation returned, igniting a warmth throughout his body as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage. What is the matter? Jiang Lingxian, slightly puzzled, observed Wang Chen's hurried and heated breaths. And nothing. Snapped back to reality. Wang Chen lightly bit his tongue to calm himself. Thankfully, this discomfort was far milder than the previous episode, making it more bearable. As he watched Jiang Lingxian quietly tending to his injuries, a thought flitted through Wang Chen's mind. If she could draw forth the chaotic flame energy within him, could he not also awaken the chill within her? Would she then experience discomfort akin to his own, yearning for? Cough. Shaking off such thoughts, Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian gradually retract her hand. By the way, does the reward from the last battle in the Void Spirit Arena still belong to me? Feeling the heat dissipate, he posed the question he'd intended to ask her the previous day. Yes, indeed. Jiang Lingxian retrieved the storage ring given to her by the Ice Sovereign, displaying her delicate hand with an inviting palm towards Wang Chen. Thank you, I love you. Wang Chen accepted the ring with his right hand, forming a heart with his left. As he took the storage ring, he playfully scratched her fair and rosy palm. Jiang Lingxian felt a blush creeping to her ears, hastily withdrawing her hand and hiding it behind her waist. This little rebellious disciple was incessantly plotting to tease her. Yet, why did she not find it repulsive? In fact, there was a hint of enjoyment in it, as she gazed at Wang Chen's cheerful countenance. Something within her heart seemed to silently sprout and flourish. Each time she sought to identify that peculiar feeling, it eluded her, like a fleeting illusion. Sister Lingxian, how long do you intend to keep me here? Wang Chen, reclining on the bed with a slight tilt of his head, inquired curiously instead of hastily inspecting the contents of the storage ring. However, Jiang Lingxian evidently had no desire to address his question. Her gaze dimmed slightly. If she could, she would wish to keep Wang Chen by her side for eternity, to see him at all times. Yet, she knew this was impossible. If nothing else, Wang Chen would surely grow to resent her after being confined for too long. Ultimately, he might even find her detestable, unable to bear even a glance at her. Each time she contemplated this, her heart tightened. She was neither a pervert nor a fool, well aware of this simple truth. She could confine Wang Chen's body, but not his heart. To keep him imprisoned would only yield contrary results. Thus, she would have to eventually release him. Jiang Lingxian did not wish to be the source of Wang Chen's disdain. Her nature was peculiar, resembling a lovesick maiden yet entirely rational. Interacting with her was simultaneously discomforting and comforting for Wang Chen. You should meditate here for a while. I will handle matters outside. In response to Wang Chen's inquiry, Jiang Lingxian chose to evade the topic, diverting the conversation. Wang Chen hesitated, but Jiang Lingxian had already turned, tearing through the void and departing the room. Clearly, she was avoiding the issue, reluctant to relinquish her hold on him so soon. At least, she hoped for a few more days of his company, just a few days. Oh well, let her have her way. Jiang Lingxian would not be so twisted as to wish to confine him for a lifetime. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian well. In her past life, she would not have behaved this way. It was evident that her peculiar traits had emerged only after his demise. Wang Chen dismissed his thoughts, channeling a strand of spirit to retrieve the top-tier gathering array flag from the storage ring. However, upon entering the space, he froze. The storage ring contained not only the top-tier gathering array flag but also another item. Wondrous. Host. A pseudo-emperor tier heavenly flag. Incredible! The system exclaimed in astonishment within Wang Chen's mind. Wang Chen stared, dumbfounded, at the pseudo-emperor tier weapon before him. A golden flag, nearly as tall as a person, bore the intricate carvings of 4 fiery phoenixes and 4 golden dragons entwined around an imposing character for emperor. Beneath the emperor tier, there exists no sovereign tier, only the sacred tier. Thus, the sacred tier is equivalent to treasures utilized by the sacred soul realm and the heavenly sovereign realm. Sacred tier treasures and emperor tier treasures are separated by an insurmountable divide, as emperor tier treasures can effortlessly crush sacred tier ones, unless a treasure fails to advance to the emperor tier, resulting in a pseudo-emperor tier treasure that can withstand emperor tier attacks. Did Jiang Lingxian bestow upon me the pseudo-emperor weapon she earned? Wang Chen stared at the imposing flag for a moment, an inexplicable sensation bubbling within him. Clearly, her cold sword in this life was merely of sacred tier quality. If his love for Jiang Lingxian was vocal, then hers for him was silent. After a brief moment of reflection, Wang Chen summoned his spirit, placing the pseudo-emperor tier heavenly flag into the system's storage space. Subsequently, he surveyed the now empty room, feeling touched yet having nothing to embrace. Finally, he retrieved 8 top-tier gathering array flags, tossing them around himself. Array. Activate. Medicinal pills. Take. A drop of sacred tier fire source. Take. Entering cultivation state. Thus, the days passed in a continuous cycle of cultivation and playful banter with Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 60. A grand surprise for the little fairy. Half a month later. Crack. Within Wang Chen's body, a sound akin to a shattering barrier resonated, unleashing an extraordinarily potent aura. The 9th layer of the returning origin realm, broken. In an instant, the formation sealing the room succumbed to the force of this formidable energy, rippling outward in waves. This time, Wang Chen did not conceal his aura, and soon, Jiang Lingxian's figure appeared in the room, her demeanor tinged with alarm. Upon realizing that Wang Chen had merely experienced a breakthrough without any distress, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her hand clutching a small peach blossom branch. Your cultivation has advanced again. Indeed. Wang Chen, not wishing to deceive Jiang Lingxian, rose from the bed and smiled warmly at her in affirmation. System, please adjust my cultivation to the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. It would be advantageous to appear less formidable in battle. Ding. 10,000 origin points deducted. Cultivation aura adjusted to the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. Little fairy, why are you hiding your hands behind your back? Wang Chen refrained from calling her sister fairy this time, as their relationship had evolved over the past weeks. Do not address me in that manner, Jiang Lingxian retorted, her delicate brows knitting together in discontent. However, when she noticed Wang Chen approaching to inspect what she concealed, she hastily retreated 2 steps, preventing him from seeing. What could be so mysterious? As Wang Chen lunged forward to catch a glimpse, Jiang Lingxian quickly stashed the items away, rendering them invisible. Nothing at all. After concealing her belongings, her expression regained composure, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in her gaze as she regarded Wang Chen. Noticing her reaction, Wang Chen scratched his head, his expression towards Jiang Lingxian somewhat peculiar. Yet, as she refused to reveal her secret, he decided to let it go. After a moment's contemplation, recalling the waist measurement he had taken for Jiang Lingxian half a month prior, he deemed it an opportune moment to present her with the garments. Jiang Lingxian, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Wang Chen approached her, beaming with delight, instructing her to shut her eyes. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingxian firmly rejected his request, clearly having been ensnared by Wang Chen's antics on several occasions. This time it's genuine. I wouldn't deceive you. Jiang Lingxian gazed into Wang Chen's earnest eyes, contemplating whether to comply. Hurry, hurry. This is a truly grand surprise. No deception involved. Wang Chen urged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Faced with his hopeful gaze, Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of reluctance to refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pursed her lips, resigned to his wishes, and gently closed her beautiful eyes. Rustle, rustle. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly retrieved 6 garments from his storage space, the packaging emitting soft, crinkling sounds. All set. Wang Chen held 3 pieces in each hand, presenting them to Jiang Lingxian with a gentle call. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Lingxian's long, exquisite lashes fluttered as she stood before him, slowly opening her captivating eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Lingxian froze upon seeing the garments in Wang Chen's hands, her fair face flushing with warmth, gradually turning a deep crimson. This little rebellious disciple. Who would dare present such attire to their master? Chapter 61. A shift in offense and defense. Do you like it? Wang Chen stood before Jiang Lingxian, his ears slightly flushed, holding 6 pieces of clothing that evoked a sense of inexplicable embarrassment. Yet, he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure, smiling brightly at Jiang Lingxian, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Persuade Jiang Lingxian to accept and don a complete set of newly designed women's undergarments. Reward. A complete cat-eared maid outfit. Ding. Chain hidden task triggered. Persuade Jiang Lingxian to wear the cat-eared maid outfit. Reward. Enhanced functionality of a decorative couple's necklace. Ding. Chain hidden task triggered. Personally adorn Jiang Lingxian with the decorative couple's necklace. Reward. A golden card that compels the proud to speak the truth. Wang Chen? Feeling his ears warm further at the sound of the system's task notifications, Wang Chen suddenly froze in place. It was already a challenge to present this entire set of new undergarments, and now he was expected to have her wear them. After a brief moment of shock, he exchanged a glance with Jiang Lingxian, whose cheeks had blossomed with a delicate shade of crimson. Sister Lingxian, please accept this. I have put a great deal of thought and care into preparing this for you. Wang Chen extended the bag containing the 6 pieces of clothing towards her, encouraging her to take it. Indeed, he had devoted considerable time to this gesture, often contemplating whether the protective barrier would fit appropriately. Although he had never measured it directly, he could ascertain its suitability with a mere glance. No, I don't like it, I refuse. Jiang Lingxian responded, her voice trembling slightly. After all, I was your mentor in your past life. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your teacher now, I am still partially that. Who gives such clothing to their mentor? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress the heat rising in her face, turning slightly to reject the offer. Particularly, when she uttered the last sentence, she cast a furtive glance at the 6 pieces of clothing, her words faltering under the weight of embarrassment. What of it? If I were to confront my rebellious disciple, would that not be the case? Wang Chen retorted, his earlier bravado dissipating, his tone growing softer as he began to pout. Just accept it, please. I have prepared this for nearly a month. He took a step closer to Jiang Lingxian, placing himself directly before her, his face radiating hope for her acceptance. Even if you choose not to wear it, my intentions would still have been conveyed. Standing before the blushing Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Was it just him, or was Jiang Lingxian, with her flushed cheeks, extraordinarily adorable? Her face was not entirely flushed, rather, a rosy hue blossomed from her left cheek to her right, reminiscent of an embarrassed expression. Please, no? Why not? Wang Chen asked, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as he observed her bright gaze. I wish to know. No, Jiang Lingxian replied, noticing the sudden hint of despondency in Wang Chen's demeanor. Her voice faltered momentarily, but upon seeing the 6 pieces of clothing, her resolve solidified. I refuse. I simply cannot accept. Deep within her heart, Jiang Lingxian was determined not to yield. Otherwise, her defenses would inevitably crumble. Wang Chen, sensing her reluctance, felt a twinge of helplessness. It appeared that he had to resort to a more drastic approach. Very well, if you do not wish for them, I shall give them to someone else. After saying this, Wang Chen glanced at the brand new 6 pieces of clothing in his hand and began to tuck them away into his storage space. A look of dejection in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian paused, her heart racing at the thought of Wang Chen bestowing the garments upon Chu Yao. After all, these were women-esque clothing. There was no way he would gift them to any of his male acquaintances. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she grew increasingly anxious, recalling the image of Wang Chen arriving with Chu Yao 2 weeks prior. In her heart, others equated to Chu Yao. No, that cannot be. Just as Wang Chen was about to stow away the last piece of clothing, Jiang Lingxian abruptly grasped his wrist. Wang Chen was taken aback, lifting his gaze only to be met with Jiang Lingxian's reddening eyes, which held a pleading expression. What is it? Wang Chen asked, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor while holding the last piece of protective clothing. I. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, seemingly struggling to find the words, her gaze fixated on the clothing in Wang Chen's grasp. Refusal means refusal. There is no need to force it. Though I have meticulously prepared these, it seems I must give them to someone else. What a pity. I wonder if they will suit that person. Seeing her in such a state of indecision, Wang Chen decided to stoke the flames further, preparing to withdraw the final piece of clothing. I want it. Please don't give it to anyone else. Jiang Lingxian exclaimed in a flurry, desperately reaching for the bag containing the garments. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian resembled a protective creature, eager to claim the clothing for herself, unwilling to allow any other bad cat to touch it. You just rejected it, and now you want it? You are clearly playing with me. I no longer wish to give it to you. Wang Chen feigned annoyance, gently tugging the clothing back. Jiang Lingxian watched helplessly as the clothing slipped from her grasp, her anxiety escalating to its peak, leaving her at a loss for what to do. In that moment, she stood frozen, her lips pressed together, gazing at Wang Chen in confusion. What must I do to receive them? Her eyes fixated on the clothing in Wang Chen's embrace, her desire to claim them intensified. She could not allow another woman to taint what her disciple had intended for her. If you embrace me and give me a kiss, I will relinquish them all to you. What do you say? Absolutely not. Very well, then. Wang Chen interrupted her, feigning to withdraw the final piece of clothing, prompting Jiang Lingxian to grow increasingly anxious. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind felt as though 2 opposing forces were clashing. One urged her to resist, while the other compelled her to relent. In an instant, her flushed cheeks bore a look of deep hesitation, leaving her rooted in place, unsure of how to proceed. Alas. Never mind. I shall not press you further. Consider this piece a gift. Seeing her distress, Wang Chen, with a sigh of resignation, gently extended the last piece of protective clothing adorned with a charming strawberry pattern. Jiang Lingxian eagerly accepted it, cradling it as if it were a treasured gem, fearing it might be snatched away. What about the other 5? She asked, holding the clothing tightly, her gaze pleading as a hint of redness tinged her eyes. The ones I collected are those you did not want. You only requested this one, Wang Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. This tactic, it seemed, was a clever ruse, offering 1 free piece of candy to entice her, while holding 5 more that required a condition to obtain. In that moment, their roles appeared to have reversed. From Jiang Lingxian's initial rejection of Wang Chen, it had transformed into Wang Chen's refusal of Jiang Lingxian. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted entirely. Chapter 62, The First Kiss of Xiaoqian and Xiaoxian's Embarrassment Peaks. Host. It has been detected that the second child of fate, Su Bei, has entered the Tai Su immortal sect and is requesting an audience with the Saintess of Tai Su in the main hall. At that moment, the sudden announcement from the system caught Wang Chen off guard as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian. Su Bei. A figure from his past began to materialize in Wang Chen's mind. The favored son of destiny who sought to propose to Jiang Lingxian at the Tai Su immortal sect in his previous life. Su Bei was the newly selected saint son of the Dragon Transformation immortal sect, one of the 4 great powers of the Bahuang continent. And his intended target was unmistakable. Currently, it seemed that Su Bei's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Danhai realm, as not every saint son or saintess possessed the extraordinary prowess of Jiang Lingxian. In his previous life, Su Bei had been effortlessly rebuffed by Jiang Lingxian without Wang Chen needing to intervene. Absurdly. Su Bei had assumed that Jiang Lingxian's reluctance to marry stemmed from Wang Chen's presence, placing the blame squarely upon him. Wang Chen found himself perplexed, pondering whether it was the will of heaven that dulled his intellect or if Su Bei simply had a few screws loose. Host. It's time for us to make our move. Quickly devise a plan. Eliminate him at the earliest opportunity for peace of mind. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Su Bei possesses numerous treasures, including the renowned Blood Cry Demon Blade, ranked among the top 100 artifacts in the cultivation world. The exchange between the two seemed to stretch on for ages, yet in reality, only a mere 3 or 4 seconds had passed. Regaining his composure, Wang Chen straightened his expression and turned his gaze towards the faltering Jiang Lingxian. Xiao Xian, there is no need for you to kiss me. How about we change the terms, and you let me out instead? As he spoke, Wang Chen retrieved some garments and offered them to Jiang Lingxian, intending to confront Su Bei on his way back to the sect. Unbeknownst to him, this very action sent Jiang Lingxian into a flurry of confusion. At that moment, as Wang Chen was focused on organizing the clothing, a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him. With a soft thud, he was unexpectedly knocked slightly off balance, but fortunately, the arms of the person in his embrace secured around his neck. Can I kiss you? Please don't leave me. Jiang Lingxian's charming visage flushed with a rosy hue as she withdrew slightly from Wang Chen's face, gazing at him with a pleading expression. For the past several days, she had not once mentioned wanting to leave. Yet now, the desire to depart emerged abruptly, surely a consequence of her persistent refusals, provoking his ire. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, a pitiful look in her eyes, filled with earnest longing. Please don't go. Seeing Wang Chen remain silent only heightened her urgency, and with a sense of desperation, she leaned in to plan another gentle kiss on his cheek. Continuing her plea. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind was utterly blank, rendered helpless by the sight of the distressed Jiang Lingxian. As her tears began to brim, she finally relented. I can let you go, but please don't leave my side, all right? Unable to bear Wang Chen's silence any longer, Jiang Lingxian humbly compromised. Burying her face against his ear, her reluctance palpable. As Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's warmth enveloping him, he gradually came back to his senses. Their faces were pressed closely together, the smoothness of her cheeks providing an exquisite sensation. Wang Chen, gathering the remaining garments in his hands, wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist and tilted his face slightly upward, sensing Wang Chen's intention to turn his head towards her. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of confusion and distress, lifting her face in return. He is resisting me when he used to be the one who wanted to embrace me. With her face tilted up, Jiang Lingxian gazed into Wang Chen's eyes, feeling as though her heart was being tightly grasped. Just as the tears in her eyes were on the verge of spilling, she suddenly found herself frozen in place. After sharing a gaze with Wang Chen, he gradually leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her skin. As their faces drew nearer, Jiang Lingxian found herself dazed, instinctively leaning into Wang Chen's embrace. As she regained her senses, Jiang Lingxian understood Wang Chen's intentions, yet she remained transfixed, merely observing him. In the stillness of the room, it seemed they could almost hear the rapid beating of their hearts. As Wang Chen's nose grazed her delicate face, their lips barely touched, preparing for the kiss when, knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door interrupted them. However, Wang Chen paid it no heed, his breathing becoming slightly erratic as he tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Lingxian's body trembled slightly, her form stiffening, her tear-filled eyes wide as she gazed at Wang Chen, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensation. As she felt their lips connect, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank, her thoughts swirling chaotically, unsure of how to respond. Wang Chen, on the other hand, sensed the softness, a slight chill, accompanied by a faint sweetness reminiscent of strawberries. Their first kiss was clumsy yet fervent, their bodies entwined in a warm embrace. Even Jiang Lingxian, the embodiment of the nine-in-cold god, felt a rush of warmth, her mind foggy as if deprived of oxygen. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Breathless, they gradually parted, their lips moist and their breathing heavy as they gazed into each other's eyes, lost in silence. Seeing this, Wang Chen leaned down again, as if to catch his breath, yearning for another kiss. But Jiang Lingxian, though slightly dazed, quickly lowered her face, resting her forehead against his chest. At that moment, her exquisite cheeks were flushed, resembling a little kitten as she nestled against him, her moist lips quiet and adorably shy. Wang Chen understood that she needed time to process this experience. After all, transitioning from 0 to 1 was challenging, but from 1 to infinity was considerably simpler. Given Jiang Lingxian's personality, he surmised that once she regained her composure, she would likely be reluctant to allow him to touch her again. However, he thought to himself, when she finally permitted him again, he would be ready to explore further boundaries with her. Very well. I promise you. Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's head resting against his chest, lovingly running his fingers through her beautiful hair. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside, having waited for what felt like an eternity without any response, attempted to knock once more. Yet Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious to the outside world, enveloped in their own warmth for a while longer. All of this is for you. These garments were meant for you, even if you do not want them. I will not give them to anyone else. Wang Chen softly released his embrace, retrieving the remaining 5 pieces of clothing, his voice gentle. As he spoke, he handed the garments to the blushing Jiang Lingxian, whose face seemed to radiate warmth. She was utterly charming. Jiang Lingxian kept her head lowered, too shy to meet Wang Chen's gaze. Yet her delicate hands gracefully accepted the 5 garments, cradling them tenderly in her embrace. At that moment, her ears and cheeks were a deep crimson, and she felt as if she were about to be completely charred from the heat of embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian now possesses not a trace of the majesty of the supreme saintess or the ethereal realm. She is entirely akin to an innocent and bashful young girl. Chapter 63. The overbearing CEO's forced affection. It was merely a fleeting transgression, a simple kiss. Surely, it could not lead to any grave consequences. As long as other boundaries were not crossed. Jiang Lingxian lowered her head slightly, her thoughts a tangled mess, continuously reassuring herself. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that after her last kiss with Wang Chen, she had sat in a similar state of self-comfort. The atmosphere in the room lingered in silence for quite some time, until the sound of a gentle knock at the door broke the stillness like a playful gesture. Knock. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of the knocking roused the two from their reverie. Let us put these clothes away. I do not ask for much from you. Just wear them for me in secret from now on, Wang Chen said, running his fingers gently through Jiang Lingxian's hair, his voice light and airy. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, and though she felt a sense of resistance, there was a hint of enjoyment as well. However, she ultimately stepped back a couple of paces, lowering her gaze to the 6 cute pieces of clothing in her hands, and began to gather them with a rustle. My master has been waiting outside for quite some time. I must go check. Jiang Lingxian finally raised her blushing face, speaking softly and somewhat awkwardly to Wang Chen. May I take you with me? Wang Chen took a couple of steps closer, causing Jiang Lingxian to hastily retreat once more. Her bashful demeanor suggested she feared Wang Chen might kiss her again. Who would have thought that the holy maiden of the void, appearing as if she were at the holy soul realm, was in truth at the celestial sovereign level, and yet found herself flustered and embarrassed by a mere chi-gathering realm individual like Wang Chen? Stian, please allow me to accompany you. I genuinely have matters to attend to, Wang Chen pleaded, observing as Jiang Lingxian subtly raised her eyes to him, then quickly retreated a couple of steps in response. Then, you must not leave my side. You promised me. Jiang Lingxian lifted her flushed gaze, looking at Wang Chen, who had again advanced toward her, prompting her to step back once more. All right, I promise, if I wish to leave, I will certainly inform you, Wang Chen assured her, stepping forward gradually. While Jiang Lingxian began to feel overwhelmed, retreating in a slight panic. Do not come any closer. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian found her back against the door, looking up at Wang Chen standing before her, and uttered a soft, shame-filled exclamation. Outside, the knocking ceased, as if the knocker sensed the occupants within had no desire to respond. Little did the cold and dignified Han Zun know that his beloved disciple was currently caught in a predicament with Wang Chen, initially intending to greet Han Zun. Jiang Lingxian found her thoughts muddled by Wang Chen's presence, causing her to forget her intention entirely. Then, may I kiss you again next time? Wang Chen propped his right hand against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheek, his handsome face tinged with anticipation. Jiang Lingxian offered no reply, her face and ears aglow. She turned to escape to the right. Snap! Refusing to answer means I won't let you leave. Wang Chen swiftly blocked her path with his left hand, gazing at her with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, the numerous formations sealing the room suddenly dissipated, and the door swung open with a decisive thud. Wang Chen stumbled forward, flailing his limbs to prevent a fall. Just as he managed to regain his footing, An unfamiliar chill swept over him, causing him to tumble to the ground unceremoniously. As he rose, cursing under his breath, he sensed the cold pressure was not from Jiang Lingxian. He barely uttered a word when he locked eyes with the strikingly cold and beautiful Han Zun standing not far away, and his voice faltered. What were you about to say? Han Zun's icy gaze fixed on Wang Chen, her voice laced with frost. And no, it's nothing. What I meant to say was, greetings. Esteemed master, Wang Chen stammered, hurriedly standing to attention, hands clasped in front of him, wearing a tentative smile. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the room. Her earlier blush completely vanished, replaced by her usual serene demeanor. Is it not enough that you two were alone in a room together? And why did you take so long to come out? Han Zun's finely arched brows raised in suspicion and displeasure as she regarded the pair. I had just returned to my quarters, and my disciple was in the midst of training. Furthermore, he could not deactivate the formations I had set, Jiang Lingxian replied calmly, her expression unyielding as her cold gaze met Han Zun's. I hope what you say is true, and not some scandalous drama of betrayal. Be cautious, Han Zun warned, scrutinizing the two as she sensed something amiss. Rest assured, master. During these days, my quarters have been solely occupied by my disciple. And I visit the Void Cave to train each night, Jiang Lingxian continued, casually moving beside Wang Chen, casting him a fleeting, icy glance. Wang Chen met her gaze briefly, captivated by Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous life, serene and untouchable. Were it not for his nightly escapades of feigned slumber, he might have been convinced by her words. Recalling how she would cling to him at night, weeping over her grievances, her demeanor transformed from her usual coldness to one of tender vulnerability. He almost smiled. Let us depart. There are matters awaiting your attention at the Void Master Hall. Han Zun, having observed the two for a moment, chose not to delve further, lightly gesturing with her hand. With a whoosh, as Han Zun released an unseen force, the three figures vanished in an instant. Creak. Bang. Once they had left, the door to the Holy Maiden's chamber slammed shut, an invisible formation ascending, barring entry to anyone but Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 64. The Law of Kuan in the Grand Hall of the Taishu Immortal Sect. 20 seats were occupied by the inner sect elders, engaged in a discussion. Taishu Sect Master, how do you find our proposed terms? Furthermore, should our two sects unite through marriage, our kinship would deepen, and the other two great immortal sects would regard us with greater caution. Su Bei, adorned in a splendid black robe threaded with gold, sat in a chair, while the elder beside him inquired of the Taishu Sect Master. The Taishu Sect Master, bearing a look of helplessness, sat quietly in the main seat, regarding the assembly below who dared not speak out of turn. He feared that a single misstep in his words might provoke the wrath of Jiang Lingxian, and with his master present, he could not retaliate. Among Han Zun's disciples, she favored Jiang Lingxian the most, and their master-disciple relationship had remained undisclosed. To the outside world, Han Zun was known to have only Jiang Lingxian as her disciple, unaware that the Taishu Sect Master was also her student. Yet, Han Zun had never shown favoritism. It was merely due to the Taishu Sect Master's position that their relationship remained concealed. We shall wait for our sect's saintess to arrive and see her wishes, the Taishu Sect Master said, gently rubbing his temples, discreetly wiping away the cold sweat that had formed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, as three weary figures entered with an air of calmness. Han Zun, saintess. The assembled members promptly rose, clasping their hands in respect. Han Zun nodded slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded with Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen to the front, taking their seats. Wang Chen did not sit but stood silently beside Jiang Lingxian, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bei. Sensing Wang Chen's scrutiny, Su Bei furrowed his brow in displeasure and returned the stare. The favored son of the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect's ancestor, he felt entitled, believing that no matter the trouble he caused, someone would always rectify it. A flicker of hostility appeared in Su Bei's eyes as he regarded the disciple of his marriage candidate, drawing attention. Indeed, this fool Su Bei remains unchanged in this life. Wang Chen smirked, his expression akin to that of an amused adult observing a child at maturity. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Su Bei leaned toward one of the elders beside him and whispered a few words. The elder, after hearing Su Bei's words, glanced at Wang Chen, then shook his head in refusal, clearly indicating that the elder understood the futility of confronting Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Esteemed Han Zun and Taishu Sainess, what do you think of our marriage proposal? My son possesses the dragon flame sacred body. The saintess need not worry about his worthiness. The elder, who had previously proposed certain marriage terms, namely the ancestor of the Dragon Transformation sect, spoke again at length, causing Jiang Lingxian to frown deeply. Even with a second chance at life, Wang Chen felt a surge of anxiety as he observed Jiang Lingxian's reaction. He knew she would likely refuse, yet he could not shake the tension within him. "Sienna, what are your thoughts?" Han Zun inquired, turning toward Jiang Lingxian, who was still frowning at the Dragon Transformation sect master and others. "Not very promising," Jiang Lingxian replied coldly, turning her gaze toward Wang Chen, who appeared noticeably anxious. Observing Wang Chen's unease sparked a sense of inexplicable delight within her. It seemed her disciple was concerned about her being taken away. "Let us return, henceforth. Do not bring up marriage matters again, or I shall deal with the suitor directly." Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze fell upon Su Bei, who was beneath her in stature, her voice laced with frigid resolve. "Why?" Su Bei, who had believed his proposed conditions would guarantee success, stood up in protest upon hearing her words. "Are you a dog? Can you not comprehend human speech? Moreover, have you considered your own realm? Do you truly think you are worthy of the Taishu Sanctus, who is at the 8th or 9th layer of the Sacred Soul Realm?" Wang Chen stepped forward slightly, frowning at Su Bei, firmly convinced that Su Bei's intellect was questionable. "How dare you speak here?" Su Bei's face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Chen, fury igniting in his eyes. "How bold? Then let us engage in a life and death duel. Do you dare?" Wang Chen retorted, his voice booming like thunder as he stepped forward, his white robes billowing as if caught in a celestial breeze. He remembered that Su Bei's strongest treasure was only a top-tier sacred item, a defensive one at that, not offensive. Conversely, he possessed the pseudo-emperor tier heavenly banner bestowed by Jiang Lingxian, making it exceedingly simple for him to deal with Su Bei. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as onlookers observed the escalating confrontation, some casually nibbling on spiritual fruits, seemingly entertained. Su Bei was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's audacity, his face flushed with embarrassment as he had not anticipated such a challenge. Surveying the gazes of those around him, Su Bei realized he could not refuse without losing face. "I possess the sacred tier defensive dragon jade given by my father, and considering his cultivation is only at the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. P.S. In truth, it was the 9th layer. I will fight." With a resolute bite of his lip, Su Bei made up his mind, unwilling to believe that Wang Chen possessed an emperor tier Dao soldier. His father, the ancestor of the Dragon Transformation sect, offered no objection, watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. If they refused the marriage, their sect's relationship was already tenuous. Eliminating a prodigy from the Taishu Immortal sect would be a boon. With the Dragon Jade given to Su Bei, only a pseudo-emperor tier Dao soldier or an emperor tier Dao soldier could hope to defeat him. At this moment, everyone in the Grand Hall turned their attention to Wang Chen, bewildered by his audacity to propose a life and death duel. "Come forth. I, the esteemed son of the Dragon Transformation sect, a formidable Danhai realm expert, have no fear of you, a mere returning origin realm waste," Su Bei declared, emboldened by the influence of the chicken sauce law, his voice booming. Finally, the trap was set. The Kuan law indeed proved effective against those lacking in intellect. "Prepare to face the wrath of my pseudo-emperor tier Dao soldier." Haha. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of glee at the prospect of defeating the sheltered fool. Jiang Lingxian, seated gracefully, tugged gently at Wang Chen's sleeve, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and a hint of endearment. "Fear not, I have everything under control." As Wang Chen's gentle words resonated, the scene shifted. In the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, upon the arena of the Sacred Soul Realm. Why the Sacred Soul Realm arena? Because all present understood that while it appeared to be a battle between the two, it was, in fact, a clash of their treasures. At this moment, Wang Chen and Su Bei stood on opposite sides of the vast arena, poised with murderous intent in their eyes, each probing the other's strength until the next moment arrived. Heavenly Banner. The participant, Wang Chen. Victim Su Bei. The watching grand ancestor of the Transformation Dragon and all the protectors. The observing Cold Sovereign. The old gatekeeper of the Supreme Void Sword Tomb, watching from the corner. The esteemed elders and disciples from both inner and outer sects. Jiang Lingxian. The corners of her lips subtly lifted into a barely perceptible, delicate arc. Chapter 65. The adorable Little Emperor's Cauldron. The Heavenly Emperor's Banner. With a furious roar, Wang Chen suddenly produced a banner emanating boundless pressure, fiercely waving it towards Su Bei, who had been locking eyes with him for quite some time. A dragon and a phoenix burst forth from the towering Heavenly Emperor's banner, growing immensely as they surged forward. After unleashing this powerful move, Wang Chen felt his spiritual energy deplete rapidly, his energy levels plummeting to zero. Across from him, Su Bei gazed at the rapidly enlarging golden dragon and fiery phoenix rushing towards him, his pupils constricting in shock. Before he could react, the golden dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his chest erupted in a burst of golden light. Instantly, a massive azure dragon enveloped his body just as the golden dragon and fiery phoenix collided violently with him. The golden dragon's enormous maw descended upon the azure dragon, protecting Su Bei, biting down with ferocity. A sound akin to flame's scorching sponge echoed as the azure dragon dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, the fiery phoenix soared skyward, hovering momentarily before diving down towards Su Bei with great force. The three colossal beasts of the sacred soul realm, engaged in defense and combat, evoked awe, causing many spectators to widen their eyes in astonishment. Stop! Just as the fiery phoenix was about to crash into Su Bei, the dragon transformation ancestor, Su Yuan, bellowed as he flew into action. Su Yuan, do you intend to break the rules in front of so many witnesses? The cold and dignified Han Zun was not to be trifled with. She elegantly raised her hand, tearing the air apart, and a gigantic icy palm materialized. Su Yuan's eyes widened in fury at this sight, scales of azure dragon skin emerging across his body. Observing Su Yuan's transformation, Han Zun, with her eternally icy beauty, surprisingly smiled, causing Su Yuan's overwhelming aura to dissipate rapidly, his dragon scales fading away. Seeing that Su Yuan managed to restrain himself, Han Zun reluctantly settled back into her seat, flicking her icy dress. Boom! At that moment, the giant fiery phoenix on the stage surged downwards, igniting a massive explosion of flames across the arena. Accompanied by a scream, Su Bei's azure dragon shield vanished amidst the endless inferno, leaving him kneeling in agony as flames engulfed him. The golden dragon and fiery phoenix on the sacred soul stage turned their gazes towards Wang Chen, who had summoned them. They exchanged a knowing look, seemingly recognizing Wang Chen's inability to summon them again, and with a gentle shake of their heads, they dove back into the Heavenly Emperor's banner. Wang Chen stood momentarily stunned, realizing that all 8 dragons and phoenixes within the Heavenly Emperor's banner were indeed spirits of the artifact. However, with his current abilities, he could summon only 2, which, despite being the weakest, had completely drained his energy. Quick! Use the Sea Moon Spirit Spring to extinguish the flames, Su Yuan shouted, prompting Su Bei to hastily produce a vial of liquid and pour it over himself. Though the vial contained little, upon contact with Su Bei's body, it extinguished the fiery phoenix flames entirely. Wang Chen observed Su Bei, whose injuries were limited to exposed skin, and his eyes narrowed. It appeared that his garments were indeed a treasure, likely a protective garment of the Saint tier. Holding the Heavenly Emperor's banner, he thrust its pointed end into the ground, supporting his somewhat weakened form. At this moment, an inexplicable silence enveloped the arena, both combatants adjusting themselves. Then, Su Bei, whose face was burned beyond recognition, slowly rose from his kneeling position, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen. Notification. Task. Eliminate the fortunate child, Su Bei. Reward. 1 super furious golden card. The system's voice resonated in Wang Chen's mind, momentarily taking him aback. Upon regaining his composure and observing Su Bei's disfigured visage, his desire to eliminate him intensified. Now it's my turn, cackled Su Bei, his voice raspy from the burns, followed by a peculiar, sinister laugh. Thunder Talisman. Earth-Water Talisman. Ice-Fire Talisman. Dragon Transformation. With a watchful gaze, Wang Chen saw Su Bei's charred right hand produce 3 talismans, which he hurled with great force. The Thunder Talisman shot upward, crackling with lightning, while the Earth, Water, and Ice Fire talismans plunged into the ground. As the 3 talismans activated, the Thunder Talisman exploded in the sky, conjuring ominous clouds, while the Earth, Water, and Ice Fire talismans did the same upon the ground. In the aftermath of the Dragon Transformation incantation, Su Bei's body began to swell, his limbs morphing into azure dragon claws as he gradually transformed into a dragon. Wang Chen, witnessing the arena morphing into a sea of flames, felt his pupils widen in alarm, swiftly retracting the Heavenly Emperor's banner. Great Pigeon, bring me forth. Just as Wang Chen was about to retrieve his protective items from storage, the floating 3-legged Emperor's cauldron suddenly emitted a child's voice. Not bothering to consider the consequences, Wang Chen hastily summoned it alongside his protective treasures. How dare you? My great pigeon is not to be trifled with by your flimsy talismans. As soon as the 3-legged Emperor's cauldron was summoned, it made a delightful yet fierce sound. Before anyone could react, it suddenly enlarged, crashing down upon the fiery sea of the arena. Buzz! The now 3 to 4 meters tall cauldron emitted a resonating golden sound wave, causing both the fiery sea and the ominous clouds above to dissipate rapidly. The Sacred Soul stage began to return to normal. However, the recently repaired arena was already riddled with cracks, the ground marred by countless fissures from the Heavenly Emperor's banner and various treasures. Just when Wang Chen thought the cauldron would revert to its original form, he was taken aback by its next action. The cauldron, now 4 to 5 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, began to levitate and rotate like an enormous top, spinning faster and faster. Super invincible tornado. Accompanied by the cheerful voice of a little girl, the cauldron twirled, generating a golden tempest. As it reached a near stationary state, it charged towards the newly transformed Azure Dragon. Subei. Roar. Just as Subei had completed his transformation into dragon form, his colossal body hovering in midair, his pupils constricted at the sight. Before he could even react, the cauldron collided with his head as if teleporting. Bang! Nice hit, Wang Chen exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight upon hearing the crisp sound of impact. The massive dragon body of Subei and the cauldron were sent crashing backward, colliding against the arena barrier. Bang! The impact created ripples across the barrier, causing the cauldron to shrink and dim. Wang Chen rushed over, crouching down to gently retrieve it. Great pigeon, I can't. Hold on. I'm so dizzy. The cauldron in Wang Chen's hands emitted a dazed, adorable voice, as if it had been knocked senseless. Chapter 66, The Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique. At a distance of 100 meters, Subei, who had collided with the barrier, struggled to rise, leaning against it. However, dazed from the impact, he repeatedly stumbled and fell back down. Witnessing this, Wang Chen retracted the Emperor Xian Ding in his hands and adorned himself with various protective treasures, feeling the slight replenishment of his spiritual power. Gradually, he ascended into the sky, resembling a sovereign approaching the colossal dragon form of Subei. As he scrutinized Subei, prepared to strike again, a sudden voice emanated from his storage space. Youngster, release me. I shall teach you the supreme void dragon slaying technique. 1,000 years ago, it was designed specifically to eliminate the dragon transformation immortal sex Shabai. Wang Chen paused at the words of the ancient sword spirit, contemplating for a moment before deciding to summon it. There were still magical artifacts. The spectators outside the arena were utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with astonishment as they beheld Wang Chen adorned with protective treasures. In the arena, Wang Chen hovered midair, his white robes billowing without wind, resembling a regal figure as he approached the Azure Dragon Subei. The vastness of Subei's dragon form starkly contrasted with Wang Chen's presence. Their gazes, one a hazy pair of dragon eyes and the other a calm pair of human eyes, locked across the void. Subei did not revert to human form, as it held absolute confidence in the defense of its dragon body. Suddenly, the supreme void dragon slaying technique was unleashed. Wang Chen grasped the golden supreme void broken sword, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, his long hair whipping wildly in the wind. In that moment, both the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect members and the Supreme Void Immortal Sect members rose to their feet in unison. The Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique was the legendary skill lost for a millennium, once wielded by the sect's ancestor who specialized in dragon slaying. The members of the Supreme Void Immortal Sect were particularly stirred, their eyes reflecting shock at the eruption of golden sword light in the arena. Even if Wang Chen did not utter the name of the technique, both sects recognized the infamous slaying skill of the ancestor. For it was the same technique that had pierced through various dragon defenses during the war between the two sects 1,000 years ago. Panic ensued among the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect's cultivators as their pupils dilated and their breaths quickened, a rising intent to kill surging within them. This boy must die. If Wang Chen were to survive and grow, he would undoubtedly become a threat, akin to the ancestor who had once decimated the proud dragon forms of the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect. Outside the arena, the elder of the Dragon Transformation Sect, Su Yuan, glared at Wang Chen, his right arm transforming into dragon scales, gathering dragon power in preparation to execute a devastating strike when no one was watching. Before swiftly retreating to the sect, losing one disciple while eliminating a successor of the Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique would be a worthwhile trade for the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect. At this moment, Wang Chen, holding the golden broken sword aloft, was entirely unaware that dozens of individuals outside had turned their murderous intentions towards him. He felt the residual spiritual energy streaming into the golden sword from the ancient spirit, in the next moment, with a resounding whoosh. A golden sword light erupted on the arena, cleaving through the very fabric of space. It was noteworthy that Wang Chen had just achieved the returning essence realm, illustrating the formidable lethality of the supreme void dragon slaying technique. With a sharp sound, Su Bei, who had been leaning against the barrier with a smirk of mockery, felt his expression harden as blood erupted from his forehead. However, this sword did not slay Su Bei, it merely shattered the dragon scales atop its head. The sheer disparity in their realms, 1 major and 9 minor levels, was evident, and Wang Chen's strength had soared to extraordinary heights. The onlookers shared this sentiment, with the dragon transformation sect members' murderous intent nearly spilling from their eyes. The elders and esteemed figures of the Supreme Void Sect, including Jiang Lingxian and Han Zun, quietly prepared to intervene and assist Wang Chen at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, within the arena, Wang Chen, feeling nearly drained of his spiritual energy, retrieved pills and spiritual essence to restore himself. Haha, useless. Su Bei, realizing he had not perished, laughed heartily. Sensing his limbs regaining sensation as his dragon body slowly stood upright. Hey, take me out again. Just as Wang Chen intended to retreat swiftly, a childish voice emerged from his storage space, pleading incessantly. Wang Chen hastily summoned the Emperor Xianding, watching as it soared into the sky, expanding to an enormous size. The now massive Emperor Xianding emitted a series of adorable sounds, but after a prolonged moment, it had only enlarged a few more meters. Hiki, remember, not giving it. A mischievous voice echoed from within the ding, followed by a golden shockwave that surged towards Su Bei. Startled, Su Bei hastily summoned various treasures for defense. Yet the golden shockwave was too expansive, blocking only a portion of it. The remaining force struck Su Bei's dragon form, sending it crashing to the ground in a daze. The colossal Emperor Xianding, witnessing this, descended heavily upon Su Bei's 7 inches, pinning him firmly. With a tremendous roar, Su Bei, unable to retaliate, was consumed by a surge of impotent fury. Most alarmingly, it felt the overwhelming royal aura emanating from the Emperor Xianding, leaving it trembling in fear. Unable to revert to human form. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. At that moment, Su Bei was genuinely terrified, its furious roars merely masking its inner dread. Wang Chen ignored Su Bei's outburst, landing on the ground to recuperate his spiritual energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally stood tall once more. With a swift motion, he ascended into the sky, his deep gaze fixed upon Su Bei as he gradually lifted the golden broken sword. Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique. Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique. Supreme Void Dragon Slaying Technique. On the arena of the Sacred Soul Realm, dozens of golden sword lights erupted, charging towards the still roaring Su Bei. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash, and as the dust settled beneath the shadow of the Emperor Xianding, a bloodied figure lay on the ground, lifeless and riddled with deep sword wounds. Ding. Task completed. Slay the fated child of destiny, Su Bei. Reward. Super Furious Golden Card. Has been issued. The system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind as the barrier of the Sacred Soul Realm arena began to lower gradually. Just as Wang Chen prepared to rush forward to obliterate Su Bei and claim the treasures within his soul space, he felt a wave of chilling, heart-pounding attacks approaching. Wang Chen's eyes widened as he surveyed the oncoming assault, none of which fell below the Spirit King realm. Most notably, a towering figure from the Dragon Transformation sect. The ancestor at the 9th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm raised a dragon claw to unleash a cataclysmic strike. By the heavens! Wang Chen realized he could not evade such an onslaught, rendered helpless as he found himself surrounded by dozens of attacks, his heart racing. Yet what truly startled him was the sudden appearance of Jiang Lingxian before him, her exquisitely cold visage unwavering as she faced the impending barrage. Chapter 67, one link after another. Jiang Lingxian spoke little. Her delicate hands moved swiftly, conjuring a layer of ice around the two. With a thunderous roar, numerous attacks collided, intercepted by a multitude of counterattacks, erupting in the air. The powerful shockwaves surged forth, causing everyone present to flee in haste, retrieving their protective treasures for defense. Meanwhile, Han Zun withdrew his right hand after unleashing a spirit technique, emanating an overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. He raised his hand and clenched it. Instantly, the residual shockwaves of all attacks seemed to be swept up by a cold, tornado-like force, ultimately surging menacingly towards the dragon transformation ancestor, Su Yuan. Wang Chen stood behind Jiang Lingxian, observing the turbulent winds of residual energy outside the defensive ice barrier. just as everyone from the Taishu immortal sect sighed in relief, believing they had secured the safety of the Holy Maiden and Wang Chen. Suddenly, boom! A massive black dragon burst forth from the clouds, taut and formidable, opening its abyssal maw to unleash a beam of divine light upon Wang Chen. The colossal dragon, obscuring the sky, was none other than the three-eyed dragon sovereign of the Dragon Transformation immortal sect, also at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. One link followed another. There was no defense against it. Old thief, how dare you? The elder guarding the sword tomb, who had been watching from the shadows, could no longer remain idle. He shot forth with a thunderous rush, unleashing a colossal palm. The elder, also at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm, aimed his massive palm at the black dragon's light, attempting to thwart it. However, the elder's palm was a singular strike, while the dark beam from the dragon was relentless. Boom! The elder realized this as well. After briefly interrupting the black dragon's light with his enormous palm, he swiftly dashed toward Wang Chen. In an instant, he appeared before Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, forming seals with his hands in a mere 0.01 seconds. The next moment, a white barrier materialized before the trio, with the elder exerting all his strength to sustain it against the black dragon's light. At that moment, the entire battlefield of the Taishu spiritual realm found itself in a sudden stalemate. Quick! Embrace Jiang Lingxian and prepare for defense. The system's voice abruptly echoed, clearly having sensed something, its cold mechanical tone urgently commanding. Wang Chen inwardly cursed and swiftly drew forth the Heavenly Emperor banner, then abruptly wrapped his arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Jiang Lingyan, focused on defending against the ensuing chaos, was startled by his sudden motion. Do not struggle. Wang Chen's voice was quick, his movements almost instantaneous as he tightened his hold on Jiang Lingxian and swung the Heavenly Emperor banner. Boom! As he swung the flagpole, the immense banner at the tail of the Heavenly Emperor banner enveloped both of them, encasing them within. Just as the banner wrapped around Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, a bolt of lightning surged from the arena's ground, striking with the force of a 6th-layer celestial realm thunder dragon, stealthily unleashed by some concealed treasure. This ambush caught the entire Taishu spiritual realm off guard, leaving nearly everyone unresponsive. Even Wang Chen did not anticipate an assault from below. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would surely have met his demise. A horde of wretched dragons! The elder, shielding Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian from the black dragon's light, roared in fury, his bare-chested divine king avatar materializing behind him. The elder, juggling the defense against the black dragon's light while commanding the avatar to intercept the ground's lightning, found his avatar's speed ultimately lagging behind the stealthy attack. Just before the avatar's massive palm could crush the ground's lightning, the bolt had already violently struck Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Boom! The black Heavenly Emperor banner, adorned with the emblems of 4 dragons, 4 phoenixes, and a royal insignia, erupted in a radiant golden light upon being struck by the lightning. Enveloped within the Heavenly Emperor banner, Jiang Lingxian, startled, clutched Wang Chen tightly, twisting her body to shield him with her back. However, with Wang Chen's relatively weaker cultivation, he felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck, the impact reverberating through him. With a resounding crash, the Heavenly Emperor banner, encasing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, was propelled thousands of meters into the sky by the ground's lightning strike. Cough! Jiang Lingxian, feeling the overwhelming force of the lightning striking her back, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Han Zun, engaged in battle with Su Yuan, was momentarily startled by this scene, breaking away from the fight and dashing towards Jiang Lingxian. Siener! Han Zun rushed to the Heavenly Emperor banner, swiftly raising his hand to extinguish the lightning dragon light, then hurriedly embraced the two within the banner. Seeing the two esteemed figures of the Taishu spiritual realm focused entirely on Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, the disciples of the Dragon Transformation immortal sect realized that a successful ambush was now impossible, compelling them to retreat desperately, while the colossal black dragon swiftly vanished into the clouds. Without the support of the pinnacle 9th layer celestial realm elders, the Taishu immortal sect cultivators dared not pursue recklessly. After all, with 2 esteemed figures opposing them, even the old sect master at the 7th layer of the celestial realm would merely be crushed. As Han Zun landed, cradling the two within the Heavenly Emperor banner, the banner automatically unfurled. Han Zun, anxious, intended to treat Jiang Lingxian's injuries first, but she held Wang Chen tightly. Master! Master! Save him first. I cannot lose him again. Jiang Lingxian, sensing Wang Chen's erratic breath, was even more anxious than Han Zun. Tears brimming in her eyes, Han Zun, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's pleading expression, hesitated for a moment before responding. All right, do not panic. First, focus on your own recovery. I will tend to him. Han Zun, flustered by Jiang Lingxian's rare display of vulnerability, hurriedly began to heal Wang Chen. Understanding that Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen in higher regard than her own life, Han Zun knew that failing to save him promptly could sow the seeds of a heart demon within her. Having watched Jiang Lingxian grow since childhood, he understood her well. Almost as if he were her non-blood-related mother, Han Zun retrieved 2 unknown holy-grade pills and swiftly placed them in the mouths of Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, where they dissolved immediately. He then lifted Wang Chen, supporting his unconscious form in a meditative position, and began to channel his spiritual energy into him. With each point of contact, small ice lotuses materialized, rapidly flooding into Wang Chen's body, where they were swiftly refined by the medicinal power within. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a semblance of relief, forcing her injured body to sit up while still shielding Wang Chen from attacks. Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian could not suppress another 2 coughs of blood, hastily settling into a meditative stance to refine the medicinal power coursing through her body, recovering from the overwhelming strain. Chapter 68. She and her disciple. At this moment, the war in the Taishu spirit battle realm had also ceased, with countless disciples of Taishu safeguarding the entire realm. The only injured members of the Taishu immortal sect were Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, as they were the focal points of care. In contrast, the Huolong immortal sect suffered dozens of injuries, with several casualties among the Saint Soul realm. Their bodies being handled by the inner elders of Taishu immortal sect, ultimately reduced to ashes. However, the corpse of Su Bei from the Saint Soul realm arena had been retrieved by the fleeing Su Yuan, disappearing without a trace. As Wang Chen fell into a state of unconsciousness, time began to slip away rapidly, day after day. 10 days later, in the depths of the night, Wang Chen, feeling the numbness in his body, could not help but frown slightly, experiencing considerable discomfort. In the pitch-black confines of the Taishu Saintess Hall, Wang Chen's eyelids twitched twice before he finally managed to open them with great difficulty. Inhale. Exhale. Lying on the quiet, darkened bed, Wang Chen quietly breathed, gazing at the ceiling he had not seen for a long time. After a brief moment, his foggy mind began to gradually awaken. System. Ding. You have slain the head of the dark flow evil spirit, Su Bei. Reward, a 10-second experience card for the Emperor Realm. Wang Chen. As his mind rebooted, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's notification, causing him to freeze again for a moment. Wait. The task completion notification had sounded earlier. Why is Su Bei still alive? Recovering from his shock, Wang Chen hurriedly inquired within his mind, filled with confusion. Host, from now on, whenever you slay a head of the fortune child, you must ensure they are reduced to ashes, just like Qin Yafan. Currently, Su Bei is a prime example. However, he is certainly no longer human, likely transformed into some sort of spirit or monster. So, does this mean I can receive 2 sets of task rewards? Wang Chen gazed at the task rewards section, which contained an Emperor Realm experience card, albeit only for a brief 10 seconds. No. Why is that your focus? At this moment, the system's irritated voice echoed in his mind, expressing exasperation at Wang Chen's ignorance. All right, I understand. I wanted to do that at the Saint Soul Realm arena too, but was it not thwarted? Wang Chen, feeling somewhat dizzy from the system's incessant chatter, helplessly reassured it, returning his awareness to the present. He lay flat on the bed, attempting to move his stiff body in order to rise. Why does it feel so heavy? As he sensed the weight pressing down on him, a thought struck him, and he quickly turned to look beside him. At that moment, he was taken aback. Jiang Lingxian, awakened by his movements, was gazing at him with red, tear-filled eyes, her lips slightly downturned. Disciple. Seeing Wang Chen awaken, Jiang Lingxian's long-suppressed emotions seemed to finally find relief as she tightly embraced him. Cough, cough. Don't. Hold too tight, it hurts. Wang Chen, caught off guard by Jiang Lingxian's sudden force, coughed lightly and quickly reminded her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily startled, hastily loosening her grip. Her expression a mixture of concern and uncertainty as she stared at Wang Chen, unsure whether to embrace him or not. Wang Chen glanced at her pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of a small cat longing for attention from its owner. His heart fluttered for a moment, and he helplessly turned his gaze back to the ceiling. Noticing the dimming sparkle in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. I told you not to hold too tightly, not to let go. It seems you don't really want to hug me. Wang Chen turned his handsome face slightly to meet Jiang Lingxian's downcast expression, feigning disappointment. At his words, Jiang Lingxian's eyes seemed to brighten a little, and she gently reached out to wrap her hands around his waist. Each of her movements was cautious, as if afraid of causing him pain again. Xian, how long have I been unconscious? Wang Chen looked to shift his position, a wave of tingling discomfort washing over him. Yet he managed to turn onto his side. 10 days. Jiang Lingxian's voice was somewhat heavy, laced with concern. In response, Wang Chen attempted to extend his somewhat numb hands around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, holding her gently. Feeling the warmth of his solid arms around her, Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened slightly, followed by a small struggle. Ah, that hurts, Wang Chen exclaimed, causing Jiang Lingxian to panic and cease her movements immediately. Wang Chen, noticing her alarm, couldn't help but smile subtly. He had always understood a certain truth. The injured tend to receive preferential treatment, as those who care for them would acquiesce to almost any request. Xian, may I kiss you? And no, that's not allowed. Wang Chen, forget I said anything. All right. Wang Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist, lowering his head to rest his forehead against her soft hair. The atmosphere fell into an oddly tense silence until, then, I can only kiss you once. Jiang Lingxian, unable to bear Wang Chen's dejected demeanor after her refusal, murmured shyly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen raised his face, his sparkling eyes causing Jiang Lingxian to shyly avert her gaze. Wang Chen remained silent, slowly lowering his face. As he did, Jiang Lingxian's heart raced. However, he merely brushed past her cheek and lips, gradually making his way to her fair neck. As Wang Chen pressed a gentle kiss against Jiang Lingxian's delicate neck, her body instinctively tensed under his embrace. Finally, he opened his lips slightly and playfully nibbled at the beautifully concealed collarbone at the neckline of her garment. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian melted against the bed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her exquisite face flushed with crimson. Meanwhile, Wang Chen held her close, burying his face in her warm neck, breathing steadily, seemingly drifting into a deep slumber. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, embarrassment enveloping her entirely, her heart trembling inexplicably. She and her disciple seemed to have crossed yet another boundary, but it was merely a kiss on the neck. It should be fine, as long as no other part of her chapter 69, extracting from the million prize pool. On the following morning, Wang Chen lay on the bed of the Taishu's sacred maiden palace, resembling a character in a Tai character formation, his eyelids fluttering slightly. As his consciousness gradually awakened, he instinctively reached into his embrace, only to find nothing there. Frowning, he groped around the vicinity, and then slowly opened his slightly dazed eyes. A cursory glance around the room revealed that he was alone, save for a lingering faint fragrance. Where could Jiang Lingxian be? Wang Chen lay there momentarily, shutting his eyes tightly a couple of times to dispel the dizziness caused by his injuries and the remnants of sleep. Jiang Lingyan. He quickly sat up, glancing towards the nearby bathroom corner, and tentatively called out her name. After all, the bathroom was the only place where someone could be concealed. However, his voice echoed in the silence of the room, met with an overwhelming stillness. It seemed she had left without a word, busy with something unknown. They had been so intimately entwined last night, and now she had vanished without a trace of responsibility. Wang Chen gently tapped his forehead, feeling a small complaint rise within him about Jiang Lingxian's sudden departure. With his injuries having only recovered to about 80 or 90%, he felt as though they were on the verge of healing entirely. Thus, he simply sat cross-legged on the bed. Instead of engaging in physical training, he opened the system panel, preparing to extract the cultivation resources, such as the flame source, to aid in his practice. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Pinnacle of the 9th layer of Return to Origin Realm, disguised as 6th layer, capable of breakthrough. Technique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. Jiang Lingxian's million top-tier spirit stones, Yin Yang Blood Demon Pill, Imperial Profound Cauldron, Holy Grade Supreme Flame Source, Celestial Calculation Technique, Taishu Broken Sword. 1 Super Fury Golden Card. Origin Points. 1000088. Comprehensive Evaluation. A being at the 9th layer of Return to Origin Realm. Wang Chen looked at the Super Fury Golden Card, obtained as a reward for defeating Su Bei, which floated in his storage space. Curiosity piqued. He gently clicked on its description. Super Fury. Golden Card. Effect. Upon use, one becomes immensely furious. Instantly elevates realm by 18 layers. Duration, 1 hour. Note. Using it may cause conceptual hypoxia due to overwhelming rage, leading to fainting. Please use with caution. Oh my. Wang Chen was taken aback by the description of the Super Fury Golden Card, but soon felt a surge of joy. Elevating his realm by 18 layers within an hour meant he could momentarily ascend to the Spirit King realm in battle. As for the side effect, he chose to dismiss it. If he fainted afterward, he could simply find a cool place to lie down and recover. Wang Chen withdrew the card's description and glanced at his origin points, a smirk creeping onto his face. Time to reap the rewards. With a shout in his mind directed at the system, he pulled with his right hand. In the next moment, a prize draw panel, formatted like a 9-grid jewel, appeared before him. Ignoring the 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 point pools, he focused his intent and pulled it up to the million-point prize pool. Watching as the purple, orange, and gold, previously locked by chains in the 1,000 origin points pool, were now unlocked, he noted that only the red, black, and rainbow slots remained sealed. Wang Chen recalled that the most powerful prize he had drawn in his past life was the red prize slot, which had cost him a staggering 10 billion origin points. He suspected that unlocking the black and rainbow prizes would require 100 billion and 1,000 billion origin points, respectively. No more words. I'm all in. Wang Chen raised his finger and pressed the draw button on the panel visible only to him. With a series of rhythmic sounds, the prize pool began to illuminate with a golden border, dancing and echoing with a thrilling beat. For a moment, Wang Chen's heart raced, knowing this was 1,000,000 origin points at stake. If he drew a blue or white prize, it would be a disaster. Big Pigeon, can you let me out? It's so stuffy in here. Just as Wang Chen focused intently on the prize pool, a small girl's voice emanated from within his storage space. His attention momentarily diverted, he furrowed his brow in thought before casually retrieving the Imperial Profound Cauldron. Thud. Just as Wang Chen's focus shifted to the cauldron, the prize pool abruptly halted, emitting a resounding thud. Wang Chen paused, raising the small cauldron in his hand, his head stiffly turning to the prize pool. In that instant, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Imperial Profound Cauldron, resulting in a golden prize orb, the purple gold celestial eye. After the system's announcement, a floating eye enveloped in purple gold light appeared in his storage space. Wang Chen stared in disbelief at the cauldron in his hand, then at the floating orb, momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, can external fortunes influence the draw? What about the hundreds of draws I wasted in my previous life? Am I a fool? Wang Chen mentally questioned the system, feeling as though a small red ball had suddenly appeared on his nose. Hiki. This time it was merely luck for the foolish host. Such external influences are not guaranteed every time. You and your hee-hee. Big Pigeon. What is wrong with you? Just as Wang Chen was about to scold the system, the voice of the somewhat daft little girl from within the cauldron chimed in once more. Oh, it's nothing. You just play by yourself for now. Regaining his composure, Wang Chen offered a gentle smile, patting the cauldron's head amiably. All right. The Imperial Profound Cauldron responded quietly, then flew into the air, flitting about playfully. Once the little cauldron was occupied, Wang Chen's consciousness returned to his mind, and then, system, you, just, host, rebound. What the heck? So petty. After cursing for a while, Wang Chen was left exasperated by the system's calm rebuke and decided to sever their connection entirely. He cast a final glance at the Imperial Profound Cauldron, which was now curiously exploring the room without disturbing the furnishings, and began to extract the cultivation resources, preparing to directly break through to the Danxi realm while also integrating the purple gold celestial eye. Pills, consumed. Spirit gathering array, activated. A drop of supreme flame source. Ingested. The purple gold celestial eye from storage, consumed. Entering the cultivation state. Deep within the Taishu immortal sect, in the dwelling of Han Zun, Jiang Lingxian sat across from the slightly frowning Han Zun. Chapter 70. On the surface a master-disciple relationship, but secretly a master-disciple relationship as well. Xiener. Speak truthfully to your master. Who exactly is he to you? Han Zun inquired, sitting across from Jiang Lingxian. His thin lips curled slightly as he reminisced about the events from 10 days prior. The he in question naturally referred to Wang Chen, that brash young man. Ever since Jiang Lingxian had brought the unconscious Wang Chen back to the Taishu Saintus Palace, he had not emerged since. This led Han Zun to reflect on Jiang Lingxian's words from that day, prompting his inquiry now. He is my disciple, Jiang Lingxian replied calmly, her demeanor tranquil. For Wang Chen was indeed her pupil. Then may I ask, have you engaged in any intimate actions with him? Han Zun pressed, noticing Jiang Lingxian's reluctance to admit anything. At his words, images of Wang Chen's affectionate gestures flashed through Jiang Lingxian's mind, each frame depicting him kissing her. None, she forced herself to respond, suppressing the warmth rising in her cheeks, her tone steady and soft. Siener, as long as you speak honestly, I shall not blame you. Han Zun's voice softened. Having lived for so long, he could certainly discern that the interactions between Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were far from ordinary. He began to suspect that their relationship, while outwardly a master-disciple one, might harbor deeper implications. Truly, none, Jiang Lingxian insisted, maintaining her cool demeanor as she gazed at her master. Master, please save him. I cannot bear to lose him again, she recalled, her heart heavy as she remembered the scene from 10 days ago, where she had held the unconscious Wang Chen, almost in tears. Yet, Han Zun chose not to unearth Jiang Lingxian's deception, refraining from probing into the meaning behind her desperate plea. Very well, I trust you. He rose from his chair, glancing at Jiang Lingxian as he passed by her side, leaving a gentle breeze in his wake that stirred her hair. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, a subtle hue revealing her growing maturity. How she had once shied away from contact, and now she had brought a man back, playing the role of a disciple. With a creaking sound, Han Zun opened the door, feeling a pang of heartache at the thought of his beloved disciple being led astray by that young man. Nevertheless, he resolved not to interfere in Jiang Lingxian's feelings, for they were both adults. I must attend to some matters, since your disciple is recuperating in the Taishu Sanus Palace. You may stay here for a few days, he informed her gently. No need, master. I have a place to stay. You need not worry, Jiang Lingxian replied, having already risen to meet his gaze. Is your place not within that young man's embrace? Han Zun's cold eyes scrutinized Jiang Lingxian's beautiful visage, silently musing. Suit yourself. The more he pondered, the more he felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, akin to a father whose beautiful daughter had been taken away. He abruptly turned and stepped out, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Lingxian stood in the room, momentarily dazed by Han Zun's departure. It felt as though her master had uncovered something profound. But what of it? They could still. No, she admonished herself. She and her disciple must not cross boundaries. Suddenly aware of her own thoughts, Jiang Lingxian shook her slightly flushed face. The gesture was as if she could physically cast away the chaotic musings swirling in her mind. Yet, she couldn't help but recall the garments her disciple had gifted her. Were they truly suitable to wear? Glancing towards the bathroom, she contemplated. Why not try them on? Compelled by an unknown urge, she closed the door and hesitated momentarily before biting her lip and stepping into the bathing area. Surely, it would be fine. Her disciple could not see her. With that final thought, darkness enveloped the scene. In the depths of night, within the Taishu Sanus Palace, crack, crack, Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, a series of sharp sounds emanating from his body as a surge of spiritual energy erupted. First level of the Danhai realm, accomplished. As he broke through, a small fissure of purple gold appeared between his brows, which suddenly opened to reveal a purple gold eye scanning the surroundings. Though Wang Chen's eyes remained shut, the purple gold heavenly eye above his brow twisted and turned, exuding an eerie aura. From the perspective of this purple gold eye, the dark surroundings appeared as bright as day. Upon spotting the Huang Xian Ding, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished to see it radiating a golden aura of fortune. Quickly, he retrieved the Taishu broken sword, and, peering through the purple gold eye, he noted that it too emitted an aura, albeit purple, and clearly weaker than that of the Huang Xian Ding. It might also be due to its incomplete state. Once he found the other half, it would likely transform into a golden aura. Wang Chen sensed that the purple gold eye possessed further capabilities. But being indoors and without a target for attack, he chose to refrain from further exploration. With a thought, the purple gold eye shut swiftly and vanished back into his brow. In his previous life, he had mastered various ocular techniques, but he had never anticipated merging with a purple gold eye that bore its own ocular powers in this life. HM? Where's the Huang Xian Ding? Gradually regaining his senses, Wang Chen leaped from his bed, searching for the elusive artifact. Big Pigeon, I'm over here. From atop a cabinet, the little Ding, engaged in examining peach blossoms, called out upon seeing Wang Chen searching for it. At that moment, just as he was about to approach, a notification from the system abruptly interrupted his steps. Ding. Task completed. Have Jiang Lingxian accept and don a complete set of new women's intimate garments. Reward. 1 complete set of cat-eared maid attire has been dispatched. Wang Chen. Chapter 71. What would happen if Chen deliberately ignored Xiao Xinxin's words? No. She truly wore it. Wang Chen stood within the room, momentarily dazed by the system's task completion notification. System. Does the purple gold heavenly eye possess the ability of clairvoyance? In that moment, Wang Chen hurriedly inquired within his mind whether the purple gold heavenly eye had such a function. Indeed, the host possesses it. And such a powerful ability has a total of 9 variants. Incredible! Is it truly that formidable? Hearing the system's response, a smile began to form at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth. However, the garment worn by Jiang Lingxian is a treasure robe, and it cannot be penetrated. Ah. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's smile gradually stiffened before returning to its original state. Ahem. I was merely inquiring about the capabilities of the purple gold heavenly eye. What does Jiang Lingxian have to do with it? 666. We have coexisted for over 1,000 years. I can discern the sin of your slightest actions. Then should I hold it in? Get lost. The system's irate voice echoed through his mind as Wang Chen silently withdrew from the conversation, turning his gaze toward the Emperor's cauldron. Little cauldron. What are you doing up there? You've been there for quite some time. Wang Chen felt puzzled, unsure why the Emperor's cauldron lingered atop the wardrobe for so long. Big pigeon, this is quite amusing. What is amusing? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the Emperor's cauldron's non-standard speech, stepping forward to inquire. It is simply amusing. Upon hearing the adorable voice, Wang Chen approached the wardrobe, reaching to retrieve the Emperor's cauldron. Yet, the moment he laid eyes upon the object nestled within the top of the wardrobe, he was momentarily taken aback. These peach blossoms. No. These peach flowers. Didn't she say she would throw them away? Creak. Just as Wang Chen held the Emperor's cauldron, gazing at the object above the wardrobe, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Lingxian, with her stunningly ethereal countenance, stepped into the room, her gaze landing on Wang Chen's figure. Oh no. Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat as she noticed the peach blossom branches inserted in the jade vase atop the wardrobe. Little Xian, you are not being honest. When you said you would throw them away, you meant to place them in this jade vase, didn't you? Wang Chen carefully set the Emperor's cauldron aside and gently lifted the jade vase containing the peach blossom branches, looking toward Jiang Lingxian. The vase held only one branch, with several peach blossoms delicately affixed to it, still in a slightly withered state. However, the blossoms appeared to have recovered significantly, indicating that the water within the vase was not merely plain water. Jiang Lingxian, standing not far away, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Wang Chen's words. As though she had been caught. Without responding, Jiang Lingxian's ears, hidden beneath her flowing hair, turned slightly red, yet her face remained as serene as ever. I merely noticed that these few peach blossoms still had some vitality, so I casually picked a branch to assist them. Jiang Lingxian closed the door and then turned to approach Wang Chen, reaching out to take the jade vase with the peach blossom branch from his hands. Seeing this, Wang Chen swiftly dodged, cradling the vase to his chest, unwilling to return it to Jiang Lingxian. Give it back. Jiang Lingxian, seeing Wang Chen's refusal, frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. You deceived me. I won't relent unless you give me a kiss. Wang Chen clutched the peach blossom branch tightly, gazing at the frowning Jiang Lingxian. No. Jiang Lingxian immediately rejected his request without hesitation. All right, if you refuse, then I shan't offer you anything again. Wang Chen feigned disappointment and mild indignation, turning away. Without further ado, he lay down on Jiang Lingxian's soft and fragrant bed, pulling the covers over himself. Jiang Lingxian watched her aggrieved disciple, huddled under the covers, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Reflecting on the past instances of her disciple's gift-giving, she realized that he spoke the truth. Indeed, his gifts had been rather peculiar. Either they were embarrassing items or held some underlying significance, none of which were entirely appropriate. She could hardly accept them. If she did, it would imply that she lacked modesty. But now, her disciple seemed disinclined to acknowledge her. What should she do? Jiang Lingxian gently placed the jade vase with the peach blossom branch on the table and hesitated before approaching the bed. Show me what you have. As long as it is a proper garment, I promise to accept any future normal gifts, all right? Jiang Lingxian softly caressed her skirt, sitting demurely on the edge of the bed, gazing at the figure beneath the covers. Yet Wang Chen remained unresponsive, even turning his back to her beneath the covers. Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of anxiety. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian gently nudged the covers covering Wang Chen, her cool voice betraying a hint of nervousness. Seeing that Wang Chen still ignored her, Jiang Lingxian, who was not accustomed to speaking, found herself at a loss on the bed. She wished to say something, yet struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her lips moved, but words caught in her throat. Chapter 72. The flustered yet adorable little Xian. If this atmosphere were to linger for even a single second longer, it felt as if something within Jiang Lingxian was fading away, gradually leaving a void in her heart. Disciple. After sitting at the edge of the bed for a moment, Jiang Lingxian gently called out again, her breath slightly quickening, trembling just a bit. At that moment, Wang Chen, nestled under the covers, remained still, his eyes closed, appearing somewhat drowsy. The layer of thick bedding between them muffled the sense of helplessness in Jiang Lingxian's words, leaving Wang Chen unaware of her unease. Disciple, I promise you, I will accept everything you give me. Can you please get up? Jiang Lingxian forced herself to suppress the emptiness within and continued. When she noticed Wang Chen still ignoring her, her eyes began to redden. Disciple, are you really ignoring me? At that moment, regret filled Jiang Lingxian's heart. Had she known earlier, she would not have rejected her disciple. She could tolerate all of Wang Chen's behaviors, yet could not bear his indifference and desire to distance himself from her. As Jiang Lingxian gazed at the bedding, uncertain of what to do, Wang Chen suddenly turned over within the covers. Two hands emerged, gently wrapping around her waist, pulling her from her seated position onto the bed. Startled by Wang Chen's unexpected action, Jiang Lingxian let out a soft sound and instinctively struggled to break free. However, to her surprise, Wang Chen did indeed loosen his embrace, retreating towards the foot of the bed instead. Jiang Lingxian's heart, already lacking security from Wang Chen's earlier silence, was now even more flustered. Please, don't go. In her panic, Jiang Lingxian quickly grabbed Wang Chen's arm, her grip so tight that it left red marks. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her grasp, turned to meet her teary gaze, momentarily stunned. No, I was just pretending to ignore her for a moment. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Why is she about to cry already? Seeing Jiang Lingxian on the verge of tears, Wang Chen felt a mix of shock and confusion. He had never anticipated this reaction. In his previous life, if he ignored Jiang Lingxian, she would merely give him a cold stare and not speak to him for an entire day. Please, don't go. I promise you anything. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her eyes glistening with tears, looking pitifully at Wang Chen, the arm she held trembling with emotion. In that instant, all semblance of her former dignity as the revered holy maiden vanished, leaving behind a girl yearning for love. In her past life, Jiang Lingxian could maintain her composure, appearing cold even while feeling wronged. However, after centuries without Wang Chen's presence, her demeanor had changed. She was now easily startled by his slightest actions. Don't go, don't go. I'll help you take off your shoes. Wang Chen, witnessing the almost crying figure of this powerful being, quickly attempted to soothe her emotions. His original intention had been to embrace Jiang Lingxian onto the bed, help her remove her shoes, and then hold her as they drifted to sleep. Yet, he never expected that his actions would almost lead her to tears, even prompting her to say she would agree to anything. I'll take them off myself. Just come back. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly attempted to shake off her exquisite white embroidered shoes, her hands still gripping Wang Chen tightly, as if fearing he might flee. However, despite her best efforts, the shoes remained stubbornly on her feet. These wretched shoes. I truly no longer want them. Jiang Lingxian clung to Wang Chen, feeling an inexplicable panic as she failed to remove her shoes. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her helpless yet adorable struggle. All right. I will take them off for you. I promise I won't leave, he reassured her, instead of immediately removing her shoes. He wrapped his arms around her waist again and lay back down. Finally, holding Jiang Lingxian close, he gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, softly whispering words of comfort. Despite her instinctive resistance, she found it difficult to turn away from his warm touch. As his lips brushed against her forehead, she unconsciously closed her eyes, feeling a sense of inexplicable tranquility wash over her. Observing Jiang Lingxian with her eyes still shut, Wang Chen withdrew slightly to the foot of the bed, gently grasping her delicate ankle to remove her shoes. Jiang Lingxian instinctively let out a soft whimper as she felt the warmth of Wang Chen's hand on her ankle. So lovely. Wang Chen had already tossed her shoes aside and returned to embrace her once more, leaning in close to her ear. Hearing the word lovely, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with a deeper hue. Yet, as she felt Wang Chen's embrace tighten around her, her anxious heart gradually settled. Perhaps I should forego my intoxicating fragrances from now on, and let my disciple hold me awake like this, since he is willing. At that moment, an unexpected thought crossed Jiang Lingxian's mind. The sensations of Wang Chen being still versus him being active were entirely different. Little Xianxian, just now, did you say you would agree to anything? Wang Chen suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian's ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver slightly. However, his words made her blush deeply, causing her to lower her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. You must have misheard. Jiang Lingxian's voice was barely audible, delicate as a whisper, cold yet filled with embarrassment. At that moment, she feared that Wang Chen's conditions might pertain to something she was not ready for. But that is unacceptable. Master and disciple should never cross such boundaries. Yet, she also recognized that in this lifetime, they were not entirely bound by that distinction. And Wang Chen had previously mentioned that he considered their relationship to be more than that. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though the nightmare from her past, where her disciple threatened to push her, was about to manifest. Did I mishear? Jiang Lingxian nodded gently, acknowledging Wang Chen's words while still cradled in his arms. Oh, then I must have indeed misheard. It sounded like you said, tonight, I can do whatever I wish. Jiang Lingxian? I can agree to other things. But could we avoid that kind of matter? Realizing there was no way to escape, she tilted her blushing face up to Wang Chen, her lips slightly parted, her eyes shimmering with apprehension. What are you thinking? I haven't even stated my conditions yet. Wang Chen, utterly enchanted by Jiang Lingxian's adorable demeanor, feigned confusion as he inquired. And nothing. Jiang Lingxian momentarily faltered, realizing that she had jumped to conclusions, causing her cheeks to redden even more. Then I shall state my conditions, which are quite simple. Chapter 73. Are you trying to hook me? Have you ever seen such a style of fishing? Now, I must express my conditions, which are rather simple. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly embraced by him, her delicate face flushed and nestled within his arms, exuding an air of icy charm and cuteness. It is, well, we could become partners in the Tao? Wang Chen felt that he was closer to becoming Jiang Lingxian's Tao partner than ever before, and he found himself nervously stuttering. He had indeed contemplated the system task earlier. But after uttering those words, his mind was consumed with the thought of whether Jiang Lingxian would agree. After all, their actions in this lifetime had been quite intimate, publicly. They appeared to be master and disciple, yet in reality, they resembled Tao partners. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian slightly raised her head, momentarily taken aback by his bashful expression. Jiang Lingxian gradually lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond to Wang Chen, and after uttering the word she fell into silence. In truth, she was aware that their interactions had transcended the typical master-disciple relationship, increasingly leaning towards that of Tao partners. However, she feared that once they became partners, their closeness would intensify, and the boundaries they would have to cross would multiply. Having observed too many instances of men discarding their wives after obtaining everything from them, combined with the psychological scars from her childhood experiences with loved ones, Jiang Lingxian harbored a fear that Wang Chen, after truly having her, might. This was a subconscious fear stemming from a childhood devoid of love, particularly for someone as sensitive and beautiful as Jiang Lingxian. Aside from being cradled by her father before his descent into villainy, Wang Chen was the second man she had ever been close to, although she was not entirely clear about the implications of becoming Tao partners. Her independent nature allowed her to assess the pros and cons with remarkable clarity. She was caught between romantic inclinations and irrational awareness, unless Wang Chen ignored her or something unforeseen occurred. It's all right. I won't insist that you agree. I'm not a thief, after all, to compel you. Wang Chen looked down at the averted Jiang Lingxian, offering her words of comfort, appearing composed on the surface while harboring a hint of bitterness within. Yet, he understood that a genuine partnership in the Tao could only arise when both parties were sincere, as true happiness could not be forced. Nevertheless, Wang Chen believed that given Jiang Lingxian's willingness to allow him to kiss her, it was only a matter of time before they would become partners in the Tao. The prerequisite was for Jiang Lingxian to overcome her inner barriers, and Wang Chen was not in a hurry. He could take his time. As for the system task, there was no rush since rewards would only be granted upon reaching the heavenly sovereign realm. Shall we maintain our master-disciple relationship for now? The matter of becoming partners in the Tao can be discussed later, if that's all right. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, gazing up at Wang Chen's handsome face, her voice soft and tinged with regret. However, her response was rather ambiguous, seemingly evading the topic while still leaving Wang Chen with a glimmer of hope. Oh no, your sister Lingxian's methods are a bit too high. Why does it feel like she's fishing for you? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Chen's mind, laced with a tone of contemplation. It shouldn't be the case. Perhaps as they grow closer, the topic of becoming Tao partners will indeed arise, and she might actually agree. And besides, have you ever seen such a style of fishing? Wang Chen suddenly tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, causing her to stiffen momentarily and emit a soft sound. If she continues to fish for me like this, I would willingly be caught, my dear. 666. You two enjoy your intimacy, I'm logging off." With the system's disinterested remark, Wang Chen felt the system sink into slumber. "Xian, my dear, come here." Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, who was gazing back at him, and offered a gentle smile as he embraced her tighter. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, merely pressing her fair and rosy cheek against Wang Chen's warm neck, instinctively tightening her grip. They remained in each other's embrace for a long while until Wang Chen's voice broke the stillness. "Little Xian, do I have something on my face? It feels itchy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian lifted her face slightly from Wang Chen's neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Unexpectedly, "Xian, kiss me." "You, Several hours later, as dawn broke, the ethereal mist enveloping the Tai Su immortal sect made it resemble a realm of immortals, an evident sign that this was the time of peak spiritual energy. Inside the Tai Su Saintess Hall, Wang Chen gently released the now softened Jiang Lingxian from his kiss, tenderly stroking her hair. "Sleep well, my dear." Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, who, after his kiss, seemed drowsy and lost in a haze. Her eyes half closed with a longing for sleep. He began to softly soothe her. After a moment of gentle head pats and back rubs, Jiang Lingxian, lulled into a state of comfort, gradually drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, Jiang Lingxian had indeed tried to resist. However, once Wang Chen kissed her, she found herself powerless to fight back, or perhaps she simply grew to not want to resist anymore. If one were to glance at Jiang Lingxian's fair neck now, they would spot several distinct red marks, as if some creature had fed upon her. Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian gradually succumbed to slumber, carefully loosening his hold on her delicate form, rising quietly. He then covered her with a warm blanket and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Finally, Wang Chen took a seat at the bedside, slipping into his black flip-flops. Instead of hurrying to leave the bed, he settled down, his left thumb rhythmically tapping between his fingers. Recalling the events leading up to the battle 10 days prior, Wang Chen began to calculate the subsequent outcomes. With his eyes closed, as he pondered, several familiar figures appeared in his mind. Yet one figure, in particular, caused him to frown slightly, his left thumb pausing before he resumed his calculations. "Yi Qin will also participate in the battle between the two sects? Let me see where you are now." Wang Chen hastened his calculations with increasing urgency, eventually locking onto a specific point, a surge of potent fortune energy erupting forth. "Host, recharge me. With 100,000 source points, I can directly confront the heavenly Tao." And the gifts from those 4 esteemed beings would be perfect for recharging the system. Wang Chen suddenly recalled this, halting his calculations to rummage through his storage space, ultimately retrieving 4 items. Each of the treasured items was of royal grade, including pills, magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and a spiritual herb. System, keep the pills and convert the other 3 items, the magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and the spiritual herb. Ding. Royal grade superior treasures. Royal grade medium spiritual techniques, royal grade supreme spiritual herbs. The host will receive a total of 3 million source points. Chapter 74. System, go and slay the heavenly Tao. Wang Chen. Me? Originally it was around 3 million, right? Not at all. Who cares about your source points? Forget it. Consider it feeding my own child. My good baby, don't swallow so much next time. Remember to call out daddy if you do. To Wang Chen's surprise, he did not scold at this time, yet the implication of his words instantly made the system blush. "I am not your child. Go away. Then spit out the source points and return them to me." "No. Hey, look, you've admitted it." "Hiki." Wang Chen chuckled and ignored it, resuming his calculations, but the fortune power in his hands obstructed him once more. Ding. Interference function can be activated for 100,000 source points. Would the host like to proceed? Activate. Wang Chen silently commanded, and in an instant, his source points were deducted by 100,000, and the fortune power blocking his calculations exploded. At that moment, an image emerged in his mind, a figure with black fiery wings soaring through a desolate desert. That figure with the black fiery wings was none other than Yi Qin. "Host, shoot him." Wang Chen was momentarily startled by the system's somewhat irritated command, a hint of confusion rising in his expression. "How do I shoot?" "Use your purple gold heavenly eye." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen gradually realized, recalling the 9 abilities of the purple gold heavenly eye that the system had mentioned. Apart from its X-ray vision, it seemed this was the second ability. Wang Chen closed his eyes, his left hand almost flying as he desperately maintained the image in his mind. Zing. Heavenly eye. Open. With a swift motion at his brow, a purple gold fissure emerged, rapidly opening and scanning the surroundings. Wang Chen focused intently on the image of Yi Qing flying in his mind, his thoughts slowly stirring. In the desolate northwest of the 8 Desolation continent, Yi Qing, at the second level of the Return to Origin realm, moved like a streak of light, weaving through the scorching desert. His target this time was a 4-leaf flame grass located in the scorching region of the desert, a journey fraught with peril. Fortunately, equipped with a map from his well-connected sister, Chu Han, within the Taishu immortal sect, he could avoid many dangers. If he could acquire the 4-leaf flame grass, his night flame physique would progress further. Then, he would return to the Taishu immortal sect, rescue his master, and exchange for that treasure hidden in the corner of the Taishu treasure pavilion. Finally, he would cultivate a good relationship with the Chu family, step by step winning the favor of the family head. Moreover, he had heard that the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yao, was an exceptionally beautiful woman, perhaps. The more Yi Qing pondered, the more he felt life was promising, while his murderous intent toward Wang Chen grew ever stronger. If not for Wang Chen, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He swore he would kill Wang Chen. Whoosh! Just as Yi Qing prepared to accelerate, the sky suddenly tore apart, and a massive vertical purple-gold heavenly eye emerged. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned by the terrifying presence of this Dan Sea realm expert. Quickly halting and dropping to the ground, hiding behind a large rock, it seemed this senior was searching for something, and the target was not him. Once the individual found nothing, he could continue on his way. Yi Qing hid behind the rock, watching the gigantic purple-gold eye, reassuring himself. If I could be as powerful as this senior, that furnace body waste of his would be easily crushed by me. The furnace body waste in Yi Qing's mind referred to none other than Wang Chen. Presently, Yi Qing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Chen, as it was this mere furnace body that had forced him into such a corner. Although a furnace body could cultivate, without finding a compatible physique to train with, it would indeed be as worthless as waste. Yet, Yi Qing was unaware that Wang Chen's furnace body had been upgraded by the system to the chaotic super-divine version T0. At that moment, Yi Qing stared at the gigantic purple-gold eye twisting in the sky, and gradually, his own pupils widened. Suddenly, he realized that the purple-gold eye had ceased its movement, locking its gaze directly onto him. Boom! Before Yi Qing could react, a surge of purple-gold flames erupted from the eye, aimed directly at him. Why is it targeting me? This was the last thought that crossed Yi Qing's mind before consciousness faded as the purple-gold flames struck the sandy ground. In the Taishu Saintess Hall, Wang Chen was about to continue his pursuit into the depths of the desert, but as he calculated, the image in his mind was abruptly shattered by a surge of fortune power. Oh no, the heavenly Tao has exerted its force. Host, let us lay low for a while. I'll shield your presence. Damn it, don't do that. The depths of the desert are filled with opportunities. I was just about to hunt him down. 1 million. Damn it. Do it. Anyway, I've already calculated that his opportunity is within reach when the time comes. I'll seize that sacred 4-leaf flame grass from the desert. It's sure to be worth more than 1 million source points. Ding. 1 million source points deducted. Activating the day sky level interference function. In the next moment, Wang Chen's left hand once again flew as he calculated, the scene in his mind reappearing. And at this moment, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. Purple gold heavenly eye, unleash your full power, now. Open. The previously vanished purple gold eye reappeared in the desert sky, this time magnified several times more than before. In an instant, countless cultivators within 100 miles were startled and fled in panic, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Boom. In the next moment, the purple gold flame pillar erupted from the purple gold eye, charging towards the unconscious Yi Qing buried within the desert. In mere moments, Yi Qing's body within the maze of opportunities in the desert began to be consumed by flames. Just as Yi Qing's life force was on the brink of extinguishment, a voice of immense authority resonated from the sky. It belonged to one of the 2 chosen ones. You dare to harm him, you external demonic thieves. A golden-robed figure burst forth from the clouds, raising a hand to extinguish the attack of the purple gold eye before pursuing. Crap. Host, come back quickly. The system's startled voice rang out, and Wang Chen's consciousness was instantly pulled back into his body. What a thrilling experience. I was almost chased down by the avatar of the heavenly Tao. Alas, all my million source points are gone. How infuriating. The system's voice was both exhilarated and relieved, while Wang Chen felt a thrill of danger yet oddly invigorated. Ding. Task, eliminate the top-tier chosen one. Yi Qing. Reward, upgrade Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body to Chaos 9 Yang Dragon Divine Body, Bloodline purification at 100%. Ding. Task: slay the heavenly Tao and establish oneself as the celestial. Reward: 1 opportunity to draw from the 7-colored prize pearl, guaranteed. At this moment, it was not the system's consciousness, but rather the autonomous program's task prompt that suddenly echoed. Wang Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, you want me to kill Yi Qing, which may be feasible, but now you want me to slay the heavenly Tao and establish myself as the celestial? Is that truly achievable? Chapter 75. The blushing of Chun. I think so too, the divine. Cough, cough, cough. The main program of the system actually issues such a task. However, rest assured, host, since it has been issued, it proves that this task is indeed achievable. It is merely a matter of probability. I haven't even left the novice village, and you want me to slay a boss? The odds must be astronomically low. Perhaps 1 in a billion. Listening to the system's response, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, relieved that system tasks come with no penalties. He recalled having seen some online systems back on Blue Star where, should the host fail a mission, they would merely lose a few centimeters in height. Hardly a significant consequence. Host, let us not dwell on the details. Let us first retrieve the opportunity that Yi Qing has in the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. After securing that, we can take a few days to recuperate before we venture into the wasteland to seize Yi Qing's sacred 4-leaf flame grass. Presumably, in a short time, Yi Qing will be incapacitated, while the embodiment of the heavenly Tao is busy attempting a rescue. Wang Chen listened to the system's oddly cheerful mechanical voice. Casting a glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was sleeping soundly, wrapped tightly in her blankets. Oh dear, I almost forgot. You must inform her, or if she goes missing again, she may actually be tethered. With that in mind, I shall sleep a while longer and speak with her once she awakens. Wang Chen kicked off his black flip-flops and carefully lifted the covers, slipping back in. As he gently leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian, her closed eyes trembled slightly, and she opened them a mere sliver. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who had wrapped his arms around her, and unconsciously let out a soft murmur, caught in the haze between wakefulness and slumber. Nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, she instinctively raised her delicate hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Sensing the familiar warmth surrounding her, she peered at Wang Chen through half-open lids, gazing at him in a daze for a while. Lingxian, Wang Chen softly called out, captivated by her adorably dazed expression, as if her mind had yet to awaken. In his arms, Jiang Lingxian seemed utterly at peace, failing to respond, her weariness only deepening. Just as her beautiful eyes were about to close once more, she felt Wang Chen's lips pressing against hers again. Half asleep? Jiang Lingxian let out a small protest, turning her lovely face away, unwilling to be disturbed in her slumber. After a moment of her shifting away, her consciousness gradually began to drift back into slumber. Yet she could still sense Wang Chen's affectionate kisses, and she chose not to resist, surrendering to sleep once more. At the Taishu Xian sect, noon, under the blazing sun, within the hall of the Taishu Saintess, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually returned from her dreams, her closed eyelids fluttering gently. This slumber had been both exhausting and remarkably reassuring, the fatigue stemming from Wang Chen, yet the comfort also derived from him. As her awareness returned, she found herself nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate face buried against his warm neck. Why does my neck feel increasingly warm? Wang Chen, gazing blankly at the ceiling, suddenly felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from his neck. However, he quickly recalled something and lowered his gaze to the person in his arms. Xian, are you awake? Wang Chen's voice softened as he gently inquired above Jiang Lingxian's ear, filled with curiosity. Yet, she did not respond, too shy to lift her face, unsure of how to confront Wang Chen. The memory of being held and kissed by him all night, compounded by the morning's repeat of such actions, left Jiang Lingxian devoid of courage to face him, overwhelmed by embarrassment and longing to hide beneath the covers. Seeing her remain still, Wang Chen extended his right hand, tentatively pinching her smooth, elegant cheek. At last, Jiang Lingxian, feeling his gentle touch, shifted slightly in resistance against his neck. It seems she is awake but finds it difficult to confront me. Perhaps I should just inform her of what I need to do. Wang Chen gazed at her side profile, which was reluctant to yield to his touch, and, with a sigh, withdrew his hand, affectionately ruffling her hair. Lingxian, I must attend to some matters at the Taishu Treasure Pavilion shortly. You may carry on with your own affairs, do not concern yourself with me. As he caressed her silky hair, his voice was gentle and soothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her flushed face, her beautiful eyes quietly studying Wang Chen for a moment. May I accompany you? with her cheeks a rosy hue, her perfectly shaped chin resting against Wang Chen's chest. She gazed at him with yearning. Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, it seemed, there would be no harm in bringing her along. After all, he had assumed Jiang Lingxian would have her own obligations, hence his initial inclination to go alone. Then you must kiss me. However, upon seeing the desire in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen shamelessly proposed a small condition. For those who are audacious often reap the greatest rewards. At his words, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks burned even more, and memories of their intimate moments from the night before flooded her mind. In that instant, she hesitated, lips pressed together, unable to decide in her heart. Is it all right to kiss your cheek? Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to take the initiative to kiss Wang Chen's lips. Not out of disdain, but rather from an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Whatever you wish. Wang Chen did not press Jiang Lingxian further, merely gazing at her with gentle eyes. His tone soft. Seeing that Wang Chen did not reject her suggestion, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. At last, she bit her lip, unconsciously moistening it. Her face flushed as she leaned toward Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen anticipated she would kiss his cheek, Jiang Lingxian instead moved toward his lips. As he widened his eyes in surprise, believing she might genuinely initiate a kiss, Jiang Lingxian tenderly pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. In that moment, as they embraced, they could even feel each other's racing heartbeats. Jiang Lingxian's gentle kiss rendered Wang Chen momentarily speechless, his cheeks involuntarily warming with a blush. Wang Chen could not fathom why, but as Jiang Lingxian's lips brushed against the corner of his mouth, the sensation was inexplicably more exhilarating than an actual kiss, leaving him tingling. From his perspective, he could see Jiang Lingxian's beautifully flushed face, brimming with embarrassment. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt something soft brush lightly against his lips, causing him to shudder in surprise. Jiang Lingxian. After they parted, Wang Chen's entire face turned as red as Jiang Lingxian's. Ha! Host, you're blushing. The system seemed to discover something amusing, bursting into laughter within Wang Chen's mind. Chapter 76, the terrifying knock at the door and the flustered duo, yet Wang Chen paid no heed to it. Instead, becoming lost in the depths of Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, their hearts racing in unison. Eventually, it was Jiang Lingxian who, in a fit of shyness, averted her gaze. Feeling an overwhelming embarrassment under Wang Chen's unwavering stare, she tentatively reached out, her soft fingertips brushing against him, not anticipating such a vigorous reaction from her disciple. Nevertheless, this adorable disciple of hers was utterly endearing. As Jiang Lingxian averted her gaze, she couldn't resist stealing glances at Wang Chen, who was blushing furiously, making her feel as if her very bones were melting. The kiss shared between them enveloped them in a profound silence, soothing their wildly racing hearts. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door startled both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, igniting an inexplicable panic within them. They were unsure why they felt this sudden anxiety, as if they feared being caught in their intimate moment. No worries, this is your Emperor's banner. You must conceal your aura and cover yourself with the bedding without moving. My master must be here regarding the conflict between the two sections. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly retrieved the Emperor's banner, which he had temporarily stored away after Wang Chen had fainted, and handed it to him. Oh no. If Master Han discovers that he has been caught in a sweet rendezvous with my precious disciple, it would be disastrous. Wang Chen quickly took the banner and wrapped it around himself, then laid down on the bed, working to suppress his aura in tandem with the banner. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the heat radiating from her cheeks, adjusted the bedding to cover Wang Chen securely. Once everything was in order, she stepped down from the bed to put on her shoes, only to realize with embarrassment that the white embroidered shoes she had discarded the previous night were nowhere to be found. Dumbfounded, Jiang Lingxian stood at the bedside, her delicate feet bare and unsure of where to search, ultimately deciding to go without shoes for the time being. She quickly tidied her disheveled attire and, barefoot, approached the door, gently pulling it open. As she did so, she suddenly remembered that Wang Chen's black sandals were still by the bedside, which she had forgotten to collect. Sinner, why are you taking so long to open the door? Master Han's voice called from outside, forcing Jiang Lingxian to feign calmness as she met his gaze. Master, I was meditating, which delayed my response, she replied, opening the door without a hint of panic, respectfully inviting Master Han to enter. As Master Han stepped inside, adorned in an icy blue gown, Jiang Lingxian closed the door and turned to walk back into the room. However, she did not immediately take a seat. Instead, she walked to the bedside to slip on the black sandals. Although slightly larger than her white embroidered shoes, the airy design made them comfortable to wear. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, clad in a pure white dress and black sandals, exuded an oddly charming yet beautiful aura. "Xianer, have you changed your shoes?" Master Han inquired. Observing her movements as she settled into a chair beside the table, her brows slightly furrowed in curiosity. "Yes, these were gifted to me by my disciple. Though the style is somewhat peculiar, they are quite comfortable." Jiang Lingxian fabricated, her lie seamless, as Master Han knew she would never choose such footwear on her own. Claiming they were a gift from Wang Chen rendered everything reasonable. However, hearing Jiang Lingxian's words surprised Master Han. She had not anticipated her disciple would accept gifts from a man. The conflict between the two sects has intensified in recent days, and you, as the saintess of Taishu, may soon need to step forward. Nevertheless, with your cultivation at the 9th layer of the Saint Soul Realm, I have faith in your abilities. Master Han, however, was not overly concerned about the shoes, shifting the conversation to the matters at hand regarding the sex conflict. "Yet I still harbor some concerns for your safety. Take this as a trump card." Master Han produced a delicate, icy blue bracelet, roughly the size of a palm. Emperor-grade Dao weapon, the Han Tian bracelet. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the shimmering, understated bracelet in Master Han's palm, momentarily taken aback. It was known that there were only 6 Emperor-grade Dao weapons across the entire 8 desolate continent, and now Master Han was offering her one. "Master, there's no need for further discussion. Simply accept it. This Han Tian bracelet has not been used for over 1,000 years due to my strength. I am invincible beneath the celestial sovereign, and above it, I can retreat using various means." Master Han raised her other hand, signaling Jiang Lingxian to remain silent. Understanding her resolve, Jiang Lingxian reluctantly complied. "I have removed the soul imprint within the Han Tian bracelet. You need only infuse a strand of your soul imprint to claim it as yours." Master Han gently took Jiang Lingxian's slender wrist and fastened the bracelet around it. The Han Tian bracelet would automatically resize, fitting perfectly once it encircled Jiang Lingxian's wrist. By the way, there is a spirit within the Han Tian bracelet, however. Since it has been dormant for so long, it should still be asleep. Master Han reminded Jiang Lingxian, who was softly closing her eyes. Infusing her soul imprint into the bracelet. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a connection form with the Han Tian bracelet, gradually opened her eyes and nodded gently. "Xianer, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's gaze shifted to Master Han, filled with curiosity. "I know that you took this male disciple to suppress the cold energy within you. However, remember to guard your heart. It is human nature to develop feelings over time. Regardless, I will not blame you. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. You are capable of handling this on your own, and I cannot meddle too much in your affairs. After all, the 9 Yin cold divine body and the 9 Yang divine body are a perfect match. Their interactions will not hinder cultivation but rather enhance it." Master Han regarded Jiang Lingxian with a gaze reminiscent of a nurturing mother, tenderness evident in her eyes. If one were to ask whom Master Han cherished most in her life, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Lingxian, whom she had watched grow from childhood. Yet, Jiang Lingxian had always kept her distance from familial bonds, leaving Master Han powerless against the shadows that lingered in her heart. "And no, my relationship with him is purely that of a teacher and disciple," Jiang Lingxian said, her thoughts drifting to Wang Chen, who was still hidden beneath the blankets. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian found it hard to believe her own words, but they remained uncertain if Master Han would be convinced. That would be for the best. Master Han quietly regarded her for a moment before turning to leave, opening the door to exit. Creak. Once the door closed behind her, and sensing Master Han had indeed departed, Wang Chen hurriedly threw off the Emperor's banner and bedding, sitting upright. Gasp. Breath. Gasp. Breath. Wow. I almost suffocated. This Emperor's banner truly seals in all air. Wang Chen sat on Jiang Lingxian's bed, taking deep breaths, gradually shifting his gaze to meet Jiang Lingxian's standing figure in the room. Chapter 77, Lingxian. Who was particularly reluctant to part after a kiss. Wang Chen sat on the bed, gazing blankly at Jiang Lingxian, who stood a short distance away wearing his black flip-flops. "Lingxian, how about we find a different place to kiss next time?" Although it was true that every time they kissed, Hanzun only arrived afterward to knock on the door, Wang Chen felt that they could still indulge in another kiss afterwards. He scratched the back of his head with his right hand, displaying a look of displeasure at being interrupted. No, we can't kiss." Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes diverting from Wang Chen's gaze. the thought of feeling utterly weak after each kiss, unable to muster her strength unless she forcefully unleashed her cultivation, filled her with profound embarrassment. Sometimes, after a kiss, her breath would become erratic, and her body would turn soft, making it difficult to channel her spiritual energy. During those moments, Jiang Lingxian could only feign calmness, fearing that Wang Chen might take advantage of her vulnerability to tear her clothes apart. At this moment, Wang Chen appeared dramatically startled, jumping off the bed with bare feet while hastily stowing away the Tian Wang banner. He then took 2 steps and hopped in front of Jiang Lingxian, who seemed to be searching for something on the ground. "What are you looking for? Let me help you. Can you please kiss me?" Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes were still scanning the ground, slightly tilting his body to meet her gaze once more. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, taken aback by Wang Chen's pitiful demeanor as he pleaded with her not to avoid kissing him. "My shoes, you've lost them." After a moment's reflection, Jiang Lingxian finally revealed what she was searching for, unwittingly agreeing to Wang Chen's condition. "Here they are." Just as Jiang Lingxian finished speaking, Wang Chen magically produced the clean white embroidered shoes from behind his back. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, realizing that the shoes had not been lost, but rather hidden away by Wang Chen. "You, give them back." For a moment, Jiang Lingxian was at a loss for words, wanting to scold Wang Chen but unsure how to express her frustration. Ultimately, she could only muster a simple demand to return her shoes. 1 kiss for each shoe, a peck on the left cheek, a peck on the right, and a kiss on the lips. "You choose." Wang Chen concealed the white embroidered shoes behind his back, a mischievous grin adorning his handsome face as he leaned closer to the blushing Jiang Lingxian. "No," Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, attempting to move toward Wang Chen to snatch the shoes from behind him, but she lacked the cultivation to do so. Wang Chen, noticing her struggle, raised the shoes above his head, standing on tiptoe. Jiang Lingxian was slightly shorter than him, making her efforts to reach the white embroidered shoes, even while standing on her toes in her black flip-flops, fall short by a hand's breadth. Seeing this, Wang Chen deliberately lowered his stance, and Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened slightly as she managed to grasp the white embroidered shoes. "Foolish disciple, even without unleashing my cultivation, I can still toy with you." Just as Jiang Lingxian celebrated her small victory, she suddenly felt her waist being embraced, and her lips were captured by Wang Chen's. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen with her sparkling eyes, struggling against his embrace. However, before long, she ceased her token resistance, gradually becoming still in Wang Chen's hold, her eyes fluttering. After a moment, Wang Chen gently released his lips, while Jiang Lingxian, with her eyes half closed, wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Cough. Cough. Once freed, Jiang Lingxian was briefly caught off guard, coughing a couple of times as she gazed at Wang Chen with her slightly parted, moist lips. Breathing lightly. For some reason, Wang Chen seemed to perceive a profound reluctance and a hint of reproach reflected in her trembling, beautiful eyes. "Little Lingyan, we need to head to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. Can you return my shoes? How about I help you wear them?" "No." Jiang Lingxian's mood appeared to darken, her lips pressed together as she turned her charming face away, her movement soft and languid. "Then, will you put them on yourself?" Wang Chen said tentatively, testing the waters. As expected, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor became even more disheartened, her delicate arms loosening their grip on him. All right, I was just joking." Wang Chen reached out to ruffle her hair, but for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Lingxian, feeling downcast, turned her head away, though it proved futile. After a while, Jiang Lingxian obediently sat back on the bed, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen as he helped her into the white embroidered shoes, her lips gently pursed. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Bad disciple. Why, after kissing, can't we just kiss a bit longer? Unfortunately, Jiang Lingxian's heartfelt thoughts remained unspoken, and Wang Chen did not hear them. Had he known, he might have unleashed his playful side, unlike the previous night when he had kissed her for hours without taking her away. As for why he refrained from advancing further, it was because Wang Chen had already sensed Jiang Lingxian's clear reluctance from last night. Had she not been so weak and their intimacy not lacking, he might have faced another slap across the face. After helping Jiang Lingxian into her white embroidered shoes, Wang Chen slowly rose to his feet, looking down at the unwilling Jiang Lingxian. "Lingxian, I was wrong, all right?" He attempted to help her up from the bed, but she turned away, avoiding him. "I'm sorry. I won't kiss you for that long next time, okay?" Not aware of Jiang Lingxian's true feelings, Wang Chen's words prompted her to lift her gaze. "You." Jiang Lingxian wanted to reprimand Wang Chen, but found herself at a loss for words, feeling too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. She couldn't possibly admit It's because your kisses weren't long enough that I'm feeling down. Are you still coming to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion with me? Wang Chen asked, noticing Jiang Lingxin's apparent desire to scold him but remaining silent. Forget it. Since you feel that way, I might as well. Wang Chen suddenly extended his strong arms, swiftly lifting Jiang Lingxian by her legs with one hand and her neck with the other. He then carried her off, proceeding directly toward the door. Creak. He opened the door with his foot, continuing to carry Jiang Lingxian as he prepared to head toward the Taishu Immortal sect. No. This won't do. Jiang Lingxian panicked at the thought of being seen in such a compromising position, cradled in her disciple's arms. Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian truly struggling now, no longer merely feigning resistance. Reluctantly, he set her down in the courtyard, grinning at her overwhelming sense of embarrassment. You shameless, rebellious disciple. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen in her white dress, her cheeks flushed and her brows knitted as she scolded him fiercely. Pft. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the adorably furious Jiang Lingxian, unable to contain his amusement. Master? Then, as if echoing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen leaned closer to her ear, affectionately calling her master repeatedly. Chapter 78, The Devil's Whispers of the Rebellious Disciple Wang Chen. As Wang Chen's words echoed, Jiang Lingxian felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, and she hurriedly turned away. My esteemed master, since I am the rebellious disciple, I should indulge in some audacious activities every night, should I not? But, oh my dear master, will you grant this pitiable disciple such a request? The voice of Wang Chen, akin to a devil's whisper, made Jiang Lingxian's heart race uncontrollably. Unable to endure the moment any longer, she donned her elegant white dress and anxiously moved ahead. Wang Chen, observing the flustered Jiang Lingxian retreating, could hardly suppress his amusement. He suddenly realized that referring to Jiang Lingxian as his master now held a different connotation, especially after they had shared intimate moments of sleeping, hugging, and kissing. As they emerged from the hall of the Taishu Saintess, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, resembling an ordinary master and disciple. The crimson mark adorning Jiang Lingxian's delicate neck had vanished before their encounter with Han Zun, leaving no trace of abnormality. Master, where are we headed? Wang Chen inquired with feigned innocence, deliberately raising his voice when addressing her as master. Given the ongoing conflict between the two sects, the path was relatively deserted. But a few disciples of Taishu still passed by. This caused Jiang Lingxian, who had been walking calmly, to pause momentarily, her once icy gaze now casting a fleeting glance at Wang Chen. Just follow me and refrain from talking. Though she had intended to call him disciple, she caught herself and maintained a facade of composure in her cold response. It was strange. She had once yearned for Wang Chen to call her master. Yet now it felt oddly different. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian comprehended that the essence of Wang Chen's address had transformed. Wang Chen, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, could not help but recall a classic quote from his past life on Blue Star. After meandering through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a magnificent golden pavilion. Let us proceed. I seek a particular item, Wang Chen stated, gesturing towards the vast structure. Jiang Lingxian's captivating eyes reflected a hint of curiosity, yet she chose not to inquire further. They stepped into the expansive Taishu Treasure Pavilion, which, to their surprise, was now sparsely populated. The pavilion operated under 3 exchange rules: contributions from the Taishu sect, spirit stones, or item-for-item exchanges. Taishu Saintess. Upon entering the relatively quiet pavilion, an elder at the counter, munching on a spiritual fruit, quickly set it aside and respectfully greeted Jiang Lingxian. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed Wang Chen deeper into the pavilion. System, can you locate the item? Negative, it is shielded by fate unless. Then you may rest. I shall activate the purple gold heavenly eye. Wang Chen disregarded the system, and a purple golden fissure appeared on his forehead, dramatically opening. Jiang Lingxian momentarily stared, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Just awakened, Wang Chen stated succinctly, as if anticipating her thoughts. Closing his eyes, he activated the purple gold heavenly eye and surveyed the rows of treasures illuminating in shades of green and blue. This was the first level of the Taishu Treasure Pavilion, the least impressive of the 7 levels, which represented various ranks. Wang Chen was aware that the sect had a saint's son, but he knew he was currently in seclusion, having not emerged for a century. Opportunities like those of the fated disciple Yi Qing were likely concealed in the unremarkable corners of this first tier. As Wang Chen traversed the aisles, eyes still closed, he diligently scanned the treasures with his enhanced vision. I've nearly seen everything, yet nothing stands out. This is unusual, he mused, when Jiang Lingxian, following closely, broke the silence. Disciple, if you are truly in need of treasures, feel free to ask your master. I shall provide. Wang Chen turned abruptly, nearly overwhelmed by the radiant black-red aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian. What on earth? He quickly shielded his purple-gold heavenly eye, barely managing to withstand the overwhelming brightness. System, why does Jiang Lingxian possess such a potent aura? It's almost blinding. I do not know. But I suspect she is far from ordinary, the system replied. Is that even necessary to point out? Her aura is so intense it nearly overwhelms my sight. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian, puzzled by Wang Chen's sudden gesture to shield his eye, called out softly. Wang Chen, gazing upward, was momentarily captivated by a painting of a waterfall adorned with golden light. Ah, there it is, he exclaimed. I found it, he said, retracting his eye's power and returning to normal as he addressed the stunning Jiang Lingxian. In response to her questioning gaze, he raised his hand and summoned the dusty painting from above. The painting, seemingly worthless and covered in grime, had likely been hanging there for ages. However, Wang Chen had seen its true beauty through the purple-gold heavenly eye. As he rolled it up, he felt compelled to scan the pavilion one last time. In the farthest corner of the pavilion, he spotted a piece of armor, neglected and covered in dust. What is this? He wondered, staring at the glimmering red armor radiating golden fate. So, which treasure is truly Yu Qing's fortune, the painting or the armor? Chapter 79, The Reverse Celestial. Little rebellious disciple. What on earth am I thinking? What do you mean by Yu Qing's fortune? This is clearly all my own good fortune. Wang Chen. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Wang Chen's mind, as if a circuit had connected, and with a cheerful heart, he retracted his purple-gold heavenly eye. Subsequently, he confidently led Jiang Lingxian to the dusty piece of armor, reaching out to pick it up. Disciple, the two items you found seem to have lost their divine essence. Jiang Lingxian's alluring eyes slightly furrowed as she observed Wang Chen treating the dust-laden items with reverence. At the same time, her heart involuntarily tightened, filled with a sense of tenderness for him. Disciple, come with me, let me take you to the 5th level to choose some treasures, shall we? Wang Chen, clutching the dusty scroll in his left hand and the armor in his right, paused at her words. No, just these two are enough. He stood in the innermost corner of the pavilion, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. After all, even if he were to select treasures from the sanest level loft on the 5th floor, he would ultimately have to exchange them for her spiritual stones. That is to say, he would still be taking her belongings, although he had already acquired quite a bit. Let me ask you a small question, do you still have any spiritual stones? Seeing Jiang Lingxian's persistence, Wang Chen gestured for silence, recalling the million top-tier spiritual stones in his storage space, and gently inquired. He had initially intended to return these premium spiritual stones to Jiang Lingxian, but she had adamantly refused, leaving them temporarily with him. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by his question, her beautiful expression slightly faltering as she unconsciously pressed her lips together. I have a little left. Rest assured. Disciple, it will surely be enough for you to exchange for the treasures you choose. After a brief silence, she raised her captivating eyes to meet Wang Chen's gaze, her cool voice offering reassurance. Observing her resolute yet somewhat lacking demeanor, Wang Chen surmised that her little treasury was dwindling. Aside from that cold sword and the 9 saint-level talismans, it was likely nearly empty. I do not question your intentions. I simply do not wish to continually expend your resources without cause. Rather than sending me more treasures, how about you kiss me a few more times? Wang Chen's tone was soft, and as he spoke, he subtly drew closer to Jiang Lingxian in the depths of the pavilion. Jiang Lingxian seemed momentarily dazed by his words, and when she regained her composure, she was startled by Wang Chen's proximity. Here, this is not appropriate, she stammered, her delicate hand instinctively pressing against his chest, though with very little force. Wang Chen felt the almost negligible pressure on his chest and chuckled internally as he leaned in closer. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly glanced around, relieved that they were in the secluded corner of the pavilion, away from prying eyes. However, she felt a sense of resistance to such intimacy in public, inadvertently tilting her fair and lovely face slightly away. As Wang Chen's solid form edged closer, her heart raced, and in a fit of embarrassment, she shut her eyes. Yet, Wang Chen did not grant her wish. Instead, he parted his lips and gently nibbled at her smooth, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian felt the unexpected sensation on her side and instinctively opened her eyes, letting out a cute little hum. In that moment, she resembled a kitten savoring a delectable treat, her eyes widening adorably. However, the reality was that Wang Chen was indulging in her as his own delicacy. Wang Chen released her cheek, leaving a faint tooth mark on her fair skin. Little fairy, you must behave outside and listen to your rebellious disciple. Or beware of the consequences. At night he leaned in slightly, whispering into her ear, causing Jiang Lingxian to blush and shy away from his gaze. The reverse celestial. Little rebellious disciple. Feeling the warm breath near her ear, Jiang Lingxian's hands in her sleeves instinctively clenched her garment, her teeth biting down slightly. Her body feeling a tingle. Yet, Wang Chen was oblivious to her flustered state, slowly withdrawing from her. All right, disciple has chosen the treasures. Let us depart now. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lingxian, who was averting her gaze, his voice soothingly melodious. Jiang Lingxian took a moment to adjust her breathing, calming the unusual sensations within her, and responded with a soft murmur. Observing her reaction, Wang Chen turned and began striding towards the distant counter once Jiang Lingxian caught up. As Wang Chen approached the counter to settle the price of the two items, a figure descended the staircase nearby. Oi, old dang, Wang Chen called out. Spotting the weary yet familiar figure of the Grandmaster of the Taishu sect, he set down the protective armor and waved. The Grandmaster paused at the last step, looking between Wang Chen and his surroundings with a puzzled expression. Are you calling me? He pointed to himself, clearly bewildered. Yes, I'm calling you. Come over here. Upon seeing this old acquaintance from his past life, Wang Chen's face lit up with joy as he eagerly beckoned. The Grandmaster frowned, glancing at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, and approached, clad in his flowing white Taoist robe. You rascal, you lack proper decorum. As the saintess, shouldn't you educate your disciple? The Grandmaster feigned a scolding tone towards Wang Chen, then turned his slightly furrowed brow towards Jiang Lingxian, his eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Jiang Lingxian lifted her cool gaze, devoid of displeasure, simply observing the two. She trusted that soon these two mischievous individuals would become quite familiar with one another. Old dang. Still as reserved as ever. Splendid. Keep it up. Wang Chen grinned at his friend, who had suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. 500 years ago, in the secret realm of the sun and moon, the saintess of the moon sect fell victim to the poison of the love flower in the sea of love flowers. And then a young man appeared. Shut up. Just stop. The Grandmaster interjected, realizing the conversation was taking a turn for the worse, urgently interrupting Wang Chen's words. All right then, could you assist me in covering the cost of these two worthless items? Wang Chen lifted the items in his hands, locking eyes with the Grandmaster's kind yet authoritative face. Chapter 80. Chuyao's super double bomb thrown at Lingxian. You, a dignified disciple of a saint, surely possess spirit stones, especially with your master present. So, will you pay or not? Wang Chen paid no heed to the words of the Grandmaster of Taishu. Instead, he silently observed him with a smile and asked, however, she is not yet married. How many spirit stones for these two items? Never mind, no need to search. The Grandmaster of Taishu swiftly retrieved a piece of top-grade spirit stone from his robe and placed it on the table. He then cast a deep gaze at Wang Chen and slowly spoke. Come to Taishu Dining Pavilion to see me tonight. Without waiting for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, the Grandmaster of Taishu, clad in a white robe, stepped away in haste. Meanwhile, the steward at the counter of the Taishu Treasure Pavilion sat quietly, nibbling on spirit fruits, observing the scene in silence. Is one top-grade spirit stone sufficient? Yes, it is. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turn around, the elderly man at the counter hurriedly put down the spirit fruit, rising to his feet. One top-grade spirit stone equals 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The exchange for these two ragged items, which were seemingly procured from nowhere, is more than sufficient. Since that is the case, please return the inferior-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen stowed away the two treasures, then extended his right hand amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Lingxian and the counter steward. After receiving 900 inferior-grade spirit stones, Wang Chen, satisfied, departed the Taishu Treasure Pavilion with Jiang Lingxian. What a miserly fellow. The steward of the Taishu Treasure Pavilion gazed at the retreating figures, feeling somewhat helpless, as he had initially hoped to earn a small tip. On the rather desolate path of Taishu Xianzong, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian walked along a route that clearly had far fewer disciples than before, when suddenly they heard a voice calling out, Wang Wu, Wang Wu, Wang, spit Wang Chen. The distant voice grew closer, prompting both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to turn back. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lingxian deliberately concealed Wang Chen behind her, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible hostility towards the approaching figure. Taishu Saintess, Wang Wu. No, wrong. Wang Chen, We meet again. Chu Yao, with her enchanting and alluring figure, jogged towards them, greeting them with a bright smile. However, upon hearing the name Wang Chen, Jiang Lingshuan's eyes rippled slightly, casting a cold glance at Wang Chen. Clearly, last time, Chu Yao only heard the name Wang, not knowing her disciple's full name. Could it be that what her disciple said last time was truly a deception? Though Jiang Lingxian maintained her icy demeanor, her heart felt a pang of discomfort and disappointment. If she had fluffy little cat ears atop her head, they would surely droop weakly at this moment. What brings you here? Jiang Lingxian looked calmly at Chu Yao, responding in a voice that was cold yet tranquil, though inwardly she wished to leave with Wang Chen. Ah, little brother, we meet again. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Suddenly, a melodious and enticing voice descended from the sky. As a female elder in a purple robe and purple eye swooped down. Sister, regarding the conditions I mentioned last time, little brother, what have you considered? Before Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao could react, the purple-eyed elder continued with her alluring tone. Jiang Lingxian was truly at her wit's end. Caught between Chu Yao in front and the inner sect elder behind her, she felt utterly flustered, unsure of where to shield Wang Chen. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Jiang Lingxian fixed her gaze on the inner sect elder, her tone growing increasingly frigid, an aura of chill permeating the air. Your words do not hold weight. I want to hear little brother's answer from his own lips. The purple-eyed elder fell silent for a moment, yet eventually turned her gaze toward Wang Chen, persistently continuing. Surrounded by the gazes of three women, Wang Chen felt beads of sweat trickle down his back. Acutely aware of the peril of speaking incorrectly, observing from a distance, a few disciples, intrigued by the unfolding drama, halted to watch cautiously. 3 women vying for one man? Quite interesting. The Taishu disciples, though outwardly appearing indifferent, felt as if they had bitten into a lemon, overwhelmed by sweetness. At this moment, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes were fixed intently upon him, a hint of tension shimmering in her beautiful gaze. I refuse to agree. Please leave. You seem a bit unclean. Wang Chen tentatively reached for Jiang Lingxian's slender arm, mumbling towards the purple-robed elder. As he wrapped his arm around her in front of so many people, he distinctly felt her body stiffen slightly, an air of awkwardness enveloping them. Nonsense. I have never touched a man's hand. If it weren't for your handsome appearance and your furnace body, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Upon hearing this, the purple-eyed elder seemed to grow agitated, shedding her previous seductive demeanor and swiftly changing her tone. Oh dear, how anxious. Wang Chen tightened his hold on Jiang Lingxian's delicate right arm with his left hand, pointing at the purple-eyed elder while bursting into laughter. You. Humph. Well, only you would be pleased to take a frigid iceberg as your master. The purple-eyed elder, hands on her hips, having revealed her temper, no longer attempted to feign allure. Glaring at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingyan, having been struck by Jiang Lingxian last time, she was already irked and seized this opportunity to glare at them more fiercely. Had she not been at a disadvantage against Jiang Lingxian, she certainly would have hurled more scathing remarks. Finally, amidst the gazes of several disciples, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, the purple-eyed elder transformed into a streak of purple light and swiftly departed. Chu Yao watched the entire scene unfold, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's outright rejection of the inner sect elder, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously let out a small sigh of relief. However, at the sound of Chu Yao behind her, her relief was quickly supplanted by rising tension. How frustrating. Why are there so many women pursuing my disciple? I truly wish to confine them all. Yet, fortunately, I requested to accompany my disciple today, although it was only after I kissed him that he agreed. Jiang Lingxuan's sense of crisis blossomed, while her possessiveness over Wang Chen intensified. She would not allow her disciple to be snatched away by these ill-intentioned women. Wang Chen could only belong to her. Oh, by the way, Wang Chen, didn't you say you have a wife? At this moment, Chu Yao, gazing at Wang Chen, who was intimately holding Jiang Lingxuan's arm, inadvertently dropped a heavy bombshell. She found it perplexing that, despite Wang Chen claiming to have a wife, he was still so close to his master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind buzz, her thoughts becoming a chaotic whirl as her heart tightened. The word wife echoed repeatedly in her mind, stirring an array of emotions within her, causing her heart to ache. She and Wang Chen had not even established a relationship as partners, thus when Chu Yao referred to Wang Chen as her wife, it was a mere slip of the tongue. Wang Chen had never considered that. Out of fear that Chu Yao might develop feelings for him as she had in a past life, his casual mention of wife would lead to such a situation. Chapter 81. The aggrieved Lingshan and the clown's frost bracelet at this moment. Jiang Lingshan, attempting to feign calmness, stood awkwardly in place. Her icy gaze betraying her turmoil as her eyes grew increasingly red. She felt as though Wang Chen was not merely holding her arm, but gripping her very heart. She seemed to sense that something was amiss with Jiang Lingshan, though she could not quite articulate what was strange. Just as Chu Yao was about to scrutinize the situation further, Jiang Lingshan shot her a cold glance, her eyes tinged with crimson. Before anyone could react, Jiang Lingshan vanished with Wang Chen along the path of the Taishu Xianzong. That fleeting glance from Jiang Lingshan sent a shiver through Chu Yao, who instinctively took a step back, her heart racing as she gazed at the two disappearing figures. What has happened to the Taishu Saints? Chu Yao could not comprehend Jiang Lingshan's predicament, yet an unsettling thought began to form in her mind. Observing the Saintess's reaction to those words, could it be that as Wang Chen's mentor, she harbors feelings for her disciple? But her disciple already has a wife and is treading on both sides. Is the Taishu Saintess incensed upon discovering this? Alarmed, Jiao hastily scanned her surroundings, resolute in her decision to keep the secret under wraps. Otherwise, she feared for her own safety. Wang Chen truly knows how to play, manipulating the emotions of the Taishu Saintess. Before departing the scene, Jiao silently gasped in awe, marveling at Wang Chen's audacity. Yet, when she later found herself ensnared by Jiang Lingshan and Wang Chen, her admiration would undoubtedly dissipate. Inside the hall of the Taishu Saintess, with a resounding thud, Wang Chen, eyes wide with terror, was thrust against the wall. His heart sinking as he cursed Chu Yao 1,000 times in his mind. It was less than 5 or 6 seconds after Chu Yao had made her remark about him having a wife. Bewildered, Wang Chen was suddenly transported back, yanked by the tearful Jiang Lingshan, now pinning him against the wall. At this moment, Jiang Lingshan pressed Wang Chen against the wall, unable to contain her pent-up grievances as tears welled in her eyes. With her reddened gaze fixed upon Wang Chen's pale lips, she appeared on the verge of breaking down. You deceived me. Why do you continue to lie to me? Jiang Lingshan's voice trembled, filled with heart-wrenching anguish as she confronted Wang Chen. Her mind flooded with visions of those vying for Wang Chen's affection, including the likes of Chu Yao and various inner sect elders. Each time these figures appeared, she could only muster all her strength to resist. Yet now, she felt utterly powerless to hinder the inevitable. Lingshan, Chu Yao was merely speaking nonsense. Since arriving in the 8 Desolations, I have been by your side. I have no wife. Wang Chen, now genuinely panicked, desperately attempted to explain, fearing the tears brimming in Jiang Lingshan's eyes. But upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingshan could no longer hold back. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Why? Why did you still meet her? You had feelings for her in your past life, and now you still intend to see her in this life. Jiang Lingshan raised her hands to wipe her tears, but her vision blurred further. She recognized her own loss of composure. Yet the words exchanged between Chu Yao and Wang Chen had rendered her unable to stop the flood of tears. You clearly stated that you only returned with her on the same teleportation array. But why does she still know your name? Why? Jiang Lingshan's voice grew increasingly breathless, her heart constricted, tears continuing to fall. Each word she uttered came out in sobs, her hands frantically dabbing at her tears as her once cold tone quivered. You deceived me, always deceiving me. Even when you knew I had been reborn, you refused to confide in me. You told me nothing. Jiang Lingshan gasped, her breath hitching as she spoke, her delicate face streaked with tears. I haven't sought her out in this life. We merely crossed paths. Wang Chen was at a loss, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from Jiang Lingshan. If necessary, we can confront her directly. Please, let us not cry any longer. Wang Chen felt an immense weight in his heart, watching Jiang Lingshan struggle to catch her breath amidst her tears. He reached out to comfort her as he had before, but this time she recoiled, taking 2 steps back. Do not touch me. One Chu Yao is already unbearable. Now there's another wife. What do I mean to you? Jiang Lingshan cried, her voice breaking. Am I merely a naive mentor, subjected to the whims of my rebellious disciple? Jiang Lingshan, clearly overwhelmed, brushed away her tears again, her red-rimmed eyes glaring at Wang Chen, her sobs now punctuated by coughs. The frost bracelet adorning her left wrist glimmered faintly as it absorbed her tears. What is happening? Wait, why have I switched masters? A soft, youthful voice emerged from within the frost bracelet, its tone bewildered. Why are you crying, new master? The bracelet, sensing the depth of Jiang Lingshan's sorrow, quickly adapted to its new role. Its previously innocent tone shifted to one of growing indignation. Has that scoundrel sullied you? I shall deal with him. The frost bracelet turned its attention toward Wang Chen, its voice now filled with indignation. A chilling aura began to emanate from it, as if it intended to obliterate Wang Chen entirely. However, the next moment, "You shall not touch him. Return." Jiang Lingshan's tear-streaked face resembled that of a distressed kitten, yet she swiftly covered the frost bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting the injustice she felt at Wang Chen's actions, yet her fierce protectiveness over him rendered her both aggrieved and resolute. The frost bracelet, caught mid-sentence, was left in utter confusion. "Master, why?" But before it could finish, Jiang Lingshan severed their connection forcefully. Chapter 82. The aggrieved and whimpering Jiang Ling Miao. At this moment, Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian's attention was entirely focused on the cold bracelet she had covered with her hands. He quickly extended his arms to embrace her. "Don't touch me," Jiang Lingxian protested, her waist caught in his embrace, snapping her back to reality. She struggled in his arms like a distressed little flower cat, her delicate face pouting in a display of grievance. "Please, stop crying. I assure you, there is nothing between Chu Yo and me. We can confront her face to face later. I swear, I have no other partner. If I did, it would only be you." The more she struggled, the tighter Wang Chen held her, his words flowing rapidly to soothe her. Feeling the warmth of his body and his comforting reassurances, Jiang Lingxian's struggles gradually lessened. Wang Chen knew that if she truly wanted to escape, as a being of the celestial realm, it would be impossible for him to hold her. Thus, since he had managed to embrace her, it was a sign that he could calm her down. "Please, just stop crying for now." Wang Chen tentatively lifted his right hand to gently stroke the back of her head, burying her pretty face into the crook of his shoulder. However, the next moment, Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes and draw a sharp breath. Yet, he refrained from using his powers to resist, allowing Jiang Lingxian to bite him as if he were an ordinary person. The grip of her teeth tightened, the pressure increasing to the point where he felt as if his shoulder might break. But eventually, Jiang Lingxian's biting lessened, and she raised her hands to tightly embrace his neck. "Wah!" Jiang Lingxian buried her face in his ear once more, her muffled sobs echoing through the air. Wang Chen could feel her tears soaking through his clothing, the warmth of her face pressed against his shoulder. Uncertain of how long she had been crying, it seemed as though Jiang Lingxian was determined to release all her grievances. This cry was not merely for Chu Yao, nor for her lost partner. It also encompassed the sorrow of Wang Chen's rebirth and the pain of being left alone when she learnt of his demise in her previous life. It was the culmination of her endless wait on the mountain where they had once met, spanning over 100 years. After enduring countless grievances, Jiang Lingxian finally broke down in front of Wang Chen today. He was unaware of the duration of her tears, only that his shoulder was completely drenched. Ultimately, the celestial realm's powerful being succumbed to fatigue, her face gradually resting against his shoulder as she fell into a peaceful slumber. With Wang Chen by her side, she could finally sleep soundly, unlike before when nightmares would awaken her alone. Feeling Jiang Lingxian quieten in his embrace, Wang Chen gently pried her arms from around his neck. He then lifted her in a princess carry and carefully placed her on the bed. Gazing at her tear-streaked, flushed cheeks, Wang Chen reached out to wipe her face. Her closed eyes were tinged with red, glistening with tears, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. He procured 2 basins of clean water and cloth from the system, wetting them to gently cleanse her face. Next, he glanced at his own shirt, now soaked through on the shoulder. Lifting the fabric, he winced at the sight of bite marks oozing with tiny droplets of blood. Wang Chen chose to leave the wounds untreated for now, planning to show them to Jiang Lingxian once her emotions had stabilized. As he prepared to use his spiritual energy to dry his wet clothing, the fabric seemed to sense his intent, drying itself as if by a gentle breeze. Wang Chen stood momentarily in astonishment, unaware that Jiang Lingxian, lying on the bed, was stirring from a nightmare. "Disciple," Jiang Lingxian's voice, hoarse and laced with sorrow, called out softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh!" Wang Chen's heart sank at the sight of her pitiful expression. Realizing she was on the verge of tears again, the contrast between her current state and her usual icy demeanor was striking. Without hesitation, he kicked off his shoes and dove back into the bed, wrapping his arms around her delicate form. "Disciple, please." Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face was marred by an expression of deep grievance, her voice trembling as she attempted to speak, only to be silenced by his kiss. Wang Chen understood that now was not the time for explanations, fearing that any words might send her spiraling back into tears. Thus, he chose to silence her with a kiss, feeling her soft lips melt against his. In that moment, he felt as though he might dissolve from the overwhelming sensation of bliss. As time passed, Jiang Lingxian's tear-filled, reddened eyes fluttered shut, her long lashes quivering. When their lips finally parted, they instinctively clung to one another, sharing soft breaths. At last, Jiang Lingxian fell completely silent, her flushed face buried in Wang Chen's warm neck. Even if she wished to say something, her mind struggled to form coherent thoughts, as if gasping for air. Coughing lightly, she involuntarily cleared her throat, as if something had lodged itself there. Meanwhile, Wang Chen gazed at the ceiling, breathing heavily, his arms tightly wrapped around her form. It seemed that the next time she cried, this would be the remedy, to silence her with kisses until her thoughts were muddled. Xian, let us sleep now. Shall we? Wang Chen gently caressed her hair, his voice a soothing whisper. Jiang Lingxian offered no response, burying her face deeper into his neck, choosing silence over words. Wang Chen, recognizing her need for tranquility, fell silent as well, fearing that speaking might provoke another bout of tears. This vulnerable side of Jiang Lingxian was a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor, revealing that even the ice-hard Empress had her weaknesses. It appeared that her soft spot was, indeed, him. Chapter 83. Enchanted by Xian that night, Wang Chen did not sleep well. For Jiang Lingxian would occasionally awaken from her dreams. Wang Chen, already hesitant to sleep too deeply, would promptly raise his head to glance at her whenever she stirred. On several occasions, their eyes would meet, and her delicate face would suddenly appear particularly aggrieved. During such moments, Wang Chen could only soothe her with gentle words. However, Jiang Lingxian did not protest further. Each time she heard Wang Chen's tender voice, she would quiet down. The dimly lit room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, amplifying the sensitive hearts of most. It seemed that every time Jiang Lingxian woke, she was merely confirming that Wang Chen was truly in her embrace, fearing he might be snatched away or vanish. Eventually, Wang Chen decided to forego sleep altogether, holding Jiang Lingxian and staring blankly at the ceiling. His internal chaos of the nine-yang divine art silently circulating. As dawn broke and a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian stir once more in his arms. As she gradually lifted her lovely face to gaze at him, he instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. Xian, I'm here. I won't leave. Wang Chen reassured her, mirroring his earlier attempts at calming her in the night. Yet, this time, Jiang Lingxian did not bury her exquisite face back into his neck as she had done before. Instead, they remained entwined. Her eyes still slightly reddened from the previous night's tears, silently meeting his gaze for an extended moment. After a brief exchange of looks, Jiang Lingxian began to shift her position, seemingly intent on rising. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Xian, you don't have to call me that. After awakening, Jiang Lingxian's eyes still bore traces of irritation, and she frowned slightly in displeasure as she coldly replied. However, due to her tears from the previous night, the initial no barely escaped her lips. For a moment, her movement to rise faltered, as she appeared somewhat embarrassed yet feigned calmness to continue getting up. All right. I'll call you that. Just don't be angry, okay? What do you wish to do now, Xian? Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, aware that she was still upset after waking, and he hoped to continue comforting her. I said, cough. I said not to call me that. Let go of me. Jiang Lingxian, incensed by Wang Chen's persistent embrace, coughed in indignation and reiterated her demand. Are you still angry? If it's unbearable, shall we fetch Chu Yao and confront her together? Wang Chen suggested, noticing Jiang Lingxian propping herself up against the bed, determined to rise despite his hold. He quickly sat up beside her. However, the mention of Chu Yao seemed to ignite Jiang Lingxian's temper, akin to a cat's hackles rising, as she attempted to pry Wang Chen's hands from her waist. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Chen feigned a cry as Jiang Lingxian's delicate elbow collided with his shoulder, instinctively loosening his grip on her slender form. Jiang Lingxian paused her struggle, perceiving that Wang Chen had genuinely released her. A hint of disappointment flickered in her reddened eyes. Yet, her concern quickly shifted to Wang Chen, who cradled his shoulder. She contemplated reaching out to examine his injury but hesitated, feeling she ought to ignore him in her anger. Ultimately, after a fleeting moment of indecision, she could not resist inching closer to him, peering at his shoulder. Upon seeing the 2 rows of bite marks on Wang Chen's shoulder, stained with droplets of blood, regret and concern welled up in her gaze. It's nothing. Just a minor injury, Wang Chen quickly assured her, attempting to pull his clothing back over the wound. You're such a skilled host. Only my innocent Lingxian would believe you, a voice echoed in his mind, but Wang Chen dismissed it. Wait. Jiang Lingxian, unable to restrain herself, grasped his hand as he tried to cover the injury. Wang Chen looked at her with confusion, and Jiang Lingxian felt an urge to avert her gaze. Since I bit you, I should tend to it myself. Don't overthink it. She feigned composure, meeting his eyes, striving to sound convincing. Jiang Lingxian then reached for Wang Chen's upper garment, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he remained still, allowing her to unfasten his white robe. As she gazed at his firm chest, a blush crept across her cheeks. Once his upper garment was removed, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily entranced by his well-defined physique. A stark contrast to the last time she had inadvertently glimpsed him changing. Xian, what is wrong? Wang Chen, surprised by her dazed expression, waved his hand in front of her. In nothing, please don't speak, Jiang Lingxian stammered, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. She was accustomed to her embarrassment causing her to stutter, and Wang Chen recognized this pattern, suppressing her rising heat. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly retrieved some medicinal powder and a spiritual bandage from her soul space. In her flustered state, she accidentally dropped the vial of powder onto the bed. After picking it up, she diligently began to clean his shoulder. Wang Chen quietly observed as Jiang Lingxian knelt on the bed, focused on dressing his wound. With her frequent practice from tending to his injuries, she had become somewhat adept at wrapping bandages, even if they ended up a tad crooked. All right. You can put your shirt back on now, Jiang Lingxian instructed, occasionally sneaking glances at Wang Chen's body as she gathered her supplies. No, you put it on for me. You bit me. And you also took off my clothes, so you must take responsibility, Wang Chen declared, opening his arms wide, his deep gaze fixed on Jiang Lingxian, who was desperately trying to avert her eyes. Just look if you want to. There is no need to be shy. Wang Chen chuckled to himself as Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing his words, stole a glance at his chest. Chapter 84. The remarkably adaptable Lingxian Jiang Lingxian appeared somewhat hesitant, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Yet, she ultimately extended her delicate hands with measured grace. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. What would it feel like if my disciple were to embrace me at this moment? As she helped Wang Chen elevate his upper body clad in white, she found herself momentarily entranced by his sturdy physique. Suddenly, she felt a firm grasp around her wrist. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her palm inadvertently pressed against Wang Chen's form. The sensation that coursed through her right palm was akin to an electric shock, causing her to withdraw her hand in utter embarrassment. You, how shameless. Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress the heat flooding her cheeks. Her exquisite face rapidly adorned with a rosy hue. Aware of her own fluster, she scolded Wang Chen before swiftly turning away, refusing to face him any longer. Wang Chen, observing her retreat, merely chuckled as he adjusted the fallen garment back into place. Are you no longer upset? He asked softly after donning his attire, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind, his cheek resting against her side as he whispered in her ear. Don't. Hold me. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth radiating from her ears, her form trembling slightly as she feebly attempted to push his arms away. In response, Wang Chen tenderly kissed her flushed ear and placed gentle pecks on her warm, delicate cheek. You, Jiang Lingyan, overwhelmed by Wang Chen's advances, fell silent, her breath growing rapid and her body softening in his embrace. Sensing her pliancy, Wang Chen tentatively laid her upon the bed. Then, darkness enveloped the scene. With a sudden thud, in less than 3 seconds, the scene resumed, revealing Wang Chen tumbling off the bed, propelled by the sudden surge of Jiang Lingxian's power. Oh! Wang Chen cried out as he collided with the floor, while Jiang Lingxian, now ignoring him, glared at him with a mixture of pity and indignation. Hastily adjusting her disheveled garments, lying on the floor, Wang Chen exchanged a glance with the furious Jiang Lingxian, feeling a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry. I almost couldn't hold back. You were just too alluring. That was almost losing control. If my cultivation weren't superior to yours, my virtue would surely have been compromised. Jiang Lingxian's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she processed Wang Chen's words. But was I truly that captivating just now? She pondered, recalling the fiery look in his eyes that had been drawn to her moments prior, causing her heart to flutter. Then, since my cultivation is higher than yours, does that mean? You, be quiet. Jiang Lingxian, seemingly anticipating Wang Chen's next words, raised her hand and sealed his mouth with her spiritual energy. You shall never kiss me again. With Wang Chen's muffled protests and Jiang Lingxian's indignant yet resolute words, the scene shifted. In the Taishu dining hall, the morning was unusually quiet within the Taishu dining hall, where the enchanting sound of a flute filled the air, played by a young man dressed in blue. In a corner sat another handsome youth with a gentle demeanor, seemingly waiting for someone. However, the person he awaited seemed to be delayed, leading him to rest his chin on his hand, listening to the music, fighting off drowsiness. As the flute melody concluded, the young man inserted the instrument into his waist and turned to leave. The already desolate hall felt even more deserted, leaving only the kind-hearted youth dozing in the corner. Thud. The Taishu sect master appeared to have sensed the silence of the flute, his face falling directly onto the table. Ow! He groaned, lifting his head, his bleary eyes scanning the now brightly lit dining hall. Damn it! You dare stand me up! Smack! The Taishu sect master, Xiao Qingxiu, rose angrily after cursing, his frustration palpable as he vanished from the now truly empty hall. Little did he know, Wang Chen had spent the previous night in the embrace of Jiang Lingxian within the Taishu Sanus Hall, reveling in bliss. Within the Taishu Sanus Hall. Notification. Task. The four-leaf flame grass, a rare opportunity for Yi Qing, is about to mature, attracting countless beasts. Please proceed immediately to compete for it. Reward. Sacred rank White Tiger Talisman. Time. 7 days. The White Tiger Talisman. Wang Chen pondered the reward, cautiously glancing at Jiang Lingxian, who was seated nearby in meditation. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, an impatient knocking echoed from outside the door, capturing the attention of both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian paused her meditation, her gaze flickering between the door and Wang Chen. Should I hide? Seeing her look at him, Wang Chen gestured to himself, then to the nearby wardrobe or the bedding. No need. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cool and melodious as she replied, her feet gracefully descending to the floor as she approached the door. Creak. As Jiang Lingxian opened the door, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar figure of the young man standing there. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingxiu asked timidly, his hand frozen mid-rap on the door. Gazing at the icy expression of Jiang Lingxian, he had searched the entire Taishu sect and, in desperation, had come to inquire of Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian scrutinized the Taishu sect master, her expression revealing her annoyance. I do not know. What business do you have with him? Irritated by Xiao Qingxiu's persistent knocking, her tone was as cold as ice. You don't know? All right, fine, never mind. I'll just... Xiao Qingxiu, noticing Jiang Lingxian's clear displeasure, was about to turn away when he suddenly caught sight of the individual inside. What is he doing in your room, on the bed? Xiao Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked from Jiang Lingxian to Wang Chen. He was injured, and I was tending to his wounds. Then why did you just say you didn't know where he was? Xiao Qingxiu recalled Jiang Lingxian's earlier words, his confusion multiplying. You misheard me. Xiao Qingxiu, could you at least pretend a little? Is your adaptability truly this remarkable? Chapter 85. Is it also complete? Xiao Qingxiu listened to Jiang Lingxian's calm and icy words, revealing a skeptical expression that seemed to question her credibility. Who are you, and what do you seek from me? Wang Chen stepped down from Jiang Lingxian's bed, fully aware of the situation, and walked towards Xiao Qingxiu, perplexed. I waited for you all night at the Taishu dining pavilion. Why did you not come? Xiao Qingxiu did not disclose his identity, yet his words conveyed his message clearly enough for any reasonable person to comprehend. Wang Chen paused, standing awkwardly between Jiang Lingxian and Xiao Qingxiu, exchanging an uncomfortable glance with the latter. He had indeed forgotten about the meeting, especially since he had accepted the spirit stones from Xiao Qingxiu. I was busy comforting my little crybaby at home and lost track of time, Wang Chen admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. After a moment of silence between them, he continued speaking lightly. Upon hearing little crybaby, Jiang Lingxian momentarily lost her composure, though she maintained a facade of icy indifference. Little crybaby? Xiao Qingxiu was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Lingxian, deeply skeptical of the notion. However, upon surveying the room, he noted that aside from Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian was the only other person present, which made the idea of another little crybaby improbable. Noticing Xiao Qingxiu's gaze upon her, Jiang Lingxian frowned disapprovingly, returning his stare with a frosty expression. Do you believe he refers to me as his little crybaby? Her voice, clear yet laced with displeasure, cut through the air. Despite her calm exterior, she felt a pang of anxiety within. She wished to keep her tender moments with her disciple a secret. At that moment, Wang Chen produced the small huang xianding from his right hand, gently tapping its head as he indicated it. Jiang Lingxian glanced back slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her when she realized Wang Chen had not exposed her secret. Big pigeon, what are you doing? The small huang xianding, abruptly awakened, appeared bewildered and unaware of the unfolding situation, as it could not see outside its storage space unless Wang Chen permitted it. Oh. So you have the time now. I wish to inquire about certain matters, and should the information be accurate, a satisfactory reward shall be yours, Xiao Qingxiu remarked. Now understanding Wang Chen's connection to the small voice emanating from the huang xianding, he had suspected as much. Jiang Lingxian, who exuded an aura of coldness and distance. Could hardly be one to cry. Perhaps not, Wang Chen replied, shaking his head gently as he regarded Xiao Qingxiu, who was beckoning him from outside. Why not? You abandoned me once, and now you refuse to accompany me even when I stand before you, Xiao Qingxiu expressed his growing frustration. His handsome features creased in displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chen. Very well, Wang Chen said nothing further but demonstrated his intent through action, stepping towards the door. Surprisingly, even as he reached the doorframe and passed by Jiang Lingxian, she did not interject to halt him. This left Wang Chen hesitating at the threshold, feeling an inexplicable chill behind him. Turning back uneasily, he met Jiang Lingxian's cold, piercing gaze, which remained unwavering. With a tentative step, he lifted one foot to cross the threshold, yet Jiang Lingxian suddenly turned, emanating an aura of coldness that seemed to command distance. Instantly, Wang Chen withdrew his foot, staring in astonishment at Xiao Qingxiu outside. Please wait outside for a moment. I shall be with you shortly, Wang Chen said. Retracting his feet and, without waiting for Xiao Qingxiu's response, he grasped the door handle. With a crisp click, the door closed, leaving Xiao Qingxiu, who was still processing the situation, outside. All right, fine, I shall wait a moment, but do remember, you cannot escape me, he muttered. Finding a spot in the courtyard of the Taishu Saintess Palace to sit down and meditate. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the Taishu Saintess Palace, Wang Chen hurriedly approached Jiang Lingxian, who was seated on the bed, enveloped in an aura of chill. Xian, he began. Silence, Jiang Lingxian interrupted coldly, not even allowing him to finish his thought, as she closed her beautiful, icy eyes. I shall not stop you. If you wish to leave, then depart. Sitting cross-legged. Her voice was devoid of warmth, suggesting her reluctance to engage in further dialogue with Wang Chen. If I leave now, you will be upset, he said. Quietly lifting his hand to gently pinch her delicate cheek, the words slipping out before he could restrain himself. Do not pinch my face, Jiang Lingxian protested. Shaking her head in irritation, her fair and exquisite features displaying a hint of adorableness from her vexation. Do you truly wish for me to leave? Wang Chen climbed onto the bed, sitting beside her without making further advances, posing a question that bore significant weight for her. Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang Lingxian finally opened her eyes, her deep, cold gaze locking onto him, as if a word was caught in her throat. In a few days, I must venture to the desolate wilderness for some matters. It is likely we shall not meet for a while, he explained. Maintaining eye contact as he revealed his impending journey, knowing it was a conversation that needed to happen eventually. Is it true? Jiang Lingxian questioned, though deep down, she understood that Wang Chen was likely speaking the truth. After all, having been given a second chance at life, she had her own plans, as did Wang Chen. Thus, I shall gift you a particularly beautiful outfit to lift your spirits, if you would be so kind as to refrain from being angry, Wang Chen said, mysteriously producing a black and white cat ear-made outfit from behind him, presenting it on the bed. The outfit was a proper dress-type-made costume, and as Wang Chen unfolded the garment, it revealed a pair of fluffy white cat ears, white stockings, and a white ribbon garter that could be tied around the thigh. Jiang Lingxian's expression remained composed at first, but as she fully unveiled the outfit, she momentarily froze in shock. Even Wang Chen could not help but swallow hard, bewildered by the attire he held. Is it also complete? He stammered, his words faltering as he realized he had expected merely a maid's dress, only to discover. Chapter 86. The Enigmatic Wang. Xiao Qingxiu. Gazing upon Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face, one could not help but notice her momentary daze as she beheld the stunning outfit. I want to gift you this lovely attire. Please, don't be upset. Wang Chen, feeling the gravity of the situation, pressed on despite his growing discomfort and stuttering. Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, tilting her delicate face as she stared at him in confusion for a moment. I suppose. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her sentence, Wang Chen's resigned voice interrupted her. She instinctively pressed her lips together, her beautiful, cold visage revealing a hint of indecision. However, upon witnessing Wang Chen's intent to put the clothing away, she could not help but swiftly place her hand atop it. Just accept it, otherwise, it would be inappropriate for a disciple to give it to someone else. In any case, I want you to wear it. I'm merely accepting it. With her fair hand resting atop the cat-eared maid outfit on the bed, Jiang Lingxian softly reassured herself. Then, under Wang Chen's astonished gaze, she hastily began to gather the outfit piece by piece. As the space between them became increasingly vacant, the tips of Jiang Lingxian's ears blushed a deep crimson. Her face slightly turned away, her gaze avoiding his, too shy to meet his eyes. The angle of her profile revealed her adorably flushed ears, making her bashful demeanor utterly captivating to Wang Chen, who could not help but reach out to embrace her delicate neck. "Do not hold me." Jiang Lingxian feigned resistance as Wang Chen's warm body pressed close, pushing against him playfully. "Stay still," he murmured, tightening his embrace around her blushing neck. His voice soothing and magnetic. Enchanted by Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian gradually ceased her gentle struggles. Wang Chen slowly pressed her back against the bed, and in that moment, she felt his warm breath near her ear, causing her cheeks to flush even more. "No, please, don't." Jiang Lingxian protested weakly, but Wang Chen's lips found hers, silencing her words. In that instant, she completely forgot her earlier declaration that she would never allow him to kiss her again. Outside the hall of the Supreme Saintess, the door creaked open, and Wang Chen emerged, looking disheveled yet smiling. Inside, Jiang Lingyan, her face flushed, quickly wiped her moist, red lips with the back of her fair hand. "You mischievous disciple. How could you ask me questions while I was in such a daze?" I was foolish to agree. Dressed in her pristine white gown, she knelt with her legs spread, her stunning face burning with embarrassment, reflecting on the moment of confusion during their kiss. She recalled agreeing to let him speak with Xiao Qingxiu. Moreover, she felt humiliated at the thought of his request for her to wear the outfit he had given her. As Wang Chen exited, she hastily closed the door, not wishing to confine him entirely. Since she had allowed him to go, she would not go back on her word. Though a small pang of emptiness lingered within her. If Wang Chen truly insisted on leaving, he could still do so. For her greatest fear was that he would become upset and ignore her. At that moment, as the door shut, Xiao Qingxiu, hidden in the corner of the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes. Unaware of the events that had transpired, he brightened upon seeing Wang Chen emerge and quickly approached him. "Child, do you have a moment now?" Xiao Qingxiu sidled up to Wang Chen, rubbing his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Who are you calling a child? Address me as elder brother." Wang Chen frowned, glaring at Xiao Qingxiu. He knew that beneath Xiao Qingxiu's serious facade lay a rather mischievous spirit, allowing him to jest with the sect leader. "Hey, I'm at least your superior, the sect leader, so show some respect." "Fine, if you insist." Xiao Qingxiu relented, after a moment of contemplation, meekly calling him older brother. Wang Chen could not help but chuckle. "Ha, you still have that foolish look." As he stepped out of the hall of the Supreme Saintess, he could not contain his laughter at Xiao Qingxiu's reluctant address. "How dare you act as if you know me? I am, after all, a sect leader. Speak like that again, and I might just withhold information." "Oh, if you want it, come along. If not, then be on your way." Wang Chen's laughter faded, his expression growing serious as he acknowledged his words and headed toward the Taishu food pavilion. Though Xiao Qingxiu scolded him, he quickly followed Wang Chen's lead. As they walked, they entered the bustling Taishu food pavilion, where patrons lined up orderly to purchase spiritual food. The melodious sound of a flute filled the air, creating a pleasant atmosphere amidst the crowd. Upon entering, Wang Chen recognized the familiar tune and raised his gaze to spot the figure clad in blue. On the elevated platform reserved for the talented Long Ritian, he played the flute with closed eyes. Sensing Wang Chen's presence, Long Ritian lifted his gaze slightly, their eyes meeting in a moment of recognition. Long Ritian, a unique figure of fortune, was one whom Wang Chen did not despise. Their relationship was neutral. They were neither foes nor friends in their past lives. Long Ritian had not participated in the previous ambush against him and rarely crossed paths with him, showcasing remarkable strength. Wang Chen even suspected that one of the mysterious emperors from his past, who had never been fully revealed, was Long Ritian. Long Ritian appeared unaffected by the burdens of intellect, calculating relationships with remarkable clarity, embodying wisdom. After a brief exchange of glances, Wang Chen shifted his attention away and settled into a corner with Xiao Qingxiu. "You, go fetch me 2 plates of food," Wang Chen commanded, adopting a serious demeanor reminiscent of a past life. Chapter 87, The Past Tales of Xiao Qingxiu and the Saintess of the Moon Sect. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Qingxiu remained silent, merely rising to his feet and heading towards the spirit food vendor, purchasing several platters of leisure spirit delicacies. With a swift motion, he returned, placing the delicacies on the table amidst the sound of a flute, finally settling into his seat with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "I wish to know where she is now," Xiao Qingxiu interjected, cutting off Wang Chen before he could finish his sentence. "Needless to say, the Saintess of the Moon Sect is, of course, at the Moon Sect," Wang Chen responded, popping a snack resembling peanuts into his mouth. "How do you know she is the Saintess of the Moon Sect? Where do you get your information?" Xiao Qingshu scrutinized Wang Chen with a growing seriousness, a hint of deliberate examination in his gaze. Haha. Wang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter at Xiao Qingshu's intense demeanor, likening it to a best friend suddenly turning exceedingly grave mid-conversation, declaring, "Big guts. I shall judge you. Seems like you still doubt me. Come a little closer." "And I shall elaborate," Wang Chen said, gradually concealing his amusement as he tossed a small delicacy into his mouth and beckoned Xiao Qingshu with a hand. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshu shielded their surroundings with his spiritual power, leaning closer over the table. Continuing from the tale from the day before yesterday, 500 years ago, in the Sunmoon secret realm, a young man emerged and claimed the most significant first drop of blood from the saintess of the Moon sect. Afterward, they reached an unspoken agreement to act as if they were strangers once clothed. However, the young man could not forget the sensations of that night, feeling remorseful, and searched for many years after becoming the sect leader. Alas, he could not find her. It was as if the woman had vanished without a trace. In truth, after that night, the woman, just as Xiao Qingshu's emotions were in flux, Wang Chen's voice abruptly halted, stalling the narrative. "You little rascal." Xiao Qingshu's heart leapt at Wang Chen's final teasing remark, fearing for her life. From the clarity of Wang Chen's account, Xiao Qingshu was entirely convinced that Wang Chen had indeed acquired this information from some source unknown. However, Xiao Qingshu could never have guessed that this information was derived from his own drunken lamentations in a past life shared with Wang Chen. "Let me ask you something." Wang Chen recalled that the Moon sect was also in the Barren Land, and he had dragged an old comrade along to contend for the holy grade 4-leaf flame grass. "Speak." Xiao Qingshu urged impatiently, relieved that the surrounding environment was shielded. Otherwise, many curious gazes would have fallen upon them. "Do you wish to seek her? I can personally guide you, but you must offer me some form of compensation." Upon saying this, Wang Chen observed that Xiao Qingshu's demeanor mirrored that of his past self, hesitant yet undeniably eager to go. "If you don't wish to go, then so be it. She is likely fine. She is merely in seclusion and has not emerged yet. Yet, for some unknown reason, the Moon sect has revoked her title as saintess. As for why that is, I cannot say. I only know this much." Wang Chen concluded with a helpless shrug, though he gazed at Xiao Qingshu for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. In the previous life, it was only after more than 200 years in this world that Xiao Qingshu finally found that woman, but by then, the saintess of the Moon sect had long since perished. As for the circumstances of her demise, Wang Chen was unaware. Logically speaking, the saintess and Xiao Qingshu were contemporaneous powerhouses, both at the Spirit Emperor realm. How could she have died? Undoubtedly, some hidden truths lay beneath the surface. However, this life had arrived 200 years earlier. Perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. After all, Xiao Qingshu had endured hardships alongside him, sharing moments of peril when they were pursued after digging up someone's ancestral grave. "We must go. This is your reward. Once I make the necessary preparations and arrange matters between the Tai Su and Hualong sections." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingshu finally agreed, producing a small storage pouch and placing it on the table. Wang Chen said nothing, accepting the pouch and directly tossing it into the boundless storage space of the system. The system's storage space, being infinitely vast, rendered the concept of nesting redundant. Item: 100 premium spirit stones. Wang Chen stole a glance, marveling at the fact that, despite being merely 100 stones, they represented a true million source points. Payment for services rendered. This time, without a doubt, I shall assist Xiao Qingshu. Not even the sect leader of the Moon sect could impede this. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Otherwise, my little weeping bundle may start crying again. Wang Chen stood, seizing a handful of spirit delicacies from the table and stuffing them into his mouth, concluding the conversation with a flourish. "Does your little weeping bundle cry so easily? Does she weep if you're gone for but a moment?" Xiao Qingshu recalled the small emperor Xianding that Wang Chen had shown him, furrowing his brow with curiosity. "Indeed, last night to today, I spent quite some time coaxing her. Otherwise, she would not even acknowledge me." Wang Chen replied, munching on the spirit delicacies while eyeing Xiao Qingshu's puzzled expression. "But shouldn't you carry her with you?" Gulp. "I left her at home when I set out. I didn't bring her along. No matter, I shall take my leave now." Wang Chen gulped down the delicacies, kicked aside a chair, and waved as he dashed toward the Taisu food pavilion. Xiao Qingshu watched Wang Chen's hasty retreat with a furrowed brow and a hint of confusion. He pondered, I never expected that 500 years ago, she would be the saintess of the Moon sect. As this thought crossed Xiao Qingshu's mind, the scene shifted. With a sudden halt, Wang Chen's feet skidded to a stop, his black flip-flops carving a long trench in the peach blossom grove. "You greedy little girl. You ate all this." He gazed at the small figure before him, barely reaching his chest, nearly knocking her over without realizing. Ugh. Abba. Why? What business is it of yours? The petite girl, with pink hair and clad in a pink peach blossom attire, stuffed another blossom into her mouth and retorted. Wang Chen sized her up, raising his hand to compare her head to his chest, then burst into hearty laughter, leaving behind a stunned Long Xiaodao, who had an adult's age but a child's height and a rather slow reaction time. She blinked in confusion, still chewing on the peach blossom. You. Soul egg. I'm telling my brother. Long Xiaodao pouted, watching Wang Chen's retreating figure with tear-filled eyes. Just as she was about to turn away in a huff, Wang Chen's voice wafted back through the air. Oh dear. A 1-meter-50 child is off to tell her parents. I'm not a child. I'm already an adult. Woo-woo. Long Xiaodao's tears spilled forth, her diminutive figure darting through the peach blossom grove toward the exit. Yet, wherever her tears fell, beautiful peach blossoms bloomed. Each step a tear, each tear a blossom. On the other side, Wang Chen paid no further heed to the small pink-haired figure. At this moment, Wang Chen's right hand wielded a large spade, aimed squarely at the base of a splendidly blossoming peach tree. With a sudden thrust, the spade pierced the ground. Chapter 88. Planting the Peach Blossom Tree. In a certain region of the vast wilderness continent, a resounding clang echoed. Jiang Lingxian extended her slender right hand, forcefully grasping the returning cold sword, which trembled violently in her grip, producing a chilling sound. Her frosty gaze remained fixed on the ground of the vast prairie, where 7 figures, each resembling colossal dragons, gradually transformed back into human form, revealing disciples of the Transformation Dragon Immortal sect. Each of these 7 disciples bore a slender scar of sword light around their necks, glistening with frost. Hidden observers among the grassland were struck with terror at the sight. A single sword had sealed the throats of 7 giant dragons. Jiang Lingxian flicked the blood dripping from the cold sword, shaking it off with a forceful tremor, cleansing it completely. Alas, they were not true dragons, had they been. Bringing them back would have surely delighted her disciple. Jiang Lingxian hovered in the sky, her snow-white skirt shielded by spiritual energy, her icy eyes surveying the 7 lifeless bodies on the prairie, a hint of regret flickering within. The true dragon egg should be hatching soon. After being concealed for so long, it was time to reveal her cultivation. With a swoosh, as these thoughts crossed her mind, a rift in the void opened before her, and she stepped forward, sword in hand, traversing into the unknown. Half an hour later, within the sacred maiden pavilion of the vast void, Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged on her bed, channeling her energy to break through to the second layer of the celestial sovereign realm. The air around her thick with an endless chill. Sighing softly, she opened her striking, cold eyes, feeling the barrier that was just out of reach. Her heart heavy with disappointment. Knock, knock, knock. A sound at the door jolted Jiang Lingxian from her reverie. Quickly, she released her spiritual sense to assess the situation. Her disciple had returned. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and approached the door, gently pulling it open. However, upon opening the door, her pupils transformed into a soft peach-pink hue, astonishment flickering in her gaze. Before her stood a magnificent peach blossom tree, nearly 2.5 meters tall, resplendently blooming. Hee. Wang Chen's handsome face suddenly peeked from behind, radiating an unexpected joy as he grinned widely. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Chen leaned forward, his head tilted as he smiled at Jiang Lingxian, then reached out, gently taking her hand. Jiang Lingxian came back to her senses, her eyes betraying a concealed delight, though the act of holding hands felt somewhat unnatural to her. Do not resist, we are master and disciple. Although I have not formally taken you as my teacher in this life, holding hands is quite normal, isn't it? Wang Chen remarked, feeling the smooth, slightly cool touch of her hand, which was exceedingly comfortable to hold. Jiang Lingxian bit her lips slightly, still tempted to withdraw her hand, yet Wang Chen held on tightly, leading her into the courtyard. With a flick of his free hand, the towering peach blossom tree floated toward them. All right, if you don't want to hold hands. I won't, Wang Chen said, sensing her reluctance, preparing to release her grip. Yet, just before he could let go, Jiang Lingxian hesitated, wanting to grasp his fingertips that were slipping away. You don't want to hold it when I do, yet you feel reluctant when I let go. Such a little tsundere. Wang Chen chuckled, playfully poking her soft, delicate cheek, causing it to indent slightly. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian heard the sound of digging, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she lifted her delicate face to look. All right, Xian, come here. Let us plant this peach blossom tree together. In mere seconds, Wang Chen had dug a large hole in the courtyard of the sacred maiden pavilion. He then clapped his hands and gently pulled Jiang Lingxian over. Standing in front of the vibrant, blooming peach blossom tree, they exchanged glances. Wang Chen initiated the process, channeling his spiritual energy to levitate the tree, while Jiang Lingxian followed suit, releasing a gentle chill to accompany it. Their energies intertwined harmoniously, reminiscent of a devoted husband undertaking a task, with the support of wife standing quietly behind. The chaotic 9 yang spiritual energy and the 9 yin cold energy interwove seamlessly, attaching themselves to the peach blossom tree. Gradually, they lowered the tree's roots into the prepared hole. At this moment, the system chimed in. Host. The 9 yang spiritual energy and 9 yin cold energy can intertwine and support each other, fostering life endlessly. Understanding dawned upon Wang Chen as he waved his hand, using his spiritual energy to cover the freshly dug soil back over the roots. Thus, the peach blossom tree they had planted together was complete. Noticing Jiang Lingxian lost in thought as she gazed at the newly planted tree, Wang Chen quietly approached her from behind. He then gently wrapped his arms around her waist in front of the blooming peach blossom tree. Startled, Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's warmth against her back, her body stiffening slightly. Yet, surprisingly, she did not resist or struggle this time, merely lowering her head shyly, silent. Wang Chen, seeing this, gently lifted her cool, soft right hand, placing her palm against the trunk of the peach blossom tree, while his larger, warmer hand enveloped the back of hers, releasing a soothing wave of spiritual energy. Leaning his face against her exquisite profile, he whispered tenderly into her ear. Jiang Lingxian complied silently, and Wang Chen too released his spiritual energy through her palm, directing it toward the tree. During this moment, Wang Chen sensed her breathing quicken slightly, a warmth enveloping her form as if she were suppressing something. However, Jiang Lingxian's restraint was formidable, and her subtle reactions did not prompt Wang Chen to ponder further. As their intertwined energies flowed into the trunk of the peach blossom tree, the blossoms began to fall gracefully, carried by the gentle breeze. Petals rained down upon them, surrounding Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian in a flurry of pink, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty, as if they existed in a world apart from reality. Wang Chen, cradling Jiang Lingxian's unexpectedly soft form, gently turned her to face him. Her cheeks flushed, the hint of a rosy hue gracing her face, rendering her irresistibly alluring, leaving Wang Chen momentarily mesmerized. What could he do if he could not restrain himself? Then, let the kiss be. As their lips met, a soft sound escaped Jiang Lingxian's mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she gazed at Wang Chen. In that moment, each peach blossom that had fallen began to blossom anew, flourishing once again, nourished by the life-giving energies coursing through them. Finally, they bloomed. Chapter 89. The strange feelings of Chuyao. Wang Chen stood upon the ground strewn with peach blossoms, his arms gently encircling the slender waist of Jiang Lingxian. In turn, Jiang Lingxian embraced his neck with her delicate arms, her long lashes fluttering softly as her lips brushed closely against his. When their kiss finally parted, the blossoms of the peach trees bloomed magnificently, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. This time, Wang Chen's kiss was light, yet when he released her, Jiang Lingxian's tender form in his embrace felt a bit unsteady. Disciple, please do not seek out Chuyao anymore. All right? Jiang Lingxian murmured, her breath warm against his ear as she nestled her flushed cheek against his neck. Xian, I assure you, there is truly nothing between us. We merely crossed paths. I have never sought her out intentionally. The next time we encounter her, I will bring you along to confront her personally, if that pleases you. Wang Chen responded, momentarily taken aback by her words, then offered a gentle explanation filled with mild reluctance. However, Jiang Lingxian merely buried her slightly heated face deeper into his neck, remaining silent. Very well, if you truly. All right. Jiang Lingxian's cool, muted voice interrupted him, responding softly to his previous statement. I don't want you to overly restrain yourself. If you happen to meet her on the road, it is acceptable. I only wish for you not to seek her out without cause. Can you do that? Jiang Lingxian seemed to realize her actions might make Wang Chen feel stifled, slowly lifting her beautiful face to gaze into his eyes, her own filled with a hint of pleading. She did not wish for their time together to feel suffocating or restrictive. Even though Jiang Lingxian had previously misinterpreted Wang Chen's intentions as a pursuit of Chuyao, her emotional turmoil led her to distance herself from him for a few days, merely desiring more of his company. When she finally released him, despite her reluctance, she allowed him the freedom he sought. At this moment, Wang Chen was slightly surprised by Jiang Lingxian's words. He had been contemplating that if he were to inadvertently encounter Chuyao again and Jiang Lingxian were to witness it, would she transform from merely confining him to a state of possessiveness? Yet, her demeanor evidently suggested she would not resort to such extremes. In fact, It seemed that Jiang Lingxian was particularly understanding, merely striving for the sense of security she desired. All right, I promise you. I will not seek her out unless absolutely necessary, nor shall I harbor feelings for her. I shall forever and always love only you. Is that acceptable? Wang Chen gazed deeply into Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, softly whispering the latter part of his promise near her ear. His declarations of eternity and unwavering affection caused a gentle tremor in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Unaccustomed to such tender words, she felt momentarily flustered, lowering her flushed face within the warmth of his embrace. Wang Chen, observing her shyness, couldn't he help but smile while his thoughts briefly wandered to Chu Yao, though not in a covetous manner, but rather contemplating a suitable time to confront her before Jiang Lingxian, to provide the reassurance she so desired. In the residence of the inner disciples of the Taisu sect, a Chu Yao, engaged in conversation with her younger cousin, suddenly sneezed inexplicably, perplexed by the occurrence. "Sister, are you all right?" Chu Han inquired with concern, observing Chu Yao covering her face delicately. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit strange," Chu Yao replied, lowering her hand and furrowing her brow, sensing an inexplicable unease within. Logically, cultivators should not sneeze lightly, and such an occurrence could only suggest that something might soon transpire or trouble might be approaching. It seemed prudent for her to be cautious in the coming days. With a slightly enchanting visage marred by worry, Chu silently reminded herself to prioritize her safety. "Sister? Sister?" Chu Han called out playfully. Noticing her sister lost in thought, her brow knitted in concern. Oh, sister, here are the elixirs entrusted to me by your parents." "Do practice diligently," Chu Yao exclaimed, snapping back to reality and hastily retrieving some cultivation resources. "Thank you, sister," Chu Han said gratefully as she collected the items from the table. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Chu Yao said, gently patting her younger cousin's head. A faint smile gracing her enchanting features as she rose and made her way toward the door. With these resources, she was certain that when Brother Yiqing returned, he would be able to elevate his cultivation swiftly, enabling him to defeat that insufferable villain. Chu Han watched as Chu Yao exited, her gaze drifting to the cultivation resources in her hands, her heart brimming with joy. Little did she know, the Brother Yiqing she yearned for would later become the very source of calamity for their entire Chu family. Meanwhile, after leaving the residence of the inner disciples, Chu Yao passed the Taisu dining pavilion, drawn in by the enticing aromas wafting from within. Unable to resist, she found herself stepping inside, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Wah! Someone mocked my height again, calling me a child. I am not a child." She heard a muffled, somewhat dazed wail nearby. The sound of crying attracted many curious glances, including Chu Yao, who instinctively turned to investigate. Wow, what an adorable little creature. Her eyes locked onto a petite figure in a pink dress resembling a small potato, standing beside a man in blue robes, instantly captivated. At that moment, Long Ritian, holding a white flute, looked at the little girl with a mix of helplessness and affection. He squatted down, gently wiping the tears from her delicate face with his hand, soothing her distress. "Little Peach, though you may resemble a child, who would dare mock you? Take me to them, and I shall avenge you, all right?" Long Ritian crouched before her, cradled her face in his hand, his gentle words flowing like a soothing balm. Little Peach had been so well protected by him and the royal family that, despite being grown, her mental maturity lagged behind her physical age, leaving Long Ritian feeling somewhat helpless. Wah! The moment Long Ritian uttered the word child, Little Peach burst into an even louder fit of tears. The dining pavilion was bustling with patrons, yet no one dared to interrupt Long Ritian as he comforted his little sister, most opting to shield their ears from the commotion. After all, Long Ritian was a prince of a certain celestial dynasty, merely attending the Taisu sect, but his royal identity remained intact. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, casually purchasing some appealing delicacies, disregarded the curious gazes of certain disciples, finding a corner to sit down, enjoying her meal while watching the young man comfort his sister. Chapter 90. The chase unfolds within the sacred halls of the Taisu Saint's palace. An air of tranquility was disrupted by a tender exchange. "Xian, would you like to eat?" Wang Chen, seated at the edge of the bed, slowly opened his eyes from meditation. Beside him, Jiang Lingxian, poised in serene elegance, also lifted her lashes at his words. Her gaze, naturally cool and exquisite, flickered toward him. After a brief pause, she nodded softly, her delicate features betraying a hint of longing for the meals he once prepared. "Then let us visit the Taisu culinary pavilion for ingredients. I shall personally prepare noodles for you," Wang Chen murmured, leaning closer, his hands inching toward her slender waist. But Jiang Lingxian caught his wrist lightly, her brows knitting in confusion. What does husband mean? A term unfamiliar to her, it had never crossed his lips in either this life or the past. It is a title reserved solely for you, unique, intimate. Do you like it? He replied, breaking free from her grasp to encircle her waist, pulling her against him. Then, should I not also have a name only you may call me? She countered, shifting slightly under his embrace, her voice laced with quiet curiosity. Indeed, my beloved Xian Xian. He whispered, nuzzling against her ear, his breath warm against her skin. Though the meaning eluded her, the tenderness in his voice inexplicably brought a flush to her cheeks. Her lips pressed together briefly before parting again. Yet, I would rather call you my wife, he murmured, his words sending a shiver through her. At this, Jiang Lingxian's mind clouded momentarily. The mention of wife summoned thoughts of Chu Yao's earlier insinuations, claims Wang Chen had denied, yet lingered uneasily in her heart. No, absolutely not. He is mine, only mine. I will not allow those women to touch him. Surprisingly, she did not refute his endearment this time. Instead, her face turned slightly away, her body tensing as if to slip from his hold. Yet when he released her, an unexpected emptiness gripped her. Come, let us fetch the ingredients. I shall cook for you first, Wang Chen said, brushing a finger along the bridge of her nose as if reading her thoughts. A soft, almost sulky escaped her as she watched him rise. Place your feet down. I shall help you with your shoes, he offered, kneeling before her. Taisu Culinary Pavilion Long Xiaodao, now pacified by Long Ritian, sat perched on a low stool, nibbling on a pancake larger than her face. Nearby, Chu Yao wiped her lips with a cloth and stood, only to freeze at the sight of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching. Heavens, not them again. This time, she dared not greet them. Instead, she ducked low, weaving through the crowd like a thief, drawing bewildered stares from disciples. Unnoticed amidst the throng, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian entered, while Chu Yao scurried toward the exit. A strange sensation prickled Wang Chen's neck. Turning, he caught sight of Chu Yao's furtive figure. Jiang Lingxian followed his gaze. At the same moment, Chu Yao glanced back, and their eyes locked. Even Long Xiaotao, mid-bite into her stubborn pancake, stiffened upon spotting Wang Chen. Silence. Then whoosh. Chu Yao bolted like a shadow, fleeing without hesitation. Quick, catch her, Wang Chen urged, seizing Jiang Lingxian's hand as they gave chase. Brother, it's him, the one who bullied me, Long Xiaotao cried, pointing accusingly. Long Ritian, spotting only fleeting figures, wasted no time. Hoisting his sister onto his shoulder, he sprinted after them. Thus, beneath the bewildered eyes of Taisu disciples, 5 figures of notable stature raced through the sect grounds. On the sect path's whoosh, a binding cord, conjured from Jiang Lingxian's sleeve, coiled around Chu Yao, suspending her midair. No, she wailed, writhing futilely as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian closed in. Just then, a streak of azure energy shot toward them, harmless, yet clearly meant as a warning. Before it could land, it dissipated into nothingness. The pair turned coldly to face Long Ritian, who paled upon recognizing the saintess and her disciple. Little sister, you've doomed me, he groaned inwardly. Chapter 91. Where on earth did she hear about this incident? At this moment, Long Xiaodao, who was slung over Long Ritian's shoulder, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Once Long Ritian came to a halt, she began to wriggle, eager to dismount. Brother, did you catch him? Since he mocked me with his height, I want to jump up and kick him in the chest. With her hands braced against Long Ritian's shoulders, she leaped off, turning her back to Wang Chen and his companions. Gradually, she turned to face Wang Chen, her eyes sparkling with an adorably furious indignation as she crossed her arms, glaring at him. Initially, Wang Chen struggled to recognize her, but upon witnessing her pouting expression as she spun around, he finally discerned her identity. PFF. Aren't you that little girl from the Peach Blossom Forest? Unable to contain his amusement at Long Xiaodao's silly demeanor, he chuckled, posing the question. Simultaneously, his gaze flickered over to Long Ritian, surprised to learn from Long Xiaodao's words that they were siblings. Previously, when he nearly bumped into this little one in the Peach Blossom Forest, her rude attitude had prompted his mockery. Little did he expect her to be Long Ritian's sister. In his past life, he had never heard of Long Ritian having a sister, perhaps due to their limited interactions. You, Long Xiaodao, upon hearing the term little girl, was momentarily at a loss for words, her fury choking her speech. Eventually, unable to articulate her thoughts, she resolved to charge at him. However, Long Ritian swiftly restrained her, producing a rope and binding her around his waist. Brother, what are you doing? Long Xiaodao, bewildered by her brother's sudden betrayal, struggled against the restraints that bound her. "Who are you?" Jiang Lingxian, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brows in displeasure, her icy gaze fixed on Long Ritian and Long Xiaodao. Had she not noticed that her disciple seemed to recognize them, she would have retaliated against the earlier spiritual attack. "Please forgive me, Holy Maiden of Taishu. I am the second prince of the Qingxian dynasty, and I mistakenly offended you." Long Ritian quickly placed the squirming Long Xiaodao on the ground, apologizing earnestly. "This is my little sister. She is just a child and speaks without thinking. I sincerely apologize. I am not a little." As Long Ritian lowered his head, he discreetly sealed Long Xiaodao's voice with his spiritual energy. Given his current cultivation level, should a confrontation arise, he would be easily subdued by Jiang Lingxian. Hearing Long Ritian's apologies, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard of the Qingxian dynasty, which boasted a formidable ancestor of the 9th level of the celestial realm. Ignoring him, she shifted her cold gaze to Wang Chen, who exchanged a brief glance with her, understanding her silent inquiry. "A prince? That's quite lucrative. 100 top-quality spirit stones for that attack you directed at us." Before Wang Chen could finish his thought, Long Ritian swiftly tossed a small storage pouch, which glided toward Wang Chen. Naturally, he was pleased with the prospect of resolving issues through wealth, as he had no shortage of riches. "Hey, I should have asked for more." Wang Chen lamented internally, regretting his earlier modest request as he accepted the pouch. Cough, cough. "All right, you may leave." With a swift wave of his hand, he dismissed them. "Thank you for your understanding." Long Ritian expressed gratefully, swiftly lifting Long Xiaodao, who was still sitting on the ground, and turned to depart. "Another 1,000,000 source points in my pocket. That guy even thanked me." Wang Chen smiled as he watched Long Ritian carry the little girl away. Jiang Lingxian's brows knitted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity as she regarded Wang Chen, recalling the over 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones he still possessed from her. "My little financial enthusiast," she thought affectionately, her cold gaze softening slightly. "Hey, are you going to help me? I've been tied up here for ages. What do you want from me? When I greet you, you ignore me. And when I try to avoid you, you come after me." Chu Yao felt utterly foolish, regretting her initial decision to approach Wang Chen. Oh. Wang Chen suddenly remembered that they had left someone suspended in the air, bound by spiritual ropes. "I almost forgot about you. Hee hee hee. Wah wah wah. Why are you laughing so wickedly?" Chu Yao shrieked, trying to distance herself from Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, feeling as if they were demons preparing to inflict torment upon her. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged knowing glances before shifting their gazes back to each other. Whoosh. In the next moment, the three of them vanished, leaving behind a few Taishu disciples who whispered among themselves, having witnessed the unfolding drama. "Goodness. It seems the Chu family's legitimate daughter has lost in the competition for a man. From my observations over the past few days, it appears to be the case. Ha ha. Fellow cultivators, I'll just sit here and wait for the Holy Maiden of Taishu and her disciple to appear, ready to enjoy the spectacle." As Wang Chen and his companions departed, only a few disciples remained, murmuring about the events they had just witnessed. Inside the Holy Maiden of Taishu's palace, "I don't know. I truly know nothing," Chu Yao exclaimed, terrified as she was bound to a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, gazing fearfully at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching her. "All right, fine. Even if I know that you have a wife, and that you are also pursuing a master, straddling 2 boats, you can't treat me like this. The Holy Maiden of Taishu is a wicked man. Don't be deceived by him. Quickly release me and come to your senses." Chu Yao, bound to the tree, struggled against her restraints, desperately attempting to sway Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingyan. Where on earth did she hear about this incident? Wang Chen was utterly bewildered by Chu Yao's foolish words, glancing nervously at Jiang Lingxian. "I didn't I swear. I absolutely did not." Seeing the pained look in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen hurriedly raised his right hand, swearing with 3 fingers raised. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, her distress calming considerably. However, she could no longer tolerate Chu Yao's words. Although most of what she said was likely untrue, it was still painful to hear, leading Jiang Lingxian to stuff a piece of cloth into Chu Yao's mouth. Chapter 92. Speak or not? Speak or not? Speak or not? Still not speaking, are you? Wang Chen, noticing that Jiang Lingxian had ceased to regard him, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling an overwhelming sense of perspiration wash over him, he then turned his gaze towards Chu Yao, bound to the peach tree, his eyes narrowing slightly as he instructed the system to procure a large bag of small yellow beans. "How many times have we met? Where have we been? And where did we encounter each other? Moreover, My wife is this lady beside me, not someone else, nor what you might be imagining. Lastly, speak or not, speak or not, speak or not. Still refusing to speak, are we? After Wang Chen's barrage of questions, his tone shifted abruptly. He began tossing the small yellow beans from his right hand towards Chu Yao's head. Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Chu Yao felt as if she were being battered into a daze by the yellow beans, her mouth stuffed tightly with white cloth, rendering her utterly speechless and unable to struggle. Wang Chen found immense delight in her predicament. He was aware of the cloth in her mouth. Yet he chose to enact a small act of revenge. It was this foolish girl's reckless words that nearly caused him to be tethered by Jiang Lingxian, requiring much coaxing to pacify her. Pat pat, pat pat, speak or not, speak or not. Woo-woo, disciple. Perhaps we should remove the cloth from her mouth before allowing her to speak? Jiang Lingxian observed the tears welling up in Chu Yao's eyes and gently nudged Wang Chen, signaling him. Oh, right. How could I forget she can't speak with that cloth in her mouth? Wang Chen feigned forgetfulness while acknowledging Jiang Lingxian with a heavy nod. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand to remove the cloth from Chu Yao's mouth. You bullies. I have never felt so humiliated in my life, you rascals. Rascals. Great rascals. Once freed from the cloth, Chu Yao cried out in utter distress, disregarding her status and launching into a tirade. Wang Chen remained silent. Jiang Lingxian remained silent. This time, neither Wang Chen nor Jiang Lingxian took offense. After all, she had been humiliated, and it was only fair to allow her to vent her frustrations, lest they be deemed excessively cruel. The force with which Wang Chen threw the yellow beans was not severe, it was hardly painful. In truth, Chu Yao's reaction stemmed from her feelings of humiliation and urgency. After a brief period of silence, you are now employing cold violence against me. I will speak. I will speak. Is that not sufficient? Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Chu Yao, her eyes shimmering with tears, simply wished to flee from the two perceived demons. As time passed across the vast expanse of the 8 Desolation continent, Chu Yao, still bound, explained for what felt like an eternity. Let me offer you a kind reminder. Be wary of your cousin Chu Han, especially when she appears before you with a man named Yu Ching. Remember to be on guard. Wang Chen called out as he observed Chu Yao's dejected figure walking towards the entrance of the Taishu Saintess Hall. Should it come to a crisis, do not hesitate to seek our aid. We will assist you to the best of our abilities. Although Wang Chen had joined Jiang Lingxian in teasing Chu Yao, he had not forgotten the debt of gratitude from her past life. Despite this incarnation of Chu Yao having no obligation towards him, Wang Chen sought only to act with a clear conscience. Since the Chu Yao of his former life had perished, Wang Chen felt compelled to repay the life-saving kindness she had once bestowed upon him in this lifetime. Surely the Chu Yao of the past would not wish to witness the utter downfall of the Chu family. At this moment, Wang Chen's words halted Chu Yao at the entrance, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Then, Chu Yao huffed indignantly, her lonely silhouette clad in a black dress striding angrily out of the hall. She remained silent, her mind overwhelmed with the chaos of conflicting loyalties. And she fled without a second thought. If she lingered any longer, she genuinely feared for her life. Just as Chu Yao exited the door, she collided with Xiao Qingxiu, who had searched throughout the Taishu Immortals sect for Wang Chen but found him nowhere, and had come here out of sheer frustration. The two paused, momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, yet neither spoke, allowing the other to pass and continue on their respective paths. Within the Taishu Saintess Hall, Tianxian, now you believe me, don't you? Wang Chen leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian beneath the peach tree, his face gradually inching nearer. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip slightly, feeling an awkward urge to step back. However, with her disciple earnestly explaining himself, she decided to indulge him this once. Jiang Lingxian's ears flushed with a subtle warmth, her delicate face tilting slightly as she stood, her body feeling a touch heated, her gaze awkwardly drifting towards the entrance. Just as she sensed Wang Chen's face drawing nearer, her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly grasped his left shoulder. I have told you not to move. I will examine this spirit cloth. Jiang Lingxian regained her composure, her natural elegance returning as she leaned in closely to Wang Chen, inspecting his shoulder. Why did you come now, of all times? This troublesome fellow. Had I known, I would have taken my disciple back to the room sooner. Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze, gently lifting the white fabric of Wang Chen's robe, feigning an examination of the spiritual energy binding within, feeling somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, feeling her proximity, stiffened, understanding the reason behind Jiang Lingxian's sudden shift in demeanor. Ouch, please don't tug. It hurts a little. Wang Chen feigned pain as he felt Jiang Lingxian's touch on his shoulder, wincing exaggeratedly. However, in the midst of this, he discreetly grasped the back of Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand, his finger playfully scratching it twice. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the ticklish sensation on her hand, froze momentarily. Her beautiful face reflecting a fleeting surprise as her cool, captivating gaze met his. At that moment, Xiao Qingshu approached from behind Wang Chen. However, due to Wang Chen obstructing her line of sight, Xiao Qingshu remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. What has injured your shoulder? Why has the Saintess's treatment not yet cured it? Xiao Qingshu inquired, stepping up behind Wang Chen, his amiable yet handsome visage displaying a hint of curiosity. Clearly, he genuinely believed that Jiang Lingxian had been attending to Wang Chen's injuries and had not detected any irregularities. Alas, it was when I was consoling a little crybaby that she bit me quite fiercely out of frustration. What could I do? Wang Chen replied calmly, turning to face Xiao Qingshu while still holding his left shoulder, his handsome features adorned with a mischievous grin. Oh, it was that little spirit girl, was it? That makes sense. After all, her combat prowess is quite formidable. A wound from her should possess a certain resonance, hence the difficulty in healing it. Xiao Qingshu nodded in understanding, chuckling amiably. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, standing behind Wang Chen, regarded him with her naturally cool eyes. A barely perceptible hint of reproach flickering in her exquisite gaze. That disciple, always calling me a little crybaby. And yet you are the one who has strayed from the path. No, wait. ISNT your master me. Chapter 93, The Serious Discussion of Lingxian, the Unruly Wang Chen. Have you resolved your matters? Wang Chen inquired with a hint of confusion as he stood in the courtyard of the Taishu Saintess Palace, beneath a nearby peach tree, gazing at Xiao Qingshu. Not yet, but shortly I shall discuss a few matters with your master, and it will be nearly done, Xiao Qingshu replied, his smile waning as his gaze fell upon the silent Jiang Lingxian, who stood like a serene fairy behind Wang Chen. Oh, Wang Chen nodded gently, exchanging a brief glance with Jiang Lingxian's cold eyes. Let us sit, Wang Chen gestured to the two, leading Jiang Lingxian to his small pavilion in the courtyard where the three of them took their seats. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat closely together, while Xiao Qingshu settled opposite them, gradually beginning to speak about pressing matters. Recently, the affairs of the two sects have grown increasingly complex, and the other two major sects are also beginning to become involved. Plans often fall behind changes. Hanzun has just entered seclusion and is now preparing to exit, which means you must accompany him. Furthermore, Xiao Qingshu's expression turned grave as he addressed the stunningly beautiful yet cold Jiang Lingxian, continuing to outline the situation. Jiang Lingxian occasionally nodded or responded with a soft her naturally cool and pleasant voice devoid of emotion. At this moment, the three individuals in the pavilion appeared unperturbed until Jiang Lingxian's left hand, resting on her lap, was gently grasped by a warm palm out of sight on the table. A slight tremor ran through Jiang Lingxian's heart, but she maintained her composure, forcing herself to remain calm as she stared at Xiao Qingshu, who was still discussing serious matters. Jiang Lingxian attempted to retract her hand quietly, yet Wang Chen suddenly entwined his fingers with hers, holding them tightly. Moreover, she felt Wang Chen's right foot gently hooking her calf, pulling her closer. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart quivered again, and she could only focus on controlling her upper body, keeping her gaze fixed on Xiao Qingshu. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence as an object fell to the ground, startling Jiang Lingxian, who quickly turned to look. Xiao Qingshu also glanced at Wang Chen. But the two, shielded by the table, appeared completely normal, with no signs of distress. And no worries. I just dropped something. Please continue your conversation, Wang Chen stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Xiao Qingshu nodded knowingly, turning his attention back to Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian's mind momentarily blanked as she gazed at Wang Chen, her cold eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible tension. If her disciple were to crouch down, would he not be able to do more? Jiang Lingxian's heart raced, but with their fingers still intertwined, she found herself unable to escape. Where were we? Xiao Qingshu's voice broke through, drawing Jiang Lingxian's attention back. This journey may require us to go to the Qingyu. Oh, right. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's response, Xiao Qingshu seemed to recall something and continued his exposition. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, hidden beneath the table, tightly gripped Jiang Lingxian's left hand with his right, while his left index finger lightly traced her thigh. Little fairy, I will massage your leg. Is that acceptable? Wang Chen's left hand inscribed words on Jiang Lingxian's long, graceful leg, finally giving a gentle poke as a signal. Though Jiang Lingxian could not feel every stroke through her skirt, she comprehended the intent. Slightly uncomfortable, she shifted her left foot, attempting to retract her elegant leg concealed beneath her white skirt, clearly refusing his advances. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen seized her, his left hand becoming increasingly mischievous. No worries. I'm listening. Please continue. Jiang Lingxian managed to suppress her discomfort as she felt the unusual sensations on her thigh. Oh, so the other two sections. It must be said, Jiang Lingxian's acting was quite adept. Xiao Qingshu believed her earlier was a response to him. If you keep pinching my leg, you can forget about kissing me again, Jiang Lingxian thought, barely containing her indignation, as she communicated silently to Wang Chen. Originally, she might have intended to punish him, but it ultimately morphed into a decree that he could not kiss her. Perhaps this authority felt more significant. Yet, Jiang Lingxian seemed to forget that she was a powerful being of the Tianzuan realm. In truth, she could easily repel Wang Chen's advances with her spiritual power. But she chose not to. As expected, Wang Chen, exasperated, finally relented, giving a gentle squeeze before slowly rising. Jiang Lingxian, feigning icy indifference, responded to Xiao Qingshu's remarks about the conflict between the two sections. However, Xiao Qingshu found it peculiar that Jiang Lingxian's frosty demeanor seemed to carry an underlying heaviness. Could it be that the pressure of handling these matters weighed heavily upon her? Sighing inwardly, Xiao Qingshu could only arrive at this conclusion after a moment of contemplation, lamenting Jiang Lingxian's plight. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already returned to his chair beneath the table, wearing a broad smile. All right, that concludes what I wish to convey, Xiao Qingshu stated, nodding gently to the blushing Jiang Lingxian and the smiling Wang Chen. He then slowly stood, prompting Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to instinctively release their intertwined fingers. When Xiao Qingshu's line of sight cleared the obstruction of the table, he observed everything appearing normal. When do you plan to head to the Mo Huang? Xiao Qingshu initiated a private conversation with Wang Chen, locking eyes with him. Tomorrow. You may come find me at noon, and we shall depart directly, Wang Chen replied, glancing at the sky before recalling that the four-leaf flame grass would mature in about 5 days. Very well, I shall take my leave, Xiao Qingshu smiled faintly, nodding slightly before turning to exit the courtyard. Creak. A sound echoed from afar as Xiao Qingshu inadvertently closed the door behind him. You scoundrel, shameless, unruly disciple, shameless disciple. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing Xiao Qingshu finally depart, turned her head in a flurry of embarrassment and anger towards Wang Chen, scolding him. Yet, Wang Chen found the combination of her embarrassment and fury utterly delightful. Her scathing words lacked any real bite. All right, master, your disciple acknowledges his fault. I shall strive not to touch your leg again next time, Wang Chen said, inching closer to the somewhat weakened Jiang Lingxian, extending his hands to embrace her. However, Jiang Lingxian, now flustered and furious, would not allow him to embrace her, mustering her strength to stand despite her softening demeanor. You shall not embrace me again, Jiang Lingxian declared, her cheeks flushed, as she glared at the empty space where Wang Chen had reached, her irritation palpable, before turning away and striding into the house. Chapter 94, The Third Transgression. No worries, no worries. With a soft thud, Jiang Lingxian closed the door to the hall of the Holy Maiden of the Void. Yet she did not lock it. Wang Chen did not rush to console her. Instead, he contemplated heading to the Void Dining Pavilion to procure some ingredients. Ultimately, he planned to prepare a sumptuous 20-star couple's meal for her, surprising her while simultaneously soothing her feelings. After all, there is a significant difference between soothing through action and mere words. Without further ado, Wang Chen calculated that he could accomplish this within an hour, such as the swiftness of a cultivator. He understood that given Jiang Lingxian's highly sensitive nature, it wouldn't be long before she began to feel anxious. Inside the Void Dining Pavilion, Long Retian sighed in relief as he observed Long Xiaodao, whose eyes glistened with tears, munching on a pancake larger than her face. Finally, he had managed to appease her, allowing him to resume his practice of the 9-killing flute technique. The melody of the flute is gentle, yet it is often the softest tunes that can stealthily deliver the deadliest blows. However, he rarely utilized it, mostly coming to the Void Dining Pavilion to show off his flute skills, reveling in the sparkling gazes of his admirers. Just as Long Retian was about to continue his practice, his eyes suddenly widened as he spotted someone entering through the entrance of the Void Dining Pavilion. Oh no! His heart sank as he glanced at Long Xiaodao, who was indeed staring blankly at Wang Chen while still holding her pancake. Brother, he's all alone, Long Xiaodao exclaimed, Her small face twisted in indignation as she pointed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen seemed to sense her gaze and turned, revealing a mischievous grin that only fueled her frustration. Brother, he's laughing at me, he's laughing at me. Unable to contain herself any longer, Long Xiaodao rushed toward Wang Chen in front of the few void disciples present. Sighing, Long Ritian quickly put away his white flute, helplessly following behind. Long Xiaodao, infuriated, jumped up and aimed a kick at Wang Chen's chest, only to be caught by Wang Chen, who grasped the collar of her pink attire, leaving her flailing like a little turtle. You scoundrel! Long Xiaodao, not particularly bright to begin with, now resorted to repeatedly shouting scoundrel in a fit of frustration. At that moment, Long Ritian stood before Wang Chen, his expression reflecting the embarrassment of having his sister caught in mischief. No worries, here you go. Wang Chen, with a generous demeanor, lifted the spirit realm only Long Xiaodao and presented her to Long Ritian. Thank you. Brother, why do you help others but not your own sister? Long Xiaodao shouted, attempting to kick Wang Chen once more, as if it had become an obsession. Xiaodao, be quiet. He merely chuckled at you. How many times have you offended him? It's all forgotten now. Long Ritian reprimanded her sternly, standing firm in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised by this scene. Long Ritian's name evoked thoughts of a domineering and invincible figure, yet he seemed quite principled, which was rare in the cultivation world. Wang Chen recalled that their previous conflict stemmed from mutual threats to one another's interests. After each battle, they would part ways like strangers, avoiding any underhanded schemes against each other. You are quite commendable. I must be off now. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Wang Chen offered a friendly smile to Long Ritian, who nodded calmly in acknowledgement before Wang Chen made his way toward the kitchen of the Void Dining Pavilion. In the realm of cultivation, a plethora of unique and exotic meats abound, each possessing an array of flavors that do not require seasoning. However, Wang Chen, adept in culinary arts, adapted the preparation methods to suit his taste. In the end, he procured some spirit chicken eggs, a selection of spirit beast ribs, and a dragon head fish, along with various vegetables. After completing his shopping, Wang Chen did not leave immediately but instead borrowed the kitchen from the chefs. Amid the bewildered gazes of the cooks, he began to create a chaotic flurry of dishes. However, when the meals were finally ready, the chefs gazed in awe at the beautifully prepared, glistening dishes that emanated a mouth-watering aroma. Wang Chen artistically arranged the dishes, transforming their appearance from ordinary to exquisite before storing them in his spatial pouch. Time to head home. As he exited the Void Dining Pavilion, he noticed Long Ritian softly coaxing his sister, casting him an odd glance as Wang Chen's silhouette gradually faded from view. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with hues of crimson, within the hall of the Holy Maiden of the Void, Jiang Lingxian lay on her bed, her lips pursed, her beautiful eyes gazing unhappily at the door. Disciple, why has he not come in yet? Did I scold him too harshly? He wouldn't be upset, would he? Jiang Lingxian's heart raced as she lay there, her gaze fixated on the door, anxiety and discomfort growing within her. Has he left? There are only women outside. What if? What if he is lured away by another woman? Her feelings of urgency morphed into fear, prompting her to sit up abruptly. It's just a matter of touching. Just touching my leg, nothing more. Nothing to worry about. I won't blame him. Jiang Lingxian reassured herself, standing up with a sense of urgency to find Wang Chen. Creak. Just as Jiang Lingxian prepared to take a step forward, the door swung open, revealing Wang Chen, who entered with an air of mystery, hands clasped behind his back, as if concealing something. Little Xianxian, guess what I brought for you? Wang Chen stepped inside, standing before Jiang Lingxian, his tone teasingly enigmatic. Peach, blossoms? Wrong. In fact, I brought nothing at all. Wang Chen suddenly revealed his empty hands, leaving Jiang Lingxian momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she seemed at a loss for words, feeling a mix of grievance and confusion. I was joking. I did bring something. Wang Chen's heart raced as he swiftly produced a beautifully crafted strawberry cake from behind his back, presenting it to Jiang Lingxian. Atop the strawberry cake rested a blooming four-leaf peach blossom, exquisite and delightful. The sweet aroma of the cake filled the room. Actually, I never left. I just went to prepare this delicious treat for you. Please don't be upset. Wang Chen cradled the delicate strawberry cake in his right hand while gently wrapping his left arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist, his warm presence comforting her. As he drew closer, his voice, rich and soothing, whispered into her ear, I made this just for you. Gently, Wang Chen led her to the table, placing the strawberry cake down carefully. He then revealed the array of dishes, particularly the dragon head fish, which had been transformed from its formidable appearance into a delightful presentation. adorned with peach blossoms and various ingredients, rendering it charmingly cute. Due to certain circumstances, I am unaware of your true birthday, which leads me to propose that we pretend today is your special day. This dish is made by my own hands. It must be delicious. Wang Chen set down the dishes and turned Jiang Lingxian towards himself, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently embraced her waist and spoke softly. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian appeared somewhat entranced, her beautiful eyes quietly meeting Wang Chen's gaze for an extended moment, as if something deep within her was gradually beginning to unravel. Chapter 95. How about sitting on my lap? Within the confines of the room, two figures embraced each other, their deep, dark eyes shimmering slightly as they gazed into one another's souls for an extended moment. Just as Wang Chen inclined his face, tentatively seeking to place a gentle kiss upon Jiang Lingxian's lips, she unexpectedly leaned in, her cold yet beautiful gaze rippling with emotion as she drew closer. In the midst of Wang Chen's astonished stare, Jiang Lingxian boldly pressed her crimson lips against his, deepening the kiss. However, as it was her first time initiating such an act, her movements were noticeably awkward, her heated breaths betraying her nervousness. Soft and warm. Wang Chen, feeling the unfamiliarity of her lips, instinctively tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, pulling her closer. Jiang Lingxian let out a small sound of surprise as she was suddenly drawn into Wang Chen's kiss, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared astonishment. After a brief interlude of sweet morsels, as Jiang Lingxian's body gradually softened, she felt Wang Chen part his lips, causing her mind to momentarily blank. Staring blankly at Wang Chen, she seemed unsure of his intentions until she felt something brush against her lips. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning her beautifully blushing face away, only to be kissed on her cheek. Wang Chen was equally taken aback, his handsome features reflecting confusion as he looked at Jiang Lingxian. It was his first attempt at such intimacy, and he had not anticipated her sudden retreat. A frown creased Wang Chen's brow as he felt a strange emptiness within, yet he bore no anger, only a tinge of discomfort. Their warm bodies remained close, with Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks resting against Wang Chen's chest, her breath warm and delicate. After a while, as she felt the soft warmth of his presence fade, she gradually regained her composure. Once her lips parted, Jiang Lingxian's mind began to clear, and she recalled Wang Chen's earlier intentions, realizing that she had inadvertently disrupted the tender atmosphere. Turning her face back, her eyes, now softened with affection, gazed at Wang Chen, an undercurrent of apology shimmering within them. It's all right. If you don't want to, then forget it. It was my impulsiveness. Wang Chen interjected softly, his emotions complex as he observed Jiang Lingxian's remorseful expression. This time, his words were genuine. He understood that Jiang Lingxian might truly not enjoy such displays of affection. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, looked at him, noticing his evident melancholy. Her lips moved, wanting to say something but unsure of the words. Let's eat. It's been a while since I cooked. Come, taste my culinary skills. Wang Chen, recognizing that the intimate atmosphere had dissipated, gently released Jiang Lingxian and pulled out a chair. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a twinge of confusion at her disciple's complex emotions, berated herself inwardly for her naivety. She regretted pulling away from Wang Chen's previous gesture. Watching him release her, she felt a pang of reluctance but could only helplessly gaze as he took a seat. Just as she anticipated that Wang Chen would gesture for her to sit, he unexpectedly sat alone. Is my disciple angry? She pondered. It was understandable if he were. It was all her fault. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes reflected her inner turmoil as she silently chastised herself. However, seeing that Wang Chen did not invite her to sit, a small sense of grievance began to rise within her. Xian, come here. Wang Chen turned his face towards her, beckoning with a hand to the slightly aggrieved Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart twisted slightly as she recalled the image of her disciple sitting alone, seemingly upset, but knowing the reason lay with her. She lifted her delicate face and glanced over. You don't think I wouldn't let you sit, do you? Come here. How about sitting on my lap? Wang Chen seemed to perceive Jiang Lingxian's feelings of grievance and, after addressing it, patted his thighs. Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily, realizing that her little secret had been completely uncovered. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's second remark, her heart fluttered with unexpected delight. It turned out her disciple was not angry, but rather wished for her to sit upon his lap. How delightful. Understanding this, Jiang Lingxian secretly rejoiced for a moment, but upon realizing the implications, she felt a sudden apprehension. No, sitting on his lap. Well, if you don't want me to, I can just pull out another chair for you. Wang Chen, observing Jiang Lingxian's hesitant demeanor, spoke with a hint of disappointment and began to rise slowly. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing his forlorn expression, bit her lip, feeling a mixture of regret for her earlier action. Without uttering a word, she decided to take action instead, placing her delicate hands on Wang Chen's shoulders. Then, under his bewildered gaze, she gently pressed him back into his seat before taking small, timid steps to his side. Standing less than 10 centimeters from him, Jiang Lingxian hesitated to sit, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Wang Chen understood that she had accepted the situation, yet her modesty held her back. Thus, he decided to take the initiative, swiftly pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Lingxian's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could comprehend the moment, she found herself seated upon Wang Chen's lap. Her body nestled against him. Her mind went blank for a while, her beautiful eyes staring vacantly at the ground, her face radiating a deep crimson, evoking a desire to kiss her. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to lift her gaze to meet Wang Chen's. Snuggled tightly in his embrace, she could only lower her head, focusing on her skirt. Wang Chen, noticing her bashfulness, gently grasped her slender arms and, despite her slight resistance, placed them around his neck. In Wang Chen's view, Jiang Lingxian faced to the right, creating an intimate position where his left arm encircled her waist while her delicate right arm embraced his neck. It was a posture reminiscent of a beguiling fairy tempting her prey. Though Jiang Lingxian was not a fairy, her shy and pliable demeanor was far more enchanting. Chapter 96. The overbearing CEO Chen and his enchanting wife in a compulsory love affair. Wang Chen, feeling the warmth of Jiang Lingxian nestled in his embrace, suddenly found himself intrigued. He reached for a strawberry on the table, deftly removing its 4 leaves, and gently offered it to Jiang Lingxian. With a playful grin, he leaned in closer, teasingly mimicking the sound of a parent feeding a child. Jiang Lingxian, clearly flustered, could only part her lips weakly in response to the sound. Seizing the moment, Wang Chen placed the tip of the strawberry delicately between her lips, encouraging her to take a small bite. "You naughty disciple, what do you think of me?" Though Jiang Lingxian inwardly chastised Wang Chen, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight at the sweet flavor of the strawberry. Wang Chen picked up another small strawberry. However, as Jiang Lingxian, entranced by the sound, prepared to bite the tip, she suddenly felt her chin gently pinched. Lifting her face upward, in her dazed gaze, Wang Chen's handsome visage came into view, resembling a celestial being, with deep, soulful eyes. He regarded her before leaning in to kiss her. The strawberry lodged between her lips was tenderly nibbled, and before she could fully comprehend, his lips pressed against hers. Wang Chen's left arm encircled Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist, while his right hand held her chin, claiming her with a fervent kiss. Jiang Lingxian wrapped her right arm around Wang Chen's neck, her exquisite face lifted and entranced, succumbing to his passionate embrace. The sweetness of the strawberry lingered between them, causing Jiang Lingxian to unknowingly close her trembling eyes. This time, under Wang Chen's forceful affection, she appeared irresistibly alluring, prompting him to deepen their kiss. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute, 3 minutes, 6 minutes. When they finally parted, both were left breathless, sharing heavy breaths as Wang Chen felt a slight daze cloud his mind. Jiang Lingxian's face was flushed, her delicate frame melting against Wang Chen's warmth. Her hands, seemingly devoid of strength, clung to his white garments. Her moist lips slightly parted as she gasped for fresh air. After a brief moment, she buried her heated face into the warmth of his neck, her soft body pressing against him. Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian's throat, slightly constricted, caused her to cough softly. She resembled someone intoxicated, her arms weakly embracing Wang Chen's neck, her slightly dazed, flushed face gently nuzzling against him. A tranquil silence enveloped them for a long while. "Xian, would you like to eat more?" Wang Chen inquired, glancing at the array of dishes before turning his gaze to the soft bundle in his arms. "Disciple, I wish to sleep," Jiang Lingxian murmured. Her warm face nestled against Wang Chen's neck, her voice muffled yet laced with a hint of drowsiness. "All right," Wang Chen sighed, resigned as he began to store away the untouched dishes into a space where time stood still. Tonight, Jiang Lingxian would consume it all. Who else would eat? After savoring the lingering sweetness of the strawberry on his lips, a smile crept across Wang Chen's face. Once the food was cleared, he gently lifted the drowsy Jiang Lingxian into his arms. As she was cradled, Jiang Lingxian closed her beautiful eyes, feeling a sense of insecurity as her arms tightly wrapped around Wang Chen, finding solace in his embrace. Once they reached the bed, Wang Chen removed her shoes and laid her down, following suit. The moment he lay down, Jiang Lingxian instinctively clung to him, her arms encircling his waist as she whispered, "Disciple, please don't leave Master. Never, ever leave." Her delicate arms tightened around Wang Chen, her face pressed against his chest, her voice barely audible. Wang Chen's kiss had stripped away her sense of security, filling her with dread at the thought of him departing from her life. "Okay." Wang Chen gently caressed her hair, whispering sweet reassurances in her ear, attempting to soothe her troubled spirit. Yet, Jiang Lingxian, lost in thought, allowed hot tears to cascade down her flushed cheeks as she nestled against him. Seeing this, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, Jiang Lingxian's tears flowed silently, her sorrow unvoiced as she clung to him. "Don't cry, don't cry." Wang Chen quickly reached out to wipe away her tears, his voice soft and comforting. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, holding on to him tightly, her closed eyes glistening with unshed tears, gradually succumbing to silence. As time passed, her breath steadied, and though her eyes still shimmered with tears, it was evident that she had drifted into slumber. Wang Chen, noticing her tranquility, gently pulled the blankets over them, enveloping them in warmth. He embraced her a little tighter, closing his eyes as he gradually succumbed to sleep himself. In the desolate land of the 8 desolations, beneath the moonlight, the moon's sect's depth shimmered, concealing a completely sealed chamber. This chamber, once the sacred hall of the moon sect's saint 500 years ago, now lay in stillness. Inside the chamber, immaculate and untouched, a strikingly beautiful woman sat in the dim light filtering through the window. Su Qianwei gazed at the antiquated furnishings, her lifeless eyes devoid of color. With a rustle, Su Qianwei slowly rose, her body moving sluggishly as her cultivation, stagnant at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Spirit Emperor for 500 years, flickered. Trapped without freedom, Su Qianwei could only stand by the window each day, her beautiful face blankly staring at the great moon outside. Since her encounter with that young man 500 years ago, the essence of the moon within her had rapidly diminished, rendering her incapable of advancing even a single step in her cultivation. The moon sect, a place devoid of men, had a rapid cultivation method but a significant flaw: they could not lose their virginity. Otherwise, after such a loss, their cultivation would stagnate, and they would be subjected to the disdainful gazes of their fellow disciples. For tens of thousands of years, this had been the fate of ordinary disciples, let alone her, the moon sect's saintess, who was expected to lead by example. Thus, after the centennial mark post her loss of purity, her master discovered her stagnant cultivation and checked her condition. The outcome was precisely as one might expect, and fearing disgrace, her master confined her. 400 years, an entire 400 years. Her master would even grant her the right to die or leave. Su Qianwei no longer blamed anyone, not even the young man who had possibly perished many years ago, for her heart had long since perished. Chapter 97. Flame Armor: The Diagram of the Universe and Seas. In the deathly stillness of Su Qianwei's gaze, the distant pale blue moon hung high in the starry sky, a sight to behold, yet unreachable. Standing by the window of the old Holy Maiden Palace of the Moon Sect, Su Qianwei resembled a lifeless statue, motionless for an indeterminate period. Eventually, the resplendent moon began its descent, giving way to the brightening horizon. Meanwhile, in another opulent setting, the Holy Maiden Palace of the Void on the 8 Desolations continent, Wang Chen lay peacefully asleep in a warm bed, enveloped by the serene warmth of Jiang Lingxian, who rested quietly in his embrace. As his consciousness gradually stirred, he blinked at the ceiling for a while, his mind still clouded with sleep. With approximately 4 days remaining until the 4-leaf flame grass matured, it seemed necessary to take Shaoqingshu to the desolate wilderness today. Glancing down at the exquisite profile of Jiang Lingxian nestled in his arms, he gently pinched her cheek, as if sensing his touch. She slightly furrowed her closed eyes but remained blissfully asleep. Wang Chen chose not to disturb her delicate features any further, holding her tenderly for warmth. He recalled the 2 treasures obtained from the Void Treasure Pavilion during his last venture. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to access the system panel. Wang Chen. Physique: Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm: First layer of Dan C Breakthrough possible, disguised as 6th layer of Returning Origin Realm. Technique: Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space: Jiang Lingxian's million superior spirit stones, 200 premium spirit stones, Pseudo Emperor rank Tian Wang banner, Saint rank Huang Xuanding, Super Fury card, Void Broken Sword, Flame Armor. Diagram of the Universe and Seas. Origin points: 1, 155, 288. Overall evaluation, a mere chicken at the first layer of Dan C. Wang Chen first surveyed his remaining origin points, still over 1,000,000, before delving into the storage space. Flame armor? He paused, slightly taken aback by the name displayed among the items. Searching within the storage space, he found a dull, dust-covered armor floating there. System. How many origin points are required to activate this so-called flame armor? Ding. Imperial Grade Superior Flame Armor requires 100,000 origin points for activation. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no. Gazing at the options before him, he pondered for a moment before decisively selecting yes, since he had already acquired it. Exchanging 100,000 origin points for an Imperial Grade armor was undoubtedly a profitable deal. As he confirmed his choice, he watched intently as the flame armor began to activate. Dust swirled away from the armor, revealing a dark hue beneath, adorned with imposing flame patterns that gradually emerged. Ultimately, the armor became enveloped by intricate, fiery designs on all sides. Boom! A surge of vibrant flames erupted from the armor, startling Wang Chen, who instinctively drifted back. Haha, host. If you're not afraid of self-detonation, why fear this? The system's mocking voice echoed within the storage space, causing Wang Chen's expression to darken. System. When the next task for the Child of Fortune is released, change the reward to something that allows you to take physical form. That's impossible. I can clearly sense that I cannot take physical form. Moreover, such tasks are generally issued by the main program and cannot be altered. But I must ask, why would you want that? The system was momentarily taken aback, as if 3 question marks had appeared above its head. Because that way, you could be beaten, Wang Chen exclaimed, gesturing as if the system stood before him. Stupid host. Get lost. Ignoring the system's incessant barking, Wang Chen reached out to touch the now vividly transformed flame armor. Indeed, this was what one would call flame armor. He admired its fiery patterns, feeling its warmth even without donning it. He planned to wear this armor when they ventured into the desolate wilderness to seize the 4-leaf flame grass. However, he wondered about its defensive capabilities and abilities. Those, it seemed, could only be discerned in due time. After giving the armor one last tap, he turned and floated away, stopping before a rolled-up horizontal scroll. According to its name, the diagram of the universe and seas should contain wonders within. Wang Chen carefully unfurled the scroll. The diagram of the universe and seas was a rectangular piece, approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, its surface coated in dust that obscured the image beneath. For reasons unknown, he instinctively bent down and blew gently at the dust atop the painting. Haha, silly host. The system seized the opportunity to ridicule him, not letting a moment of mockery go to waste. Go away. All you do is mock, Wang Chen retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed but redirecting his irritation. How many origin points are required to activate this? Ding. Sync grade premium diagram of the universe and seas, containing a miniature world. Activation requires 1,000,000 origin points. Ding. Would you like to activate? Yes. No. Let me tell you, host, you can enter with Jiang Lingxian in the future. That way, no one will disturb your activities. To be honest, it's quite tempting, but why is it so expensive? Oh well, I'll activate it anyway. Unable to resist the allure of the Sync grade premium designation, Wang Chen utilized his remaining 1,000,000 origin points. As he confirmed his choice, his origin points dwindled from 1,055,288 to 55,288. Suddenly, the floating diagram of the universe and seas quivered violently. Dust was shaken off, revealing the dark gray surface of the diagram. But that was not the end. The image on the diagram began to emit golden light, which activated from left to right, shining brilliantly. At last, the true visage of the diagram emerged, with vivid imagery that was breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Chen gazed at the distinctly layered colors, momentarily entranced. The upper half of the diagram was a deep sea blue, with several majestic birds soaring across the sky. In contrast, the lower half depicted towering mountains, vast plains filled with myriad flowers and trees, and even rabbits frolicking about. A magnificent waterfall cascaded down the highest mountain, winding its way to a river that connected to the ocean, where deer gathered to drink. Notably, the sea and river were clearly differentiated. The sea was a deep blue while the river shimmered a lighter blue. Chapter 98. They won't partner up to catch people, will they? Fortunately. Host. You can now enter. Really? So advanced. Wang Chen's consciousness withdrew from the storage space, returning to his body, and finally took out the Qian Kuan mountain and sea map, which floated above the bed. How does one enter this? Embracing the quietly sleeping Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's deep gaze fixated on the floating map above them, his heart filled with doubt. Just as the thought of entering the Qiankuan mountain and sea map surfaced in his mind, it suddenly radiated a golden light, ignoring the beauty asleep in his arms. It shone down upon him and then abruptly retracted. Whoosh! The map's brilliance, which had been hovering above the bed in the hall of the Great Void, slightly dimmed before gradually calming down. Wang Chen felt a sudden jolt, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. When his vision finally stabilized, he was left bewildered. What the hell is this place? Wang Chen stood barefoot on a patch of grass, staring in confusion at the surrounding scenery filled with flowers and trees. The distant sound of a large waterfall crashing onto the river echoed, mixed with the rustle of the wind, creating a cacophony. With his exclamation, a few small rabbits and other creatures nearby began to scatter in panic. Wang Chen, astonished by the presence of life in this strange little world, took a couple of steps forward and squatted down to touch the dew-kissed flowers and grass. Quick, let me go back. But in the next moment, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression turned to one of terror as he shouted, whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light shooting towards the clouds above. Back in the hall of the Great Void, Jiang Lingxian, who had just sat up, anxiously searched with her eyes. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Qiankuan mountain and sea map above her head, descending towards her. Thud! Wang Chen felt himself fall into a warm embrace, and the two of them tumbled onto the bed. Fearing he might hurt Jiang Lingxian, he hastily attempted to rise. However, he felt a sudden grip around his waist, pulling him back down heavily onto the bed. As his body pressed against Jiang Lingxian, his head nestled against her warm shoulder. He could faintly sense her heart racing in panic. As Wang Chen felt her tightening embrace, he gradually relaxed, extending his arms to hold her. Once he sensed that Jiang Lingxian's anxiety was beginning to subside, he slowly lifted his face to gaze at her. Before him was Jiang Lingxian's stunning visage, marked with a hint of grievance and fear, her beautiful eyes welling with tears as they met his. It's all right. I'm still here. Wang Chen gently enveloped her delicate, pale red face with his hands, caressing it tenderly. In your past life, you were a master. Why does this life have you behaving like a little disciple? Wang Chen cupped her exquisite face, gently rubbing it, a faint smile breaking the tension in the air. Jiang Lingxian froze at his words, as if pierced in the heart. Feeling increasingly distressed, she bit her lip, her expression filled with hurt as she slowly freed herself from Wang Chen's hands, burying her beautiful face into the crook of his neck. Because, in your past life, you died. Jiang Lingxian's muffled voice reached Wang Chen's ear, her cold tone trembling slightly as she spoke. Wang Chen stiffened at her words, momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Then, what happened? Suddenly, Wang Chen recalled that during his previous life, Jiang Lingxian was still alive, leaving him feeling puzzled. Jiang Lingxian, nestled in his embrace, clearly heard his question but chose to remain silent, her face hidden in his neck. She didn't want her disciple to know that she had taken her own life to be reborn. Knock, knock, knock. Fortunately, a knock at the door broke the silence, prompting both to turn their gazes towards the entrance. It must be the leader of the Great Void sect. Wang Chen had already wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, his body gently pressing against hers as he gazed towards the door. Not just that, my master is also here. What? Hearing Jiang Lingxian's muffled voice, Wang Chen momentarily froze, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety. Oh no, the things I left under the table yesterday might be discovered. And they could have teamed up to catch me. It's all your fault for insisting on touching my leg. Jiang Lingyan, taken aback, slightly blamed Wang Chen, her heart racing with apprehension. Finally, overwhelmed by a sense of reluctance, the two had no choice but to release each other and rise from the bed. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian straightened their somewhat disheveled clothing, exchanging a knowing glance, feigning calmness. Wang Chen hastily stowed away the Qiankuan mountain and sea map, stepping over to sit on a chair, pouring half a cup of tea and placing it on the table. Jiang Lingxian waited until Wang Chen appeared ready before she approached the door to open it. Creak. As the door swung open, Wang Chen immediately felt a pair of icy, piercing gazes upon him. Master, sect leader, is there something you need? Jiang Lingxian stood at the threshold, her expression serene and indifferent, addressing Han Zun and Xiao Qingxu with a cold inquiry. Did he sleep here yesterday? The handsome Xiao Qingxu did not immediately address the matter at hand, instead pointing toward Wang Chen inside with a subdued voice. No, he just came to ask me some questions today. Master, please come in, Jiang Lingxian said, opening the door wide and gesturing for Han Zun to enter. You wait outside. Han Zun cast a cold glance at Xiao Qingxu, speaking in a chilling tone before stepping into the room. Thud. Xiao Qingshu started to respond, but was abruptly cut off as Jiang Lingxian firmly shut the door, clearly unwilling to let him in. Inner space. Only Wang Chen was permitted entry, and he would forever be the sole man allowed inside. Greetings, ancestor. With Han Zun sitting across from him. Wang Chen promptly stood to pay his respects, rising from his seat. Xian the situation between the two sects is becoming increasingly dire. And the other two major sects are also looking to intervene. You must come with me at once. Once seated, Han Zun glanced at the half-filled cup of tea, nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Chen, and turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian as he spoke. Han Zun would never realize that as soon as he uttered these words, both individuals in the room felt a significant sense of relief. Thank goodness. The master is not here to apprehend the disciple. Thank goodness, Han Zun is not here to capture me. Chapter 99, Pure Before the Cold Sovereign. But uncertain behind her. Fortunately, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the Cold Sovereign was not there to apprehend anyone. However, Jiang Lingxian, with her cold and detached demeanor, calmly turned her gaze towards the Cold Sovereign and inquired, Master, may I ask a few more questions regarding my disciple? Could you please wait a moment? Upon hearing this, the Cold Sovereign cast a silent glance at the half-filled cup of tea on the table before redirecting her icy gaze towards Jiang Lingxian. For some reason, the atmosphere in the room grew significantly more solemn at that moment. After a brief pause, the Cold Sovereign gently nodded, her beautiful, frosty visage turning as she took a step towards the door, her long, white hair flowing like a cascade, just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian assumed she would depart. The Cold Sovereign halted at the threshold. By the way, Xian have you provided your disciple with the Heavenly Emperor banner you won as a protective talisman? The Cold Sovereign slightly turned her head, her cold eyes subtly glancing at the two individuals not far away. I believe the Heavenly Emperor banner possesses formidable concealment abilities. Since you already have the Cold Heaven bracelet, it would be quite beneficial for his protection. With her frigid words spoken, the Cold Sovereign did not wait for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond. She simply opened the door and exited. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian stood still, gazing at the closed door in the distance, biting her lip, feeling a slight tension in her heart. Wang Chen was equally bewildered, quickly piecing together that the Cold Sovereign was referring to the incident when he had hidden beneath the blankets last time. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged knowing glances, their deep and captivating eyes locking onto one another. The atmosphere fell into silence for several seconds. It's nothing. We didn't do anything in front of my master, Jiang Lingxian reassured him softly, fearing he might overthink the situation. Right. We are innocent before her. What is wrong with my disciple taking a nap on her bed? We didn't do anything, did we? Wang Chen forced a smile, waving his hand in a faint cheerful manner, though he was unsure why Jiang Lingxian's ears began to flush, her beautiful eyes avoiding his gaze in embarrassment. Silly disciple. Jiang Lingxian slightly turned her stunning profile, avoiding Wang Chen's eyes while silently chiding him in her heart. Xian, are you going to follow the Cold Sovereign to handle matters now? Wang Chen inched closer to Jiang Lingxian, raising his gaze to her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Lingxian nodded absently towards the door, but the next moment, she felt a gentle embrace around her waist. No, my master is still outside. And the door isn't locked. What if she suddenly opens it? Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened slightly, her delicate hands attempting to pry away Wang Chen's arms encircling her waist. Then lock it. No, that would only make it seem like we're sneaking around if my master finds out, Jiang Lingxian said, her voice trailing off in embarrassment as she nervously tried to pull away from Wang Chen's grasp. But I also need to go to the desert for a few days. Can I hold you for just a little while? Wang Chen drew Jiang Lingxian closer, their faces mere inches apart, gazing into her eyes. Can you wait until I finish my tasks before letting me join you? Jiang Lingxian gradually ceased her struggles, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss as she gazed at Wang Chen with longing in her eyes. Don't worry, little master, it's all right. Just think about it. You'll be busy and unable to return, so I'll take advantage of this gap to handle my matters. Wang Chen gently caressed her head with his hand around her waist, his voice tender. Jiang Lingxian pondered briefly, her delicate brows furrowing as she hesitated for a moment. All right. Jiang Lingxian reluctantly agreed, aware that this was indeed the best course of action. However, she had an even better idea. She slowly extended her hands to grasp Wang Chen's left hand, eyeing the storage ring on his ring finger. Finally, a small wisp of her spiritual essence emerged. A cold, faintly colored spirit gradually escaping from her brow and merging into the ring. Wang Chen watched her with closed eyes, unable to resist drawing closer to her radiant face. He pressed his lips gently against Jiang Lingxian's softly closed eyelids, savoring the moment. When Jiang Lingxian sensed the warmth of his lips, her body stiffened slightly in surprise, and her waist was gradually enveloped tighter. Yet, after a moment of shock, she did not open her trembling eyes, remaining silent as he kissed her. Wang Chen did not linger for long, knowing that if he did, Jiang Lingxian would become soft in his embrace. If she were to soften too much, it would surely raise suspicion if they were discovered by the cold sovereign later. As Wang Chen's warm breath gradually parted from Jiang Lingxian, she finally opened her delicate eyes, filled with a gentle, watery softness. Disciple, once I finish, I will come find you. Jiang Lingxian wrapped her slender arms around Wang Chen's waist, burying her beautiful face in his neck. Her voice muffled as she spoke. Knock, knock, knock. As their farewell kiss concluded, a knock on the door startled both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, who had almost forgotten there were others outside. Jiang Lingxian glanced at the door, then turned her gaze back to Wang Chen, her eyes reflecting reluctance and longing. Leaning in, she shyly pressed her lips against Wang Chen's, a final, tender kiss before slowly releasing her embrace. Wang Chen helped adjust Jiang Lingxian's attire, managing to tidy her garments despite her shy attempts to evade him and the playful swats at his hands. After nonchalantly straightening his own white ropes, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approached the door and pulled it open. Creak. Moments later, at the Tai Su Xian Zone, along the Sectes path. Let us go. We shall head to the desert, Wang Chen cheerfully announced as he walked, greeting the curious gazes of the disciples alongside him, particularly calling out to Xiao Qingxiu. Due to Xiao Qingxiu's youthful appearance being little known, he typically only manifested in this form when dealing with personal matters. Thus, the disciples lingering in the corners primarily focused their attention on Wang Chen, perplexed as to why he was not accompanied by any women today. As they observed Wang Chen and Xiao Qingxiu departing, several disciples, hindered by their own bottlenecks in cultivation, frowned in contemplation. Do you think he can't handle all these women's advances and has taken a liking to men instead? Slap. Are you an idiot? With a celestial beauty like the Tai Su Saintess, any woman would be utterly captivated. Who would be foolish enough to prefer men? One disciple, hearing his companion's ridiculous assertion, immediately jumped up and smacked him on the head in exasperation. I, for one, prefer men. Brother, you smell delightful. At that moment, another disciple appeared behind them, causing the two to flee in terror. Chapter 100. Arrival at the deserted wilderness. The deceitful Xiao Qingxiu. At the foot of the Tai Su Immortal sect, within the Tai Su Immortal city, Wang Chen stepped into the teleportation array alongside Xiao Qingxiu. Under the watchful gaze of an elder. Are you prepared? Ready. Xiao Qingxiu replied, lifting his gaze and shouting. Then present the spirit stones. Without them, how can we be transported? The elder in charge of the teleportation array suddenly extended his right hand, gesturing towards the two standing within the array. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingxiu exchanged glances, both clearly perceiving from each other's eyes. You should pay. How can the elder brother provide the funds? You, as the younger brother, need to take the initiative, do you understand? Wang Chen slapped Xiao Qingxiu on the shoulder, pointing at him with an expression of discontent. Damn it, I have no grandmother. Xiao Qingxiu cursed in frustration, pulling out spirit stones and tossing them to the elder, only to hear Wang Chen's irritable muttering that left him momentarily speechless. Then you were quite something. With a flash, the teleportation array illuminated, and amidst Xiao Qingxiu giving a thumbs up, the two vanished in an instant. In the swirling sands of the deserted wilderness, within a large but not particularly prosperous cultivation city, the central teleportation array emitted a wave of spatial disturbance. With a whoosh, as the light flickered, a figure appeared in the array, giving a thumbs up, accompanied by a grinning man. Wang Chen was smiling, but upon materializing, he was met with the stern gaze of a man standing less than 3 meters away from him. His expression hardened. Wang Chen's eyes grew cold as he locked gazes with the son of fortune, Yang Qi. Yang Qi, the son of fortune among wandering cultivators, was born under a name that foretold his destiny with the fire Qilin, hence the name Yang Qi. Wang Chen had learned about this adversary in his previous life and harbored deep suspicions about the old man who had prophesied his fate, deeming him a fool of destiny. Yang Qi was also one of the most ferocious sons of fortune he had encountered, engaging in fierce battles at every opportunity. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, Yang Qi could never defeat him. It was only due to his divine beast companion, the Qilin, that he managed to survive their encounters. Standing within the teleportation array, Wang Chen and Yang Qi exchanged glances for a long moment, both slightly furrowing their brows. This so-called furnace body of the Tai Su immortal sect, relying on women to survive, dares to look at me in such a manner? Though rumors abounded, Yang Qi's perception of Wang Chen was mixed. It was true, yet also not entirely accurate. For some reason, Yang Qi felt an inexplicable surge of irritation as he gazed at Wang Chen, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Confident in his own 6th-level Dan Si strength, Yang Qi believed he could crush Wang Chen, who was also at the 6th level of the returning origin realm, with a single hand. His beast companion, the fire Qilin, contributed to his fiery temperament, often leading him to bouts of extreme rage. However, on this journey, he sought to hunt beasts to feed his newly recognized Qilin cub and wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Is it possible to step out of this teleportation array after such a long wait? Yang Qi's eyes brimmed with suppressed fury, unable to fathom why his heart ignited with unexplainable anger upon seeing Wang Chen. Particularly infuriating was the thought of the celestial beauty, the holy maiden of Tai Su, having taken such a worthless furnace body as her disciple. Let us go? Wang Chen disregarded him, casting a cold glance his way before beckoning Xiao Qingxiu, who looked perplexed, to follow him as they departed. Emir Wei stares to act so presumptuously. As Yang Qi watched their retreating figures, his anger swelled within the teleportation array, and an inexplicable urge to kill Wang Chen surged through him, as if some unseen force compelled him to eliminate this outsider who had come to their world. Do you have a grudge against him? Xiao Qingxiu, who had followed Wang Chen, furrowed his brow and inquired. Indeed, a deadly grudge. Wang Chen nodded silently, glancing back at Yang Qi, who was now far away and preparing to teleport. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Qingxiu exclaimed, turning around to extend his right hand, then gripping the teleportation array from a distance. At that moment, Yang Qi suddenly activated his teleportation, and the array collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to ruins by a surge of power. There's a certain Tao rhythm surrounding him. I may not be able to kill him, but I can make him suffer a bit, he. Xiao Qingxiu grinned widely as he observed the terrified expressions of the city's inhabitants looking towards the shattered teleportation array. Wang Chen? Damn. I almost forgot this guy is even more wicked than I am. Wang Chen suddenly recalled a time in his previous life when he and Xiao Qingxiu had become close, digging up the graves of their enemies, and his heart sank. Aren't you afraid of the consequences for damaging that teleportation array? Wang Chen queried, testing Xiao Qingxiu further. That's simple, Xiao Qingxiu replied, a faint smile gracing his face as he gathered his celestial-level spiritual energy. I come here as a traveler. I have uncovered many corrupt officials, and today I shall destroy a teleportation array within your city as punishment. If you dare to have innocent people repair it, you better sleep with your eyes open tonight. Xiao Qingxiu adopted a hoarse voice that resonated throughout the vast city, startling countless individuals who gazed skyward. Yet there was no one in the sky, only. A powerful celestial pressure suddenly erupted and gradually dissipated. Bravo! You are truly impressive. Wang Chen, witnessing this familiar trick from his previous life, promptly gave him a thumbs up. Thoroughly impressed. Let us go, let us go. Take me to the moon sect. We shall seek her out. Wang Chen felt the return of the familiar Xiao Qingxiu and smiled as he waved cheerily. All right, let us go. Xiao Qingxiu, upon hearing this, enveloped Wang Chen in a surge of spiritual energy, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, they vanished. Xiao Qingxiu paid no heed to their stares, for the misdeeds he committed had no bearing on the elderly form of the Tai Su sect master. As they journeyed, Xiao Qingxiu felt a sense of relief wash over him as he hurriedly rummaged through information about the moon sect. Thank goodness. Ever since discovering that the beauty he had bullied was the holy maiden of the moon sect, he had diligently sought to familiarize himself with all aspects of the sect. Previously, he had only focused on the 4 great immortal sects and had hardly paid attention even to first-rate sects like the moon sect. Thus, upon learning the identity of the woman, he promptly began to research the moon sect's details. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed not to even know the coordinates of the moon sect's location in the deserted wilderness. After several minutes, in the skies above a large oasis in the desert, Xiao Qingxiu descended rapidly with Wang Chen, gazing at the grand entrance of the moon sect. Adorned in shades of blue and marked by a plaque 5 meters wide and 10 meters high, Xiao Qingxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally arrived. After 500 years. I can see you again. In truth, Wang Chen's understanding of the story was not entirely accurate. Xiao Qingxiu and Su Qianyue did not simply forget each other after they had shed their clothing. At that time, Su Qianyue had been severely weakened after being afflicted by the poison of the love flower, unable even to rise from the bed. During that period, Xiao Qingshu cared for her for an entire year within the Sun and Moon's secret realm, remaining there even when the realm closed. It was only when the realm reopened the following year that their entwined fate finally reached a conclusion. The experience of caring for and being cared for left an indelible mark on both Xiao Qingshu and Su Qianyue's hearts. Regrettably, Su Qianyue remained exceedingly cautious, consistently refraining from revealing her identity to Xiao Qingshu. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Moon sect, and during her time within the secret realm, she was often engulfed by fear, let alone the prospect of venturing out of the realm thereafter.